Chapter 1. The Divorce System. Host, do you contemplate divorce today? The return of cultivation will still be a millionfold. In the Tsangyun continent, within the realm of Xinshu, a hall of ancient elegance stood. Lu Qing'an, wielding a carving knife, meticulously sculpted a piece of wood. He paid no heed to the system's daily inquiry and continued his work undisturbed. His little cotton-padded jacket would celebrate her 5th birthday tomorrow. He sought to create a heartfelt, handcrafted gift for his beloved daughter. After your divorce, while your wife may claim half of your cultivation, you can recover a millionfold of what you have lost. In the future, even the mightiest foes could be crushed beneath a mere thought of yours. Aren't you the least bit tempted? System, your incessant chatter grows tiresome today. I have already reached unparalleled heights in this world and have no desire for further bloodshed. What difference does it make if I'm a million times stronger? He had once forged his path through slaughter, but the toll of such violence had transformed his temperament into one of ferocity. After arriving here, he had invested considerable time in purging the rage from his heart, embracing a life of simplicity. He relished the grounding sensation of living an ordinary life and cherished it deeply. Moreover, his love for his wife was profound. They had been married for a millennium, sharing countless experiences filled with affection and mutual respect. Even though he had concealed his identity as the Demon Emperor, presenting himself as significantly weaker than his wife, who was on the verge of attaining the imperial realm, she had never looked down upon him for his lack of cultivation. Such a bond was indeed rare. Furthermore, they were blessed with 3 children. What would become of the children if they divorced? It is said that the lower realms are invincible, while the upper realms bring adversaries. Are you not afraid that one day a formidable enemy from the upper realms might arrive? Besides, if you are untroubled, I am not. If you perish, I shall not survive either. I shall consider divorce only when the upper realms' enemies arrive. The system fell into silence. Had the system appeared before the host attained invincibility, perhaps circumstances would have unfolded differently. At that moment, Lu Qing'an suddenly heard the familiar sound of a bell. He halted his work, a paternal smile gracing his face. Looking up, he saw a little girl with a bun hairstyle scampering towards him. Father, Meow Meow has come to play with you. Lu Meow Meow, in her apricot-colored shirt, twirled as she approached, her right hand jingling with a golden bell. Her tiny hand clutched a half-eaten rose pastry, sugar crumbs dusting her sleeves. Has my little cotton-padded jacket awoken? Lu Qing'an lifted his child, spinning her around joyfully. I'm awake. What are you doing, father? I'm making you a gift. What kind of gift? Is it edible? It is not for eating, but it is quite entertaining. All right then. Father, there is something I wish to tell you in secret, but you must not inform Mother. She told me that I mustn't tell you, or else I won't get any pastries. If your mother has instructed you to keep it from me, do you still wish to speak? Are you not concerned that you might miss out on the pastries you desire? Lu Qing'an gently tapped the tip of his daughter's nose. But I do not want to keep secret for father. Meow Meow loves you the most. Truly, you are the apple of my eye. However, you must honor your promise to your mother and not go back on your word. One must be an honest and trustworthy child. But Mother asked me, if you two were to separate, who would I choose? I don't want you to separate. Lu Meow Meow pouted. Is that truly what your mother said to you? This revelation struck him unexpectedly. Yes, just a while ago, I had a nightmare. In the dream, Mother and Father were getting a divorce. Woo-woo, I don't want you to get divorced. Lu Meow Meow clung tightly to Lu Qing'an's neck, her small mouth pouting in distress, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Qing'an's heart grew heavy. How could this child know what divorce meant? Moreover, why would his wife pose such questions to their child? Lu Qing'an gazed tenderly at his daughter. Meow Meow, what else did your mother say? Mother also said that second brother has already chosen to be with her. Second brother loves me so much. If I choose father, I won't be able to see second brother anymore. Woo-woo, I don't want to be without second brother. Lu Meow Meow burst into tears, her little face crumpling. Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow. Upon reflection, the last time he saw his son, there was indeed something peculiar in the way the boy looked at him. Did this imply that the children were aware of something, while he remained oblivious? Meow Meow, did your mother tell you why we should separate? Lu Meow Meow shook her head. It seemed he must inquire directly. Meow Meow, your mother was merely joking with you. Do not cry. Father and mother will not separate. He aimed to reassure his daughter. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Everything seemed just fine. Was it possible that his wife was under immense pressure as she approached a breakthrough to the imperial realm, joking with their little girl? Just as he prepared to seek out his wife, another figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. The newcomer, around 14 or 15 years of age, donned a beautiful purple dress, exuding gracefulness befitting a young lady of a prestigious family. It was none other than Lu Qing'an's eldest daughter, Lu Qing'an. At that moment, Lu Qing'an hesitated, her face betraying uncertainty, unable to take the final step forward. Qing'an, do you need something from father? Father, there's something I no longer wish to conceal from you. With a determined bite of her lip, Lu Qing'an stepped into the hall. She walked oddly, deliberately avoiding the joints of the tiles on the floor, as if stepping on those seams would cost her a piece of flesh. What is it? Lu Qing'an hesitated. Father, mother recently asked me if you were destined to part, who would I choose? Father, have you had a quarrel with mother? Lu Qing'an fell silent. There had been no quarrel. Everything was as usual. What else did your mother say to you? She also mentioned that second brother has already made his choice to be with mother. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an felt an even deeper weight in his heart. Qing'an, father and mother have not quarreled. Your mother might be joking with you. He endeavored to appear calm, forcing a dignified smile upon his face. Is that true? Lu Qing'an asked, her tone tinged with bitterness. She was no longer a child. Indeed. Stay here and keep an eye on your sister. I need to discuss something with your mother. In the Lu residence at the rear mountain. Lu Qing'an entered a cultivation chamber and happened upon his wife, Su Qingying, holding a communication jade slip, seemingly in conversation with someone. My dear husband, is there something you need? Su Qingying was startled by Lu Qing'an's sudden appearance and discreetly tucked away the jade slip. For many years, it had been this way despite her vastly superior cultivation. She strangely failed to notice Lu Qing'an's silent approach, having been startled numerous times. My dear, who were you communicating with? My master, reporting my progress in cultivation. Noticing his wife's evasive gaze, Lu Qing'an sensed that she was concealing something. When she lied, she could never meet his eyes directly. Could it be a man? Was he being deceived? However, he had not observed any men appearing before his wife recently. With his strength, it was impossible for him to be unaware. My dear, have you perhaps asked the children whom they would choose to accompany if we were to part ways? He addressed the matter directly. Su Qingying furrowed her brow, seemingly having anticipated this, a hint of conflict appearing on her exquisite face, leaving her momentarily speechless. Seeing his wife's troubled expression, Lu Qing'an continued, My dear, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me. We are husband and wife, we can face matters together. The only secret he kept from her was his identity as a being from the demon realm, a place despised by those in the celestial ruins. Should his identity be exposed, he would face relentless pursuit, a cycle of violence he had grown weary of. His silence was not born of distrust, but rather a desire to spare her the burden of knowledge. He was confident that no one would uncover his origins. As his wife remained silent, a fleeting glimmer of concealed crimson light flashed in Lu Qing'an's eyes as he cast a glance at Su Qingying. His cultivation far surpassed hers, and even if he were to employ a technique against her, the note he had empowered Su Qingying would remain oblivious. It is not a case of possession. He had briefly entertained the thought that his wife might be under someone else's control, but the stability of her soul indicated that it had not changed. Su Qingying clenched her fists and exhaled deeply, as if summoning all her strength to make a decision. She spoke, Husband, let us part ways. With a release of thought, prepare for abstraction. Storage rewards, travel attempts 1. Cultivation efficiency amplified 100-fold. Exceptional beauty 10. What further rewards are desired? Dear readers, feel free to elaborate. The doors close and the journey begins. Chapter 1. The Divorce System. Host, do you have thoughts of divorce today? You can still receive a millionfold return on your cultivation. In the Songyun continent, within the serene realm of the immortal ruins, there lies an elegantly antiquated hall. Lu Qing'an held a carving knife, meticulously shaping a piece of wood. He paid no heed to the system's daily inquiry, his hands moving with unceasing diligence. Tomorrow marked the 5th birthday of his little daughter. He intended to craft a heartfelt, handmade gift for her. After your divorce, although your wife may claim half of your cultivation, you would regain that lost power 1,000,000 times over. Wouldn't such an opportunity tempt you? System, your incessant chatter today is tiresome. I have already achieved invincibility in this world and have no desire to engage in needless slaughter. What difference does it make to be 1,000,000 times stronger? He had once walked the path of slaughter to validate his existence, but after countless acts of violence, his temperament had grown fierce. Now, having spent a considerable time in this place, he had cleansed his heart of resentment and embraced a life of simplicity. He cherished this grounded existence immensely. Moreover, he had deep affection for his wife. They had been married for a millennium, weathering numerous trials together, their love steadfast and their respect for one another unwavering. Even though he had concealed his identity as the Demon Emperor, presenting himself as significantly weaker than his wife, who was on the verge of reaching the imperial realm, she had never looked down upon him for his lack of power. Such a bond was indeed rare. Furthermore, they were blessed with 3 children. What would become of the children if they were to divorce? It is said that the lower realm knows no rivals, but the upper realm may bring forth adversaries. Are you not concerned that one day a formidable foe from the upper realm may arrive? Besides, even if you're unafraid, I am. If you perish, I cannot survive either. I shall consider divorce only if an enemy from the upper realm appears. The system fell into silence. Had it manifested before the host had achieved invincibility, perhaps matters would have unfolded differently. At that moment, Lu Qing'an suddenly heard the familiar sound of a bell, causing him to pause his work and a gentle smile to grace his face. He looked up to see a little girl with a bun hairstyle running towards him. "Father, Meow Meow has come to play with you." Lu Meow Meow, dressed in a pink blouse, twirled as she approached, her right hand jingling with a golden bell. Her small hand clutched a half-eaten rose pastry, sugar crumbs adorning her sleeves. "Oh, my little cotton-padded jacket, have you awoken?" Lu Qing'an lifted the child into his arms, spinning her around. "Yes, father. What are you doing?" "I'm making a gift for you." "What kind of gift? Can I eat it?" "It is not edible, but it is quite fun." "All right then." "Father, there is something I wish to secretly tell you, but you must not inform Mother. She told me that I absolutely cannot share it with you, or else I won't get any pastries. If your mother has instructed you not to tell me, why would you still speak of it? Are you not afraid of missing out on the pastries you desire?" Lu Qing'an gently tapped his daughter's nose. "But I do not wish to hide anything from you. Meow Meow loves you the most." "Wow, truly, you are my favorite Meow Meow. However, you must keep your promise to your mother and not break your word. You must be an honest and trustworthy child. However, Mother asked me, if you two were to separate, who would I choose? I don't want you to part." Lu Meow Meow pouted her small lips. "Meow Meow, did your mother really say that to you?" This news struck him unawares. "Yes. Just now I had a nightmare. In my dream, Mother and Father were separating." "Woo-woo, I don't want you to separate." Lu Meow Meow clutched Lu Qing'an's neck tightly. Her little lips jutted out in grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Qing'an's heart grew heavy. This child actually understood what separation meant. Moreover, how could his wife pose such questions to their child? Lu Qing'an gazed gently at his daughter. "Meow Meow, what else did your mother tell you?" "Mother also said that second brother has already chosen to be with her. Second brother loves me so much if I choose father. I won't be able to see second brother anymore." "Woo-woo, I don't want to be apart from second brother." Lu Meow Meow burst into tears, her little face a mess. Lu Qing'an furrowed his brows, pondering deeply. The last time he had seen his son, the way he looked at him seemed indeed different. Does this mean that the children are aware, while he remains oblivious? "Meow Meow, did Mother tell you why we would separate?" Lu Meow Meow shook her head. "It seems he must inquire personally." "Meow Meow, your mother was only joking with you, do not cry. Father and mother will not separate." He needed to reassure his daughter first. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Everything was going quite well. Was it that his wife was on the verge of a breakthrough to the imperial realm, and the pressure was a bit overwhelming? Joking with their little daughter? Just as he prepared to seek out his wife, another figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. The newcomer, around 14 or 15 years of age, was clad in a purple dress, elegant and poised. At such a tender age, she already exuded the grace of a noble lady. It was none other than Lu Qing'an's eldest daughter, Lu Qing'an. At this moment, Lu Qing'an abruptly halted, her face a mask of hesitation, unable to take the final step forward. "Qing'an, do you need something for father?" "Father, There is something I no longer wish to conceal from you. Lu Qing'an bit her lip and stepped into the hall. Her gait was peculiar, deliberately avoiding the seams of the floor tiles, as if stepping on those seams would cost her a piece of flesh. What is it? Lu Qing'an stammered. Father, Mother recently asked me if you two were destined to part, who would I choose? Father, have you quarreled with Mother? Lu Qing'an fell silent. There was no quarrel. Everything was just as usual. What else did your mother say to you? She also mentioned that second brother has made his choice to be with Mother. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an's heart grew heavier still. Zixuan, Father and Mother have not quarreled. Your mother might have been joking. He endeavored to appear more composed, forcing a dignified smile onto his face. Really? Lu Qing'an asked bitterly. She was no longer a child. Indeed. Stay here and look after your sister. I have some matters to discuss with your mother. Lu Manor, back mountain at Lu Qing'an entered a cultivation chamber, only to find his wife, Su Qingying, holding a communication jade slip, seemingly engaged in a conversation. My dear husband, is there something you need? Su Qingying was startled by Lu Qing'an's sudden appearance and discreetly tucked away the communication slip. Over the years, it had always been the same despite her overwhelming prowess far surpassing his. She oddly never noticed his silent approach, having been startled numerous times. My dear, who were you communicating with? My master, reporting on my cultivation progress. Noticing his wife's evasive gaze, Lu Qing'an sensed that she was concealing something. She could never meet his eyes when she lied. Could it be a man? Had he been deceived? Yet recently, he had not observed any man in Su Qingying's presence. With his strength, it was impossible for him to overlook such a detail. My dear, have you inquired of the children whom they would choose to accompany if we were to part ways? He directly addressed the matter at hand. Su Qingying furrowed her brow slightly, as if she had anticipated this question, a look of turmoil crossing her exquisite features, rendering her momentarily speechless. Seeing his wife's troubled expression, Lu Qing'an continued, My dear, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me. We are partners, we can face matters together. The only secret he harbored from his wife was his identity from the demon realm, as the celestial realm detested those from his origin. If his identity were to be revealed, he would face relentless pursuit. He had grown weary of incessant bloodshed. His silence was not born from mistrust, but from a desire to spare her the burden of knowledge. He was confident that no one would uncover his origins. As his wife remained silent, a hidden crimson light flickered briefly in Lu Qing'an's eyes as he cast a glance at Su Qingying. His cultivation far exceeded hers, and even if he were to employ techniques against her, the note he descended, Su Qingying would remain oblivious. It is not a case of possession, he mused, having briefly suspected that his wife might have been taken over. However, the stability of her soul indicated that it had not changed. Su Qingying clenched her fists, exhaling deeply as if summoning all her strength to make a decision. Husband, let us part ways. With a release of thought, prepare for abstraction. Storage rewards, crossing attempts 1. Cultivation efficiency exponentially multiplied. Exceptional beauty 10. What other rewards are desired? Dear readers, feel free to supplement. The doors close and the journey begins. Chapter 2. Public and departure. Upon hearing the news, Lu Qing'an's heartbeat momentarily slowed. In the next instant, he was astonished to witness a sudden brilliance enveloping his wife. As ethereal sounds resonated in the air, she was on the verge of breaking through to the imperial realm. Su Qingying herself did not anticipate reaching this pivotal moment amidst such circumstances. My dear, I urgently require this breakthrough. We shall discuss our matters later. During my ascension, many will come seeking me. Please take care of the children. Lu Qing'an steadied his breath and nodded gently. Su Qingying's figure flickered as she soared towards the peak of the back mountain. Upon reaching the summit, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the heavens. Illusions of dragons and phoenixes danced across the sky. This spectacle instantly captivated the attention of all powers within the immortal ruins. A multitude of formidable figures rushed towards the Lu residence. Among the swiftest were his 3 children. Father, is Mother about to break through? Lu Qing'an inquired with delight. Lu Qing'an nodded. His gaze turned towards his second son, Lu Zhongran. When their eyes met, Lu Zhongran quickly lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. As if burdened by guilt, a sigh escaped Lu Qing'an's lips. It appeared that his approach to parenting had been overly stringent. It seemed to be a common issue among fathers and sons. It was only natural for this child to be closer to his mother. If this was indeed a misunderstanding, then I must reconsider my attitude towards my son in the future, Lu Qing'an mused. Not long after the children arrived, more guests appeared. A stunning woman with flowing white hair descended from the sky. Her youthful visage belied an air of maturity. She was Lin Qing'an, Su Qingying's mentor. Lin Qing'an gazed down upon the mountain peak with evident satisfaction before her eyes fell upon Lu Qing'an, her disdain unmistakable. Senior, Lu Qing'an greeted. Lin Qing'an appeared not to acknowledge his salutation, treating him as though he were invisible. Shortly thereafter, a man and a woman arrived. The man was Su Xuanyu, Lu Qing'an's brother-in-law, while the woman, with her captivating almond eyes shimmering with emotion and her flowing hair exuding grace, was Su Qingying's younger sister and Lu Qing'an's sister-in-law, Su Yuni. Senior, Su Yuni first bowed respectfully to Lin Qing'an. After receiving a nod, she swiftly turned her gaze to Lu Qing'an, smiling, brother-in-law. Lu Qing'an returned her smile with a nod. This sister-in-law had always treated him well, a fact that had once stirred a hint of jealousy in Su Qingying. As for Su Xuanyu, he exchanged pleasantries with Lin Qing'an before shooting a scornful glance at Lu Qing'an. My sister is about to break through. Ensure you look after the children and do not distract her, understood? Smack. Su Yuni playfully struck Su Xuanyu on the head. How can you speak to my brother-in-law like that? Second sister. Su Xuanyu's lips twitched, yearning to retort, but upon catching a glimpse of Su Yuni's narrowed eyes, he quickly fell silent. Brother-in-law, do not mind this rascal. I shall assist in caring for the children as well. Aunt. At this moment, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao hurriedly approached Su Yuni. Su Yuni greeted them with a warm smile, lifting Lu Miaomiao into her arms while gently tousling Lu Zixuan's hair. Su Xuanyu remarked, You little rascals, why do you not greet your uncle? Lu Zixuan feigned ignorance, while Lu Miaomiao boldly responded with a cheeky grimace, seemingly intent on restoring Lu Qing'an's dignity. Oh, have you two turned against me? I am your uncle. Just then, Lu Zhongran appeared before Su Xuanyu. Smiling as he called out, Uncle. That's right, Zhongran is well behaved. Lu Qing'an observed this scene, shaking his head, harboring no resentment towards his younger brother-in-law. When his wife had gotten married, the younger brother had wept like a child behind the scenes. Though he may seem bothersome, his heart is not unkind. The atmosphere began to grow lively until the arrival of another individual elevated it to its zenith. The newcomer was an elderly man clad in a white robe. Qing'an, congratulations. Your wife is about to ascend to imperial status. Lu Qing'an chuckled. Lao, it has been a long time. This man was the matchmaker who had initially introduced him to Su Qingying, and he was the first person he had met upon arriving in the celestial ruins. He had recently been preoccupied with weapon forging, but that task was now complete. At this point, Hong gestured for Lu Qing'an to wait a moment and swiftly approached Lin Qing'an. The weapons you requested have been forged. From now on, I owe you nothing. He presented a sword and a dagger to Lin Qing'an, both classified as low-grade treasures of the 10th rank. Very well, we are even, Lin Qing'an replied coolly. Hong then returned to Lu Qing'an, at which point Lu Zixuan and the other children once again crowded around him, calling out Grandpa, Grandpa. Incessantly, Lu Miaomiao even requested some treats from Hong. As time passed, a multitude of powerful figures began to arrive. In the celestial ruins, there were hundreds of imperial-level experts. It had been several millennia since anyone had broken through to the imperial realm here. Therefore, the emergence of another individual achieving this status was regarded as a significant event, prompting many powerful factions to come forth to congratulate the soon-to-be emperor. Longyuan's sect is here. We extend our congratulations to Daoist Su on his impending ascension to the imperial throne. Xin Yuzhai has arrived. Lu Qing'an gazed at the crowd gathering in the sky, reminiscing about his own breakthrough to the imperial realm many years ago. At that time, he was in the demon domain, surrounded entirely by adversaries, all intent on thwarting his ascension. Some even sought to slay him in that fleeting moment of vulnerability just before his breakthrough. Yet, despite being besieged on all sides, he successfully ascended to the imperial realm, driving his foes to flee in disarray. Subsequently, he employed forceful measures to compel all enemies from the demon domain to crawl and beg for mercy, ultimately seizing the title of Demon Emperor. Having experienced a life of bloodshed for so long, he finally recognized the value of a peaceful existence. Lu Qing'an looked at the three children. He must protect this family. As time progressed, a sudden change occurred in the phenomena above the sky. The ethereal images of dragons and phoenixes were abruptly scattered by a surge of overwhelming energy. A colossal beam of light shot down from the heavens, landing atop the mountain at the back. Here it comes. This is the sign of an impending breakthrough to the imperial realm. A new emperor is about to be born. Boom. A terrifying aura surged forth from the back mountain. The sky suddenly turned chaotic, with purple lightning dancing wildly, while the clouds spiraled like a dragon in the vast expanse. Crimson clouds surged from Kunlun, staining the mountains and rivers in their wake. The emperor's title resounded, the Immaculate Empress. A booming voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. Lu Qing'an, upon hearing this title, burst into laughter. Indeed, it was as such. Indeed, it was so. Lu Qing'an was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the term immaculate. He understood everything in that instant. A breathtaking woman appeared in the celestial sphere, gracefully descending. She wore a gown of snow white, as if moonlight had cascaded upon her, and a halo of pure light emanated from behind her, resembling a divine ring forged from ice, making the vermilion mark on her brow appear even more vivid. Like fresh blood, the radiance was so sacrosanct that merely gazing upon it felt like an act of desecration. All onlookers widened their eyes in awe. How extraordinarily beautiful! Her aura surpassed previous splendor 100-fold. Lu Qing'an gazed at his wife, acutely aware of the impending emotional crisis. The Immaculate Emperor's title was said to be the most powerful and mysterious in the realm of immortals. However, to attain such a title, one must renounce all desires, especially those of romantic nature. His wife sought not to part ways with him for another man, but rather to sever ties in pursuit of greater strength. Lu Qing'an descended from the heights, pausing in midair, and at that moment, her gaze turned complex as she looked at Lu Qing'an. Disciple, you have yet to speak to him, have you? Now that you have reached the Emperor realm, you cannot delay any longer. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain. Lu Qing'an admonished sternly. Lu Qing'an hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and turned her gaze toward Lu Qing'an. My dear husband, let us part ways. Her ethereal voice resonated in the void. 1,000 people present swiftly turned their attention to the motionless Lu Qing'an. Chapter 3. The Child's Choice in Lu Qing'an's eyes. There was no one else. Only his wife stood above like a deity in the sky. Give me a reason. He already knew the answer. Yet, he needed her to articulate it. The Immaculate Emperor's title, cultivated to its zenith, rivaled his Eternal Night Emperor title. This meant Lu Qing'an had the potential to reach the heights he currently possessed if she continued her training. He found the suddenness of it all both shocking and absurd. Strength was paramount to her. Her choice was for strength. I wish to become stronger. Forgive me, it is my fault. Lu Qing'an closed her eyes, unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. Lu Qing'an chuckled softly. This reasoning was irrefutable. In her eyes, strength took precedence over him and even over their child. Qing'an, we cannot afford to waste any more time. Your imperial essence is about to manifest, and if it is hindered, you may never reach that pinnacle. Lu Qing'an urged with urgency. Lu Qing'an shifted his focus, his gaze locking onto Lu Qing'an. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent coalesce around her, prompting her to turn swiftly towards the source of her chill. It was none other than Lu Qing'an. What is happening? I subconsciously feel that he could kill me. Lu Qing'an's heart raced with alarm. The sensation was exceedingly intense. Yet, just then, that feeling abruptly dissipated. At that moment, Lu Qing'an made a decisive resolution. With a gesture of her palm, an intricate golden emblem materialized in the air. With a flick of her fingers, she inscribed her name. The golden emblem drifted down before Lu Qing'an. I implore you, for the sake of our years together, grant me my freedom. Lu Qing'an earnestly beseeched as she gazed into Lu Qing'an's eyes. Lu Qing'an's attention was captured by the heavenly mark before him. His pupils momentarily losing their focus before his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. He fixed his stare upon Lu Qing'an, channeling his imperial will to forcefully connect to her consciousness. Tell me, has anyone coerced you? This was his final struggle. Lu Qing'an was taken aback. Having ascended to the rank of an emperor, only someone vastly superior could impose their thoughts upon her mind. He was indeed an emperor-level powerhouse. Lu Qing'an looked at her husband, her pupils trembling slightly. She had been oblivious to his status as an emperor for all those years. Yet, in the next moment, her expression hardened with resolve. No, I'm sorry. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qing'an closed his eyes for a moment, and when he reopened them, his expression had turned icy. Then I wish you a prosperous future. With a swift motion of his finger, he inscribed his name. The golden emblem erupted with a sudden explosion. The heavenly mark that bound them as partners quietly dissipated. Congratulations, host, on a successful divorce. The shared cultivation level has diminished, with Lu Qing'an's power nearly negligible, and the host has immediately lost almost half of his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an felt half of his power vanish. Yet, Lu Qing'an in the sky was abruptly wide-eyed. This power is... Boom. A radiant golden light erupted from her, and her cultivation surged dramatically. The Emperor realm consists of 4 minor stages. Lu Qing'an swiftly advanced from her initial entry into the Emperor realm to the 3rd minor stage. With some further training, she would soon reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Lu Qing'an, witnessing this scene, was left speechless. A miracle. This is a miracle. Haha. The divorce was indeed the right choice. She was unaware of how her disciple's cultivation had suddenly soared, but it was undoubtedly linked to this separation. The concept of the Immaculate Emperor was merely a legend from ancient times. Perhaps by truly achieving purity, one could rapidly grow stronger at an extraordinary pace. Everyone present was astounded by this spectacle. Only Lu Qing'an, observing his wife's surprise and delight from above, shook his head with a smile. In moments of silent contemplation, one can indeed find joy. It was a miscalculation. Commencing the return of cultivation at a million-fold multiplier. Return successful. However, the million-fold return of the host's half cultivation is exceedingly formidable. The system cannot promptly transfer it into the hostess body and must instead store it within the hostess consciousness. The host may draw upon as much as desired at will. A friendly reminder, this world cannot accommodate the simultaneous release of all your power, or it would lead to catastrophic consequences. So, exercise caution, lest you inadvertently annihilate everyone in this world, listening to the system's notifications. Lu Qing'an found no joy in the matter. He had no inclination to immediately harness his cultivation for use. Since the separation has been finalized, the matters concerning the children must also be addressed. At this moment, the 3 children observed in silence, some weeping softly, while others cried out. Particularly, Lu Miao Miao, indifferent to the number of people present, began to wail uncontrollably. Mother, father, I do not wish for your separation. Lu Qing'an lifted his daughter into his arms, pouring all his tenderness into the embrace of his children. Lu Qing'an, suppressing her elation following the breakthrough, understood that their ordeal was far from over. She merely needed to sever the romantic ties associated with the imperial throne. The children, she would fight for. Children, I have already inquired of you. Have you decided to follow your mother or your father? Lu Qing'an gracefully descended to the ground, gazing at the 3 children with gentle inquiry. Lu Qing'an, her head bowed, had her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. Indeed, Qing'an, these 2 unparalleled weapons have been prepared for you by your mother in advance. Come here, and these weapons shall belong to you. By following your mother, and with your innate talents and qualities, combined with her resources, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the throne one day. Lu Qing'an revealed the sword and dagger that He Hong had entrusted to her moments ago. He Hong had been utterly bewildered since Lu Qing'an and Lu Qing'an broached the topic of separation. Now, witnessing Lu Qing'an brandish the 2 magnificent weapons he had forged, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Cursed old witch. Damn you. He cast a glance at Lu Qing'an, wishing he could slap himself in despair. However, he realized that, as a friend, he could not intervene in such matters. As Lu Qing'an's words faded, Lu Qing'an, who had been staring at the ground, began to move. He took cautious steps toward Lu Qing'an. Just when everyone assumed he would choose to side with Lu Qing'an, Lu Qing'an suddenly knelt before him. Father, I am sorry. He bowed deeply 3 times, the sound echoing in the air. Lu Qing'an raised a hand, lifting his son gently, his sturdy palm resting softly on the boy's head. From now on, I shall not meddle in your affairs. Listen well to your mother and strive diligently in your cultivation. Lu Qing'an looked up at Lu Qing'an and nodded solemnly. He then turned and walked towards Lu Qing'an, standing beside her. At that moment, Lu Qing'an handed the exquisite sword to Lu Qing'an. Having practiced with a blade since childhood, Lu Qing'an received the treasured weapon as if it were the finest gift. Swallowing hard, excitement evident in his eyes. Qing'an, come here, this sword is yours. Lu Qing'an directed her gaze toward Lu Qing'an. Clenching her fists tightly, Lu Qing'an, upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, resolutely approached. Observers thought to themselves that the children had indeed begun to think for themselves. The choice was clear. They would undoubtedly follow Lu Qing'an, who was at the pinnacle of her powers as an emperor. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Qing'an did not reach for the sword. Instead, she approached Lu Qing'an, kneeling before her and earnestly bowing 3 times. Without employing any protective cultivation, her forehead struck the stone floor, drawing forth blood. After completing the act, she rose and fixed a determined gaze upon her mother. She shot a glare at her younger brother before turning to walk towards Lu Qing'an. Standing beside him, she declared, "Father, your daughter will always stand by you." Chapter 4. No longer concealing the emperor's cultivation, Lu Qing'an glanced at his eldest daughter, feeling a slight warmth amidst his frozen heart. He reached out to ruffle her hair, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. "Zixuan, are you certain?" "Not far off." Lu Qing'an felt a tumultuous conflict within her. She wished to spare Lu Qing'an further pain, yet the thought of being separated from her children was unbearable. After the formation of her pure imperial essence, it would be best for her to avoid seeing Lu Qing'an again. Otherwise, if her heart were to waver once more, all her efforts would be in vain. In response to her mother's question, Lu Zixuan remained silent. "Zixuan, you are still young and do not yet comprehend the implications. You must consider your future," Lu Qing'an insisted. "Following your father will leave you with no hope of reaching the emperor realm." Lin Qingxue had always held great affection for Lu Zixuan. With her extraordinary talent, she had chosen her as a disciple, nurturing her with the hope that she might bring forth another powerful figure in the emperor realm from the immortal ruins. Lu Zixuan looked at Lu Qing'an and Lin Qingxue, asserting, "The emperor realm. Even without your aid, I can achieve it through my own endeavors." At this moment, Lu Zhongran also wished to persuade his sister. He understood the importance of resources well. His talent was comparable to that of his sister, and without their mother, he would never have risen to become one of the top geniuses at this age. "Shut your mouth. Speak another word, and I will no longer acknowledge you as my brother." Lu Zixuan felt a wave of disgust at the sight of her brother. Choosing to side with their mother was one thing, but the immediate desire to grasp an unparalleled sword was utterly repugnant to her. In Lu Zhongran's eyes, their father was perhaps overly stern with him. Yet, he could always see his father's contented gaze from afar as he watched his brother cultivate. Compared to their mother, who was immersed in her own training, their father's love was far more evident. Any problem could find resolution in their father's presence. Lu Zixuan's actions caused Lu Zhongran to lower his head once more, but he still felt that his sister was being impulsive. Their parents were the closest to them. Yet if forced to choose, it would be wiser to side with their mother, the powerful figure in the emperor realm. A crowd of onlookers was engaged in hushed conversations, witnessing the unfolding drama. They were entertained, surprised to find such a spectacle upon arriving. Many shook their heads at Lu Zixuan's decision, deeming her too young to grasp the importance of resources and cultivation. They believed that as she matured, she would come to realize her mistake in not following Lu Qing'an. Indeed, Lu Qing'an had suddenly ascended to the late stages of the emperor realm, a terrifying feat. With such talent, she was destined to become one of the most formidable presences in the immortal ruins. Not aligning herself with Lu Qing'an would surely be the gravest error of her life. Seeing her eldest daughter resolute in her decision, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, choosing not to dissuade her any longer. She had loved this man deeply, and perhaps having one child by his side would allow him to navigate this difficult period more effectively. "Myomio, what about you?" Lu Qing'an inquired, turning to her youngest daughter, who had ceased her tears. She curled up in Lu Qing'an's embrace, trembling, and upon hearing her mother's voice, she did not turn her head, choosing instead to bury herself deeper into Lu Qing'an's arms. Approaching the age of 5, she might still appear as a mere child to others. However, she understood all too well that her father loved her more than her mother did. "Mother is a villain. I will no longer pay attention to you," Lu Miao cried, her voice choked with emotion. Lu Qing'an gazed at Lu Miao, her expression a complex tapestry of feelings. "Miao, come here to your mother, and we shall enlist the services of a renowned culinary master from the immortal market, who will prepare delicious pastries and meals for you every day." Lin Qingxue interjected once more. Lu Miao sobbed, "You wicked person. Do not speak to me. Woo. Father, let us leave. I no longer wish to remain here." Lu Qing'an felt his shirt dampen with her tears. Watching his daughter in distress pierced his heart with sorrow. "Miao, rest for a while. I will speak with them and then take you away." He poured all his remaining tenderness into his daughter. "Okay," she replied, and for reasons unknown, her eyelids suddenly grew heavy, and she gradually drifted off to sleep. Lu Qing'an held Lu Miao close, casting a glance at all those present. He had been in the immortal market for over 1,000 years, yet he realized that it still was not his home. His gaze eventually settled on his son and Lu Qing'an. He understood that they had reached a point of no return. His wife had chosen to forsake him for the sake of power and a brighter future. This was no different from a change of heart. He saw no need to retain her. At the moment of their separation, he had briefly lost sight of his future path. However, when his two daughters resolutely insisted on staying with him, a new road unfolded before him. He would nurture his daughters, cultivating them into the strongest beings in this world. This would be his future. All his gentleness would be reserved for his two daughters. The might of an emperor was indeed formidable. He hoped that his daughters would surpass him one day. Observing how his wife had attained her current strength through half of his own cultivation, Lu Qing'an's demeanor grew cold. Yet, he refrained from uttering more venomous words, forcibly suppressing the bitterness within him. He had loved this woman, now that they had reached this juncture. All their cherished memories and past tenderness would be preserved for their mutual dignity. He then turned to Lu Qing'an. You just manipulated my child with various means. Were it not for the presence of the children, you would already be dead. He had indeed felt the urge to kill again. However, considering that the children had always regarded Lu Qing'an as an elder, even a relative, he had restrained himself. Lu Qing'an, upon hearing his words, felt an ominous chill and dared not respond. After speaking, Lu Qing'an looked towards those with whom he had maintained a good relationship, including his sister-in-law and his old friend HisDaughter'sWords. Take care of yourselves. I fear I may not return from this journey. Finally, he turned to his son. Father will no longer be here. Take care of yourself. With that, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, grasped his eldest daughter Lu Zixuan's hand, and prepared to depart. HisDaughter quickly approached. Qing'an, I too wish to leave this place. Let us depart together. Lu Qing'an shook his head. No, Hilao. I must journey to the demon realm. The demon realm? HisDaughter was momentarily taken aback. I hail from the demon realm. Lu Qing'an felt no need to conceal this any longer. HisDaughter was acutely aware of the intense animosity between the immortal ruins and the demon realm. As a denizen of the immortal ruins venturing into the demon realm, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous formidable beings from that realm. We shall maintain contact through sound transmission. Should you wish to see me, come to the demon realm, and I will send someone to escort you. Farewell. Lu Qing'an patted HisDaughter's shoulder before soaring into the sky. At that moment, the aura of his cultivation was no longer veiled. A terrifying demonic aura coalesced into a magnificent shadow of a black dragon. Roar! The black dragon ascended into the heavens. Lu Qing'an, with one hand clutching his eldest daughter and the other cradling his youngest, stood atop the dragon's head, soaring into the distant sky with astonishing speed. Akin to a shooting star, those present were utterly astonished by this spectacle, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is a being from the demon realm, and at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. How could he be a formidable emperor of the demon realm? After all these years in the immortal ruins, how was he not discovered? The strength at the pinnacle of the emperor realm is a level only a handful of individuals in the immortal ruins could rival. Lu Qing'an and Lu Qing'an gazed in awe at the scene, their beautiful eyes widening. He is actually a peak emperor of the demon realm? Lu Qing'an murmured, her heart trembling. No wonder there have been so many peculiar occurrences. No wonder I have never detected his silent approach. Have I truly been deceived for so many years? Chapter 5. Your father is already invincible among those present. The individual most astonished by Lu Qing'an's cultivation was none other than Lu Qing'an. Next in line were Lu Qing'an and Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an stared at the horizon, clenching her teeth as displeasure welled within her. That aura is merely slightly stronger than mine. How dare he speak so arrogantly? She scolded inwardly. Having scrutinized Lu Qing'an's displayed prowess and considering the limitations placed upon the demon clan in the immortal ruins, the outcome of their potential confrontation remained uncertain. She turned to her apprentice. Qing'an, do not let him sway you. You and Li are indeed fated. This lad is a denizen of the demon realm, having concealed his identity until now, illustrating the depths of his cunning. Moreover, his cultivation is not exceptionally formidable. Once you ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor realm, you shall easily crush him. With her apprentice's recent leap to the late-stage emperor realm, her innate talent was indeed remarkable. She could only imagine the strength she would possess upon reaching the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Lu Qing'an nodded. Her talent could rival that of the so-called strongest demon emperor of countless years. As she cultivated further, she would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of an ordinary peak emperor. Lu Qing'an gazed blankly at the horizon. He could scarcely fathom the true strength of his father. Yet, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Just as Lin Qing'an had stated, his mother's talent was even more terrifying. His choice was indeed the correct one. Sister, let us see who emerges as the stronger one in the future. His sister had dedicated herself to rigorous training since childhood, often receiving commendations from their father and mother. Their father frequently advised him to learn from his sister. However, the more he heard such words, the stronger the thought grew within him, to surpass his sister, even if only once. Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were taken aback by Lu Qing'an's sudden display of power, particularly Su Xuanyu. He had always perceived his brother-in-law as possessing only mediocre strength, even believing he was weaker than himself, feeling that this brother-in-law was unworthy of his sister. To his astonishment, this brother-in-law turned out to be a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse. But what of it? It was merely peak Emperor Realm cultivation. It was not particularly remarkable. Indeed, his sister held the title of the Pure Emperor. Su Xuanyu shook his head, trying to dispel the shock that lingered in his mind. He endeavored to rationalize his previous misconceptions. As for Su Yuni, after watching Lu Qing'an and the others vanish into the horizon, she furrowed her delicate brows and turned to her sister. Ultimately, all words coalesced into a single sigh. How wonderful her brother-in-law was. She could comprehend Lu Qing'an's reasons for concealing his strength and identity. The identity of a powerful figure from the demon domain, if exposed, could easily lead to pursuit by the mighty of the immortal ruins. After all, the two realms had long been at odds. They had even waged war once. Although peace had prevailed for many years, animosity still lingered. In her understanding, the two sides merely had differing cultivation systems. Fundamentally, they were the same. She observed how kind Lu Qing'an was to her sister and how gentle he was with family. What did it matter if he hailed from the demon domain? It was merely a pity that her sister failed to cherish such a good man. Was strength truly of paramount importance? With this thought, Su Yuni shook her head once more. This man had concealed his true self for the sake of their family, never once revealing his authentic power. In his eyes, family held greater significance. Love was paramount. Everyone may disperse now, Su Qing'an announced, casting a glance at all present. She felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. After everyone offered their congratulations once more, they took their leave with respectful gestures. The spectacle had concluded, and it was time to depart. Soon, the group of outsiders had exited. Su Qing'an also took her son and flew back home. As she gazed upon the now desolate Lu residence, a wave of melancholy surged within her, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Qing'an, do not dwell on it any longer. Your imperial essence is nearly in disarray. Lin Qingxue reminded her in a hushed tone. Su Qing'an quickly composed herself and nodded. She closed her eyes for a moment, and upon reopening them, her mind was remarkably clear, for she had sealed away all memories of her past with Lu Qing'an. Looking at the Lu residence before her, she made a decisive resolution. Since the past had gone, there was no longer a need for its existence here. With a sweeping motion of her hand, everything before her transformed into dust in an instant. Accompanied by the last remnants of her lingering attachment, it all vanished into thin air. At the border between the immortal ruins and the demon domain, a formidable barrier separated the two realms. One side of the sky was bright and blue, while the other remained dim and desolate. Looking back, Lu Qing'an lingered in the air for a considerable time, having lived here for over 1,000 years. The thought of departing brings a certain reluctance. Father, let us go. Return to your home. Lu Qing'an gazed earnestly at her father, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the pinnacle of his emperor-level cultivation. In that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars, akin to an adoring fan gazing upon an idol. Lu Qing'an forced a smile upon his face, not wishing to reveal any negative emotions to his children. Are you not afraid? That is the demon realm, and it is often said that it is fraught with dangers. Lu Qing'an laughed in response. What is there to fear? With you by my side, I fear nothing. A warmth enveloped Lu Qing'an's heart. He could discern the tension masked beneath his eldest daughter's surface. It was evident that she harbored fears about the uncertainties ahead. Indeed, Miao Miao is not afraid either. With father here, no matter the villain, you will protect us. Lu Miao Miao had awakened, seemingly having matured significantly in the wake of recent events. Her tears dried as she endeavored to maintain a brave facade. Lu Qing'an affectionately tousled the hair of his two daughters. There was truly no need for fear, for he was, after all, invincible. Invincible? The two daughters blinked in surprise. They naturally understood the implications of such a term. However, throughout their upbringing, they had always been told that there are those stronger than oneself, and one must remain humble and cautious regardless of the circumstances. Father, are you certain you are truly invincible? Did you not teach us that there are always those beyond us, that we must not be arrogant? Lu Qing'an chuckled softly, fully aware of her father's immense strength. At the pinnacle of emperor-level cultivation, only a handful could rival him within the entire realm. His claim of invincibility was likely a playful attempt to ease their anxiety. Lu Qing'an smiled. You must indeed avoid arrogance, for many are stronger than you. However, I am an exception, for I am the one regarded as beyond all. Chapter 6. Bestowing legendary weapons upon my daughters. Lu Qing'an chuckled, covering her mouth. Father, you are quite shameless. Hee. There is a modicum of truth in what you say, but not much. Lu Miao laughed with her head tilted back. Seeing his daughter's joyful laughter dispelled the shadows within Lu Qing'an's heart, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he released the burdens of the past, no longer feeling the need to prove anything. Glancing back at the realm, he felt emboldened to leave this place. With his daughters by his side, he was certain they would help him navigate through emotional setbacks. This family would not be torn asunder. All right, let us depart. Father will take you to the demon realm for some fun. All right, Father, are there many delicious foods over there? Lu Qing'an replied with a grin. Indeed, there are plenty of delectable treats. I happen to know an old demon chef whose cooking is exquisite. When we return, I shall give him a good thrashing to ensure he cooks for you every day. What do you say? Hee. Really? Then you must give him a good beating. The glimmer of culinary anticipation sparkled in Lu Miao's eyes. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and stepped forward. In the next moment, he transcended the barrier and entered the realm of demons. Both the immortal ruins and the demon realm imposed limitations on each other. For instance, his powers from the demon realm would significantly diminish upon entering the immortal ruins due to the influence of the surrounding environment. However, given his overwhelming strength, even with that reduction, he remained invincible. Now that he had returned to the demon realm, it felt akin to coming home, and the sensation was distinctly different. His demonic energy and physique were no longer restrained, allowing him to voraciously absorb the ambient demonic essence. The surroundings felt so familiar. The environment of the demon realm contrasted with that of the immortal ruins, with the trees here bearing a darker red hue, evoking a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. After a millennium away, he pondered whether the old ones or the new generation had made any progress. He then turned his attention to his two anxious daughters. Noticing Lu Qing'an's eyes darting around, cautiously surveying their surroundings, and feeling Lu Miao's grip on her tighten, he smiled reassuringly. Do not be afraid. Father will first take you to a safer place. Now that they had crossed over, and since his daughters might reside here for an extended period, he needed to alter their living and cultivation habits, particularly for his eldest daughter. She had always practiced the techniques of the immortal ruins, which would be ineffective here. The immortal ruins relied on spiritual energy for cultivation, while this realm depended on demonic energy. He would need to find a technique that suited his eldest daughter's constitution. Lacking such a technique, he resolved to visit several prominent powers within the demon realm to discover one that would be fitting for her. Father, where are we going? Lu Qing'an inquired. Before leaving the demon realm, I concealed many valuable items in a specific location. My weapons, various treasures, and contract beasts are all hidden there. He first refined some of his cultivation within his consciousness to recover the half of his strength he had recently lost. Once restored to his full state, he extended his spiritual sense to carefully assess the area, determining the direction. Upon his departure, he had strategically hidden his possessions nearby. Let us proceed. He transformed into a shooting star, guiding his daughters in a specific direction. Shortly thereafter, he halted above a chasm filled with flowing magma. To his daughter's bewilderment, he plunged straight downwards. A substantial amount of demonic energy coalesced around the three of them. As they entered the magma, they continued their rapid descent. Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao gazed in awe at the surrounding magma, exclaiming in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, they had descended 1,000 miles into the Earth's depths. Here, an expansive hollow area, equivalent to dozens of football fields, emerged. Below, the magma still surged. Father, where's this? Consider it my treasure vault. Earlier, your brother acquired a peerless blade. I shall bestow upon you my former weapons, Lu Qing'an replied. Upon uttering these words, he cast a glance below, murmuring to himself, where had that little black creature gone? He had instructed it to remain here, yet it was nowhere to be found. The little black creature he referred to was his contract beast, a black dragon. Lu Qing'an extended his consciousness and swiftly pinpointed the equipment submerged within the magma. He recited a spell, and in the next moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The magma erupted violently, and a crimson light, reminiscent of a blood-soaked star of doom, shot forth. It was a blood crystal longsword, forged from the essence of ancient demonic blood, its spine intricately entwined with abyssal runes, each tremor emitting a soul-chilling wail. Wherever the blade swept, even the void itself was cleaved, leaving behind gaping fissures. The world outside trembled, as if the heavens themselves quaked in fear at the emergence of this formidable weapon, one that had once quenched its thirst with the blood of deities and demons alike. Following closely was a set of obsidian-heavy armor. The surface of the armor shimmered with dark red demonic patterns, while bone spikes jutted menacingly at the joints. As the armor pieces harmoniously clicked into place, 9 ethereal black dragon apparitions coiled around its wearer. 2 crimson lights ignited beneath the helmet, akin to the awakening of an ancient demon god. The entire magma lake seethed with fervor at their manifestation, and the subterranean realm quaked under the overwhelming demonic aura. This set of equipment was none other than Lu Qing'an's blood-soaked battle armor, which had once reigned supreme in the realm of demons. After a millennium of silence, it was rekindled by the Master of Fate, igniting the flames of destruction once more. When Lu Qing'an beheld this scene, her throat involuntarily constricted. She had never witnessed such terrifyingly powerful equipment, particularly that sword, which seemed to transcend the 10th grade classification. It felt as if it had surpassed the realm of the extraordinary, reaching a level of craftsmanship she had never encountered. If her brother's dagger was a peerless weapon, then this sword was a divine instrument of unparalleled might. As for the armor, it radiated a demonic aura so potent that it appeared capable of withstanding any assault. After the sword soared before Lu Qing'an, it seemed to possess a sentience of its own, trembling violently with excitement, emitting a resonant hum. The armor exhibited a similar enthusiasm. Lu Qing'an chuckled, "Old friends. It has been quite a while." He found himself in a predicament. If he were to carry this set of equipment to the realm of the immortal ruins, its overwhelming presence would render any attempts at concealment futile. Thus, he had no choice but to leave them stored here. Lu Qing'an extended his hand. In the blink of an eye, the sword flashed with a crimson light and appeared in his grasp. As he savored the familiar sensation, he gently swung it, and the sense of familiarity washed over him. Zishuan, this unparalleled sword is known as the 9 Hell Slayer of Immortals, but I prefer its original name, Grass Sees Sorrow. Today, your father bestows this sword upon you. Grass sees sorrow. This is my precious daughter. You must assist her well, do you understand? The sword seemed momentarily taken aback, before responding with a tremor, as if in agreement. Whatever Lu Qing'an commanded, it would comply. Satisfied, Lu Qing'an nodded, gesturing for Lu Zishuan to take the sword. However, Lu Zishuan shook her head fervently, as if caught in a frenzy. "Father, no. This sword is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Moreover, my current cultivation level does not befit this sword." She was taken aback. The aura of this sword far surpassed that of her brother's unparalleled treasure blade. By 100-fold, perhaps even 1,000-fold. She had witnessed her mother's sword, as well as Lin Qingsnow's blade. Yet, in the presence of this sword, those weapons held no comparison, and this extraordinary sword is destined to become her weapon. Simply because you are my daughter, flowing with my blood. There exists nothing in this world unworthy of you, only things you may find displeasing. Chapter 7. A Millennium of Departure, the Return of the Demon Emperor. Now, he had but 2 daughters left. If they desired the stars, he would pluck them from the sky. If they wished for the moon, he would bring it down. There is nothing unworthy of them, only things that do not meet their standards. Lu Zishuan gazed at her father, who spoke with such solemnity, a stark contrast to the kind and gentle image she held in her memory, and could not help but chuckle softly. "Father, while your words are undeniably impressive, I still find them somewhat amusing. What is going on?" Lu Qing'an, unfazed by his daughter's attitude, merely smiled with indulgence. "You will need to adapt. For upon entering the demon realm, your father may have to alter his demeanor, revealing aspects you have yet to witness. Here, the environment is far more ruthless. Strength is revered above all. In the immortal ruins, there remains a semblance of social niceties. Here, it is simply a matter of whose fist is stronger. For that individual reigns supreme." It had been quite some time since he last departed from the demon realm, and although he had arranged some contingencies, he had not been in contact for many years. He surmised that the rules established in the past may have been disrupted by various individuals. It was also possible that, after such a prolonged absence, emerging strong contenders might be entirely unaware of his prowess and would be emboldened in his presence. Thus, he would likely need to exhibit a formidable side to regain his footing in the demon realm. Furthermore, there are numerous adversaries here. Those he once subdued may now feel emboldened in his absence. Cunning as they are, they might attempt to use his daughters to constrain him. Therefore, he must provide them with certain gifts. Lu Qing'an would no longer allow his daughter to refuse. He directly entrusted the divine weapon in his hand to his eldest daughter. Father, is this truly acceptable? What your brother possesses, you must also have. Did you not proclaim that you could attain the realm of the great emperor? Not long ago, in the presence of so many, you declared that, so strive forth. We shall see who among you and your brother can break through to the great emperor realm first. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an felt a surge of determination. Gazing at the divine weapon in her hand, she gritted her teeth and accepted it. Thank you, father. No need for such formality with your father. Lu Qing'an ruffled his daughter's hair, then turned to his youngest daughter, Lu Miao, still nestled in his embrace. Miao, I have something special for you as well. Lu Qing'an cast a glance at the armor and signaled to it. The armor swiftly shrank in size, ultimately becoming a perfect fit for Lu Miao. Father, is this for Miao? It appeared quite unsightly. The armor, possessing a spirit of its own, trembled upon hearing the words so ugly uttered by Lu Miao. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle. Bloodlust battle armor, did you hear that? My daughter is not fond of your current appearance. So transform yourself into a guise more appealing to children. The bloodlust battle armor, enveloped in dark energy, complied and underwent a transformation. Suddenly, the ominous black mist morphed into delicate pink bubbles, and the overall hue shifted from dark crimson to a vibrant pink. To further win the child's affection, it adorned itself with playful little hearts scattered across various parts of the armor, which surprisingly emitted a soft glow. Wow! As Lu Miao beheld the bloodlust battle armor's charming metamorphosis, even sparkling in numerous places, she was utterly captivated. Observing his daughter's delight, Lu Qing'an gave the armor a thumbs up. This fellow seems to understand little girls quite well. Miao, do you like it now? I do. I absolutely love it. Lu Qing'an smiled and shot another knowing glance at the bloodlust battle armor. In a flash of radiance, the armor flew to Lu Miao, and when the light faded, she found herself clad in the magnificent armor. His foremost concern remained his daughter's safety. While grass could protect his eldest daughter, its defensive capabilities paled in comparison to the bloodlust battle armor, which could withstand even the assaults of peak sovereign-level experts. Dressed in the bloodlust battle armor, his daughter could stand motionless amidst the fiercest attacks from the world's most formidable sovereign-level beings without sustaining any harm. Miao, why not give your gift a new name? You can converse with it, change its colors, make it invisible, and even resize it. It shall serve as your very own toy. Wow, that sounds so fun. I want to think of a name. Lu Miao, enchanted by the bloodlust battle armor, sparkled with excitement. She pondered while biting her finger, and her eyes lit up. I've got it. Let us call it Donut. Doesn't that name seem a bit hasty? Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile upon hearing her sister's choice. Not hasty at all. Look, it is wrapped around me. So isn't that a circle? And since it's so adorable, Donut sounds just perfect. Lu Miao explained earnestly. Lu Qing'an affectionately tapped the little one's nose, saying, very well, we shall name it, as Miao suggested. It appears to be quite fond of the name as well. Really? It likes it too. Lu Qing'an glanced at the currently motionless bloodlust battle armor, his expression suddenly turning cold. In the next instant, the armor vibrated rapidly. See, it's clearly expressing excitement. Lu Qing'an turned back to his daughter, a gentle smile gracing his face. It seems so. Lu Miao replied joyfully. After bestowing gifts upon his two daughters, Lu Qing'an retrieved several items from the magma, including a spatial storage treasure of his own. Within the realm lay various magical crystals suitable for cultivation, alongside an array of other items. That little black creature, heedless of its master's commands, has stubbornly remained here, oblivious to its whereabouts. Should I find it, I shall surely flay its skin. Originally, he had intended for his contracted beast to diligently guard his two daughters. However, upon arriving here, he discovered that the creature was inexplicably absent, seemingly unable to resist the allure of adventure. This contracted beast, a formidable magical dragon, possessed the strength of an emperor. When he departed, The black dragon was at the late stage of emperor rank, and now, after a millennium, one wonders whether it has reached the pinnacle of its power. Well then, let us explore the realm of magic together. After stowing away his belongings, he ascended into the air, soon returning to the ground below. He chose a direction and transformed into a shooting star, soaring towards his destination, the nearest grand city of the magical realm, known as Demon Lin City. It stands as one of the 10 most prosperous cities in this magical domain. If all goes as expected, the black dragon has likely ventured there to frolic. The lord of this city happens to be one of his former adversaries, whom he had previously subdued. After ascending to the title of Demon Emperor, he entrusted the governance of this grand city to that old rival. This seasoned individual has honed commendable magical skills, seemingly well suited to his daughter's constitutions. He intended to bring his daughters there for training, to ascertain its compatibility. However, this chap is somewhat loquacious upon encountering him. News of his return would likely spread throughout the entire magical realm in no time. Yet, this is a positive development. After all, now that I have returned, I shall not depart again. Chapter 8. An unconventional father in Demon Lin City. On the bustling streets, Lu Qing'an walked beside Lu Qing'an, her petite face adorned with astonishment as she surveyed the city of the magical realm. Father, this city is quite different from my expectations. I thought it would be chaotic, rife with violence. Lu Qing'an replied, in truth, the cities here are not much different from those in the immortal ruins. It is merely the cultivation system that varies. Here, absorbing magical energy can easily lead to deviations, giving rise to inner demons, which accounts for the slightly more combative nature of its inhabitants, resulting in increased instances of conflict. Ah, I see. Lu Qing'an, like a rustic country bumpkin in the city, gazed around in wonder. Meanwhile, Lu Miao, brimming with excitement, had spotted numerous shops selling an array of items she had never encountered before. Father, can that be eaten? Yes, I shall buy it for you. And that is a toy. I shall procure that as well. For his younger daughter, he felt compelled to indulge her whims, striving to divert her thoughts from the recent events. As he guided his daughters through the marketplace, they made their way toward the Lord's manor. Eventually, they paused at a moment of intrigue. Father, there are people fighting. Lu Qing'an exclaimed, curious as she had never witnessed a battle among the inhabitants of the magical realm. Lu Qing'an, too, noticed the commotion. Above them, 5 men with lecherous grins encircled a young woman clad in a flowing red dress, launching their assault. The girl, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, appeared like a flame, her attire accentuating her snow-white skin. Her figure was strikingly elegant, with a waist as slender as a willow and curves that captivated the eye. As her skirt fluttered lightly, her long, delicate legs were revealed, each step imbued with an enchanting charm. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, embodying the beauty of youth and vibrancy. Brother, we must capture this young lady. Tonight, we shall have our fun. It was mere trifles that amused them. What truly mattered was the allure she possessed. Nonetheless, this young woman was undeniably attractive. The 5 communicated through thought. Father, it seems these 5 individuals have set their sights on this beauty. Lu Qing'an observed a girl of similar age encircled by a group of men at a distinct disadvantage, and furrowed her brow. They had become adversaries over some object, yet the girl's beauty had incited other wicked intentions. Lu Qing'an remained composed, having intercepted the men's conversation through his formidable magical abilities. What? Do you intend to assist this young lady? He could sense his daughter's righteous disposition. A typical father would likely advise his daughter against meddling in others' affairs, but he was different. He understood his daughter's capabilities as a combat prodigy. Given that these men were of comparable strength to her, allowing her to face such minor adversaries would serve as valuable training, aiding her adaptation to the battles within the demon realm. The combat techniques employed by the denizens of the demon realm differed from those in the celestial expanse, featuring a variety of peculiar magical arts, such as heart-striking spells and mental assaults. Perhaps it is best not to interfere, Lu Qing'an contemplated, wishing to avoid causing her father any trouble. Lu Qing'an chuckled. What trouble could arise? With your father by your side, no challenge is insurmountable. Yet, she expressed concern. But with my celestial powers, if I engage, might I attract the attention of many from the demon realm? Lu Qing'an maintained an air of serenity. Let them come. Your father shall vanquish them. You need not worry about any trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an hesitated until she witnessed the 6th assailant emerge from the void, successfully attacking the girl in the sky. Her eyes narrowed as she made her decision. 5 ruffians bullying a single girl was one thing, but to have someone lurking in the shadows to strike as well. Father, I shall intervene. Indeed, put your new weapon to the test. Lu Qing'an nodded, her figure flashing as she soared into the air. Both the demon realm and celestial expanse shared a similar hierarchy of cultivation, consisting of 10 realms: Qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, integration, great ascension, tribulation, saint king, and great emperor. Lu Qing'an, endowed with exceptional talent, had already attained the realm of god transformation at a tender age. Armed with her newly acquired divine weapon, she ascended into the skies. Just as the red-dressed woman suffered a slight injury from the ambush and was about to be pursued by the others, she struck at them from behind. Fellow cultivator, I come to aid you. She was enveloped in spiritual energy, her divine sword radiating with an aura of power. With a single stroke, the sword flashed brilliantly, cleaving one individual into 2 perfectly symmetrical halves. Observing his daughter's fierce and decisive actions, Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. She certainly embodies his spirit. However, his gaze shifted to his younger daughter. To his delight, she appeared utterly enthralled by the scene, exhibiting no fear or revulsion at the bloody spectacle before her. Indeed, she is his daughter. A tiger father begets no dog daughter. The sudden emergence of Lu Qing'an startled the remaining 5 men from the demon realm. Their astonishment deepened upon noticing the exquisite sword she wielded, which seemed to be a legendary weapon of the highest caliber. Confounded, they pondered whether she was allied with the others. No, this young woman was not wielding demonic energy, but rather spiritual energy. She hails from the immortal ruins. The woman in the red dress, witnessing Lu Qing'an's fierce assault, unexpectedly assisted her. Yet, upon seeing the weapon in Lu Qing'an's grasp and sensing her spiritual aura, her surprise intensified. This individual is indeed from the immortal ruins. This complicates matters. The arrival of someone from the immortal ruins to aid her is hardly different from bringing her harm. Must it truly come to this? Once Lu Qing'an made her move, she held nothing back and charged at the remaining demon realm men. After delivering a powerful blow, she immediately felt the might of her divine weapon, amplifying her strength manifold. As the 5 men saw Lu Qing'an advancing, they quickly redirected their focus and united their efforts to confront her. Together, they barely managed to withstand her second strike. However, as mere moments passed, they realized Lu Qing'an grew increasingly formidable. It was as if some prior constraint had begun to dissipate. This cannot continue. If we fight any longer, we shall perish. Escape. There is no need to flee. She is from the immortal ruins. Call for help. The 5 men swiftly scanned the bystanders from the demon realm. Fellow cultivators, this individual from the immortal ruins has come to our domain and seeks to slay us. Wielding such a treasure, let us join forces to vanquish her. The treasure shall belong to the one who is destined for it. Upon hearing this, some individuals were instantly consumed by greed, rushing into the fray. That sword is mine. Out of my way. It's mine. Lu Qing'an's expression shifted as she noticed a throng of people charging toward her. However, upon realizing their cultivation levels were comparable to her own, she felt a measure of reassurance. Father, I can handle this. Lu Qing'an nodded at his daughter's words. As long as they were within the realm of divine transformation, he would not intervene. Thus, Lu Qing'an engaged in a fierce battle with the crowd. The woman in the red dress became a mere spectator, her presence overlooked. Watching Lu Qing'an besieged by a multitude, she felt deeply conflicted. It was her actions that had led Lu Qing'an into this predicament. Turning her back now would feel morally inadequate. Yet, as she observed more cultivators of similar strength converging upon Lu Qing'an, soon numbering 10, she steeled herself and made a decision. Fellow cultivators, let us unite. The woman in the red dress charged into the fray. Lu Qing'an glanced at her, nodding in approval. Not bad. She possesses a sense of righteousness. She did not simply walk away. As he gazed at the woman in the red dress for a brief moment, an air of familiarity suddenly enveloped her. Wait, this young lady bears a resemblance to someone I know. Shortly after the woman in red joined the fray, a sinister voice echoed through the battlefield. People of the immortal ruins. A 10th grade treasure sword. I never anticipated such an extraordinary encounter on this trip. Haha, little girl, hand over my precious weapon. Upon hearing this voice, all present ceased their combat in an instant. This is bad. It is a powerhouse of the Holy King realm. The group that had been besieging Lu Qing'an, intent on seizing the treasure, was taken aback. With such a formidable presence, The treasure was beyond their reach. However, when they caught sight of a gaunt old man who had just appeared in the air, he suddenly seemed startled, turning his gaze swiftly in one direction. The moment his eyes locked with Lu Qing'an's, his frail body began to tremble violently. A youngling of the Emperor realm is blind to the truth. Senior, please continue. I shall take my leave. Chapter 9. Effortlessly annihilating an Emperor-level powerhouse, the emaciated elder merely cast a glance at Lu Qing'an and was immediately struck by a soul-chilling sensation. The mere presence of Lu Qing'an, a powerhouse of the Emperor realm, instilled such fear even in a mid-stage Holy King realm cultivator. No wonder there was a person of the transformation stage here, capable of wielding such a treasure sword. Lu Qing'an mused, recognizing that this individual possessed considerable insight. He refrained from releasing his own aura, yet this man could sense his immense power. Indeed, an impressive feat nevertheless. A toll must be exacted. Leave one arm behind. Lu Qing'an stated calmly. Even if this individual had not harmed his daughter, harboring even a hint of malicious intent warranted a price. Gritting his teeth, the elder swung his right hand down, severing his left arm, blood spattering forth. He hastily invoked a spell to staunch the bleeding, then bowed to Lu Qing'an before turning to flee. Lu Qing'an did not hinder his departure, his gaze remaining fixed on his daughter in the sky. Proceed. Those who threaten my daughter shall die today, he declared. Of course, it would not be he who dealt the fatal blows, but rather his daughter. Not a single one would escape. All would serve as her sparring partners in her inaugural battle within the demon domain. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Is this the exhilaration of having a father of the Emperor realm? Witnessing the Holy King realm powerhouse severing his own arm to escape. The inhabitants of the demon domain were not fools. They turned their eyes towards Lu Qing'an. Although they could not discern the extraordinary aspects of Lu Qing'an, they realized he was not someone they could provoke. Thus, they dared not entertain any further thoughts about the treasure sword and quickly turned to flee. Yet, with a mere glance from Lu Qing'an, a dark frame descended, confining a vast expanse of sky. The group that had previously assaulted his daughter found themselves ensnared within its bounds, unable to escape. This is dire. The group regretted their actions to the utmost, desperately assaulting the dark frame, but to no avail. Lu Qing'an sprang into action once more, charging towards the group. As for the woman in red, witnessing this, she breathed a sigh of relief and rejoined the battle. Before long, under the collaborative efforts of the two, the group that had just soared into the sky to attack Lu Qing'an had been reduced to mere souls vanquished by their blades. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and turned to her father, a smile gracing her lips. Father, this sword feels remarkably fitting. Lu Qing'an gazed at his daughter, who radiated vigor and grace, nodding with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with affection. It was imperative to find a suitable cultivation method for his daughter and, with some cunning, cleanse her previous foundations, fully transforming them into demonic essence. Utilizing the techniques from the immortal ruins in the demon realm could attract undue attention. As this thought crossed his mind, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the void. I sensed the aura of a top-tier sword from afar. I thought I was mistaken, but it seems I was not. My visit here has not been in vain. Following the emergence of this voice, a figure stepped forth from the ether, clad in a black robe, appearing middle-aged. Dark energy swirled around him, and his complexion was as pale as that of a corpse. Behind him, he bore a coffin. Oh, a member of the corpse sect? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Qing'an recalled an elder's visage from his memory. The patriarch of the corpse sect had been among the forces that besieged him when he ascended to his imperial status. After becoming the emperor, he had swiftly eliminated the patriarch of the corpse sect, causing the sect to languish for many years without a single emperor-level figure. To his astonishment, during his absence from the demon realm for over a millennium, the corpse sect had produced a formidable emperor-level individual, albeit one at the mid-stage of that realm. As this mid-stage emperor from the corpse sect appeared, the entire street fell into an eerie silence. Remarkable, not only had a Saint King realm individual arrived, but now a mid-stage emperor-level powerhouse had also made an entrance. Was this not one of the most prodigious talents of the corpse sect in recent years, Luo Fenghai? The earlier figure had the power to repel a Saint King realm expert, likely at the pinnacle of that realm, or even at emperor-level strength. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. If this individual truly possessed emperor-level strength, it would be a first for me to witness a battle among such high-tier beings. There exists a considerable disparity even within the emperor realm. I suspect this individual is merely at the early stage. while the corpse sect elder exudes the aura of mid-stage mastery. Moreover, the secret techniques of the corpse sect involve controlling corpses, which may also possess emperor-level strength. Listening to the discussions around her, Lu Qing'an's expression grew grave. Yet, recalling her father's assertion of invincibility and the excitement her divine weapon had elicited from this individual, she realized that her father must far surpass him in strength. Thus, her apprehension dissipated, replaced by curiosity about her father's true capabilities. She long admired her father, perceiving him as a paragon of versatility despite his relatively lower cultivation level. Now, learning of his formidable strength, her admiration swelled 100-fold. The woman in the crimson dress, initially believing the crisis had passed, felt her heart race once again at this turn of events. She was unaware of Lu Qing'an's true strength, merely conjecturing that he possessed the cultivation level of an emperor. However, she was acutely aware of the peculiarities of the corpse sect. It was entirely possible that the situation would soon escalate to a 1-against-2 confrontation, given that the corpse sect could manipulate corpses to attack. This sword must belong to you, correct? Upon the appearance of the corpse sect's formidable member, he quickly recognized Lu Qing'an's extraordinary presence and, upon overhearing the discussions around him, turned his gaze towards Lu Qing'an. In that moment of eye contact, it became evident to him that Lu Qing'an was indeed an emperor. Yet, he had never encountered Lu Qing'an before. Within the demon realm, there were hundreds of emperor-level cultivators, and he could recall the formidable elite among them. Except for a few enigmatic individuals who had never revealed their true identities, he had memorized the faces of the rest. This individual was unfamiliar to him, suggesting that he had only just recently ascended to the emperor level. If that were the case, then this sword could easily fall into his hands. Lu Qing'an regarded the corpse sect member with keen interest. "It is a gift for my daughter. Do you wish to claim it?" He was perplexed by the inexplicable enmity he seemed to share with the corpse sect. Before his rise to power, the sect's patriarch harbored the greatest animosity towards him, dreaming of killing him and transforming him into a corpse. After he ascended to the throne, the first to fall beneath his blade was indeed the patriarch of the corpse sect. Now, upon returning to the demon realm, his first encounter with a foolhardy individual was yet again with a member of the corpse sect. It was only natural that this individual did not recognize him, as he had seldom shown his face, always masked. Those who truly knew his appearance numbered fewer than 10 throughout the entire demon realm, all being individuals with whom he shared a cordial relationship. "Your daughter practices the techniques from the immortal ruins? How intriguing. I will grant your family a chance at survival. Offer me that sword, and I shall let you depart. Otherwise what? I shall transform your entire family into my corpses." Oh, it appears that after years of dormancy, many in the demon realm have forgotten the former might of the corpse sect. Thus, let it be known today that the pinnacle of the corpse sect has returned. Such meaningless chatter. Lu Qing'an interjected, growing weary of the conversation. Extending his hand, a surge of dark energy abruptly manifested. In the next instant, the smirking emperor-level cultivator of the corpse sect found his smile vanishing in an instant. With a swift motion, he appeared before Lu Qing'an, his neck firmly gripped by Lu Qing'an's hand. "No, this is impossible." The corpse sect member's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he stood powerless against Lu Qing'an's control. Regardless of how he summoned his strength, he could not break free from the grasp of Lu Qing'an's hand, imbued with dark energy. "How amusing. Your patriarch's last words before his demise were identical to yours." The members of the corpse sect seemed to share a remarkable affinity. With that, Lu Qing'an unleashed a terrifying black flame from his hand, which rapidly enveloped the corpse sect member. The individual's eyes bulged in shock, unable to even emit a cry of despair, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ash, scattered across the ground. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 10. Farewell, old friend. Emperor Lei Xiao. All present were left in utter astonishment by Lu Qing'an's prowess. A mid-stage emperor-level warrior, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance before this individual. What does that signify? This individual is undoubtedly at least a late-stage emperor, if not a pinnacle emperor. Lu Qing'an, witnessing her father's formidable strength, could not help but swallow hard, especially when she observed her father taking lives with such ease and composure. Is this truly the father she knows? How magnificent! Their mother had once remarked that their father's greatest virtue was his gentleness towards all. Yet, in this moment of peril, he revealed such a ruthless side. The woman in the red dress stood frozen in the sky, initially believing that a grave crisis had arisen. Little did she expect that this individual was a late-stage emperor, or perhaps even at the peak of emperor level. Moreover, what had just transpired? That black flame? It could instantaneously render a mid-stage emperor into such a state. It is said that emperor-level warriors are exceedingly difficult to slay, often possessing secret methods of escape and formidable vitality. Yet what she had witnessed was the fragility of an emperor-level warrior. This contradicted everything she had come to understand. Lu Qing'an merely dispatched the disciples of the Walking Corpse sect without incinerating their belongings. After briefly probing with his divine sense and confirming the presence of valuable items, he waved his hand to collect them. He then turned his gaze to his little daughter, still cradled in his arms. To see her seemingly unafraid of his lethal actions, even displaying a sense of amusement, took him by surprise. "Meow Meow, are you not afraid?" Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. Lu Meow Meow shook her head, exclaiming, "Not afraid. Daddy is so handsome." As he looked at his little girl, Lu Qing'an mused to himself, "My little darling truly possesses remarkable qualities. She is indeed his daughter." With a proud smile, he gently ruffled Lu Meow Meow's hair. At that moment, a sudden aura emerged. Following its arrival, a thunderous, ancient voice resonated through the sky. "Who dares to cause trouble in my city? Are they unaware of their impending doom?" The heavens were swiftly enveloped by dense thunderclouds, the purplish-black layers roiling like a furious sea, obscuring the sun. Lightning struck like a giant serpent tearing through the firmament, the explosive rumble shaking the very earth. As if the apocalypse were upon them, a terrifying pressure descended, causing all living beings to tremble. Even the air itself felt frozen. The onlookers were taken aback by this spectacle. It is the City Lord. The Lord of Mo Lin City is one of the most formidable beings in the demon realm. At the pinnacle of emperor level, it is said that he was one of the few friends of the former old demon emperor. This individual is in grave peril. I have resided in Mo Lin City for many years without ever witnessing the City Lord's presence. I do not even know what he looks like. Is today the day I finally behold the visage of this esteemed lord? Many years ago, two formidable emperor-level warriors clashed in this very place, causing extensive destruction to the surrounding edifices. In a fit of rage, the Lord of Demon City executed both of them, displaying their severed heads at the city gates. He then issued a decree, sternly forbidding any emperor-level warriors from engaging in combat within the vicinity. Would this individual also face the wrath of the Demon City Lord? Regardless, today a spectacle has certainly been exhilarating to witness. A crowd of onlookers hastily retreated, wary of being caught in the fray of such high-level combat. The lady in the crimson dress never anticipated such a convoluted turn of events. Gazing up at the ominous thunderclouds above, she felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth. It seemed she had aligned herself with this father-daughter duo. Would the Demon City Lord also choose to eliminate her? Why was her fate so fraught with misfortune? She was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the Demon City Lord, a being akin to the previous Demon Emperor, appear among the strongest. Such formidable entities were few and far between in the demon domain. Not to mention that the Emperor-level warrior from the earlier skirmish, even the current imposing figure, would likely be left groveling in submission before such might. Yet, as her thoughts wandered, her gaze fell upon Lu Qing'an, who bore no trace of fear. On the contrary, a subtle smile graced his lips. This old fellow still reveled in his theatrics. As lightning interwove into a net, a blinding figure stood atop the clouds, enshrouded in destructive lightning, resembling a creator deity gazing down upon the masses. All eyes in Demon City were irresistibly drawn to this figure, causing many to bow their heads in trepidation. Such power! A peak emperor-level warrior. With full force, he could obliterate an entire city in an instant. Who dares to call themselves an ant? State your name. The figure in the sky thundered, his voice reverberating through the heavens. Lu Qing'an smirked. Your grandfather. Good riddance. How dare you? The figure in the sky was about to unleash a furious tirade when he suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. Wait, that voice, it sounds so familiar. The venerable figure, the Thunder Emperor Shao Qingyi, blinked in disbelief, scrutinizing the speaker below. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but upon discerning the individual's identity, he was utterly flabbergasted. No, it can't be. Am I seeing things? The previously grave voice in the sky transformed into one of overwhelming excitement. The oppressive aura he had conjured moments ago dissipated in an instant, and the tempestuous lightning began to vanish at a visible pace. Within the span of a breath, the sky returned to its serene state, cloudless and azure. The formidable figure had vanished, leaving only a white-haired elder in a purple robe, who appeared before Lu Qing'an as if materializing from thin air. With a kind countenance, the elder bore a scar shaped like a bolt of lightning on his chin. Ha ha, it truly is you. Where have you been all these years? I've searched high and low for you. Xiao Qingyi exclaimed, seizing Lu Qing'an's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Hold still. You're shaking my daughter. Lu Qing'an squinted, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a threat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi halted, the familiar nature of the menacing words causing his smile to widen. Wait a moment. Your daughter. Xiao Qingyi quickly glanced at the little girl cradled in Lu Qing'an's arms. The moment he looked closely, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. You rascal. No wonder I couldn't find you in the demon realm. So you've been over at the immortal ruins? Lu Qing'an nodded. Xiao Qingyi was at a loss for words. This fellow had vanished without a trace, and after all these years, he suddenly returned with a daughter. Is she truly your daughter? TSK, she bears no resemblance to you at all. Not a hint of fierceness. Lu Qing'an kicked out, sending Xiao Qingyi stumbling backward. Does my daughter have to look fierce? Just look at her eyes and nose. She doesn't resemble me? She does have a similar appearance. Yet she exudes a sweet and endearing charm that invites closeness. Xiao Qingyi felt no anger from Lu Qing'an's kick. Instead, he found that familiar sensation returning. And his smile grew even broader. Father, who is this? Lu Miao asked, tilting her head as she overheard the conversation about her. Miao. You can refer to him as the old immortal. He is a friend from your father's past. Shouldn't I call him grandfather? Lu Miao blinked her large, innocent eyes. Huh. Yes. You should call me grandfather. I am indeed many times older than your father. Xiao Qingyi's heart swelled with joy at being called grandfather by Lu Miao. Wow. You, my friend, have such a cute and understanding daughter. The heavens are unfair. Is this what children from the immortal ruins are like? They are far more adorable than the children from the demon realm. Chapter 11. The heavens have no eyes. You have such a lovely daughter, Lu Qing'an. Feeling pride swell within him at Xiao Qingyi's compliments about his daughter, acknowledged that she was indeed charming. Little girl, what do you go by? Xiao Qingyi endeavored to present a warm demeanor, smiling gently at Lu Miao as he inquired. Lu Miao, ever bold, assured of the man's connection to her father, revealed two delightful dimples on her small face, saying, I am Lu Miao. You can just call me Miao, grandfather. May I ask how you are addressed? Miao. TSK. What a lovely name. I am Xiao Qingyi. You may call me Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Qingyi yearned to pinch Lu Miao's cheeks or embrace her. But upon seeing Lu Qing'an's stern expression, which seemed to understand his intentions, he hesitated. What a pity. He had never married, nor had children. If only he too could have such an adorable daughter. How could this fierce god have given birth to such a lovely child? I am utterly envious. Xiao Qingyi sighed. Father. At that moment, Lu Zixuan descended gracefully. Xiao Qingyi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Lu Zixuan refer to Lu Qing'an as father. Wait, you don't have just one daughter. He glanced at Lu Zixuan, noting the resemblance in her features to Lu Qing'an, and found her exceptionally beautiful. Despite her youth, she stood tall and graceful, exuding the essence of a true beauty. This fellow, a generation of reapers, how could one be so fortunate? It seems rather unjust. Sister, this is Grandpa Xiao, a friend of our father S. Without waiting for Lu Qing'an to respond, Lu Miao smiled and introduced Lu Zixuan. Hello, Grandpa Xiao. Lu Zixuan greeted with a smile, gazing at Xiao Qingyi. Xiao Qingyi quickly nodded with a benevolent smile. What shall I call this lovely young lady? I am Lu Zixuan. Grandpa Xiao. You may simply call me Zixuan, she replied. At that moment, Lu Zixuan was also observing Xiao Qingyi closely. She had distinctly felt just how formidable he was, far surpassing their mother's master, Lin Qingshu. However, she was taken aback to witness such a powerful figure displaying such amiable demeanor in front of her father. Just moments ago, her father had even playfully kicked the formidable man. Though it was in jest, this behavior revealed how her father had previously treated this powerful individual. Oh, how perplexed I am by you. I truly wish to refrain from expressing my envy. Observing Lu Qing'an's two daughters, Xiao Qingyi took a deep breath, shaking his head in profound reflection. The once feared reaper had vanished for a considerable time, only to return now with two daughters so distinctly different. What a grand jest this is for the entire demon realm. This place is rather crowded. Let us find a quieter spot to converse. I have returned to stay, so please help me find a suitable place for residence. Lu Qing'an glanced around, unwilling to reminisce in such a bustling environment. Upon hearing that Lu Qing'an intended to settle near him, a spark of excitement flickered in Xiao Qingyi's aged eyes, akin to a parched spring suddenly gushing forth with water. Excellent. Wonderful. Do not have a change of heart. You shall reside with me. Since Lu Qing'an's departure, Xiao Qingyi's days had been spent in solitary practice within the bustling city of Demon Lin. Now, not only had Lu Qing'an returned, but he also intended to stay. Accompanied by two such charming daughters, his abode would soon be filled with life. Come, I happen to know a perfect place for your residence. It is utterly serene. Xiao Qingyi exclaimed with delight. Wait a moment, Lu Qing'an interjected as Xiao Qingyi prepared to lead them away. Recalling the woman in the red dress who stood vacantly in the sky. Come down. He was not merely inviting her. His voice held an enchanting power. And before the woman could react, she found herself standing before Lu Qing'an. Positioned between Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, the woman in red began to tremble. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of tension and pressure. Who on earth is she? To be so intimately associated with the Lord of Demon Lin, Emperor Lei Xiao. And to have just playfully kicked him. She could hardly fathom who in the current demon realm would dare treat Emperor Lei Xiao in such a manner. Not even the demon emperor would be so bold. What is your name? Lu Qing'an inquired. Esteemed elder, my full name is Sun Minzi, the woman in red stammered, her words faltering. Upon hearing the surname Sun, Lu Qing'an felt a sense of certainty wash over him. This was why she seemed familiar. Do you have a place to go? My daughter has come to the demon realm for the first time. As you are of similar age, you will both be unfamiliar with many things here. I need you to help her become acquainted, Lu Qing'an said. Xiao Qingyi had also noticed the woman in the red dress and sensed the demonic aura emanating from her, indicating that she was indeed a resident of the demon realm. However, he pondered the possibility that she might be linked to Lu Qing'an. Upon hearing this, he realized that the two were strangers. What surprised him was that, given Lu Qing'an's character, he would allow a young girl to engage in such matters. Sun Minzi glanced at Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, then turned her attention to Lu Zixuan. It was as if she had grasped a lifeline thrown by fate, and she eagerly nodded. Very well, from now on, you shall accompany us. Lu Qing'an looked at his eldest daughter. Zixuan, this will be your friend in the demon realm. Be sure to get along well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi cast a surprised glance at Lu Qing'an. He was well aware of how unique Lu Qing'an was, and it was rather unusual for him to introduce an unfamiliar demon woman as a friend to his daughter. What was special about this woman? Xiao Qingyi inquired through thought transmission. Lu Qing'an replied, have you not detected the peculiar aura about her? Moreover, her surname is Sunday. After hearing this, Xiao Qingyi scrutinized Sun Minzi for a moment, then suddenly widened his eyes. Are you implying that she is his descendant? Lu Qing'an responded, the probability is quite high. Xiao Qingyi understood. Shortly thereafter, the group vanished from their location, heading towards a tranquil place. Once they departed, the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Those who had witnessed the scene were still in a state of shock, struggling to regain their composure. It was not until a considerable time had passed that they began to recover. My goodness, who on earth is this individual? It seems he is quite familiar with Emperor Lei Xiao. So, he is also a peak expert of the Emperor realm. No wonder he effortlessly annihilated that Emperor of the Walking Corpse sect. He had just kicked Emperor Lei Xiao. And surprisingly, Emperor Lei Xiao did not seem angry at all. Rather, he appeared nostalgic. This is simply astonishing. Wait, I recall that Emperor Lei Xiao rarely has friends, often wandering alone, except for the previous generation Demon Emperor. Are you suggesting that the individual just now was the previous generation Demon Emperor? That cannot be true. The previous generation Demon Emperor was a god of slaughter. He does not look fierce or menacing at all. Chapter 12. Your father is the eternal night Demon Emperor in the central area of the Demon City. Beneath a serene mountain within the Lord's residence, a quaint courtyard with azure tiles and white walls lay hidden amidst the mist. A bronze wind chime hung from the eaves, ringing out ethereal sounds even in the absence of wind. In front of the courtyard was a jade-green pond, its surface adorned with a few lotus petals, their hearts glowing softly. Occasionally, silver-scaled fish leaped, scattering the starlight reflected in the water. Bamboo groves grew along the stream, the verdant bamboo stalks glistening with dew. When the wind blew, they whispered softly. Behind the eastern window stood a stone pavilion, where a half-set chess game cast shadows against the bamboo. A half-filled cup of cold tea rested on a stone bench, the lingering fragrance of the tea still faintly present in the air. What do you think of this place? I usually live here alone, but now that you are here, it is yours, Xiao Qingyi said with a smile. Lu Qing'an gazed upon the courtyard, unable to refrain from casting another glance at Xiao Qingyi. It seems you have borrowed quite liberally. This place bears an uncanny resemblance to my former abode. Ahem. What can I say? I grew accustomed to your environment and simply replicated it. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Qing'an felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as if returning home. Meow meow. Zishuan, you too should seek a room. As for you, feel free to find a place to settle down. Lu Qing'an glanced at the three children and spoke in a calm manner. All right, father. Lu Meow Meow, unperturbed by the new environment, was filled with curiosity and dashed into the house. Being still quite young, Lu Meow Meow was arranged to share a room with Lu Zishuan, while son Minzi took residence in the house across from them. Father, it's dark now, and I'm feeling a bit hungry, Lu Meow Meow said, patting her rumbling stomach and blinking her large eyes. Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi, saying, it's time for you to showcase your culinary skills. My Meow Meow has quite the appetite. Haha, at last, I can demonstrate my prowess. Meow Meow, I shall prepare the ingredients right away. With that, Xiao Qingyi vanished in a flash, and before long, in less than 3 breaths, he reappeared overhead, carrying a beast of such magnitude that it seemed to overshadow the entire courtyard. Wow, Lu Meow Meow exclaimed, her mouth agape at the spectacle. Haha, tonight, we feast on roasted meat, Xiao Qingyi declared with glee. As the night deepened, the group gathered around a crackling black fire. Lu Meow Meow indulged voraciously, seemingly insatiable, spinning the meat with wild enthusiasm. So delicious. This is amazing. Grandpa Xiao is the best. Xiao Qingyi was elated by Lu Meow Meow's praises, diligently roasting meat for her. Lu Qing'an observed Xiao Qingyi's unceasing smile with a hint of amusement, pondering how this old fellow had never appeared so joyful before. Father, I'm quite curious. What exactly is your status in the demon realm? Lu Zishuan inquired, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she regarded her father. Earlier, she had overheard the crowd's descriptions of Xiao Qingyi and pieced together her father's remarks since arriving in the demon realm. Invincible. Could it be that her father was truly unmatched? Lu Qing'an chuckled and replied, why not ask him yourself? Lu Zishuan swiftly turned her gaze to Xiao Qingyi. Grandpa Xiao, is my father well known in the demon realm? Son Minzi sat quietly by the bonfire, feeling somewhat out of place, afraid to utter a word lest she inadvertently invite trouble. Yet, upon hearing the question, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiao Qingyi, eager to learn the true identity of this remarkable figure. Xiao Qingyi smiled and said, well, perhaps you haven't heard of him, given your time spent in the immortal ruins. But those in the demon realm certainly know your father's name, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. In this realm, the only one slightly more formidable than me is him. Lu Qing'an shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi. Only slightly more formidable? You certainly have a knack for self-aggrandizement. Ahem, in front of the younger generation. Could you grant me a modicum of dignity? Xiao Qingyi quickly communicated telepathically to Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an chose not to expose Xiao Qingyi further, allowing this old friend some semblance of respect. Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Zishuan repeated the title, then turned to her newly befriended companion, son Minzi, and inquired, Minzi, you've been in the demon realm for a while. You must have heard of my father's name, right? She held a favorable impression of son Minzi, not merely due to their shared experiences in battle, but also because, during her own ambush, son Minzi had refrained from fleeing. Additionally, son Minzi's demeanor was quite pleasant to her. Thus, over the course of a single afternoon, the two young women had forged a commendable bond. Furthermore, Lu Zishuan had unwavering faith in her father. If he approved of her friendship with son Minzi, then Minzi was certainly a worthy acquaintance. However, upon posing her question and turning to son Minzi, she was taken aback to witness her friend trembling uncontrollably, as if she had just received some profoundly shocking revelation. Her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at Lu Qing'an, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. It is indeed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Minzi, what is the matter? Lu Zishuan, observing son Minzi's state, was momentarily stunned, then quickly expressed her concern. Lu Qing'an glanced at son Minzi and remarked, what's wrong? Am I that intimidating? Son Minzi hastily lowered her head, seemingly attempting to shrink into her garments, utterly unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. And no, it's just that it's the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the very being whose rampage has turned the demon realm into a river of blood, an invincible existence. He is standing right before me. Moreover, he has taken me under his wing and encouraged me to befriend his daughter. What extraordinary fortune has befallen me? Noticing son Minzi's fear, Lu Zishuan promptly placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, Minzi, my father is a good person. There's no need to be afraid. She had a sense that her father held considerable authority in this realm. I am not afraid. Son Minzi quickly looked up at Lu Zishuan, striving to maintain a smile on her face. However, The smile appeared forced and rather awkward. Xiao Qingyi, overhearing Lu Zixuan's assertion that Lu Qing'an was a good man, couldn't help but chuckle. Child, you are unaware of your father's past deeds within the demon realm. Once you learn the truth, you will understand why this young lady is so perturbed. Is my father truly that renowned? Lu Zixuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. The eternal night demon emperor, the most formidable genius of the last 1,000,000 years in the demon realm. After ascending to the throne, his initial strength in the emperor realm allowed him to crush peak emperor-level old demons. In the entire demon realm, no one is unfamiliar with the name of the eternal night demon emperor. Sun Minzi recounted, as if reciting from memory. Lu Zixuan blinked in response, then turned her gaze toward her father. Observing him calmly enjoying roasted meat, his expression unchanged from his usual demeanor, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She had never anticipated her father to be so formidable, truly invincible. Lu Miaomiao sat silently beside Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, particularly close to Xiao Qingyi. After finishing a skewer of roasted meat, she continued to gaze eagerly at Xiao Qingyi, clutching another skewer of meat tightly. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from occasionally glancing at her father, her eyes filled with admiration. Father, you were so incredible in the past. Why have you never shared this with us? Lu Zixuan pouted and cast an exasperated glance at Lu Qing'an. With a chuckle, Lu Qing'an replied, there's no choice. During our time in the immortal ruins, I had to keep my identity concealed. Just remember, as long as I am here, you need not fear pursuing your desires. I shall always have your back. Sun Minzi listened to this exchange with envy, wondering if her father had lived, he might have showered her with similar affection. Chapter 13. The former suitor. The night was as dark as ink, the stars obscured. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat opposite each other in a stone pavilion. A jug of spirit wine and 2 green porcelain cups between them. The wine shimmered in the faint moonlight, its crisp aroma wafting into the bamboo grove with the night breeze, gently rustling the leaves. Outside the pavilion, fireflies flickered, their light dancing in and out. Within, the two clinked their cups softly. The candles inside had long since extinguished, and Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao were already tucked away in bed. What are you staring at? Keep drinking. We're just fishing, Lu Qing'an remarked, glancing at Xiao Qingyi, who seemed to merely observe him, his cup of spirit wine largely untouched. Go on, drink up. Xiao Qingyi responded, I sense you are harboring something within you. There is a question that may provoke discontent if I ask it, so I hesitate to inquire. Then don't ask, Lu Qing'an interjected. But my curiosity compels me. Please don't be upset. Where is the mother of these 2 children? Why isn't she here with you? Having known Lu Qing'an for countless years, Xiao Qingyi was well aware of the turmoil brewing within him, evident by the way Lu Qing'an resorted to drinking. The absence of the children's mother likely pertained to matters of the heart. The notion that she was no longer among the living seemed improbable. After all, who would dare to lay hands on a woman belonging to such a formidable figure? There was no one capable of such an act. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi, remaining silent. Very well, if you choose not to speak. I shall consider my question unasked. Let us continue drinking. Tonight, I shall accompany you in revelry until we are both inebriated, Xiao Qingyi decided. Increasingly convinced of Lu Qing'an's heavy heart, he wished to avoid stirring any unpleasantness. Yet, Lu Qing'an was indeed wrestling with a tempest of emotions and yearned for someone to confide in. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at his old companion and ultimately resolved to disclose his burden. She and I have parted ways. Xiao Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. Parted ways? Is there trouble in your relationship? Did you lose affection for her and abandon her? This was not the Lu Qing'an he knew. If he had not forsaken her, separation would be inconceivable. Such a man could not possibly have a woman so foolish as to leave him voluntarily. Surely, no one could be that naive. Given Lu Qing'an's circumstances, numerous Sanuses were enamored with him, and he certainly did not lack their admiration. Pondering this, Xiao Qingyi found himself in a muddle. Why? I am somewhat perplexed. Please elaborate on what transpired. Lu Qing'an replied, she has ascended to the emperor realm, the pure emperor position. Wait, you mean the pure emperor position? Xiao Qingyi exclaimed, astonished. That is a title comparable to your eternal night emperor position. So what happened next? Are you truly hoping for her to grow stronger? Perhaps even to reach your own heights, and then to leave you willingly? Xiao Qingyi remained perplexed by the situation. Lu Qing'an, however, did not allow Xiao Qingyi to ponder further. He recounted all the events that had transpired recently in one breath. After finishing, he felt a slight sense of relief within. No, wait, let me think this through again. Xiao Qingyi closed his eyes, channeling his energy to dispel the remnants of inebriation from his mind. After a thorough contemplation, he opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at Lu Qing'an. Are you suggesting that she was oblivious to your true strength, unaware that you are the eternal night demon emperor, and that she, foreseeing her ascension to the pure emperor's throne, had already planned her departure from you? Furthermore, after assuming the throne, she would publicly announce her intention to part ways with you? Because of this, you felt disheartened and returned to the demon realm with your daughter? Lu Qing'an downed a cup of wine in silence. Xiao Qingyi was certain he had articulated the entirety of the matter, yet upon seeing Lu Qing'an's tacit acceptance, he fell silent. Is there truly such a foolish person in this world? She must be unaware of the extraordinary man she has forsaken, the eternal night demon emperor, an unrivaled existence, one who could traverse the entire demon realm single-handedly, not to mention the immortal ruins. To single-handedly conquer the entire Songyun continent would be but a mere utterance. While it is true that the pure emperor's throne can rival the eternal night emperor's, that is merely a comparison of thrones. Lu Qing'an's formidable strength is not solely derived from his title. It is the culmination of his every aspect that renders him so fearsome. Thus, this woman chose to abandon someone who was already invincible in the mortal realm to become stronger? What a fool. A complete and utter fool. I raise a toast to you. After mentally berating the situation, Xiao Qingyi lifted his cup and poured himself another drink. So, have you truly resolved to let go of this woman? Based on his understanding of Lu Qing'an's character, it was highly likely he had made the decision to sever all ties with her, leaving no room for further opportunity. This young man was quite cunning. Yet, it was evident that he genuinely loved this woman. Remarkably, he had refrained from unleashing a violent rampage before returning. Of course, it was also possible that he had restrained his murderous intent due to the child. He glanced toward the direction of the room. Had he possessed such a delightful child, he too would be reluctant to expose them to such scenes. Departing with dignity might indeed be the most prudent solution. However, would that woman realize what she had lost in return? Would Lu Qing'an's heart soften? After all, she was the mother of his child. Lu Qing'an gazed at the moon, shook his head with a smile, and remarked, "You know my character. The past is the past. Matters of the heart are like a mirror. Once shattered, they cannot be mended." Initially, he had harbored a sliver of hope, wishing to keep the family intact. Yet, the moment Su Qingying publicly announced their separation, he had resolved to move on. This relationship was irretrievable. What currently steadies his emotions is, in fact, the child. Well then, regardless, I wholeheartedly support you. Settle down here with me from now on. Moreover, there are indeed many wonderful women in the demon realm. Let me confide in you that several beauties visit me almost every year to seek you out. Particularly that snowy day fairy. She has searched for you in the demon realm for a millennium and has even ventured to the fairy ruins in search of you. However, she inadvertently revealed her identity as a powerful being from the demon realm and was besieged by the formidable emperors there, returning grievously injured and requiring a lengthy period of recuperation. This girl truly harbors genuine affection for you. At this juncture, Xiao Qingyi poured a glass of wine for Lu Qing'an and winked at him, believing that Lu Qing'an could find a stepmother for the two children. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an envisioned an extraordinary woman in his mind. She even traveled to the fairy ruins? Indeed. But you are well aware that crossing that realm barrier significantly diminishes one's strength. Her survival there is a testament to her great fortune. How could you possibly overlook such a woman? He had always believed that Lu Qing'an would ultimately end up with the Snowy Day Fairy. Yet Lu Qing'an persistently rebuffed her advances. What? Are you starting to play matchmaker again? Lu Qing'an was speechless. Fine, fine, let us pretend I never said anything. Xiao Qingyi replied. By the way, could you lend me a copy of your cultivation method? I'd like my daughter to try it and see if it suits her. That can be arranged. If it doesn't suit her, we'll seek out another method. Given our relationship, your daughter is like my own. I will find a suitable cultivation method for her throughout the entire demon realm. The two continued to drink and chat amiably. Lu Qing'an gradually buried the sorrows in his heart within the spirit wine named Relief of Worries. Inside the room where Lu Zixuan and her sister were staying, Lu Miao pouted and looked at her sister Lu Zixuan, saying, "Sister, I can't sleep." "What's wrong? Are you not used to sleeping?" Lu Zixuan inquired softly. I clearly disliked Mother, but I can't help but miss her," Lu Miao confessed, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Zixuan embraced Lu Miao, her own gaze flashing with sadness, yet she maintained her composure and said, "Don't think about her. We have Father, and that is enough. But I just can't help but remember how she used to hold me while I slept. From now on, I will hold you while you sleep. Sister, will we ever see Mother again? We will see her. When will that be? When we both reach the Emperor realm, we will go to see her together. Really? Lu Qing'an nodded earnestly. I will stand before her and demonstrate with my strength that she was wrong. All right, then I will start cultivating diligently. Yes, let us strive to cultivate together. Chapter 14. Bestowing the cultivation method to my daughter the following day. In the morning, after Lu Qing'an's 2 daughters had awakened, he summoned his eldest daughter before him and asked Xiao Qingyi to impart the cultivation method to her. Old Xiao, please bestow the technique. Xiao Qingyi nodded. Observing Lu Qing'an sitting upright before him, he extended his finger, which now emanated a small orb of purple lightning, directing it towards Lu Qing'an's forehead. This energy was transmitted directly into her consciousness, allowing her to assimilate the cultivation method at an accelerated pace. She would ascertain within an hour whether this method was compatible with her physique. Wait a moment, Grandpa Xiao. Just as Xiao Qingyi was about to let the orb of lightning touch Lu Qing'an's forehead, Lu Qing'an hurriedly called to stop him. What is the matter? Xiao Qingyi inquired. Grandfather Xiao, could you please make that little orb of lightning a bit rounder? It looks quite awkward to me. Although the orb was generally spherical, there were 1 or 2 protrusions that made it appear less than smooth, causing her considerable unease. Xiao Qingyi blinked, glancing at Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an cleared his throat and said, this minor detail should be within your capabilities, right? Xiao Qingyi nodded. Moments later, he conveyed the technique to Lu Qing'an. She quickly entered a state of comprehension, closing her eyes and sitting cross-legged. Daddy, where's Miao Miao? Lu Miao Miao, after hearing her sister's words yesterday, was already eager to cultivate to the level of an emperor. Lu Qing'an looked at his usually reluctant daughter, now wanting to cultivate, with a hint of surprise. Miao Miao, you wish to cultivate? Lu Miao Miao nodded earnestly. I want to reach the Emperor realm. Very well, old Xiao, please impart the technique to Miao Miao as well. Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Xiao Qingyi nodded. After sharing the technique, he sat beside Lu Qing'an. How long has Zixuan been in this condition? He asked, his expression peculiar. Lu Qing'an sighed. Since she was a child. Isn't that somewhat akin to Shui Tianfei? Xiao Qingyi remarked. Lu Qing'an shook his head. She is not yet as formidable as her, but such psychological issues are beyond my realm of resolution. You initially rejected Shui Tianfei because of her personality, and now your daughter exhibits similar traits. Enough of that. I forgot to ask you a question yesterday. Have you seen my little black creature these years? Lu Qing'an inquired. Your contracted beast? Indeed, I have encountered it. That rascal stole my treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's neck flushed red with indignation. Lu Qing'an frowned. What did it steal from you? Approximately 5 centuries ago, it suddenly appeared in Demon City. Upon discovering it, I was overjoyed, thinking you were there as well, and I inquired about your whereabouts. However, it insisted it knew nothing of your location. Naturally, I did not believe it, so I kept it within the city. It seemed to have nowhere else to go and resided there for a while, but I constantly sought it out for information about you. Eventually, it must have grown tired of me and abruptly left, after which I discovered my Thunder Flame sword was missing. Xiao Qingyi's most formidable weapon was this Thunder Flame sword. While it did not surpass Lu Qing'an's divine sword in rank, it ranked among the top 10 in the entire demon domain's treasure list. And then, Lu Qing'an was well aware of the little black creature's penchant for collecting fine items. Even before he managed to capture it, when it became his contracted beast, it had previously stolen a weapon from him. In a fit of rage, he employed various means to track down the little black creature, expending considerable resources before successfully capturing it. Ultimately, under his duress, the little black creature became his contracted beast. Hence, Lu Qing'an believed Xiao Qingyi's account without question. This little rascal is a born thief. Where could he possibly be? I simply cannot find him. I must tell you, you need to promptly retrieve my Thunder Flame sword. That is your contracted beast. However, I am unaware of its current whereabouts. Don't you have a contract? I have released half of it. He cannot take the little rascal to the celestial ruins without unbinding some of the contract, which would severely restrict him. Thus I only released half. I wanted to give him a bit of freedom, but unexpectedly, this little rascal slipped away. Xiao Qingyi fell silent, choosing to trust Lu Qing'an. As long as the black dragon remains within the demon realm, with Lu Qing'an's capabilities, locating the dragon should not pose a challenge. You must find it quickly. Without the Thunder Flame sword, my strength is significantly diminished. Lu Qing'an nodded. At that moment, his eldest daughter opened her eyes. Zixian, how do you find this technique? Did you experience any discomfort during your cultivation? Lu Zixuan replied, Father, I feel this technique is quite formidable and powerful, but there is something that feels off. Though I cannot quite articulate it. Perform it once. I will assist you in examining it. Lu Qing'an placed his hand on Lu Zixuan's head and closed his eyes. After a moment, he reached a conclusion. This technique is about 90% compatible with your constitution, just a tad lacking. Never mind, I shall seek other techniques for you. Is your technique inadequate? Xiao Qingyi inquired at this juncture. Those at their level understood the significance of a powerful technique's compatibility with one's body. When they initially began their cultivation, they lacked such conditions and merely practiced whatever advanced techniques they could find, often encountering numerous bottlenecks. I had her try it when she was younger, but it was still a bit lacking, Lu Qing'an responded. Father, I have no recollection of that. You were very young then. In fact, I tried it on all three of you siblings. My technique was too domineering. Just as they were discussing this, Lu Miao opened her eyes. Father, does this mean I can cultivate? As soon as Lu Miao finished speaking, her small hand flipped, and a petite purple lightning bolt appeared in her palm. Good heavens! Xiao Qingyi gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening. Lu Qing'an, equally surprised by the scene, swiftly moved to stand before Lu Miao, gently placing his hand on her head. Upon examination, he looked at Xiao Qingyi with a peculiar expression. It seems my Miao is even more suited to cultivate this technique than you. This is the first time I've seen someone condense purple lightning upon beginning to cultivate this technique. I've taken in numerous disciples, yet none have achieved this. Truly, she is your daughter. Such is the importance of bloodline. Father, is it impressive that I can do this? Lu Miao, hearing Xiao Qingyi's praise, blinked her big eyes and asked, Haha, you are certainly far more impressive than I was when I first began my cultivation, Lu Qing'an replied, smiling fondly. Really? Do I have a chance to reach the Emperor realm? Lu Miao fixated her gaze on Lu Qing'an's eyes. As long as you cultivate diligently, you will undoubtedly succeed. Yay. Then Miao will strive to cultivate every day. Lu Qing'an smiled as he affectionately ruffled Lu Miao's hair, then turned his attention to his eldest daughter. Zixuan, it would be best if you refrained from practicing this technique. I will endeavor to find a more suitable one for you. Lu Zixuan nodded in response. Actually, I believe you might consider letting Zixuan try the technique of Shui Tianfei, Xiao Qingyi suddenly suggested through a telepathic message. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi. Here we go again. This suggestion is not motivated by your personal affairs. Have you not noticed how similar they are? Perhaps the technique would resonate well with her. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qing'an replied telepathically, Do you still maintain contact with her? Perhaps it is worth exploring. How could I not? It's quite vexing. Xiao Qingyi admitted, hesitating but ultimately unable to contain his frustrations. Not long after Lu Qing'an departed from the demon realm, both he and Shui Tianfei began searching for Lu Qing'an's whereabouts. Shui Tianfei was even more tenacious than he. They had searched together for some time. But when their efforts proved fruitless, he eventually conceded defeat. Understanding Lu Qing'an's desire to remain elusive, Xiao Qingyi chose to give up the chase. However, since he had previously searched alongside Shui Tianfei, she was displeased with his lack of effort and insisted that he continue the search. Though ultimately she relented. She demanded daily updates via telepathy regarding any news of Lu Qing'an. Every day at noon, he dutifully relayed messages to her. Knowing that failure to do so would invoke her wrath, the bitterness etched on his face deepened as he recounted his ordeal. Initially, he thought she would not resort to violence against him, only to discover her true nature. After neglecting to send her updates for a few days, she arrived unannounced and gave him a sound beating. You are aware that I am no match for her, especially after my weapon was stolen. She has threatened me, stating that if I ever fail to inform her of your whereabouts again, she shall punish me once more. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an was convinced that such behavior was indeed characteristic of Shui Tianfei. That woman is as unpredictable as ever. After achieving invincibility, he had grown weary of a life filled with conflict and sought a peaceful existence with a beloved partner, hoping to settle down and raise a family. Shui Tianfei, with her striking beauty, surpassed even Su Qingying, particularly with her frigid demeanor that captivated many of the top cultivators in the demon realm. However, he could not envision a stable life with her and ultimately declined her advances. After all, who would want a good wife who resorts to violence over mismatched clothing? I see now, you were always urging me to be with her. Were you not coerced by her as well? Lu Qing'an asked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi. That is not the case, Xiao Qingyi replied, turning away and whistling nonchalantly. Relay a message to her, asking her to come visit, Lu Qing'an instructed. All right. Finally, I can cease this repetitive task, Xiao Qingyi said with relief. Xiao Qingyi had intended to send a message to Shui Tianfei yesterday, but Lu Qing'an seemed reluctant to meet her, and he feared that his hasty decision might prompt Lu Qing'an to depart without hesitation. Thus, he restrained himself. Now, with Lu Qing'an personally requesting, the matter appeared assured. At midday, as the mealtime approached, the sky above the courtyard was exceptionally clear. The blazing sun scorched the earth, while the cicadas' cries resonated through the woods, their voices strained and weary. The leaves drooped languidly, and even the wind seemed too lethargic to stir. Yet, in the midst of this unbearable heat, the sky abruptly shifted its hue. A cloud of unknown origins swiftly spread across the heavens, obscuring the fierce sun, followed by a bone-chilling cold that surged like a tide. The temperature plummeted rapidly, as if one had suddenly fallen from the height of summer into the depths of winter. "Father, how strange. It's suddenly snowing outside," Lu Miao exclaimed excitedly, pointing out the window. The once azure sky was now shrouded in leaden clouds, and delicate snowflakes began to descend. Initially sparse, they quickly transformed into a flurry of large, feather-like snowflakes, cascading down to the earth. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi were equally astonished. This sudden change in weather was indeed miraculous. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi remained composed, for they were aware that this transformation heralded the arrival of Shui Tianfei. In the snowy expanse outside, a figure clad in white gracefully descended from the sky. She was tall and elegant. Her flowing white gown danced with the wind, pure as snow yet sharp as ice. Her silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall, swirling freely in the snowstorm, each strand seemingly imbued with the essence of frost. Her skin was fair as snow, nearly translucent, and her features were like a painting, exuding an air of untouchable majesty. Her ice-blue eyes were deep and frigid, making it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. Her lips, faintly tinted, were pressed together, revealing a hint of unapproachable aloofness. She alighted softly in front of the courtyard, her toes barely touching the ground, as if contact with the earth would soil her delicate feet. The wind and snow swirled around her, hesitant to approach, as even the forces of nature bowed in her presence. "Xiao Qingyi, you mentioned you had urgent matters to discuss. Have you received news of him?" Shui Tianfei did not enter the house, seemingly disdainful of the space, wary of soiling her garments. "Why not come in for a moment?" At that moment, a middle-aged voice resonated from within. Upon hearing that familiar voice, which haunted her dreams nightly, Shui Tianfei's expression faltered. In a mere instant, she vanished from sight and reappeared inside the room. As she turned to look at the speaker, it felt as if an eternity passed. "You, where have you been all these years?" The previously icy visage now melted into a blend of excitement, longing, and a trace of annoyance, with emotions intertwining. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lu Qing'an retorted, "What concern is it of yours where I go? It may not concern you, but could you not have informed me? Do you have any idea how difficult it has been for me to search for you all these years?" Shui Tianfei expressed her grievance. Xiao Qingyi observed her display of vulnerability and shook his head. It seemed only Lu Qing'an could manage this tempestuous woman. Only in front of Lu Qing'an does this woman transform into a delicate lady. "Let us sit down and converse. Or have you, as before, retained all your old habits?" Lu Qing'an inquired. Shui Tianfei glanced at the chair beside Lu Qing'an, her crimson lips twitching, yet she steeled herself and bit her teeth. "No, I have changed quite a bit," she replied, her feet touching the ground, trembling slightly, but she managed to endure it, ultimately drawing closer to Lu Qing'an. However, she soon discovered that a very young woman was already seated beside him. "Little sister, could you please make way?" She furrowed her brow. Who is this girl of about 14 or 15 years? Why is she sitting next to him? Upon hearing the exchange between Shui Tianfei and Lu Qing'an, Lu Zixuan realized something was amiss. "This woman is peculiar. Can't you sit over there?" Lu Qing'an gestured to the empty seat opposite him. "I haven't seen you in a long time and wish to have a more in-depth conversation." Shui Tianfei's demeanor towards Lu Qing'an was exceedingly gentle, even somewhat humble. "Auntie, why don't you take my seat?" At that moment, a sweet voice chimed in. The speaker was Lu Miao, sitting to Lu Qing'an's left. Shui Tianfei turned to Lu Miao. "Auntie?" Lu Qing'an glanced at his youngest daughter, surprised that she would offer her seat to Shui Tianfei. "However, I do have one request. I noticed you seem to have the ability to freeze things. Could you please turn that watermelon outside into an ice-cold watermelon?" Lu Miao blinked her large eyes, filled with anticipation. She had observed that when Shui Tianfei's feet touched the ground, the surface froze. "Cold, sweet treats are delightful." I can do that," Shui Tianfei replied. "Yay, then come sit here. I can just sit on Daddy's lap," Lu Miao said cheerfully. Daddy. Shui Tianfei's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this your daughter? Chapter 16. Can I be their stepmother? Upon seeing Lu Miao truly seated on Lu Qing'an's lap and comparing their features, she fell silent. They looked so alike. Could she truly be his daughter? Her mind felt muddled, as if filled with concrete, utterly bewildered. After a millennium of absence, she returns with a daughter? This implies that he has married another woman. Who is she? Who could have captured the heart of a man she herself could not win? Miao Miao. Zixuan, call me Annie Shui, Lu Qing'an said after Shui Tianfei sat down in a daze, gesturing for his daughters to greet her. Lu Zixuan nodded, addressing Shui Tianfei. Hello. Annie Shui. Hello, Auntie Shui. Lu Miao smiled brightly. Upon hearing Lu Zixuan refer to her as Auntie Shui, Shui Tianfei nearly spat blood in shock. Not just one daughter, but two. And this one is already so grown up. Why is this happening? Wait, there's another. Could it be that this one is also? Xiao Qingyi, noticing Shui Tianfei's gaze lingering on Sun Minzi, transmitted a reminder. She is not. She is the descendant of an old acquaintance. Learning that Sun Minzi was not Lu Qing'an's daughter did little to improve Shui Tianfei's mood. How is it that after a millennium, I return to find my daughter so grown? Let us dine, Lu Qing'an suggested. After our meal, we shall converse. Lu Miao nodded, her gaze drawn to the sumptuous dishes on the table, her mouth watering in anticipation. Do indulge, and should there be insufficient, I shall prepare more, Lu Qing'an added. Grandfather Xiao, it seems there isn't enough, Lu Miao quickly replied. You little glutton, and yet you claim there isn't enough food before finishing your meal, Xiao Qingyi remarked, genuinely fond of Lu Miao. Despite his teasing words, he stood up and made his way to the kitchen. Su Aunt, please try this. Lu Miao unexpectedly offered her some food. This caught Shui Tianfei off guard. What a polite child, she thought. However, she would only eat food offered by Lu Qing'an. No need for your kindness. I shall serve myself, Shui Tianfei gently declined. Then, Aunt Shui, could you help me chill this dish? Lu Miao tilted her head in query. Wow, it truly tastes delightful when chilled, she exclaimed as she savored the icy dish. Miao, refrain from troubling your Aunt Shui unnecessarily, Lu Qing'an cautioned. All right, she replied. As they enjoyed their lunch, the atmosphere felt rather peculiar. Had it not been for Lu Miao's occasional remarks to lighten the mood, the meal would have proceeded in silence. Zixuan, take your sister back to play, Lu Qing'an instructed after the meal. Certainly, Lu Zixuan responded, leading Lu Miao away. Sun Minzi also hastily departed. Before long, only Lu Qing'an and the two others remained seated. Shall I attend to some matters? Xiao Qingyi inquired, glancing at them. You may remain seated, Lu Qing'an replied. Once the children had left, Shui Tianfei took a deep breath, striving to maintain her smile as she turned to Lu Qing'an. Where have you been all these years? I searched for you tirelessly, yet could not find you. In the immortal ruins, he replied. That explains it. There was no trace of you in the demon realm. I ventured to the immortal ruins myself, nearly perishing there. Shui Tianfei's gaze lingered on Lu Qing'an, revealing a hint of vulnerability. I heard about this from old Xiao. How is your injury? Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's concern, Shui Tianfei felt a wave of emotion. After a period of recuperation, I have fully recovered. He cares for me. Yet, but you have married there? She inquired, her heart heavy. Lu Qing'an nodded. The two children are quite lovely, truly a reflection of you, she said, lowering her head slightly, as if the wounds of the past had resurfaced. Her voice growing notably softer. She resembled Lin Daiyu in her demeanor. Xiao Qingyi, observing her, shook his head. What a stark contrast. A woman so formidable in her usual demeanor now feigned fragility. How shameless. Where is she? Shui Tianfei longed to know what kind of woman could achieve what she could not. In the immortal ruins, Lu Qing'an replied. Why did you not bring her back? Shui Tianfei gazed intently at him, still maintaining her gentle demeanor. Or is it that you have merely returned for a fleeting visit? We have divorced, Lu Qing'an stated. On a snowy day? The elegant snow day concubine suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. You've divorced? Really? Oh, how unfortunate. As she expressed her regret, she nearly burst into laughter, yet she managed to suppress the smile that threatened to escape her lips. Will you return in the future? Is there any intention to rekindle the past? Xiao Qingyi, feigning indifference as he sipped his drink, discreetly observed the two, his demeanor replete with a sense of mischief. Thankfully, he hadn't tea left earlier, otherwise, he would have missed this splendid spectacle. Lu Qing'an shook his head. I won't be going back. A broken mirror cannot be made whole again. Indeed, when it comes to matters of the heart, once issues arise, it becomes impossible to mend the rift. One must look forward. Snow Day concubine raised her voice slightly, yet it remained gentle, reminiscent of an adoring confidant. When she first learned that Lu Qing'an had a child, it felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart, leaving her in great distress. However, her heart now felt lighter. This unseen rival had some prowess, but ultimately, she could not hold on to the man. She was indifferent to Lu Qing'an's past entanglements with other women. As long as they were no longer present, everything would be manageable. After all, in loving a man, why concern oneself with his emotional history? But what about the children? Aren't they without a mother? The older child is manageable, but the younger one is still quite small. Have you considered finding them a stepmother? Snow Day concubine lowered her head once more, her fingers brushing her silvery hair back behind her ear, her voice imbued with a coy timidity. Xiao Qingyi, casting a sidelong glance at the pair, couldn't help but wear a slightly lascivious expression. It was indeed Snow Day concubine who was audaciously making her move. The attention was now on how Lu Qing'an would respond. Lu Qing'an glanced at her and calmly replied, "I can manage raising the children myself." Upon hearing this, Snow Day concubine pouted, "You can't possibly be both father and mother." "I truly believe children need their mother, especially two daughters. There are certain matters you cannot manage alone." Lu Qing'an had developed a degree of immunity to Snow Day concubine's advances and was reluctant to continue the conversation. "Let's discuss this another time. Having just divorced, I have no thoughts on relationships." "All right, but if you ever consider finding them a stepmother, do let me know. I have a splendid candidate in mind." She winked at him, her intentions almost unmistakable. "I asked Xiao to bring you here primarily because I need your assistance with something." Lu Qing'an shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. "With the relationship we share, there's no need for formalities. Just speak plainly. My eldest daughter requires training in demonic domain techniques, and I am seeking a method that suits her well. I wish to see if your technique would be appropriate." "That's simple. I can pass the technique on for her to try." "Thank you very much. I've told you not to be so formal with me. Now, I shall go find the child and give it a try." Snow Day concubine rose, cheerfully making her way towards Lu Zixuan's room. She needed to bond with the child and strive to secure the role of a stepmother. The children all adore her, and even if Lu Qing'an has his reservations, he must heed their opinions. Chapter 17, Love for All Creatures. However, she hasn't spent much time with the children, which presents a challenge. She must treat them with utmost care. Furthermore, she harbors a lingering sense of unease, for these two children are, in a way, connected to that woman. Nevertheless, she is confident that she will eventually dispel this discomfort. After all, these children are fundamentally Lu Qing'an's offspring. Anything that matters to Lu Qing'an will be cherished by her. "Two lovely little princesses, Aunt Shui is here to see you. May I come in?" Shui Tianfei knocked on the door, not barging in, but instead calling out with a cheerful tone. Standing behind Shui Tianfei, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi exchanged glances upon hearing the stark contrast in her tone. Xiao Qingyi whispered, "I've always told you, this woman has her flaws, yet she genuinely cares about you. She is someone worthy of your respect and affection. Truly, if it were any other man in a similar situation, given Shui Tianfei's temperament, she might have resorted to extreme measures. But with Lu Qing'an, she is willing to embrace the role of a stepmother for the two children. Her kindness towards them is nothing short of remarkable." Lu Qing'an refrained from retorting Xiao Qingyi this time. He began to feel a whirlwind of emotions as he observed Shui Tianfei. Indeed, her earlier remark held merit. Having two daughters, there are matters that a father should not interfere with. As the saying goes, sons tend to avoid their mothers and daughters their fathers. In certain situations, having a woman to assist in raising the children is undeniably beneficial. However, having endured a previous relationship, he currently possesses little expectation for a new one. He wonders how long it will take before he can move on. Only time will tell. "Aunt Shui, please come in." Lu Zixuan opened the door, surprised to see Shui Tianfei. Unlike her mother, who would enter her room regardless of whether the door was open or closed, Shui Tianfei knocked and awaited her consent. Perhaps she was putting on a show for her father. Lu Zixuan had already discerned that Shui Tianfei held a particular affection for her father. An affection so profound that it seemed she sought to penetrate his heart during his time of emotional turmoil. "What is she up to?" Shui Tianfei placed her hands behind her back as she stepped into the room, momentarily taken aback. How pristine, how orderly. The discomfort she had previously felt dissipated in an instant. Then, she realized what she had overlooked regarding Lu Zixuan. The girl was impeccably dressed and groomed, radiating an exquisite beauty. "This child is quite remarkable. She brings her great delight. I am familiarizing myself with the situation in the demon realm. Minzi has written a manual for me about many aspects of this place, Lu Qing'an remarked. Haha, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Aunt Shui. I am quite knowledgeable about the demon realm, Shui Tianfei replied warmly. Alternatively, if you wish to take a stroll, you may seek out Aunt Shui, who will gladly accompany you on your outing. Thank you, Aunt Shui. No need for thanks, it is my duty. By the way, your father has asked me to impart a technique to you for your cultivation. Are you free at the moment? Lu Qing'an gazed at Shui Tianfei with a gentle demeanor, not merely reflected in her countenance, but also in the warmth of her eyes, which held a hint of surprise. This demeanor seemed genuine, not merely an act. I have time. Very well, please sit cross-legged on the bed, and I shall transmit the technique directly to you. Okay. After ensuring Lu Qing'an was comfortably seated, Shui Tianfei inquired if she was prepared. Once confirmed, she commenced the transmission of the technique. A luminous orb of white light, reminiscent of falling snowflakes, appeared upon her fingertips. Lu Qing'an focused intently on the snowflake-like light before Shui Tianfei, and to her astonishment, she found the formation to be impeccably regular, instilling within her an immense sense of comfort. She had anticipated a sensation akin to her initial experience with Shao Qingyi's transmission, which required a gentle reminder or a measure of endurance to receive the unrefined energy into her mind. However, this experience was entirely different. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she regarded Shui Tianfei. All done with the transmission. Give it a try. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult Aunt Shui. She will be patient in guiding you. Lu Qing'an nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Qing'an observed the relaxed interaction between the two with a peculiar expression. Shui Tianfei appeared remarkably at ease with the child. He had previously witnessed her swiftly resorting to violence, even to the point of lethality, when conversations went awry. Such a tranquil state of Shui Tianfei was indeed a rarity. After receiving the technique, Lu Qing'an began her attempts at cultivation. Before long, she paused. Father, this technique is far more agreeable to cultivate than Grandfather Zhao's. I feel no discomfort whatsoever. Upon halting, she quickly glanced at Lu Qing'an and smiled. Lu Qing'an approached, gently placing his hand atop Lu Qing'an's head, channeling his energy to assess her progress. He instantly confirmed that his eldest daughter was perfectly attuned to Shui Tianfei's technique. Indeed, this technique aligns splendidly with you. Henceforth, devote yourself earnestly to its cultivation. Really? So, I can simply convert the power cultivated in the immortal ruins to this technique? Lu Qing'an inquired. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. You cannot do it alone. I shall assist you. An hour will suffice. Is that true? When shall we begin? Lu Qing'an took a deep breath. Since she had arrived in the demon domain with the intention of residing here long-term, she decided to convert her previously cultivated power entirely to this realm's energy. The dissonance of holding power that felt out of place was unsettling, akin to a circle with a small gap. Let us commence immediately. You may step outside first, Lu Qing'an directed towards Shui Tianfei and the others. Father, should I also step outside? Lu Miao asked. Indeed, do not disturb your sister. Were you not craving some iced watermelon? Yay, Aunt Shui, let us go out. Lu Miao trotted up to Shui Tianfei and grasped her hand. It was the first time Shui Tianfei experienced someone holding her hand, causing her to tremble slightly. However, she suppressed her discomfort and nodded earnestly. This rare opportunity to bond with Lu Qing'an's child was one she must seize. After all, caring for Lu Miao was of utmost importance, especially since she was still young and needed a stepmother's affection. Well then, Miao, shall we go outside? Once they were assured that no one would disturb them, Lu Qing'an aimed to expedite his daughter's cultivation by directly extracting a portion of the million-fold experience stored within the system. Extract 1 fold of experience. Surely, this world could still bear the weight. Indeed, it can. Then let us extract another fold. He dared not take too much, lest he inadvertently shatter the very fabric of this world. Chapter 18. Visitors from the immortal ruins in the courtyard. Shui Tianfei first enchanted a watermelon for Lu Miao. Lu Miao embraced the watermelon and began to devour it with great delight. Miao, if you wish to have more of this watermelon in the future, you can tell Aunt Shui. Take this communication jade slip. You can channel your magic energy into it to send messages to Aunt Shui. If there is something on your mind, you can also convey it to me. Seizing the moment, Shui Tianfei endeavored to cultivate a good relationship with Lu Miao. All right. After saying this, Lu Miao continued to munch happily on the watermelon. Once she finished a slice, Shui Tianfei resumed their conversation, eager to learn more about Lu Miao's preferences. Miao, Do you particularly enjoy icy treats? No, I love anything delicious. Lu Miao replied. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's eyes glimmered. A child with such a penchant for food was certainly easy to manage. Miao, Aunt Shui may not excel at cooking, but I can learn. I promise to prepare meals for you in the future, all right? That's unnecessary. Grandpa Xiao cooks splendidly. Let's just let Grandpa Xiao handle the cooking. Shui Tianfei was momentarily taken aback. Then, how about Aunt Shui finds you many delectable treats from the demon realm? There are countless delicacies here that you won't find in the immortal ruins. For instance, magic orbs are exquisite treasures, and there are also fragrant elixirs. Shui Tianfei hurriedly rummaged through her memories of delicious foods to share. Really? Can you truly procure these delightful treats I've never even heard of, Aunt Shui? Lu Miao exclaimed in excitement. Of course. However, our relationship isn't particularly close yet. It's only when we become really good friends that Aunt Shui can help you find these goodies. Shui Tianfei replied with a smile. Then from now on, Aunt Shui will be my second best friend here in the demon realm. Second? Who is the first? It can't be your father, can it? Shui Tianfei blinked playfully. My father is not a friend. He is my favorite person. My number one friend is Grandpa Xiao. Lu Miao beamed. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Qing'an, how dare he claim my top spot? Just then, Xiao Qing'an, who had just stepped out of the house, felt a chill run down his spine. No, my lady. What is this murderous intent you have towards me? I have not wronged you. Shui Tianfei and Xiao Qing'an arrived at the stone pavilion. She had a question to pose to Xiao Qing'an. Once seated, Shui Tianfei cut straight to the chase and inquired, Are you aware of the detailed information regarding that woman? Xiao Qing'an, upon noticing Shui Tianfei's departure from Lu Qing'an's family, experienced a sudden transformation in his demeanor, his expression shifting to one of profound indifference. With a subtle twitch of his aged visage, he remarked, I too am a friend of Lu Qing'an. Would it be too much to ask for you to treat me with the same courtesy you extend to them? Could you perhaps speak gently and offer a hint of a smile? Shui Tianfei retorted, Can you be like them? Hurry up. Once I finish my questions, I must spend some time with Miao. Xiao Qing'an sighed, I am at a loss. I have always praised you in his presence, yet you doubt my sincerity? Enough of this. I must have misjudged your character. Stop the idle chatter and divulge all the information you possess. Xiao Qing'an ceased his banter and replied, The woman you speak of is the first one Lu Qing'an encountered upon reaching the immortal ruins. She possesses considerable talent and is quite gentle in nature. Am I not gentle? Is my talent inferior? Shui Tianfei interjected. Well, to be fair, you are quite gentle with him, but as for others. Xiao Qing'an trailed off, sensing her growing frustration. Did she truly lose out on this? How could that be fair? From his descriptions, it seems that her becoming his companion is largely due to coincidence. Just as he sought a stable life, she appeared. Is it merely luck on her part? Xiao Qing'an stated with a hint of uncertainty. Regardless, Lu Qing'an's ex-wife has indeed been fortunate. Without Lu Qing'an's clandestine support in enhancing her cultivation and talent, she could not have ascended to the emperor realm so swiftly. And what else? Shui Tianfei clenched her teeth, lamenting her own lack of such fortune. A stable life? Surely, she could alter herself for him. In the past, she could not tolerate any discomfort, plagued by obsessive cleanliness and compulsive tendencies. Yet for him, she had made some concessions. Eventually, they found themselves together, marrying and having children, 2 daughters and a son. And what of the son? Where is he? With his ex-wife, of course. Why? With a father like a demon emperor, such a formidable figure, why does he not stay with him? Shui Tianfei paused, momentarily stunned. Is the boy not in his right mind? Indeed, it is rather peculiar. Allow me to elaborate. Xiao Qing'an, eager to share his thoughts, recounted the necessity for Lu Qing'an to conceal his identity as a demon emperor in the immortal ruins, and how not long ago Su Qing'an had broken through to the emperor realm and attained the title of the pure emperor, among other revelations. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei was left utterly bewildered. This is simply beyond comprehension. Truly astonishing. She exclaimed, Is it not? When I first heard these words, I bore the same expression as you. Xiao Qing'an exclaimed, slapping his thigh in relief, finally finding someone who could empathize with his earlier sentiments. How could that woman have ever deserved him? Shui Tianfei could no longer remain seated, rising with fervor. Indeed, at that moment, I shared the same thoughts. The pure sovereign throne? While it is indeed admirable, it pales in comparison to the eternal night throne. No matter how fervently one cultivates, can it ever rival his strength? Ultimately, If there are no breakthroughs in other realms, achieving parity with my current self is merely a distant dream. Under such circumstances, is it not utterly foolish to leave him in pursuit of greater power? Indeed, those were my thoughts as well. Xiao Qingyi, like a comedic foil, slapped his thigh once more. No. I ought not to speak of her. Why should I mention her at all? Were it not for her lack of appreciation, her foolishness, and her aspiration to grow stronger, how could I possibly seize this fortuitous opportunity? Shui Tianfei quickly grasped the situation, her face blossoming into a radiant smile akin to a vibrant flower blooming amidst the frigid winter. Based on my understanding of Lu Qing'an, it is nearly impossible for him to turn back now. Your chances of successfully winning his heart are quite substantial. You must strive for it, Xiao Qingyi remarked. TSK, I suddenly find you somewhat agreeable. Quite commendable. Keep it up. Shui Tianfei laughed. Xiao Qingyi replied, I have always supported your union with him and have urged him to be with you multiple times. Why do you not believe me? All right, this time, I shall reluctantly trust you. I won't beat you up anymore. At this moment, Shui Tianfei turned her gaze toward Lu Miao, who was enjoying a slice of watermelon not far off. These two children, unlike their brother who chose that woman, clearly hold deep affection for Lu Qing'an. Currently, he has only these two children to whom he can confide his feelings. He must cherish them even more. Therefore, if she can truly win their approval, she will undoubtedly find her way into his heart. Half an hour later, Lu Qing'an successfully refined his eldest daughter's cultivation to align with the standards of the demon realm. All right, Zishuan, focus on your dantian and familiarize yourself with the cultivation techniques of this realm. Wow, I have genuinely transformed my cultivation to that of the demon realm. Moreover, I have even ascended a significant level. Father, what has transpired? Lu Qing'an smiled and replied, in the entire demon realm, only I can assist you. Had you been anyone else's daughter, you would have needed to start your training anew. As for this breakthrough, it was something I did along the way, imparting a bit of my cultivation to you. However, I cannot transmit too much, lest your foundation becomes unstable. You must solidify your base diligently. Wow, my father is the best. Lu Zishuan exclaimed joyfully. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile and returned to the hall. Upon seeing Shui Tianfei playing with Lu Miao, he momentarily lost his focus. Have you two grown this close? Lu Qing'an inquired. Shui Tianfei responded with a smile. The child is both adorable and intelligent. How could I not cherish her? Miao, tell your father, who is your best friend in the demon realm? Auntie Shui? Lu Miao replied eagerly. Lu Qing'an and Lu Zishuan exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. They both recognized the surprise in each other's eyes. This Shui Tianfei possesses a unique talent in nurturing children, Lu Qing'an mused. Subsequently, Shui Tianfei began to engage more closely with the two children, conversing with them. Evidently, one is ardently pursuing their inner aspirations. The arrival of the Snowy Day Empress has stirred a quiet courtyard, infusing it with a hint of commotion. This slight disturbance alleviates some of the emotional pain that Lu Qing'an harbors within. At that moment, a piece of communication jade slip, concealed within his spatial treasure, suddenly vibrated. Upon retrieving it, he discovered that the sender was none other than his good friend He Hong, residing in the celestial ruins. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to connect. Old He, I feel a growing desire to leave the celestial ruins. It has become rather dull. May I come to the demon domain to seek you out? Chapter 19. My sister-in-law is coming too. Lu Qing'an was taken aback by He Hong's words. Old He, what has transpired? To him, He Hong was a friend across generations, and their bond had always been strong since their first encounter. This relationship starkly contrasted with his rapport with Xiao Qingyi, which had evolved from a somewhat antagonistic rivalry into friendship. He Hong's and his friendship, however, had remained steadfast throughout. When you departed, many were aware of your status as a powerful emperor in the demon domain, and everyone in the celestial ruins knows of our close ties. Now, many are accusing me of betraying the celestial ruins by bringing demon domain individuals into our midst. In my eyes, there is little difference between the people of the celestial ruins and those of the demon domain. It is merely a matter of allegiance. I remain indifferent to such matters. Yet the rumors still irk me. After listening to He Hong's account, Lu Qing'an chuckled. You are also an emperor. They dare only to speak of you behind your back. You are welcome to come. I have found a place to settle here. However, do you intend to stay for a while, or make it a permanent residence? He was genuinely pleased at the prospect of having his good friend nearby, as it would provide more companionship. His strength had reached its zenith, and the system had accumulated a millionfold cultivation prowess within him. Whenever he desired, he could draw upon it. akin to having a substantial sum deposited in a bank, albeit he could not withdraw too much at once, lest the entire world collapse. With no need for further cultivation, his responsibilities were limited to caring for his two daughters and assisting them in their training. Hihong laughed. If I won't be hunted down by the people there, settling is certainly an option. After all, you know I have no other friends here. You are my closest companion. Furthermore, my two favorite young ladies are with you. As for your son, alas, we seem to be incompatible, unable to find common ground. His words subtly hinted at his longing for Lu Miao and her companions. Lu Qing'an responded with a smile. Very well. As long as I am here, you may reside for as long as you wish. No one would dare to lay a hand on you. Haha, your assurance is all I need. You truly are something else. To have concealed your peak emperor prowess for so long. Even I, an old man, failed to notice. Hihong was genuinely astonished upon witnessing Lu Qing'an's true strength. Having known Lu Qing'an for a millennium, he had spent nearly every day of that millennium sharing tea, playing chess, and engaging in conversation with him. He too possesses the cultivation of an emperor, albeit only at the mid-stage. However, it is rather inconceivable that he could not sense the presence of a peak emperor. It can only be said that Lu Qing'an excels too much in concealing his strength. Naturally, he did not blame Lu Qing'an for this matter. He understood all too well the difficulties faced by a strong being from the demon domain living in the immortal ruins. Failing to mask one's power could easily invite a siege from the powerful beings of the immortal ruins. Several centuries ago, a peak emperor from the demon domain had ventured into the immortal ruins. Despite the constraints of the boundary, he was still exceedingly formidable, yet ultimately, he was nearly slain by a coalition of many emperors from the immortal ruins. On that day, he had caught a distant glimpse of that fierce battle among top-tier powerhouses. Had Lu Qing'an's identity been revealed, he would undoubtedly have met a similar fate, or perhaps even faced immediate annihilation. Lu Qing'an remarked, "The fact that you haven't noticed indicates that you have never doubted me. Haha, you certainly have a way with words. Very well, I shall gather my belongings and prepare to set forth. How shall I find you when the time comes? Will you come to fetch me?" Hihong inquired earnestly. It took him 2 days to arrive at this decision. After all, the circumstances in the demon domain mirror those in the immortal ruins. Even with Lu Qing'an, a peak emperor from the demon domain, acting as his protector, he could not afford to expose his cultivation from the immortal ruins carelessly. Otherwise, he might find himself besieged by a group of powerful emperors. Thus, once he arrives there, he must exercise utmost caution. Lu Qing'an replied, "When you reach the point where the immortal ruins connect with the demon domain, send me a message, and I shall personally go to meet you." Entrusting this task to someone else made him uneasy. By going himself, he could ensure that no one could threaten Hihong's safety. Hihong chuckled, "Excellent. I shall send you a message then. I'll prepare thoroughly." After concluding the transmission, Lu Qing'an turned to gaze at the approaching Lu Qing'an, whose delicate features were alight with excitement. "Father, is Grandpa he coming here? And is it possible that he will be residing here?" Though she could not hear Hihong's message, she could discern her father's words and roughly deduced that Hihong intended to come here. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. "Yay, this is splendid," Lu Qing'an exclaimed joyously. Having felt somewhat out of place since arriving, she believed that having another familiar face around would aid her adjustment. With that thought, she dashed off to find Lu Miao. "Miao, I have wonderful news. Grandpa, he will be coming to visit us soon." Upon hearing this delightful news, Lu Miao bounced with excitement. "Really? That is fantastic." Shui Tianfei, overhearing their conversation, inquired, "Grandpa he? Who is he?" Lu Qing'an replied, "He is my father's good friend in the immortal ruins." "A good friend?" Both Shui Tianfei and Xiao Qingyi fell into contemplation upon hearing this, curiosity stirring within them. They yearned to see what manner of person this visitor from the immortal ruins truly was. Not long after, Lu Qing'an received another transmission from Hihong. This time, Hihong brought him another piece of news. His former sister-in-law, Su Yuni, also wished to pay a visit. However, it was not for a long stay. She simply wanted to check on the two children. Concerned that the children might face psychological issues after leaving home, she came to see them. Upon receiving the news, Lu Qing'an remained silent. Su Yuni had always been kind to him, particularly towards the 3 children. Thus, he readily agreed to their plan, instructing them to send him a message when they arrived at the border of the Xinshu and the demon domain. Upon learning that Su Yuni would also be making the journey, Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao were overjoyed. "Is my aunt coming too? That's wonderful," Lu Miao exclaimed, bouncing with delight as if she had just received a delectable treat. Lu Qing'an, equally elated, declared, "I will tidy up the room for Aunt and Grandpa He." Observing the children's buoyant spirits, Lu Qing'an felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had worried that they might struggle to adjust to this unfamiliar environment. But for his sake, they pretended to adapt. He could sense a hint of forced cheerfulness in Lu Zixuan's demeanor, but now, seeing his eldest daughter's genuine happiness, he felt reassured. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei exchanged glances upon hearing the news. Lu Qing'an's former sister-in-law is coming. Snow Tianfei's beautiful eyes narrowed with intrigue. Sisters often share not just physical resemblances, but similar temperaments. Very well, I am curious to see what this woman's sister is truly like. Chapter 20. Bringing people to the demon domain before a grand hall in Xinshu, Su Yuni gracefully descended, clad in a cerulean dress. Upon entering the hall, she found a strikingly handsome youth, no more than a teenager, seated in meditation. Under the guidance of an ethereal beauty radiating white light, his cultivation was surging. Moments later, he broke through to a new small realm. Lu Qing'an opened his eyes, gazing at his hands, filled with excitement. "Mother, have I truly advanced 3 levels in cultivation all at once? Indeed, I can assist you only to this extent. You must now solidify your foundation and continue to progress on your own," Su Qing'an advised. "Understood. Thank you, Mother." Lu Qing'an focused intently on the transformation of his cultivation. In less than half a day, he had made such significant advancements, something he had never dared to imagine before. Now, his cultivation was likely a level above that of his sister. Is sister available? Just then, Su Yuni's voice resonated behind them. Su Qing'an, having already sensed her arrival, nodded and asked, "Do you need to speak with me about something?" "Aunt." Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yuni, grinning widely. "Aunt, look at my cultivation. I've just advanced 3 levels." He carried an exquisite blade on his back, choosing to hold it rather than storing it in his spatial ring, clearly demonstrating his attachment to it. Su Yuni smiled and nodded, then turned her attention back to Su Qing'an. "Sister, I plan to accompany Grandpa He to the demon domain. What business do you have there? It is extremely perilous." Su Qing'an's brow furrowed instantly. "Grandpa He is visiting my brother-in-law, or rather, my former brother-in-law. I find myself with free time, so I wish to accompany him and see how Zixuan and Miao Miao are faring there," Su Yuni explained. Su Qing'an tightened her brow. "The demon domain is fraught with danger, and you have yet to reach the Emperor realm. It is far too risky for you to go. Sister, why do you always insist on accompanying me? Moreover, my brother-in-law will come to fetch us. As long as we conceal our cultivation, there should be no other issues. After confirming that Miao Miao and the others are faring well over there, I shall return," Su Yuni stated. Su Qing'an's expression was not very pleasant. She pondered for quite some time. "Mother, let my aunt go. Father possesses the cultivation of the great emperor. There should be no further complications. Aunt, when you see my sister, remember to tell her that I have broken through to the 3rd layer of cultivation." Lu Qing'an grinned. He could already envision the surprise on his sister's face upon learning of his rapid advancement. "All right, sister, do you have any messages for the children?" Su Yuni's visit was not merely to seek her sister's consent. She was also considering the 2 children and whether her sister had any words to convey to them. Surely, the children must be missing their mother. Su Qing'an closed her eyes, remaining silent for a considerable time. Ultimately, she could not hold back and said, "Tell them that their mother has her own life, and they should not blame me. Furthermore, take care of yourself and return early. The longer you stay there, the more perilous it becomes. When you come back, use your array skills well. If the children have anything to say to me, record their words." She was aware that her sister had devised a recording array. "Very well, but do you truly have nothing to say to the children? I shall give you this recording array. I will set off tomorrow morning. If you have anything to express tonight, just input it into the array." "All right. I shall return to pack my belongings," Su Yuni concluded, leaving the array behind as she departed. Su Qing'an gazed at the array, waving her hand to control it closer. "Zhengran, go back and solidify your cultivation. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, come find me." "Understood." After everyone had left, Su Qing'an looked at the array in her hand and ultimately recorded a message. The following morning, He Hong sought out Su Yuni, subsequently bidding farewell to those with whom he had maintained amicable relations. He found Su Qing'an and gazed at her, his heart filled with complex emotions. It was he who had introduced Su Qing'an to Lu Qing'an, a connection that had become entangled in misfortune, crafted by his own hand. "Qing'an, as I depart, I do not know when I shall return. Allow me to bid you a proper farewell," He Hong said. Su Qing'an replied, "He Lao, are you certain you wish to settle there?" It is still far too dangerous. I have made my decision. Do not dissuade me. Do you require me to convey any messages? He Hong looked at Su Qing'an, harboring a glimmer of hope, wishing to hear her ask him to relay a couple of words to Lu Qing'an. However, he saw Su Qing'an shake her head. Very well, He Hong sighed in resignation. It appeared that these two could truly never return to their former selves. Grandfather He, will I really not see you again? Lu Qing'an asked, frowning. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Focus on your cultivation. Let us see who, between you and your sister, breaks through to the Emperor realm first, He Hong replied. Lu Qing'an nodded. Then, I shall take my leave, He Hong announced. Second sister, are you truly going to follow them? Su Xianyu looked at Su Yuni, filled with helplessness. It is far too dangerous over there. Enough. We will contact each other through sound transmission when the time comes. Sister, we are leaving. After bidding farewell, the two soared into the sky, heading towards the demon realm. Su Xuanyu gazed at the horizon and solemnly remarked, I wonder if that fellow can adequately protect my second sister. And the two children, they have both practiced the techniques of the immortal ruins. Alas, had I known he was from the demon realm, I would have never allowed him to take the children away. Sister, is there a way to retrieve them? Su Xuanyu turned to look at Su Qing'an. Su Qing'an merely cast a glance at her brother. Then, as if she had heard nothing, turned and flew back to the Great Hall. Sister, please acknowledge me. He Hong, a seasoned emperor-level powerhouse, was not slow in flight. After an hour, he finally arrived at the boundary between the immortal ruins and the demon realm. Observing the environment of the demon realm beyond the boundary, both felt a tinge of anxiety. Qing'an, I have reached the boundary. Where are you? He Hong took out a communication jade slip to contact Lu Qing'an. Not long after sending the message, he spotted a figure swiftly approaching them, ultimately coming to a stop at the opposite side of the boundary. It was Lu Qing'an, who had come to greet them. Seeing this, He Hong and his companion smiled and crossed the boundary, arriving in the demon realm, halting before Lu Qing'an. Brother-in-law, Su Yuni exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile, then turned to He Hong, asking, He Lao, is this your first visit to the demon realm? Certainly, it is my first time. I must admit, I am a bit nervous. You must protect us well. He Hong replied with a grin. Rest assured, in the demon realm, no one can harm you. Now, follow me. The children have been waiting for you. Lu Qing'an signaled for them to relax, then unleashed his cultivation power, piercing through the void and bringing them into the vast expanse, flying at full speed towards Magic City. His current cultivation level had more than doubled from before, and in less than 2 breaths, he had covered tens of thousands of miles, arriving at Magic City. Su Yuni and He Hong, carried through the air by Lu Qing'an, widened their eyes in astonishment. Qing'an, how far did you just take us? He Hong could not help but ask quickly upon Lu Qing'an's halt. Tens of thousands of miles, Lu Qing'an replied calmly. At this, He Hong and Su Yuni were left speechless once again. What kind of cultivation power could enable such speed? They had always believed that even the peak of emperor-level powerhouses could not achieve such feats. Chapter 21. Arranging a future for an old friend. Both were rooted in place, suspended in the air, as Lu Qing'an's words left them in disbelief. In their understanding, the fastest travel speed of a peak emperor-level powerhouse was around 10,000 miles in a single breath. They had distinctly felt themselves traverse numerous spatial passages, certainly covering more than 100,000 miles, though they were uncertain if it truly reached tens of thousands of miles. However, there was no reason for Lu Qing'an to deceive them. Qing'an, could it be that your imperial position is related to space? He Hong pondered aloud, attempting to inquire. Lu Qing'an regarded his old friend with a smile and replied, He Lao, let us not dwell on that. The children have been waiting for you for quite some time. Let us discuss this further once we arrive. He Hong suppressed his curiosity and nodded in agreement. Su Yuni gazed intently at Lu Qing'an's profile. Previously, she had merely regarded her brother-in-law as someone meticulous, principled, and amiable in his interactions. However, she now perceived him as an enigma, shrouded in mystery. The more inscrutable a person becomes, the stronger the desire to unravel their secrets. This time, Lu Qing'an required no extravagant gestures. A brief flight brought them to a serene expanse above a tranquil mountain range. Upon arrival, Lu Qing'an guided them toward a quiet courtyard below. There, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao stood alongside Xiao Qingyi, eagerly awaiting their guest's descent. Grandfather He, Andy, Lu Miaomiao exclaimed, leaping with joy and waving her hands enthusiastically. Lu Zixuan smiled as she awaited their landing. Once they touched down, the two children darted towards Su Yuni like a gust of wind, embracing her and exchanging greetings. Good children, are you adapting well to this realm? Grandfather He's aged eyes sparkled with warmth as he inquired. We're doing quite well, enjoying ample food, drink, and rest. Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. And what about Meow Meow? Very well, just missing you a bit. Grandfather He, would you like some ice-cold watermelon? It's delicious. Lu Meow Meow beamed. Haha, let's hold off on that for now. Auntie, my sister and I have prepared rooms for you. Come, let us enter. Lu Meow Meow took their hands, tugging them toward the house. Lu Qing'an watched this scene with a smile, following them inside. Qing'an, who are these two? Grandfather He asked, glancing at the quiet Xiao Qingyi. They are my friends here. Perhaps they would like to introduce themselves? Lu Qing'an suggested. Xiao Qingyi smiled and introduced himself, saying, I am Xiao Qingyi, also known as the Great Emperor Lei Xiao, one of the foremost powers in this realm and a longtime friend of Lu Qing'an. May I inquire your names? Oh, so you are Daoist Xiao. I am He Hong, merely a humble elder from the Xinshu realm with modest refining skills. Grandfather He replied. Su Yuni, it's a pleasure to meet you, Senior Xiao. Su Yuni said, while Shui Tianfei also introduced herself. Having heard Grandfather He's words, she now endeavored to present a gentle demeanor. I am Shui Tianfei, one of the top powers in the demon realm and also a suitor of Lu Qing'an. Her introduction, however, carried an undertone of personal significance. As soon as the words left her lips, the previously warm atmosphere grew awkward. Lu Qing'an cast a silent glance at Shui Tianfei, bemused by her remarks. Grandfather He, momentarily taken aback, quickly broke the tension with a hearty laugh. Haha, I did not expect Qing'an to be so popular here. He couldn't help but scrutinize Shui Tianfei more closely, given that both had claimed to be among the top powers in the demon realm. Did that imply they possessed peak emperor-level strength? Wait, this woman resembles the demon realm expert who was besieged by a group of Xinshu powers that day. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. You have traveled far, so please rest. Lu Qing'an interjected, bringing an end to the peculiar conversation. Shui Tianfei, sensing the abrupt shift, cast a glance of quiet resentment towards Su Yuni. At that moment, she noticed Su Yuni gazing at her, and a flicker of dark light flashed in her eyes. Although Su Yuni's appearance was not lacking, she lacked the cultivation of the Emperor realm, and in terms of temperament, there was still a noticeable gap between them. As for strength, it was needless to say, surely Su Yuni's sister was no better. That foolish woman. She must have relied solely on luck to win over this man. He Hong and Su Yuni entered the tidied room, placing their belongings accordingly. Soon after, He Hong pulled Lu Qing'an into the room. Qing'an, I have many questions I wish to ask you. Observing his former friend, Lu Qing'an remained silent, sitting by the bed and gesturing for He Hong to speak. The bond between them stemmed from the shared stubbornness of the old man. When He Hong delved into his studies, he could lose himself entirely, and Lu Qing'an was no different. He had once had a friend who had long since passed, sharing the same fervor, and he saw that same reflection in He Hong. After a millennium of companionship, He Hong had treated him with sincerity, and Lu Qing'an regarded him as a confidant. Is there truly no possibility left with Qingying? If you need me to intervene in any way, I will assist you wholeheartedly. He Hong's expression was earnest. Lu Qing'an understood He Hong's intentions, but shook his head. No need. Let this matter pass. Very well, then. Do you truly intend to remain here and not return to the immortal ruins? Lu Qing'an nodded. All right, I have made my decision. I shall settle here. After all, this old man enjoys researching weapon crafting. I care little for matters beyond that. Just provide me with a space for crafting. And the most important thing is that I can see these two children after I finish my work. Oh, I truly adore your children and wish to see them grow up healthy. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in He Hong's eyes. From what Lu Qing'an understood, He Hong had once had a daughter who had tragically passed away at a young age. The children are quite fond of you, old man. I will arrange for a crafting room for you during this time. If you need any crafting materials, just let me know. Since you are new to the demon domain, I will ensure everything is arranged properly. Lu Qing'an patted He Hong's shoulder. Is that really necessary? He Hong chuckled. You're unfamiliar with this place. You can only rely on me. Do you think you can manage on your own? Cough, then I shall reluctantly accept. But I cannot take advantage of you. If you wish to craft in the future, just command me. I will do it for free. He Hong laughed. Very well, you have said it. I shall not hesitate to utilize your free labor in the future. Lu Qing'an did not actually require He Hong's assistance in crafting. In the demon domain, there were countless top-tier craftsmen eager to help him. The master craftsman who had originally forged his treasured sword had gained great renown for creating such a divine weapon, which Lu Qing'an had wielded to turn the demon domain upside down. slaying countless foes. Consequently, the craftsman had risen to become one of the most celebrated and sought-after masters in the realm. Chapter 22. This brother-in-law is far more mysterious than one could imagine. While He Hong engaged in a private conversation with Lu Qing'an, Su Yuni, under the arrangement of Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao, settled into an impeccably clean room devoid of any dust. "Aunt, how long do you intend to stay here?" Lu Zixuan inquired with a smile, hoping that Su Yuni would extend her visit. Gently patting the heads of the two, Su Yuni replied, "It depends on the circumstances. Aunt will try to accompany you both for as long as possible. Once you have adapted to life here, I shall take my leave. Then we shall remain unaccustomed forever." Lu Miao jested with a mischievous grin. "You little rascal." Su Yuni affectionately pinched Lu Miao's cheek. Lu Zixuan, aware that Su Yuni would eventually depart, felt unable to prevent her from leaving and resolved to cherish the time they had together. "Aunt, look at my cultivation." She shook off her apprehensive thoughts about their impending separation, choosing instead to appreciate the present and joyfully showcase her progress over the past 2 days. Su Yuni had not taken much notice of this before, but now, upon Lu Zixuan's deliberate display, she recognized the remarkable transformation in her cultivation. "What? You've actually broken through a major realm?" Su Yuni was astonished by Lu Zixuan's progress. How could such a significant advancement occur in just 2 days? "Moreover, my cultivation has already transformed into that of the demon domain." Lu Zixuan extended her hand to reveal a swirling mass of demonic energy, exuding an overwhelming aura. Su Yuni was left speechless. What on earth had transpired? She had previously heard that for a person from the immortal ruins to cultivate the techniques of the demon domain, they would need to relinquish their original cultivation. Yet, what had Lu Zixuan experienced to achieve such a transformation? "Zixuan, please tell Aunt how you accomplished this. It's utterly incredible. It's all thanks to my father. He even helped me ascend a major realm." Lu Zixuan eagerly recounted her discoveries from the last couple of days. She felt immense pride in her father's formidable strength, having previously had no one to share her elation and excitement with. Now, with her aunt present, she was eager to share. "Indeed, he is powerful. Who would have thought he possesses peak emperor-level strength? But even so, should he be able to assist you in transforming your cultivation?" Su Yuni still found it hard to comprehend. "My father claims that he is the only one capable of such a feat across the entire Songyun continent." "Are you certain that he said that?" "Aunt, Dad also mentioned that he has long been invincible." Lu Miao quickly chimed in, her smile endearing. "Invincible?" Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes. The two children had no reason to deceive her, and Lu Zixuan's transformation was undeniably evident before her. However, regarding the claim of invincibility, it was likely just Lu Qing'an playfully teasing the children. After all, it was universally acknowledged that there were always greater forces beyond one's comprehension. Nevertheless, her brother-in-law was indeed frighteningly powerful. Regardless, she believed that neither her sister nor her sister's master could possibly have facilitated the remarkable transformation of Lu Zixuan. It seemed that her brother-in-law truly was one of the most formidable warriors in the demon realm. Su Yuni pondered. "By the way, Aunt, look at this divine weapon." Lu Zixuan suddenly recalled something and quickly retrieved the 9 Hells Extermination sword from her storage ring. Su Yuni cast a glance at the sword in Lu Zixuan's hand, and with just a fleeting look, she was utterly astonished. "This is... Zixuan, where did you acquire such a divine artifact? It's terrifying." Just one glance made her feel a tremor in her soul. She had never witnessed such a fearsome weapon before. The most powerful weapon she had seen was her sister's master's sword, yet in comparison to this divine artifact, that sword seemed like nothing more than a child's toy. And now, this formidable weapon was in her niece's possession. Noticing her aunt's astonished expression, Lu Zixuan smiled softly. "Aunt, this is the divine weapon my father bestowed upon me, named the 9 Hells Extermination Sword. Isn't it impressive and powerful?" Su Yuni's mind momentarily faltered, as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving her questioning her very existence. "Your father gave this to you." She couldn't help but think of her other nephew, Lu Qing'an. After receiving his treasured blade, he had cherished it so dearly that he carried it everywhere, even displaying its hilt to others, eager for their attention. Now, the comparison was starkly evident. "Zixuan, are you certain this is truly a gift from your father?" Her aunt, possessing a modicum of insight, realized that such a divine weapon was rarely seen throughout the immortal ruins. The fact that it was given to a child was even more astonishing. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "At first, I felt my current strength was unworthy of this divine weapon. But my father said it was the weapon that was unworthy of me." Su Yuni mused. This weapon must undoubtedly be her brother-in-law's primary armament. He has directly bestowed it upon his daughter. At that moment, her assessment of Lu Qing'an deepened. To possess such a terrifying divine weapon suggested that his strength surpassed her initial estimations. No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Qingxue that day, claiming he had the ability to slay her. It was not mere bravado. He truly possessed the capability. It seemed he had managed to restrain his murderous intent that day, maintaining a remarkable composure. Had it been anyone else, they might have unleashed a massacre. Aunt, look, I have one too. Just as Su Yuni was lost in contemplation, Lu Miao poked her from behind with her little finger. When she turned around, she was rendered speechless. There stood Lu Miao, adorned in an equally formidable and adorable suit of armor. She was at a loss for words. The aura emanating from this armor was comparable to that of the divine weapon. It was clearly of the same caliber. With just a glance, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness envelop her heart. It seemed that no matter how fiercely she attacked her little niece, her formidable prowess could not cause a single strand of hair to fall from the girl's head. Aunt, look, I can make it disappear. Lu Miao eagerly demonstrated, making her armor appear and vanish at will. It could even change colors. Su Yuni watched in awe, feeling a bit dizzy. Her brother-in-law was truly enigmatic. What level of strength did he possess within the entire realm of magic? Judging by these two treasures alone, they were undoubtedly unmatched in the celestial ruins. Yet, her brother-in-law had directly bestowed such terrifying artifacts upon his two daughters. She pondered whether her sister would ever grant such treasures to her children. The answer was clear. She would not. Fortunately, the children had such a remarkable father. Chapter 23. The stubborn one. Seeing the current state of the two children brought Su Yuni a measure of solace. They appeared to be well. Just then, she noticed the sound transmission jade slip vibrating. Upon checking, she saw it was a message from her sister. Your mother is trying to reach you. Would you like to speak with her? Su Yuni smiled at Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao. However, the two girls, who had just been happily showcasing their treasures, suddenly fell silent and looked downcast. Su Yuni, witnessing this, smiled wryly and then activated the transmission. Sister, where are you? Have you encountered any danger? No. I've arrived at their residence, and the children are doing quite well. Oh, that was quick. Are they nearby? Yes. Is there anything you wish to discuss with them? Su Yuni inquired. Su Qing'an paused for a moment before replying. Asked the children if they would like to talk to me. Su Yuni had the volume turned up, so both Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao could hear. Yet, when she glanced at them, she found them still with heads bowed, sullen and silent. It seemed they had little to say. Su Qing'an continued, all right. Taking a deep breath, her voice unexpectedly shifted, morphing into that of Lu Qing'an. Aunt, is my sister and little sister there? Upon hearing her brother's voice, Lu Qing'an let out a small huff. Sister, how are things over there? Lu Qing'an asked eagerly. Lu Qing'an ignored him, feeling profoundly disappointed in her brother. Sister, say something. Still, Lu Qing'an remained silent. Is Miao there? Second brother misses you. Lu Qing'an called out. Lu Miao, in a fit of stubbornness, turned away and refused to speak. Qing'an, if there's nothing else, I will end the transmission for now. Su Yuni felt embarrassed for her nephew. Aunt, don't hang up just yet. Sister, you must be able to hear me, right? I've broken through to the 3rd level of cultivation. Lu Qing'an exclaimed cheerfully. Su Yuni interjected, what is a 3rd level breakthrough to you? Your sister has transcended an entire realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an could no longer contain herself, responding in a low voice. Is a 3rd level breakthrough really that impressive? Apologies, a younger brother remains a younger brother. I have just transcended to a significant realm. Furthermore, Father has bestowed upon me a divine weapon, far superior to your treasured sword by countless magnitudes. Indeed, countless. Sister, you may boast as you wish. I have surpassed you, and I suspect you are rather indignant about it, Lu Qing'an declared with pride. Ignorant. I shan't continue this discourse. Inquire with Aunt if you wish. Lu Qing'an chuckled lightly, deeming further discussion unnecessary. Aunt, is my sister merely boasting? Lu Qing'an was incredulous. A breakthrough to a significant realm? A divine weapon? Even more powerful by countless magnitudes? I never imagined that during her time in the demon realm, her propensity for boasting would have amplified so substantially. He had awaited the moment to surpass his sister for far too long. Su Yuni, upon being questioned, could only lament. When has your sister ever boasted? It is all true. Lu Qing'an. Su Qing'an had been listening attentively, and upon hearing her eldest daughter's voice, she perked up. However, after absorbing her daughter's words, she like her son, felt that her daughter had indeed learned to fabricate tales. Yet, upon hearing her sister corroborate these claims, she furrowed her brow. Has my sister also become adept at deception? Has the demon realm corrupted her so swiftly? A 2-day breakthrough to a significant realm seems utterly implausible, let alone possessing a divine weapon far superior to her son's treasured blade by innumerable magnitudes. Countless magnitudes. What does that even imply? Even a top-tier artifact cannot be deemed countless. Aunt, you shall aid my sister in deceiving me. I shall no longer converse with you. Lu Qing'an remained convinced they were fabricating tales. With that, he sulkily returned the jade slip of communication to his mother. Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose not to expose her sister's untruths. Be cautious over there. All right, sister, if there is nothing further, I shall conclude this communication. After their exchange, both ended the transmission simultaneously. Lu Qing'an turned to his mother and remarked, Mother, my sister has surprisingly learned to lie. There is a certain resentment in her heart. Perhaps that is the reason for her behavior. You are siblings. Do not harbor excessive competitive feelings, Lu Qing'an advised. Lu Qing'an fell silent, eventually nodding in agreement. Lu Qing'an continued to frown, her heart slightly saddened by her children's disregard for her, yet she ultimately dispelled the clouds of gloom and began her cultivation. In the demon realm, after Su Yuni concluded the transmission, she turned to Lu Qing'an. Qing'an, I understand your dissatisfaction with your brother's choices. However, each individual possesses their own path. Life unfolds in such a manner that various choices arise from diverse roads, a reality you cannot alter. Regardless of circumstances, you are bound by blood as close kin. As you mature and encounter more individuals, you will come to appreciate the significance of familial bonds. Having traversed the trials of the cultivation world for many years, I have discovered that, in the end, it is family that remains most loyal and caring. Thus, I treat my kin with utmost gentleness. Cherish all that you currently possess. She was acutely aware that her sister had erred in this matter, yet she found herself powerless, for that sister had nurtured her and her brother since childhood. Akin to a mother, her visit was not solely to see the two children. She also wished to sincerely apologize to Lu Qing'an on behalf of her sister. Lu Qing'an nodded, refraining from any further comment. Enough of this. I present to you these 2 items, recordings of your mother's words to you. It is for you to decide whether to listen, Su Yuni declared as she produced 2 talismans, handing one to Lu Qing'an and the other to Lu Miao. The 2 girls gazed at the talismans Su Yuni had offered, falling into silence for a moment before tossing them aside by the bed, displaying an unwillingness to engage. Nonetheless, Su Yuni noted that they did not destroy the talismans, suggesting that their reluctance was merely a matter of pride. Thus, she rose and exited, granting the children their space. Once outside the room, she observed that the children had not followed her, recognizing their desire to discover what their mother wished to convey. Just like her sister, they were stubborn in their demeanor. Su Yuni shook her head and smiled. At that moment, she spotted Lu Qing'an and Hihong emerging from another room. Brother-in-law, may I speak with you privately? Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement and stepping out into the courtyard. Su Yuni gracefully followed in his wake. Shui Tianfei, witnessing this scene, narrowed her eyes at the 2 departing figures, then turned to Xiao Qingyi. Her sister has divorced him. How can she still call him brother-in-law? In a private conversation? Does she not realize the impropriety of such an arrangement? Xiao Qingyi replied nonchalantly, What of it? They say a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. A day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. Calling him brother-in-law for a millennium cannot be altered in an instant. Whose side are you on? Shui Tianfei retorted sharply. Xiao Qingyi shrugged. You wouldn't appreciate my remarks anyway. I shall remain silent. Chapter 24. The Abyss of Demons in the Verdant and Serene Courtyard. Lu Qing'an and Su Yuni paused beneath a stone pavilion. Observing his former sister-in-law, Lu Qing'an had an inkling of what she intended to say. The next moment, he was taken aback as Su Yuni suddenly bowed deeply before him, offering a formal apology. Brother-in-law, I apologize on behalf of my sister. Lu Qing'an sighed, Please rise. You have done nothing wrong. Su Yuni was inherently kind-hearted, and since their acquaintance, he had often heard her apologies, not for herself, but on behalf of others. Particularly for Su Xuanyu. Whenever her younger brother spoke ill of him, Su Yuni would wear a pained smile and apologize. You are well aware of my sister's temperament. Having been raised by her, I understand her insatiable thirst for strength. Yet, I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent, nor did I foresee her willingness to relinquish everything she possessed. Noticing that Su Yuni remained in her bowed position, Lu Qing'an could not resist stepping forward to grasp her shoulders, gently urging her to stand. There is no need for further discussion. The situation has reached a point of no return. Moreover, your apologies are in vain. This matter bears no relation to you. You are a commendable young lady. Yet at times, you are excessively virtuous. Observing Su Yunin, Lu Qing'an found himself at a loss for words. He did not seek anyone's contrition, having reached this juncture. He chose not to look back. With 2 children still present, his family had not completely dissolved. Su Yunin lowered her head, feeling that her family owed Lu Qing'an a profound debt of gratitude. Well then, is this what you wish to discuss with me? If there is nothing else, shall we return? Lu Qing'an inquired. Su Yunin forced a smile and said, Brother-in-law, I also wish to apologize on behalf of Zheng Ran and my younger brother. Lu Qing'an replied, This girl, do you have an innate talent for apologizing? Very well, if you feel the need to apologize. You must demonstrate some sincerity or at least a token of your remorse. He couldn't help but chuckle. Su Yunin nodded earnestly. What must I do for you to accept my apology? Truly, she was quite stubborn. Lu Qing'an responded, Then from this moment forth, you shall remain here and not return. Can you manage that? He merely intended to tease Su Yunin. However, upon hearing this, her expression twisted with conflict, yet she ultimately gritted her teeth and asked, May I first return to bid farewell properly? Lu Qing'an sighed. All right, I shan't jest any longer. I accept your apology. Is that satisfactory? Enough of this. I am at a loss for words regarding you. He turned and walked into the house. Su Yunin gazed at Lu Qing'an's retreating figure, furrowing her brows, and then hurriedly followed him. Upon their return to the house, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. There stood He Hong, cradling the little armored Lu Miao Miao in one arm, while holding the divine weapon Lu Qing'an had given to Lu Zishuan in the other. Gazing at it with the awe of a besotted admirer, his eyes wide with admiration and his lips producing continuous exclamations of praise. Incredible, truly extraordinary. Upon noticing Lu Qing'an's return, He Hong swiftly approached him. Qing'an, are all these your treasures? Lu Qing'an nodded calmly. You possess such unparalleled divine weapons. Where did you acquire them? The craftsmanship is astonishing. I have never encountered anything like it. He continued. The mastery involved in forging these 2 treasures not only surpasses my own, but the materials employed are truly rare even in the Songyun continent. This type of metal is beyond my experience. He Hong appeared as a fervent enthusiast, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Qing'an replied, To be honest, the craftsman who forged these treasures indeed possesses a level of skill that exceeds yours considerably. If you are interested, I can introduce you to him later. You may seek his guidance. Alternatively, I could arrange for him to teach you directly. He had made up his mind. He had given the 2 treasures to his daughters. And as he currently lacked a weapon, he planned to establish a forging chamber for He Hong, allowing that old fellow to forge a weapon for him. He Hong, upon hearing this, was filled with elation. Really, I can truly learn from such a master craftsman. Lu Qing'an responded calmly, If he does not permit it, I shall persuade him. It is a trivial matter. Persuade him? That may not be appropriate. Moreover, as I anticipated, the individual capable of forging such a treasure must possess formidable strength, undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Are you certain you can contend with such prowess? He Qing does not underestimate Lu Qing'an. Rather, he is acutely aware that the abilities of a blacksmith are far from trivial. Each blacksmith is a robust figure, wielding their specialized weapon, a colossal hammer, in battle, rendering even the mightiest foes akin to mere iron. Lu Qing'an chuckled, saying, My friend, are you still oblivious to the true strength of your companion? Just trust in him. Throughout the demon realm, no one dares to disregard his commands, lest they incur his wrath. Upon Lu Qing'an's utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The notion that no one in the demon realm would dare defy Lu Qing'an's words was staggering to He Qing and XY New York. They pondered for a moment, sensing an element of exaggeration in Lu Qing'an's statement. While Lu Qing'an is indeed a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, it seems Lu Qing'an was merely attempting to convey the close camaraderie between Lu Qing'an and the esteemed blacksmith of the demon realm, suggesting a playful brotherly relationship. That is splendid. I shall humbly seek to learn from this formidable individual. He Qing truly sensed within these 2 treasures of blacksmithing technique he had never previously grasped. His journey to the demon realm had proven to be fortuitous. Very well. If that is the case, I shall venture to the celestial fallen demon abyss to procure some fine materials. By the way, all of you who have yet to reach the Emperor realm, accompany me. There lies a location where you can refine your physiques, facilitating your future ascension to the Emperor realm. The materials for Lu Qing'an's 2 treasures were sourced from the celestial fallen demon abyss, a venture that nearly cost him his life. Now, with his enhanced strength, procuring materials from there poses no challenge. If necessary, he could even draw upon some of his cultivation from within his sea of consciousness. Moreover, there exists a location there that would greatly benefit his 2 daughters. Although XY New York has yet to breach the Emperor realm, she is welcome to join the expedition. Upon hearing the mention of the celestial fallen demon abyss, Lu Qing'an and Su Tianfi could not suppress a gulp. They had encountered considerable hardships in that very location, almost losing their lives in the process, leaving them with a psychological shadow regarding the depths of the abyss. Thus, they opted not to partake in this venture. Chapter 25. The extermination of the celestial black flame. Lu Qing'an had never intended to include Lu Qing'an and Su Tianfi in his expedition, as their presence would only complicate matters, given their cultivation levels. Venturing to the innermost depths of the celestial fallen demon abyss without his protection could easily lead them into peril. Old Xiao, you must possess the communication mark from W. Ingdu NSHN. Relay a message to him, requesting his presence here, as I would like him to assist in constructing a blacksmithing chamber. Shortly thereafter, I shall require his expertise in forging. Lu Qing'an glanced at Lu Qing'an, noting that his communication device, having been submerged in magma for an extended period, had sustained some damage, rendering him unable to reach many of his contacts. Understood. Lu Qing'an nodded in agreement. Take good care of my friend while I'm away, Lu Qing'an said, glancing at Su Yuni and the others. Follow me. He not only brought Su Yuni and his 2 daughters, but also son Minzi along with them. Anyone below the realm of the great emperor could undergo refinement there. He departed with the 4, setting off directly. After Lu Qing'an left, Xiao Qingyi took out a communication jade slip. Hey, Wang Duanshan, it's me again. Wang Duanshan replied, all right. Goodbye. Xiao Qingyi exclaimed, wait. What do you mean goodbye? I have something to discuss with you. Actually, someone needs your assistance. Wang Duanshan inquired. Who? Xiao Qingyi responded. It's the person you asked me about last time, the one you wanted to know the whereabouts of. He has returned. Come here quickly. He requires your help in crafting weapons and also needs a workshop set up. Wang Duanshan retorted. Are you trying to deceive me again? Last time you claimed he had returned, luring me over to assist you with weapon forging. Do you expect me to fall for it again? Xiao Qingyi insisted. You'll know when you arrive. If I'm lying this time, I'll be your grandson. Wang Duanshan chuckled. Huh? You've already played the role of my grandson once. A foolish grandson. Xiao Qingyi remarked. Did you say that last time? How can you recall something I did not say? Xiao Qingyi urged. Ask Shui Tianfei. She is right beside me. Shui Tianfei affirmed. Indeed, he has returned. You should come quickly. Wang Duanshan skeptically remarked. Xiao Qingyi, are you mimicking Shui Tianfei's voice? This time you've refrained from imitating Lu Qing'an directly. That is a bit clever, but I still don't believe you. Do you know how busy I am? A multitude of peak Great Emperor Realm cultivators are constantly requesting my assistance in weapon crafting. I can hardly keep up. Stop bothering me. Shui Tianfei interjected. In the desolate lands of the Eastern Demon Domain, Lu Qing'an, accompanied by Su Yuni and the others, appeared above the barren expanse. Gazing downward, they beheld a gaping, millennium-old scar upon the earth, a remnant of a cataclysmic event. The heavenly fallen demon pit was formed by a colossal meteorite crashing from the heavens, creating a vast crater over 100 miles in diameter, its walls steep and knife-like, with dark crimson lava veins coursing through the obsidian rock layers. The pit's depths perpetually churned with purple-black demonic mist, occasionally coalescing into distorted phantoms and emitting piercing wails, consuming all sunlight in its grasp. At this moment, scattered figures of demon domain cultivators lingered at the perimeter of the pit, yet none dared approach the edge. Occasionally, a daring soul would venture forth, only to be violently hurled back by the sudden eruption of demonic energy. Countless weathered bones hung from the walls, some still clad in rusted armor. The most chilling aspect was the low-frequency tremors emanating from the pit's bottom, akin to the breathing of some slumbering behemoth, each tremor causing sand and stones to cascade downwards. At this moment, Lu Qing'an stood high in the sky, his garments billowing, his silhouette cutting through the chaos like a razor. Observing the familiar terrain, a subtle smile graced his lips. It had been a long time since he last returned here. His true transformation into the strongest entity of the demon domain began at this very site, where he encountered fortuitous events and acquired the black flame of extermination. It was the black flame that had manifested on his hand last time, annihilating the formidable emperor of the undead sect. After the meteorite descended upon this location, numerous powerful emperors flocked here to investigate. Some of these emperors, oblivious to the lurking dangers, were drawn by the allure of treasures believed to be hidden within the depths of the colossal pit. Consequently, a significant number of these powerful beings hastily ventured inside, eager to seize the riches. To their dismay, half of the emperors who entered perished, consumed by the abyss, becoming sustenance for the strengthening flames within. Remarkably, he not only survived, but also turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring the black flame of celestial extinction. Subsequently, he ascended to power, breaking through to the emperor realm. And upon attaining the title of Eternal Night Emperor, he vanquished deities and obliterated Buddhas. Now, upon his return, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Come closer to me. Once we delve deeper inside, remember not to stray from my protective energy, or you will be swiftly devoured by the demonic flames within. Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on Su Yuni and the others, his expression particularly solemn as he regarded his two daughters. Upon entering the depths, he intended to place them in a designated area, forming an energy shield to safeguard them, allowing them to refine their bodies without harm. Zishuan, keep a close watch on your sister and ensure she does not wander off. Lu Zishuan understood the seriousness of her father's demeanor and nodded vigorously, wrapping her arms around Lu Miao, who also nodded obediently. Su Yuni followed suit, though she was unfamiliar with the circumstances. Just a distant glance at the chasm below sent a chill down her spine. The aura emanating from it was terrifying. It was evident that this place was fraught with peril. Among them, Sun Minzi was most acutely aware of the horrors of the meteorite abyss. Countless powerful emperors had been buried here. The number of peak emperors who had fallen was beyond counting. Some had even succumbed to afflictions here. She had previously trained in the vicinity, and even from several dozen miles away, the fiery aura had transformed her significantly. Yet, at this moment, she sensed that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor intended to take her inside. It seemed they were heading to a deeper area. All right, let us descend. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Qing'an led the four of them, transforming into a streak of light as they flew straight downwards. This scene did not escape the notice of the formidable beings lingering around the meteorite abyss. What are they doing? Are they really heading directly toward the heart of the meteorite abyss? Surely, they are courting death. The very core of the region, even without descending into the depths, posed a grave threat. Merely hovering within a mile of that area without the cultivation of a Saint King could easily reduce one to ash. Did they not perceive that the aura was clearly of the Emperor realm? Even an Emperor would find it challenging. Should they accidentally descend a bit too deep, they would be gravely injured. Wait, they actually entered. Before they could deliberate further, they witnessed Lu Qing'an leading Su Yuni and the others directly into the chasm, swiftly plunging deeper within. This scene left a group of formidable practitioners from the demon realm, who had been cautiously cultivating near the abyss of celestial falls, utterly astonished. In Chapter 26, exploring the depths of the abyss, after Lu Qing'an plunged into the vast pit, he did not pause. Instead, he accelerated further. Enveloped in a shroud of demonic energy that formed a faint black light shield, safeguarding himself, and Su Yuni along with the other two within its embrace. At this moment, they felt no discomfort whatsoever. However, should this black light shield dissipate, the four, apart from Lu Qing'an, would be instantly reduced to ashes. Sun Minzi observed as Lu Qing'an continued to lead them swiftly downward, having already surpassed the depths attainable by an ordinary emperor-level practitioner. Her throat tightened. What a marvel! She felt absolutely nothing at this depth. Yet, it was rumored that even mid to late-stage emperor-level practitioners would suffer immensely here, with a risk of death looming overhead. Is this the true power of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an halted within the central region of the abyss. Approximately 3 miles deep, he found a suitable spot for the four to sit in meditation. With a wave of his hand, a larger black light shield enveloped the area within a radius of 10 zhang, instantly calming all the raging flames around, creating an environment akin to the outside world. Naturally, this would not afford Su Yuni and the others the benefits of body tempering, so he needed to adjust the shield to allow some of the fiery waves to penetrate. As the flames entered the black shield, it filtered out the most threatening components, retaining only those beneficial for tempering. I have divided this area into 3 domains. The very center, where you stand, offers no tempering effects, allowing you to rest comfortably. Approximately 1 zhang outward lies the second domain, where you will experience a pronounced burning sensation upon entering. Fear not, it will not inflict severe harm. Rather, it is intended to temper your bodies. Endure this discomfort, and you shall reap significant rewards, perhaps even insights into your cultivation. Beyond that, as long as you remain within the Black Shield, you will be in a safe zone, albeit with intensified tempering effects. Do you understand? Lu Qing'an inquired, gazing intently at the four. They all nodded. Even Lu Miao grasped the essence of Lu Qing'an's words. Very well, give it a try. Lu Qing'an did not depart, but stood aside to observe. Su Yuni and the others advanced. As they stepped into the Wenzhong zone, they suddenly felt a fierce burning sensation enveloping their bodies. Instantly, beads of sweat began to form on their brows, trickling down. Daddy, it's so hot. Lu Miao exclaimed hurriedly. Lu Qing'an responded, Miao, do you remember what I told you? One must endure hardship to rise above others. If you cannot withstand this little discomfort, you will never surpass others significantly in the future. All right, Miao can endure. Lu Miao resolved to bear it with determination. Su Yuni's cultivation was significantly superior to that of the three children. She felt no overwhelming discomfort here, but instead continued to advance. Upon entering the next domain, she was suddenly engulfed by a terrifying wave of energy. She halted immediately, feeling a profound unease coursing through her, yet there was no sense of life-threatening danger. After a moment of perseverance, her eyes widened in sudden realization. She discovered that her body was swiftly excreting certain impurities. Simultaneously, some of the perplexing cultivation and array issues that had eluded her understanding began to crystallize into insight. Lu Qing'an observed that all four understood his intentions, which brought him relief. Now, remember to remain outside this Black Shield. Even if someone appears nearby, do not pay them any heed, no matter how formidable they may be. They cannot enter. Before departing, he offered one last reminder, casting a glance at his two daughters, Zishuan, Miao. I have matters to attend to and may be away for a while. Focus on your training here until I return. Understood. Lu Zishuan nodded earnestly, gritting her teeth against the discomfort she felt. All right, father. We will await your return. Lu Miao chimed in. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, then turned and soared beyond the Black Shield, venturing deeper into the abyssal ruins. This area merely represented a somewhat perilous depth at the heart of the abyssal ruins, accessible to most late-stage Emperor Realm cultivators. The materials he sought could only be found in the innermost regions of the abyssal ruins. In the past, prior to his breakthrough into the Emperor Realm, he had exhausted all means to reach the deepest section, which lay 20 miles down. It was there that he acquired the celestial extermination black flame. Yet, the abyssal ruins extended far beyond just 20 miles in depth. No one truly knows how deep the abyssal ruins are. No one has ventured there. Now, having returned even stronger, he was prepared to explore the deepest recesses. He hoped to discover more materials for refining. Should the materials suffice, he could craft 2 additional treasures for his daughters, a suit of armor for his eldest, and a divine weapon for his youngest. At that moment, he thought of his son. Though his son had chosen to follow Su Qing'an, he remained his child. If there were surplus materials, he would forge a suit of armor for him as well. Transforming into a stream of black light, Lu Qing'an accelerated towards the deeper regions of the abyssal ruins. Within the 10-mile radius of the abyssal ruins, 2 individuals, drenched in sweat, were making their way deeper. Their speed resembled a leisurely stroll, their movements appearing as if slowed down. The 2 descended nearly in unison, laden with various items, treasures, arrays, and an overwhelming tide of demonic energy. Both were at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Old fool, look, I have taken another step forward. One of the men, clad in a black robe and bearing the visage of a middle-aged man, turned to mock the white-robed middle-aged figure trailing him by a step, emitting a shrill, derisive laugh. The middle-aged man in the white robe was drenched in sweat, seemingly infuriated, with dark smoke rising from his head. Just wait. I am about to take that step, he exclaimed. Finally, the man in the white robe took that step, aligning himself once more with the man in the black robe. Did you see that? I've caught up to you again. Humph. Just wait. I will soon take another step forward. The 2 men, like rivals, continued their slow descent. However, as their competition intensified, they suddenly turned their heads. Wait, why does it feel like someone is approaching rapidly? The man in the black robe exclaimed. Don't mention it. I felt it too. But it's impossible for anyone to approach so swiftly. At this depth, even with our cultivation, one misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Just as their confusion deepened, A shadow appeared behind them, zipping past in the blink of an eye, plunging deeper at an astonishing speed, like a shooting star. Both men were momentarily stunned, forgetting their perilous surroundings until they were abruptly jolted back to reality by the searing heat, quickly bracing themselves against the incoming flames. Chapter 27. It is very likely the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. After employing various methods, the two finally stabilized their condition. When they could finally catch their breath, they exchanged glances, rendered speechless for a moment. What just happened? It seemed like a person. Indeed, it was a person, but I couldn't see what they looked like. It was too fast. Unbelievably fast. They exclaimed in astonishment. Despite having just broken through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, they were still formidable beings. Their level of power required utmost caution while navigating such depths. Yet, that figure had flown downwards at full speed, seemingly unaffected. How outrageous! Could it be one of the most elite beings? The man in the black robe inquired. Impossible. No one at that level could. Unless it's the Demon Emperor. The man in the white robe replied. Demon Emperor? Isn't he supposed to be in the Demon Palace? Has he come here? The man in the black robe asked. I am not referring to that Demon Emperor. The one I mean is rumored to have ventured to the deepest parts, only about 20 to 30 miles down. So he couldn't possibly be flying at this depth. The man in the white robe clarified. You aren't suggesting it could be the previous Demon Emperor. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor, are you? Precisely. It is said that before he ascended to the Emperor realm, he could reach depths of around 20 miles in this abyss of fallen stars. Just imagine how deep he could go after breaking through to the Emperor realm and attaining peak cultivation. But the Eternal Night Demon Emperor has been missing for over 1,000 years. Perhaps he was simply in seclusion. Could it be that he has emerged now? Surely. He hasn't been in seclusion down here all this time? As the two engaged in fervent discussion, their astonishment remained undiminished. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an continued to soar deeper at an incredible speed. His countenance remained remarkably calm as he soared through the air, surveying the situation around him. Why were there so few practitioners in the heavenly fallen demon abyss? Moreover, the two individuals at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm appeared unfamiliar. Had they only just broken through to such heights? They seemed rather unremarkable, considering the depth of merely 10 miles they had reached. Lu Qing'an shook his head, reflecting on the myriad changes that had transpired in the demon realm during his millennium-long absence. Surely, many new talents had emerged, yet they appeared to be quite ordinary. After a while, he found himself at a depth of 20 miles into the abyss. Upon arriving, he suddenly slowed his pace, having spotted a mark he had previously left behind. A gentle smile graced his lips as he beheld the mark still intact. When he first ventured here, it was solely to evade pursuers, unaware that the possessions he bore granted him substantial immunity against the consuming flames. Thus, despite lacking emperor-level cultivation, he had managed to reach this depth purely by fortune. After attaining the pinnacle of the Emperor realm and cultivating the most formidable power ever seen in the demon realm, he had returned to this place. It was then that he discovered the materials needed to forge two precious artifacts, located over 30 miles deep within the abyss. Indeed, even at his strongest state, he could only reach that depth. Now, with a cultivation level twice as powerful as before, he believed he could descend to the abyss's deepest recesses. Yet, if that proved insufficient, he could always summon even more strength, 3 times, 4 times, or even 5 times. As long as the world did not collapse, he would draw forth his power until he could reach the deepest part of the heavenly fallen demon abyss. Logically, the deepest section should contain a sufficient supply of heavenly fallen divine gold. He hoped it would exceed the quantity he had previously acquired by at least double. After contemplating the mark he had left behind for a moment, he disregarded it and continued his descent, transforming once more into a streak of black light. He surged deeper with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he advanced another 5 miles. However, at that moment, he slightly reduced his velocity upon unexpectedly discovering the presence of another individual ahead. How could someone reach this depth? He soon discerned the reason for this person's achievement. It was a formation. Yet, the individual's mastery of formations was astonishing, and to his surprise, this was not the old acquaintance he recognized. Was this a newly ascended pinnacle emperor from the past millennium? He realized he did not know this person. After becoming the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and eliminating all his foes, he had entered a period of seclusion for nearly 10,000 years to break through. Once he had achieved his breakthrough, he remained active in the demon realm for nearly another 10,000 years before his mindset shifted towards a desire for a more settled life, ultimately leading him to quietly depart from the realm. Thus, apart from those of his own generation, he scarcely recognized any of the pinnacle emperor-level cultivators. To him, they all represented the new blood of the demon realm. There exists another possibility, a select few formidable beings who, during his ascent, coincidentally retreated into seclusion or hidden away for tens of thousands of years, may still dwell in isolation. The likelihood of this scenario is rather slim. Within his recollections, the most formidable array master in the demon realm remains an old acquaintance. Perhaps the individual before him bears some connection to that old friend? He pondered momentarily but chose to disregard it. His immediate task was to swiftly acquire the celestial fallen divine gold and return to his daughters. Thus, he bypassed the individual and soared deeper into the abyss. At that moment, a young woman, her fiery red hair cascading like flames and her snow-white gown fluttering gracefully, stood at the center of a multitude of array lights, slowly stepping into the depths of the celestial fallen demon cave. She was murmuring her steps to herself. "Oh, finally reached a depth of 25 miles. I have once again surpassed my limits. Here, I shall cultivate my array techniques." Her youthful visage radiated pride as she came to a halt, settling into a meditative posture. Countless array patterns swirled around her, intertwining golden and silver light, resembling a celestial river descending into the mortal realm. With a delicate touch of her fingertips, the runes fluttered like a swarm of butterflies, each ray of array light brimming with the power to shatter mountains and split seas. Yet, while she was reveling in her recent breakthrough, a sudden flash of black light darted past her side. She quickly turned her gaze forward. The overwhelming array formations surrounding her obscured her awareness of the approaching entity behind her, until that entity flashed before her eyes, allowing her to discern that it was indeed a person, a human. Impossible. She swiftly focused her sight on the silhouette of the fleeting figure. However, in the blink of an eye, that person had vanished beyond her line of sight. The terrifying waves of fiery energy had severely limited her ability to perceive the individual. It was undeniably a human. But at this depth, how could anyone dare to fly downward with such audacity? Was this truly a human being? Her ability to reach this profound depth was solely due to her extraordinarily formidable mastery of array techniques. Had it been purely reliant on cultivation, she would have faltered long ago at a depth of less than 20 miles. The individual she had just glimpsed was enveloped in a faint aura of demonic energy, lacking any protective measures. This was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 28. The mysterious life form at the deepest depths she yearned to pursue and uncover the truth. Yet her strength rendered her powerless to move, leaving her only to stare in disbelief. If it was indeed a human, what level of power must they possess? Could such an existence truly exist within the demon realm? She could scarcely fathom the level of prowess required to achieve such a feat. Not even the current demon emperor, nor the long-vanished eternal night demon emperor, could accomplish such a thing. After all, it was said that the eternal night demon emperor could only reach depths of 30 to 40 miles. At this depth, such a speed of flight was utterly inconceivable. Lu Qing'an soared rapidly for a while, ultimately arriving at the depth he had previously attained, 35 miles deep. Here, he beheld the markings he had inscribed upon his arrival after becoming the eternal night demon emperor. All the celestial meteorite gold at this depth had been collected by him in the past. Now, he had not encountered a single piece of celestial meteorite gold in this realm. Well, let us see how deep I can descend with my doubled strength. He was not in haste to exert more of his cultivation, nor did he fly rapidly. Instead, he descended at a more measured pace. As he ventured deeper into the abyss of the celestial meteorite cave, he noticed that the size of the opening began to gradually diminish with the passage of time. Currently, the space he occupied was no larger than a circular basketball court, yet ahead, the gaping chasm below resembled the menacing maw of a fearsome beast. Continuing his descent, the pit would undoubtedly continue to shrink until, at its deepest point, it would reduce to a mere hollow. There, it was likely that a considerable amount of celestial meteorite gold awaited him. After flying for a while longer, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to an object hanging on the nearby rock wall. It was a piece of celestial meteorite gold, roughly the size of a fist. Its surface was as black as ink, adorned with intricate dark golden patterns that glimmered as if molten lava flowed beneath. Its texture lay somewhere between metal and crystal, evoking an illusion of overwhelming weight, with an enigmatic warmth subtly radiating from its surface. Occasional bursts of purple-black electricity erupted from its edges, distorting the surrounding air into swirling vortices. Most intriguingly, At its core, a mass of liquid shadows spun languidly, resembling fragments of a sealed abyss. And gazing too long would induce a dizzying sensation. A smile crept across Lu Qing'an's face. This small piece could be fashioned into a rather petite dagger. Indeed, it would be perfect to forge a small dagger for Miao Miao. He reached out to grasp it, immediately feeling the celestial meteorite gold alternating between bone-chilling cold and searing heat. As mysterious energies sought to cling to his hand, it was reminiscent of an untamed beast attempting to retaliate against its captor. However, as the black flames flickered across his hand, the celestial meteorite gold instantly fell silent, returning to a tranquil state. Onward. This small fragment was insufficient. He believed that deeper within, more awaited discovery. He continued his slow descent, meticulously scanning his surroundings with his consciousness. At this depth, the waves of energy formed by the peculiar forces had transformed. They were no longer merely searing but oscillated between scorching heat and bone-chilling cold, creating a stark contrast. A typical peak Emperor realm expert venturing here, even by mistake, would meet their demise. Yet for Lu Qing'an, this environment felt as ordinary as any other space. The potent demonic energy surged around him, encasing him in a protective barrier that isolated him from all threats. He descended further and soon spotted another piece of celestial meteorite gold. Excellent. It was the size of a human head. He quickly secured this piece, which was ample enough to forge a divine weapon. Onward. If possible, he sought to gather even more. He continued his descent. As he continued his descent, he flew downwards for approximately 10 miles, discovering a piece of celestial meteorite gold nearly every mile. The size of the celestial meteorite gold did not increase with depth. Rather, it was a matter of fortune. In the deeper regions, he might find pieces no larger than a finger, or perhaps as large as a millstone. Over this depth of more than 10 miles, he had collected 2 pieces the size of millstones. This was likely sufficient for him to forge divine weaponry for his own use, along with armor for his eldest daughter and weaponry for his youngest. It appeared he was nearing the depths of this enchanted cavern. He hoped to acquire additional celestial meteorite gold. At that moment, the space surrounding him was roughly the size of a small pond. He feared that within less than a mile's further descent, he would reach the deepest part. Yet, his vision was obscured by chaotic energy, leaving him unaware of just how deep it truly was. If his estimations were correct, the entire celestial meteorite cavern extended to a terrifying depth of over 50 miles. He pressed onward, and with each step, the scene around him began to shift. The mouth of the pit was becoming increasingly constricted. To his surprise, he noticed that there were no longer any pieces of celestial meteorite gold clinging to the rock walls. At this depth, his current strength was proving somewhat insufficient. It seemed he would need to triple it. Lu Qing'an extracted more of his cultivation, and in an instant, his power surged to 3 times its original strength. At that moment, the discomfort he had just felt vanished without a trace. Being stronger was indeed quite exhilarating. He had to concede that the system which endowed him with such formidable power held some merit. As he observed the absence of celestial meteorite gold on the rock walls, he accelerated his descent. A quarter of an hour later, he came to a complete halt. It was at this juncture that he finally beheld the depths of the celestial meteorite cavern. The deepest part was a cramped space resembling a 3-well structure. The surrounding rock walls were smoothed to a mirror-like sheen by chaotic energies, glimmering with a ghostly violet light. At the center, a piece of celestial meteorite gold, approximately the size of a cart, floated majestically. Upon seeing this celestial meteorite gold, Lu Qing'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, there was a substantial piece of celestial meteorite gold. This single piece was sufficient for him to forge numerous items. However, upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized that this celestial meteorite gold differed somewhat from the pieces he had collected earlier. This enormous piece of celestial meteorite gold remained pitch black, its surface adorned with dark golden veins pulsating like veins of blood, with sharp edges erupting with violet-black arcs of electricity, warping the surrounding space into a spiraling void. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was the core of the celestial meteorite gold, which contained a swirling, translucent silvery gray energy mass. It breathed as if alive, flickering between brightness and darkness. Each time the light swelled and receded, star-like blue points of light emerged, only to instantaneously transform into crimson threads that danced away. The space surrounding the energy mass continuously collapsed and reformed, occasionally revealing translucent, tentacle-like ripples that, upon contacting the rock wall, emitted a deep, resonant hum, akin to a slumbering behemoth murmuring in its dreams. What on earth was this entity? How curious it feels, as if it possesses life. Lu Qing'an leaned forward, intrigued. Just as he took a step closer, the energy entity at the center of the celestial fallen gold suddenly erupted with an overwhelming force, surging towards him. Such a little creature. It truly possesses life, and such ferocity at that. In the face of this oncoming energy, Lu Qing'an merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispersing the terrifying aura. Had he still possessed only double his current strength, he would surely have sustained severe injuries from this sudden assault. Yet now, this entity posed no threat to him. I am eager to discover what manner of being you are. With profound curiosity, he pressed onward. Chapter 29. Extraterrestrial Life. Lu Qing'an advanced step by step. With each approach, the energy entity within the celestial fallen gold emitted a powerful aura, attempting to repel him and thwart his advance. Quite temperamental, indeed. However, do you truly believe you can harm me? Each assault from the energy entity was effortlessly dispelled by Lu Qing'an, as if he were swatting away a mere mosquito. Ultimately, upon drawing near to the celestial fallen gold and making contact, he unleashed the black flame of extermination, causing the energy entity within to abruptly fall silent. It seemed as though he had subdued it, as the once feral energy dissipated entirely. This entity appears to harbor a fear of the black flame of extermination. Every time he collected a piece of celestial fallen gold, he employed the black flame to negate its harmful effects on the human body. Today was no different, however, unexpectedly. After utilizing the black flame, the energy entity that had relentlessly assailed him moments ago became utterly tranquil, like a dog that perceives him as a foe, barking furiously upon sight, yet falling silent when he approaches with a weapon poised against its head. Nevertheless, this entity still exuded an aura of life, with a vibrant energy coursing within. This was undoubtedly a form of life he had never encountered, one primarily composed of energy. Yet, the knowledgeable Eternal Night Demon Emperor had never come across such a being and was at a loss for its classification. It was perplexing to him. The celestial fallen gold had descended from beyond the skies, thus its absence from records or sightings on the Songyun continent seemed reasonable. If he did not recognize it, perhaps others might. He could bring it back for further examination. Now that it has calmed, come forth. Lu Qing'an struck the celestial fallen gold with a palm, enveloping the entire energy entity in a shroud of formidable demonic energy, as if wrapping it in a layer of black cling film. His intention was to collect the celestial fallen gold for weapon forging, necessitating the containment of the energy entity within another vessel. Let us place it here. Lu Qing'an produced a delicate box, no larger than his palm, with a commendable internal space. However, just as he was about to confine the energy entity within the box, it suddenly exhibited a change. No longer did it assault him as before. Instead, it trembled slightly, emanating a peculiar thought. This thought felt rather nebulous to Lu Qing'an, reminiscent of the utterances of a child who had yet to fully develop its intellect. It conveyed a sense of awkwardness and illogicality. The general implication was that it disdained the box. He could sense this energy entity's aversion to the box. If that truly was the case, a subtle gesture of acknowledgement would be appreciated. As soon as Lu Qing'an expressed his thoughts, the energy entity quivered gently. It seemed indeed to have a genuine dislike for the box, yet he could not allow it to remain guarding the celestial meteorite gold. That was something he found useful. Thus, he resolutely urged it inside the box, denying it any opportunity for refusal. Once accomplished, he clapped his hands. This entity evoked the impression of a child, albeit a remarkable and powerful one, possessing at least double the strength he had previously held. This suggested that if this being were indeed a life form and merely a child, possessing double the strength of his former self was rather daunting. It could effortlessly annihilate those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and this was merely in its juvenile state. How formidable would it become upon maturation? He resolved to take it back for thorough study. He was unperturbed by the prospect of this entity causing him harm, as he retained a cultivation prowess 100,000 times greater, no matter how powerful it was. It could not surpass him. Lu Qing'an stowed away the celestial meteorite gold and cast a sweeping glance around the depths, scanning with his divine sense to ensure no treasures had been overlooked before ascending. It was time to check on how the children were faring in their refining. As he ascended, the red-haired woman, situated over 20 miles deep, suddenly found several formations around her fracturing. It appeared she could no longer remain at this depth. Her mental state had shifted significantly, and she needed to exit the celestial meteor cave to recuperate before continuing her cultivation. The presence she had perceived moments ago had greatly altered her state of mind, leaving her rather distracted. Ultimately, after confirming her inability to linger, she cast a lingering gaze downward into the depths, finding no one ascending, and thus controlled the formations to rise. Her departure was swift, and as she ascended, the pressure upon her diminished. Upon reaching nearly 3 miles deep, she abruptly halted, her gaze darting toward a corner. There, she beheld a black light shield. Lu Qing'an and the others were obediently following Lu Qing'an's instructions, diligently cultivating within the confines of the black light shield. Lu Miao, the weakest among them, could only sit a mere yard from the center, her expression still one of discomfort, her body drenched in layers of sweat. Nevertheless, she remained focused on refining her physique. Lu Qing'an and Sun Minzi were situated a bit further out, also engaged in their cultivation. As for Su Yuni, she was almost directly in front of the black shield. Seated in meditation, not only was she allowing that energy to refine her body, but she was also practicing the formations. Her journey had proven remarkably fruitful. Not only has her physique been refined, becoming exceptionally transparent, but her future cultivation should also proceed with greater ease and fewer obstacles. Most importantly, she has discovered that she has awakened a unique constitution, a constitution related to formations. As her understanding of the Tao of formations deepens, this constitution grows stronger, radiating waves of luminous aura from her entire being. This is the innate formation body. What is this phenomenon? How is it that one with such cultivation is not destined for demise within? The red-haired woman, observing from afar, could not suppress her curiosity and gazed intently toward the black light shield. Just as she was pondering the nature of this black light shield, her gaze abruptly shifted. Wait, this woman possesses an innate formation body. Upon seeing the radiant aura surrounding Su Yuni, the red-haired woman was overjoyed. Indeed, it is the innate formation body. Even she, with her unparalleled talent in the Tao of formations, does not possess such a body. And this woman, yet to reach the Emperor realm, astonishingly possesses an innate formation body. Those endowed with such a constitution find the study of formations exceedingly simple, akin to quenching one's thirst. It is a physique coveted by all formation masters. Could it be that this black shield is, in fact, a formation I have never encountered? If that is the case, then this black shield is her formation. How splendid! With such potential, should she become my disciple, my legacy would certainly endure. For years, she had been searching for a worthy disciple throughout the demon domain, yet had found none to her satisfaction. Little did she expect that her visit here for cultivation would yield such a remarkable discovery. She swiftly made her way toward the black shield, her approach capturing the attention of Su Yuni and her companions, who instantly grew vigilant. Chapter 30. Awaiting my brother-in-law's return, the red-haired woman, named Luo Danhong, noticed something extraordinary about Su Yuni as she drew nearer to the black shield. Wait, why does this woman's aura resonate with the spiritual energy from the immortal ruins? Su Yuni had no time to conceal her aura as Luo approached. She hurriedly attempted to withdraw it, but it was too late. The two locked eyes across the black light shield, momentarily speechless. Su Yuni could distinctly sense the overwhelming power emanating from Luo Danhong, who stood at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Such strength could easily crush them. She began to worry whether the black shield, set by her brother-in-law, could adequately protect them. Had she known, she would not have engaged in formation cultivation here. The relationship between the immortal ruins and the demon domain meant that once discovered, they would undoubtedly face repercussions. Regret washed over her for having been so absorbed in her practice. Yet, among the four, she was the only one harboring concern. Lu Qing'an and Sun Minzi remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of worry despite Luo Danhong's approach. They recalled Lu Qing'an's words. As long as they remained within this light shield, nothing could harm them. You come from the immortal ruins? Luo Danhong furrowed her brow, taken aback to encounter someone with the potential to inherit her legacy, only to find that this person hails from the immortal ruins. This revelation left her feeling hesitant, perhaps even reluctant. Despite having seen the answer before her, she could not help but voice her inquiry. Su Yuni took a deep breath. Remaining silent, her only course of action now was to buy time. The other party's inquiry perhaps stemmed from uncertainty regarding her origins from the immortal ruins. Luo Danhong, noticing Su Yuni's silence, furrowed her brows even tighter. Are you unable to speak? Su Yuni replied, have you misunderstood something? I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Observing Su Yuni's vigilant demeanor, Luo Danhong's expression softened into a faint smile, signaling her not to worry. Su Yuni was momentarily taken aback. No intention of harming us? Wait. The sudden shift from a frown to such a demeanor was clearly a deliberate display. Thus, she chose to remain silent. Luo Danhong, realizing that no matter how she spoke, Su Yuni would not respond, felt at a loss. What was the matter with this woman? If she had not been mistaken, this woman indeed hailed from the immortal ruins. But how could someone from there appear in this place? It was perplexing. Gritting her teeth, she decided to disregard whether Su Yuni was from the immortal ruins. The rarity of innate array bodies was even less than the probability of that eternal night demon emperor breaking through to become a great emperor. Such a talent must be seized. If necessary, she would cultivate her in secret, or perhaps guide this woman to adapt to their demonic realm's techniques, and then retrain her in the arrays. After all, this woman had yet to reach the great emperor realm. I have discovered that you possess an innate array body, and as the strongest in the array path of the demonic realm, upon encountering such an exceptionally gifted individual, I feel compelled to take you as my disciple. Would you consider accepting my lifelong array inheritance? Luo Danhong declared resolutely. Upon finishing her words, an array of luminous symbols radiated from her, showcasing her formidable array mastery. Su Yuni was further stunned. She had indeed awakened her innate array body, a rare constitution indeed. The existence of array masters with such a physique from the immortal ruins was merely a legend from ancient times. Could it be that this person genuinely wished to take her as a disciple? She gazed at the numerous arrays behind Luo Danhong, and within a brief moment, she was captivated by the aura and mastery emanating from them. What powerful arrays! What intricate designs! She had witnessed the most formidable array masters from the immortal ruins. But compared to this individual, they seemed like mere novices. There was no comparison. Was she truly the strongest array master from the demonic realm? Why were there so many talents in this realm? Whether in strength or in various matters, they surpassed those from the immortal ruins. Were it not for the boundary that imposed limitations, the immortal ruins would have likely been obliterated by the powerful beings of the demonic realm long ago. Are you truly intent on taking me as your disciple? Su Yuni inquired, her interest piqued. Such array mastery would indeed afford her immense knowledge. I am certain you hail from the immortal ruins, and this will influence my subsequent teachings. As long as you agree to forsake your current cultivation and adopt our demonic realm's techniques, I shall pass my lifelong inheritance to you, Luo Danhong replied. Su Yuni's expression darkened. Rebuild my cultivation. She had diligently cultivated to this level, with the realm of the great emperor now within her grasp. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an hastily exclaimed, "Aunt." No. Realizing that someone intended to strip her aunt of her cultivation, she quickly intervened. She understood well that since her father had been able to assist her in converting her cultivation from the immortal ruins to the current demon domain, he should also be able to help her aunt. If her aunt were to lose her cultivation, how long would it take to start anew? Su Yuni swiftly turned to Lu Qing'an, urgently conveying through thought, "Zishuan, have you discovered something amiss?" Lu Qing'an replied, "Aunt, let's wait for my father to return before making any decisions." She refrained from elaborating, fearing that her father might not be able to accomplish it later. He should be back soon. Su Yuni's eyes flickered. Then she addressed Luo Danhong outside the black shield, clasping her hands together. "Senior, we shall wait for my brother-in-law to return before making a decision. When will your brother-in-law return? Where has he gone?" Luo Danhong inquired, momentarily silent. Moreover, she noticed that this black shield possessed a unique energy, feeling entirely different from a typical formation. For something with such peculiar effects, it ought to be a formation. Among those present, only Su Yuni was a formation master, and her strength was formidable. Thus, there was a 99% chance that this formation was set up by her. "My brother-in-law is busy with matters, but should be back shortly," Su Yuni replied, uncertain whether Luo Danhong was genuinely benevolent. Hence, she simply stated this. "So, is this your formation? What is its name?" Luo Danhong continued to inquire. Su Yuni shook her head. "This is my brother-in-law's method." Is your brother-in-law also a formation master?" Luo Danhong asked, somewhat surprised. She had never encountered such an extraordinary formation before. The rarity of a formation she had never seen was evident, especially since she was the strongest formation master in the demon domain. "I don't think my brother-in-law is," Su Yuni replied, uncertain if Lu Qing'an had any secrets from her, though it was possible he might also be a formation master, yet she could not be sure. Luo Danhong furrowed her brow again. Curiosity piqued, as she reached out to touch the black shield. If it were indeed a formation, she could discern its intricacies with a bit of time, even unraveling it. Since she was merely waiting, she thought to investigate what kind of formation this was. Her finger made contact with the black shield, and the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Formation activate," she shouted, and her body radiated with the brilliance of a formation. Boom, boom, boom. As she touched the black shield, a terrifying pressure surged toward her. Imbued with overwhelming aggression and lethality, she hastily activated her formations to defend herself, only to be astounded to find that she had initiated 10 top-tier defensive formations. Yet the first 9 were instantly shattered. Only the last formation managed to withstand the onslaught. What is happening here? Luo Danhong was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of disbelief as a mere wave of pressure shattered her 9 defensive formations. Chapter 31. A Frightening Encounter. Luo Danhong found herself in a state of profound shock, questioning whether everything she had just experienced was but a mirage. Despite her repeated inspections, it became evident that her formations had indeed been obliterated, all within the span of a fleeting moment. Could this truly be the prowess of her brother-in-law? She cast a swift glance at Su Yuni, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su Yuni was equally bewildered. She had never anticipated the terrifying power of this black light shield. As a fellow formation master, she understood well the remarkable speed at which Luo Danhong had erected her defensive formations, 10 in the blink of an eye, and the formidable strength they possessed. Yet, to her dismay, such formidable defenses had crumbled effortlessly before the energy emanating from her brother-in-law's light shield. How could 9 such powerful formations be dismantled in an instant? What had transpired? What kind of ability did her brother-in-law possess that was so fearsome? Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes, turning to Luo Danhong, who wore an expression mirroring her own disbelief, shaking her head in confusion. "Senior, what did you just do?" She couldn't help but wonder if Luo Danhong was merely putting on an act. Had she sabotaged her own formations? Otherwise, how could a mere touch of the energy radiating from that black light shield possess such terrifying power? The instantaneous destruction of 9 formidable defensive formations suggested that even a peak Emperor-level expert would be annihilated upon contact with this black light shield. After all, these 9 defensive formations were capable of rivaling the full defensive capabilities of a peak Emperor-level master. Luo Danhong, faced with Su Yuni's probing question, became even more perplexed. "I did nothing. The light shield is attacking me. It can attack people, and with such ferocity?" Su Yuni's mind raced back to what Lu Qing'an had said before his departure. He had mentioned that as long as the 4 of them remained within the confines of the light shield, no matter how powerful an opponent, they could not penetrate the black light shield. Initially, she had thought it might deter stronger individuals, considering her brother-in-law was also a peak Emperor-level expert. But now, it seemed his words were indeed true. Even the mightiest peak Emperor-level experts could not enter. Contemplating this, the corners of her mouth quivered slightly as she recalled the conversation with Xiao Qingyi and the others not long ago. Was her brother-in-law truly an invincible entity in the demon domain? Could he defeat anyone? Had he concealed his strength so deeply all these years? "Senior, perhaps you should quietly await my brother-in-law's return," Su Yuni suggested, observing that Luo Danhong's demeanor did not seem to indicate a performance. For her sake, she offered this counsel. Having fully recognized the vast superiority of Luo Danhong's formation skills, if she were truly able to receive the inheritance from Luo Danhong, it would be an extraordinary opportunity for her. Luo Danhong pondered for a considerable time, her gaze unwaveringly fixated on the black light shield. Ultimately, she nodded. At that very moment, she suddenly noticed a little girl behind Su Yuni, her face alight with joy. "Daddy is back." Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni, upon hearing Lu Miao's words, quickly turned to look in the direction she indicated, but they found no trace of Lu Qing'an. When they redirected their gaze back to Luo Danhong, they finally spotted Lu Qing'an standing silently behind her. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an had stealthily positioned himself behind Luo Danhong. At this instant, it seemed Luo Danhong had yet to realize that a strikingly handsome man in black attire was standing behind her. "Daddy, father, brother-in-law." The sudden exclamations from Su Yuni and the others took Luo Danhong aback. Calling me daddy and brother-in-law? Wait, could there be someone behind me? Impossible. I am a peak Emperor-level powerhouse, equipped with formidable array warning systems. It is inconceivable for anyone to stealthily approach me. Who are you? Before she could mentally prepare herself, a robust male voice resonated from behind her, startling her. "No. What is happening?" Luo Danhong swiftly turned around. her array lights flashing wildly as she enveloped herself in a multitude of defensive formations. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an and sensing no murderous intent emanating from him, she exhaled in relief. However, after gazing at Lu Qing'an for a brief moment, her expression shifted dramatically. Wait, this figure resembles that. She rapidly turned her head back to the black light shield, and in an instant, it felt as though an electric current coursed through her mind, everything falling into place. Gulp. She swallowed hard. Who on earth is this person? Why is he so terrifying? When did the demon realm harbor such a fearsome individual? I am inquiring. Who are you? Lu Qing'an asked with an air of cold indifference. By this time, he had already discerned that someone had tampered with the blacklight shield he had set up. It must be this woman. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her earlier, noting her formidable array prowess. However, should she be someone who would dare to attack him, there would be no reason for her to remain alive. Yet, at this moment, he sensed no hostility from her, which was one of the reasons he refrained from taking lethal action against her. The second reason was that her array capabilities might be related to an old acquaintance of his. Could she possibly be the disciple of that old friend? I am Luo Danhong. Under Lu Qing'an's scrutinizing gaze, Luo Danhong felt her soul quiver slightly, as though she were being observed by a primordial beast. Unconsciously, she responded to Lu Qing'an's inquiry. What have you done to the demonic energy barrier I set up here? Are you attempting to destroy it? Demonic energy barrier? Impossible. How could this be the lowly technique of the magic barrier? Such a trivial spell can be so terrifying? No, if the practitioner possesses formidable strength, then it might indeed be possible. Recalling the scene she had witnessed deep below, she swallowed hard again and hastily exclaimed, No, I was merely curious about what it was and only touched it lightly. You can ask them if you don't believe me. As she spoke, she found herself inexplicably adopting a tone of respect. Lu Qing'an glanced at his two daughters, and upon seeing Lu Zixuan nodding slightly, he retracted the oppressive aura he had emanated. The amount of cultivation he had summoned for mere intimidation was sufficient to render a weaker individual unconscious. Did she say something to you? Lu Qing'an disregarded Luo Danhong and soared into the black light shield, positioning himself before his daughters. Brother-in-law, she was primarily speaking to me just now, Su Yuni promptly replied. Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yuni and inquired, What did she say? Chapter 32. The senior sister of an old friend, Su Yuni replied, Not long ago, I awakened my innate array body here. This senior discovered it and wished to take me as a disciple, but I would need to abandon my cultivation of the immortal ruins and retrain in the demonic realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an cast another glance at Luo Danhong. After his return, he had already noticed a peculiar aura surrounding his sister-in-law, indicating a significant transformation in her constitution. If she truly possessed an innate array body, then her visit was indeed fortuitous. He had sensed no hostility from Luo Danhong. And considering her commendable prowess in array techniques, she was capable of descending to the depths of the skyfall demonic abyss, surpassing even the array mastery of his old friend. You need not forsake your cultivation, but do you wish to become a disciple? If so, you may not be able to frequently return to the immortal ruins. Lu Qing'an inquired, regarding Su Yuni with respect for her decision. Should Su Yuni desire to learn more advanced knowledge of array techniques, he would assist her in converting her cultivation to that of the demonic realm, a task not burdensome for him. After all, Su Yuni had yet to break through to the Emperor realm. If she were to achieve that level, it would indeed complicate matters, though only slightly. Su Yuni remarked awkwardly, I am somewhat inclined, but I cannot remain here indefinitely. On this trip to the demonic realm, she had informed her sister and brother that she would return soon, and suddenly telling them she would not return would undoubtedly raise suspicions of misfortune, causing unnecessary worry. If your concerns stem from your sister and brother, I would advise you to disregard them. Your sister values strength greatly. If you express your desire to cultivate here, she will surely support you. As for your brother, cough cough. Lu Qing'an chose not to elaborate further. He harbored a slight selfish desire. Should Su Yuni stay longer, his two daughters would undoubtedly be delighted. Before Su Yuni and He Hong's arrival, he could see smiles on his two daughters' faces. Yet he always felt that their expressions were deliberately crafted. They had grown up and didn't wish to burden him with their worries. However, after their arrival, especially with Su Yuni present, he could distinctly observe the sincerity of his daughter's smiles. Their joy was genuine and heartfelt. Upon hearing this, Su Yuni felt that Lu Qing'an's words held merit. Should I perhaps consider it? After all, there is no rush to return, she said, slightly embarrassed. Lu Qing'an nodded in agreement. At that moment, Luo Danhong, who aspired to take on disciples, felt a bitter pang in her heart as she listened to their conversation. Am I not the one seeking disciples? Why am I not included in this discussion? Lu Qing'an then shifted his gaze back to Luo Danhong. Do you truly wish to take her as a disciple? You must already be well aware of my capabilities. Should you harbor any ill intentions towards her, there would be no sanctuary for you in the entire demon realm, let alone the Songyun continent. Upon hearing this threatening remark, Luo Danhong quickly assured him, I certainly do not harbor any malicious intentions. Rest assured. She was convinced that Lu Qing'an was not merely boasting. Recognizing her genuine desire to take on a disciple, Lu Qing'an made a decision. Very well, I plan to depart for Demon Lin City. Will you accompany me, or do you have other matters to attend to? If you have pressing obligations, leave a communication token. I have no matters to attend to. All right, then let us proceed. With a single wave of his hand, Lu Qing'an retracted the black light shield, and the demonic aura enveloped Lu Zixuan and the others once more. Just as he was about to leave the heavenly meteoric cave, he turned to Luo Danhong and inquired, What is your relationship with the strongest array master in the demon realm, Huang Hao? Are you his disciple? To his eyes, Luo Danhong appeared quite young, while Huang Hao was an old man with white hair. If there was a connection between them, it should logically be that of a master and disciple. If they were indeed master and disciple, it would reflect well on Huang Hao for nurturing such a formidable talent in array techniques. Based on his assessment, Luo Danhong's prowess in the art of arrays had already surpassed that of Huang Hao. I am not the strongest array master in the demon realm, Luo Danhong replied, her lips twitching at the mention of the name. I am not his disciple. He is my junior. Really? Lu Qing'an was taken aback by this revelation. He is your junior? I have never heard of Huang Hao having an elder sister. However, Luo Danhong had no reason to deceive him, nor would she dare. This led him to ponder whether there was an intriguing story behind their relationship. When he had first encountered Huang Hao, the old fellow was already dubbed the strongest array master in the demon realm. Whether this title was self-proclaimed or bestowed upon him by others remained unclear. Seeing Lu Qing'an's confusion, Luo Danhong hastily explained her relationship with her junior. I have known him since childhood, and we both studied under the same master. I am significantly older than him, yet my talent in array techniques exceeds his, allowing me to grasp the concepts sooner. Thus, I am his elder sister. I am not particularly concerned with external opinions, which starkly contrasts with my junior who relishes the spotlight. My passion lies in the study of array techniques, which is why my skills have consistently surpassed his. For a period, I found myself at an impasse in my array mastery, prompting me to retreat to a secluded place for profound cultivation, where I remained for a full 30,000 years. Luo Danhong revealed the intricate relationship between herself and Huang Hao, disclosing her cultivation journey and accomplishments over the years. My prowess surpassed his by a considerable margin. However, upon emerging from seclusion, I was astounded to hear everyone proclaiming him as the most formidable array master in the demon realm. Lu Qing'an, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. This old fellow truly possesses no shame. Despite being aware of a stronger individual, he continues to boast of his own supremacy as the strongest array master. Yet, this behavior is entirely consistent with his character. Having encountered many who revel in pretense, few can rival him, save for Huang Hao. Since he is your junior apprentice, it would be fortuitous for you to convey a message to him, summoning him to Mo Lin City to meet me. Luo Danhong, taken aback, inquired, Do you know my junior apprentice? We share a cordial relationship. Perhaps you've heard of my name, Lu Qing'an replied, gazing calmly at Luo Danhong. At this moment, realization struck Luo Danhong with a jolt, and she gazed at Lu Qing'an in shock. After her seclusion, her junior apprentice had been boasting of a particular claim, that he was a close brother of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Could it be? No, this cannot be. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor cannot be that powerful, can he? Is it possible that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is far stronger than the rumors suggest? Luo Danhong swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Are you, perchance, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Qing'an nodded. To think you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. However, my junior apprentice may not be able to meet you for a while. Why is that? During our last array duel, I inadvertently injured him, and now he is in seclusion to heal. He may not emerge for some time. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. Very well. We shall wait until he completes his seclusion. I am in no rush to meet this old friend. All right, let us depart. He took Lu Zixuan and the 4 others along with him, glancing at Luo Danhong with impatience. He decided to bring her along without delay. With a swift motion, He ascended into the sky above the demon abyss, and as he did, the air trembled, causing the void ahead to collapse and reveal a spatial passage. In a mere step, he transported the five of us back to the courtyard above Mo Lin City in the blink of an eye. Luo Denhong, who had been following Lu Qing'an throughout, found herself once again rendered speechless at the sight. Is this still a mere human? Chapter 33. The proud blacksmith. A short while before Lu Qing'an returned to the courtyard, a diminutive figure clad in a black robe, bearing a massive hammer, appeared above the courtyard. This newcomer was half the height of an ordinary person, sporting a receding white hairline, with extraordinarily muscular arms and a defiant gaze directed at the courtyard below. Upon his arrival, Shui Tianfei and the others emerged from the courtyard. Upon seeing Wang Duanshan, Xiao Qingyi ascended into the air with a smile. Old Wang, it has been a while. How have you been lately? Wang Duanshan regarded Xiao Qingyi with disdain. If you attempt to deceive me again, you shall meet your demise. While he might deceive you, I certainly shall not. Below, the Snow Heaven Empress did not ascend to the skies to greet, but rather spoke in a chilling tone. Wang Duanshan gazed down at the Snow Heaven Empress. His visit was indeed prompted by her presence. Although Xiao Qingyi could imitate her voice, he could not replicate her experiences. He merely inquired about the number of weapons he had forged for her, and upon receiving a definitive answer, he was convinced that the voice transmitting from across was indeed that of the Snow Heaven Empress. He believed that she had little reason to deceive him. Ignoring Xiao Qingyi, he swiftly approached the Snow Heaven Empress, standing before her with a firm stance. Snow Heaven Empress, you truly did not deceive me. The Evernight Demon Emperor has returned? Wang Duanshan scrutinized her, hoping to catch a fleeting expression on her face to validate the truth of the matter. However, when facing him, her countenance resembled an ice block, devoid of any subtle emotion. He has returned, merely taking a brief excursion, and he has requested you to assist this fellow Taoist in constructing a refining chamber. The Snow Heaven Empress was willing to aid Lu Qing'an in this endeavor, since he wished to help Hihong establish a refining chamber. She would do her utmost to facilitate its completion. Upon seeing Wang Duanshan, Hihong's face instantly brightened with a warm smile as he hurriedly approached, extending his hand to grasp Wang Duanshan's. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Hihong, also a refining master. I have witnessed your forged weapons, and I must say, they are truly stunning. Wang Duanshan frowned, withdrawing his hand with a haughty demeanor. I am Wang Duanshan. He held no interest in becoming acquainted with Hihong. His purpose for being here was singular. He had not come to assist anyone in building a refining chamber. In his eyes, no refining master within the entire demonic realm could compare to him. To him, Hihong was merely an ordinary craftsman. Observing Hihong's overly friendly demeanor towards Wang Duanshan, Xiao Qingyi patted Hihong on the shoulder. Do not take offense. This old fellow has always been this way, as if everyone owes him money. Hihong quickly waved his hand with a smile. It is nothing. I appreciate those with character. Please, Wang Taoist, step inside. He was well aware that most refining masters possessed stubborn temperaments, with some exhibiting particularly peculiar traits, yet it was undeniable that the stranger the temper, the greater the refining prowess. Let us not sit inside. Wang Duanshan, let us commence the construction of the refining chamber directly. The Snow Heaven Empress interjected, wishing for Lu Qing'an to see the completed chamber upon his return. She aspired to be a truly virtuous wife and mother, assisting him in all endeavors. Ahem. A sip of tea is always welcome, Xiao Qingyi remarked, glancing at the Snow Heaven Empress, pondering how she had immediately set the guest to work upon arrival. However, just as Xiao Qingyi finished speaking, he was met with the Snow Heaven Empress's glare. Hurry, we shall drink after the work is done, she insisted. Humph. Who said I came here to agree to help you build a refining chamber? Do you not understand my worth now? It is beyond me, Wang Duanshan retorted. Currently, those seeking his refining skills span from the easternmost to the westernmost corners of the demonic realm. To ask him for assistance in constructing a refining chamber felt akin to using a precious sword to dig up wild vegetables. What? Do you not heed the words of my man? He had asserted that if you did not listen, he would make you listen, Snow Tianfei stated in a low voice. Oh, since when has the Eternal Night Demon Emperor become your man? Have you succumbed to infatuation again? Moreover, I am still questioning whether you have deceived me. I have yet to see his figure. Wang Duanshan despised being coerced, and although his strength was slightly inferior to Snow Tianfei's in a real confrontation, he would not be significantly weaker. What? Do you wish to engage in a duel with me? Upon hearing Wang Duanshan's words, Snow Tianfei was instantly incensed. What do you mean by infatuation? Can liking someone be called infatuation? Xiao Qingyi, witnessing the sudden tension between the two, felt overwhelmed. He Qing had not anticipated such a swift shift in emotions from the trio and stood frozen in place, bemused. Qing'an, when will you return? He Qing thought to himself with a wry smile. Ultimately, through the mediation of Xiao Qingyi and He Qing, the two managed to refrain from fighting. Wang Duanshan then entered the room and took a seat. Wang Daoyu, I have a question regarding weapon forging. May I inquire? He Qing, noticing that the others had fallen into silence, spoke up with a smile. He indeed had a question about forging and was quite certain that Wang Duanshan surpassed him significantly in this regard. Opportunities to seek guidance like this were rare. I have no time. Wang Duanshan cast a glance at He Qing, his face brimming with arrogance. He Qing replied, we are all just sitting here waiting. How can you claim to have no time? Ignoring Wang Duanshan's response, he directly posed his question. It is like this, when I am forging, I always encounter issues just as I am about to finish. Although Wang Duanshan claimed to be busy, he still listened when He Qing presented his question. After hearing it, his brow slightly furrowed, though he concealed this subtle change in expression. How ridiculous it was that such basic knowledge of forging eluded him. Wang Daoyu, do you know? Could you kindly enlighten me? He Qing quickly implored with a smile. Huh. You only want Wang Duanshan to raise his proud head and expound upon a plethora of knowledge and experience regarding forging, and after finishing, he would glance at He Qing, remarking, you wouldn't understand anyway. He Qing, seated, was rapidly contemplating, and after a moment of silence, suddenly clapped his hands in realization. Of course, how did I not think of that? Thank you, Wang Daoyu, for your enlightenment. You are truly experienced. I am in awe. Hearing He Qing's praises, Wang Duanshan was somewhat surprised that He Qing grasped his explanation but attributed it to his own clarity in teaching, lifting his chin a fraction higher. By the way, Daoyu, I have another question. This one leaves me even more perplexed. He Qing quickly posed another question about forging. As soon as he did, Wang Duanshan's brow furrowed in contemplation. Xiao Qingyi, noticing Wang Duanshan's unexpected silence, teased, Old Wang, you can't possibly not know this one, can you? Nonsense. Is there a forging question I don't know? Don't interrupt. I am organizing my thoughts. Wang Duanshan furrowed his brow. He was indeed stumped by He Qing's inquiry, a question he had not even considered before. After careful reflection, he finally arrived at an answer and articulated it. He Qing, upon hearing it, clapped his hands once more. Excellent. Splendid. Wang Duanshan, upon realizing the perfection of his answer, exhaled in relief. However, as he gazed at He Hong, his expression shifted slightly. This fellow possesses quite a remarkable talent. Thank you, my friend. The final question has plagued me for the longest time. He Hong never anticipated such an opportunity to resolve a dilemma. He would gladly sacrifice 1,000 years of life for it. His journey to the demon realm had indeed been the wisest decision of his life. Do you have another question? A more challenging one. Wang Duanshan began to feel a sense of dread. How did this individual uncover so many peculiar issues related to artifact refinement? Moreover, this question is even more difficult. He Hong scratched his head, chuckling ruefully. I spend a considerable amount of time mulling over these things. After asking, he continued to gaze at Wang Duanshan with eager anticipation. Wang Duanshan was left speechless by He Hong's inquiry. He truly did not understand. After a moment of hesitation, suddenly, a familiar aura enveloped the courtyard. They have returned. Xiao Qingyi exclaimed. Wang Duanshan felt the powerful, familiar presence of Lu Qing'an, and his eyes brightened. He truly did not deceive him. This fellow has indeed returned. Chapter 34. An unforgettable experience for the artifact refiner. Wang Duanshan and the others emerged from the courtyard, looking skyward to confirm the return of Lu Qing'an and his companions. However, Shui Tianfei quickly fixated her gaze on a striking woman with red hair, Luo Danhong. No, how could he return with a woman after such a brief absence? The corner of Shui Tianfei's mouth twitched. This man possesses an overwhelming charm that easily attracts attention, especially now, as she observed Luo Danhong staring intently at Lu Qing'an. Something felt amiss. Could he have enchanted this woman? Furthermore, she had never seen this woman before, with her aura of the demon realm and peak emperor-level strength. She should have crossed paths with her at some point. Upon seeing Wang Duanshan, Lu Qing'an's lips curled into a smile as he and his companions descended gracefully into the courtyard. Old Wang, you've arrived? Lu Qing'an greeted Wang Duanshan calmly. Haha, I was beginning to think I had been deceived. I'm relieved to see you back. Wang Duanshan, who had previously wore a proud demeanor, now appeared more humble in Lu Qing'an's presence. I informed them about your arrival and what I needed you for. How did you manage? Lu Qing'an inquired. Xiao Qingyi quickly interjected. This old fellow simply does not trust us. You have no idea how many times I have been tricked by this old Xiao. After being deceived so many times, I've learned not to trust him. It's not my fault. Wang Duanshan hurriedly added. Lu Qing'an chuckled softly. At that moment, Lu Miao approached Lu Qing'an, tugging at his sleeve with her tiny hand, and asked, Daddy, who is this? This is Wang Duanshan. You may call him whatever you wish. Lu Qing'an replied. We are all old friends. Oh, then he must be Grandpa Wang. Lu Miao beamed. Hello, Grandpa Wang. Wang Duanshan was utterly bewildered. Ah, this is your daughter. After a millennium of absence, you return with such an adorable daughter? Grandpa Wang. At this moment, Lu Zixuan joined in with a shout. After a brief moment of confusion, Wang Duanshan quickly responded with a warm smile. Haha, my dear little girls, I had no idea of your presence, and thus did not bring any splendid gifts. However, feel free to select any of these weapons. Consider them as a token of my affection for our first meeting. As he often devoted his time to forging, the weapons he presented were all of the highest caliber, rank 10. This display left Sun Minzi thoroughly captivated. How extravagant. I desire one as well. Yet, she felt too shy to voice her wish. Lu Miao and Lu Zixuan exchanged glances, seemingly seeking Lu Qing'an's opinion. With a calm smile, Lu Qing'an encouraged, take what you like. Your grandfather has plenty of weapons to spare. Indeed. Take as many as you wish. I possess little else but an abundance of weapons. Wang Duanshan was genuinely taken aback by the charm of Lu Qing'an's daughters. One was adorably cute, while the other was strikingly beautiful, and most notably, they addressed him as grandfather. Just listen to how delightful it sounds. The way they called him grandfather struck a chord deep within him. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan and her companion felt no need for further politeness. After all, who would refuse an abundance of fine weapons? Each approached to select one. But in the next moment, they heard Lu Qing'an's gentle reminder. Each of you should take an additional weapon. Your grandfather truly has no shortage. Yes. Take more. Wang Duanshan encouraged. Thus, the two obediently complied, each selecting an extra piece. Once they had made their choices, the girls quickly expressed their gratitude to Wang Duanshan with sweet voices. Thank you, grandfather. Haha, no need for thanks. No need. Wang Duanshan beamed with joy. This scene left Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei in silence. The proud old man, who had carried himself with such dignity all his life, exhibited a side they had never witnessed before. Moreover, they had never seen Wang Duanshan smile like this. As Xiao Qingyi reflected on this, he glanced at Lu Qing'an's daughters and began to understand Wang Duanshan's demeanor. It was inevitable. Lu Qing'an's daughters were indeed delightful. Who could resist such charm? Go. Each of you give a weapon and one to Minzi as well. Lu Qing'an communicated telepathically to his daughters. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately understood why their father had suggested they take an extra weapon. So this was his intention. Aunt, I have an extra weapon for you. Lu Miao, who was seated nearer to Su Yuni, cheerfully offered an exquisite rank 10 sword to her. Su Yuni was taken aback. Lu Zixuan then approached Sun Minzi and handed her the additional weapon. Minzi, this is for you. This is too much. Sun Minzi was flabbergasted, appearing both honored and overwhelmed. Take it, it's a gift, after all, Lu Qing'an said calmly. Well, in that case, thank you very much. Sun Minzi swallowed hard and quickly expressed her gratitude. Su Yuni, initially inclined to refuse, felt hesitant even though her current weapon was only of upper rank 10 quality. However, upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, she reconsidered and accepted it. Thank you, Miao. Lu Miao smiled. No need for thanks, aunt. By the way, who are these two? Wang Duanshan then turned his attention to Sun Minzi and Luo Danhong. He could discern that Lu Miao and Lu Zixuan bore a striking resemblance to Lu Qing'an. Furthermore, Lu Miao referred to Su Yuni as Auntie, thus revealing Su Yuni's identity to him. However, he remained unaware of the connection between Luo Danhong and Lu Qing'an. Indeed, who was this esteemed companion? Shui Tianfei inquired, specifically addressing Luo Danhong. Do not concern yourselves. Allow me to introduce my dear friend from Xinshu, He Hong. Lu Qing'an stated as he approached He Hong and placed a hand affectionately on his shoulder. Wang Duanshan was taken aback by Lu Qing'an's warm gesture, for he had never experienced such camaraderie from him. Xiao Qingyi felt a twinge of envy as he too had not received such affection. Shui Tianfei found herself feeling somewhat uneasy. She yearned for a similar display of warmth from him. Ah, we just made introductions, Wang Duanshan mused, astonished by the closeness of He Hong and Lu Qing'an. My friend possesses commendable skills in crafting, though he may not yet match your level. I invited you here to assist in forging some treasures and to impart some wisdom to my good friend, Lu Qing'an continued. Oh, you wish to forge? Do you have exceptional materials once more? Wang Duanshan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Your friend seems capable and can certainly lend a hand. The extent of his learning will depend on his own fortune. The prospect of collaborating in crafting was exhilarating for Wang Duanshan, though he quickly masked his enthusiasm, aware that such displays could tarnish his reputation in the presence of others. It is not any other material, merely the heavenly falling divine gold we procured during our last forging session, Lu Qing'an explained. How splendid. How much do you have this time? Is it possible to forge a weapon? Wang Duanshan could hardly contain his excitement upon hearing this, for as a craftsman, he relished the opportunity to work with such arcane materials. The memory of his experience crafting with Lu Qing'an lingered in his mind like a cherished first love, an unforgettable sensation that had endured through the years. Who would have thought that after all this time, he would have the chance to forge another weapon with such materials? There is a considerable amount this time. Assess how many items you can forge, Lu Qing'an replied as he revealed the entirety of the heavenly falling divine gold he had obtained. In an instant, the enormous heavenly falling divine gold materialized, floating in the air. Upon witnessing this astonishing sight, Wang Duanshan gasped and collapsed to the ground. My goodness, he exclaimed, utterly stunned, his mind momentarily incapacitated by the sheer magnitude of the heavenly falling divine gold. Was this a dream? Where could it possibly have come from? Could it have originated from the depths of the falling demon cave? Had Lu Qing'an ventured into the most profound depths? Xiao Qingyi was not entirely aware of the significance of the heavenly fall divine gold, yet he could sense its extraordinary nature. Gazing at such a colossal piece of this divine material, he was left speechless. However, at that moment, he witnessed the ever-proud Wang Duanshan unexpectedly lose his composure, stumbling backward and falling to the ground. Xiao Qingyi quickly helped him to his feet. Wang Duanshan, in a swift motion, freed himself from Xiao Qingyi's grasp and lunged forward, his hands reaching out to touch the heavenly fall divine gold. Indeed, this is real. I've struck gold. This is it, he murmured, his face alight with ecstatic joy. He Hong, a formidable blacksmith, instantly recognized that this was the very material used by Lu Qing'an for crafting weapons and armor. As he beheld the heavenly fall divine gold, he too became entranced and joined Wang Duanshan in caressing the magnificent substance, as if they were fondling something truly exquisite, lost in their reverie. Why does it feel somewhat inappropriate? Shui Tianfei remarked, exasperated by their behavior. They certainly know their worth, Lu Qing'an chuckled, observing the two. Now, aside from this piece of heavenly fall divine gold, I also have some fragments here. I entrust them to you both for the crafting of armor and weapons. Just like before, please assess how many treasures you can forge and provide me with the blueprints for my selection. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Wang Duanshan snapped back to reality and promptly nodded earnestly. All right, leave everything to me. Xiao Qingyi interjected. What? You're crafting weapons for him without receiving anything in return? Isn't that rather condescending? Wang Duanshan disdainfully shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi. You lack foresight. Just wait and see. After this, I will no longer be the strongest blacksmith of the present time. I shall become the most powerful blacksmith throughout history, a figure that future generations will never surpass. A legend without equal. He was destined to become a mythical existence. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction, handing the heavenly fall divine gold to Wang Duanshan. He then produced a sphere of energy he had carefully preserved, presenting it to the onlookers. Behold, what do you make of this? I have never encountered anything like it, and I wonder if any of you have. Most of those present were among the most elite warriors of the demon realm, so perhaps some had seen it before. The moment the energy sphere appeared, it captivated everyone's attention. What is this? Such a terrifying aura. It gives me the impression that if it wished to harm me, I might not withstand even a single blow. I've never seen anything like it, but it feels immensely powerful. What could this be? Is it a living entity? Where did you acquire this? A chorus of astonished voices echoed as they sensed its formidable presence. Lu Qing'an explained. I discovered it in the depths of the heavenly fall demon cavern, encased within this large piece of heavenly fall divine gold. Initially, it resisted and attempted to attack me, but after I subdued it, it fell silent. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's account, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Particularly those aware of the perilous nature of the Heavenly Fall Demon Cavern widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Lu Qing'an. You ventured to the very depths of the Heavenly Fall Demon Cavern. Luo Danhong, momentarily dazed, looked at Lu Qing'an with a gaze filled with reverence, fully believing the truth of his words. He undoubtedly possesses the strength to soar to the deepest reaches of the abyssal demon cave. However, Xiao Qingyi harbored some skepticism. Are you boasting? Did you not previously assert that you could only reach about 30 to 40 miles? Now you claim you can go straight to the bottom? He was certain that Lu Qing'an must have discovered this peculiar object within the abyssal demon cave, and he believed that Lu Qing'an's assertion of reaching the very bottom was merely an embellishment intended to impress. Wang Duanshan and Xue Tianfei regarded Lu Qing'an with unusual glances. They, too, were not entirely convinced by his words. Having all visited the abyssal demon cave, they acknowledged that although Lu Qing'an was stronger than them, it was hard to fathom his prowess to such an alarming degree. Lu Qing'an refrained from refuting their doubts or offering explanations, simply stating, "Is there truly no one who knows what this object is? One thing is certain, it hails from beyond our world. It appears to resemble a life form, and I have the distinct impression that it remains in an unhatched state, not yet having reached its complete form." At that moment, Luo Danhong attempted to voice her perspective. Lu Qing'an turned to her and asked, "Based on your words, could this possibly be a demon beast?" I am not certain," Luo Danhong replied, shaking her head. Lu Qing'an surveyed the surroundings. With no further opinions being voiced, he decided to store the energy entity away. "Never mind, I shall keep it for now, in due time. Its essence will be revealed. Now, let us commence the construction of the artifact forging chamber. Let us work together to expedite the process." Lu Qing'an began delegating tasks to those present, then turned his attention back to Su Yuni and Luo Danhong. "You may discuss your own matters. If you find it difficult to reach a decision, feel free to transmit your thoughts to your sister and brother for their counsel." Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on Su Yuni, hoping she would acquiesce to Luo Danhong. If she intended to stay here for an extended period, she could return to him for assistance in transforming her cultivation. Su Yuni nodded in agreement. "All right." Upon hearing this, He Hong exclaimed with delight. "Yuni also intends to remain here long-term. The esteemed friend wishes to take her as a disciple. It is up to her to decide." He Hong glanced at Luo Danhong a few more times, then smiled, hoping Su Yuni would choose to stay. Having an additional acquaintance would indeed be beneficial, and it was clear that coming here was a particularly wise choice. With Lu Qing'an's assistance, their endeavors and strength could reach even greater heights. Lu Qing'an and the other men began to fly toward the mountainous region behind, searching for a suitable spot to establish the artifact forging chamber. Su Yuni and the others invited Luo Danhong into the dwelling. Xue Tianfei initially contemplated following Lu Qing'an, but, upon observing Luo Danhong, suppressed her inclination to accompany him, instead seeking to discern Luo Danhong's true nature. She sensed something amiss. This woman might compete with her for a man. "Esteemed friend, how should I address you? I do not believe I have encountered you within the demon domain," Xue Tianfei inquired coldly as Luo Danhong took a seat. "Luo Danhong, you must be the renowned Xue Tianfei, am I correct?" "Oh, you know of me? My junior disciple has mentioned you a few times. He is Huang Hao." You are Huang Hao's senior sister? Why have I never heard that he has a senior sister?" After conversing for a while, Xue Tianfei had already gleaned the essence of Luo Danhong's background. It turns out she is Huang Hao's senior apprentice. No wonder she was brought back by Lu Qing'an. She glanced at Su Yuni, who was currently taking out a communication jade slip to relay a message to the immortal ruins. It must be directed towards that woman, right? The mere thought of that woman, who had once been favored by Lu Qing'an, sent a chill down Xue Tianfei's spine. That foolish woman had better not allow Su Yuni to remain here. Consequently, Luo Danhong would also have to leave. As she observed the increasing number of women arriving in the room, the pressure in her heart began to mount. After a moment, once the communication was established, Su Yuni looked towards Luo Danhong and the others, announcing her intention to step away for a brief period before entering her own room, ensuring there was no one nearby. Su Yuni spoke. "Sister, I have something I wish to discuss with you. I am contemplating making this place my long-term residence, far away in the immortal ruins." Su Qing'an was momentarily taken aback by her sister's words. "What? You intend to stay there indefinitely?" Chapter 36. The unique identity of the brother-in-law previously. When Su Yuni was in the Heavenly Descent Demon Cave, she truly struggled with her choices, feeling the time allotted to her was far too brief to make a definitive decision. Thus, She expressed her desire to consult with her family in the immortal ruins. However, during her return journey, and particularly after receiving that weapon from Lu Miao, she found clarity within herself. She had already resolved to remain here. From her own perspective, Lu Qing'an had assured her that he could assist in transitioning her cultivation to that of the demon realm without compromising her strength. Moreover, she was certain that she could acquire extensive knowledge of formations under Luo Danhong's guidance, which would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable enhancement of her abilities in that regard. Additionally, there were her two nieces, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao, who were also her kin. With family present here and opportunities for better development, why not choose to stay? Thus, upon establishing the communication, she promptly conveyed her intentions. Yet, after she spoke, she noticed her sister had suddenly fallen silent. "Sister, can you hear me?" Su Yuni realized her sister must be in a state of bewilderment. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing'an quickly sent a message to her brother, Su Xuanyu, while responding. "Is something happening over there? Have you encountered danger?" Suddenly declaring that you won't be returning and intend to stay sounds like you've run into some trouble, but wish to spare us the worry. At this moment, she regretted allowing her sister to accompany them to that place. He truly was incapable of protecting too many people. Su Yuni quickly shook her head, offering a wry smile. "I haven't encountered danger. Rather, I have stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. Sister, not long ago, with my brother-in-law's assistance, I awakened my innate formation body." Innate formation body. Su Qing'an was just processing this information when her brother Su Xuanyu arrived with Lu Zhongran. Upon hearing that his second sister had awakened an innate formation body, he was equally astonished. "Isn't that a physique only found in legends? Are you certain?" Su Qing'an inquired. "Indeed, there exists an exceptionally formidable master of formations in the demon realm, who, upon recognizing my unique constitution, expressed a desire to take me as her disciple. Her mastery of formation techniques far surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Furthermore, she happens to be the senior disciple of a powerful acquaintance of my brother-in-law." Su Yuni remarked. "Are you certain you are not deceiving me? This all sounds remarkably coincidental, does it not? She just happens to be the senior of someone he knows." Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. "Sister, surely, you are not being tricked. Can you affirm that all of this is genuine?" Su Xuanyu interjected, his expression tense. He hurried hereupon, learning from his elder sister that his second sister intended to reside in the demon realm for an extended period. Upon hearing this, he felt as though everything was merely a fabrication spun by that scoundrel, Lu Qing'an. Su Yuni countered, "My brother-in-law is not that sort of person. You should know better than I do about his character. Moreover, it is quite reasonable for this formation master to be acquainted with him, given his unique status, which I only recently came to understand." She offered a wry smile at this. Who could have imagined that her brother-in-law was none other than the illustrious Eternal Night Demon Emperor of the demon realm? No wonder he is familiar with so many of the realm's most powerful figures. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is not only well known in the demon realm, but also holds considerable renown in the immortal ruins. The imperial position her sister possesses can only rival the Eternal Night Throne when cultivated to its utmost. This implies that the realm her sister aspires to reach is, in fact, one already attained by her brother-in-law. She hesitated to disclose this information to her sister. What status could he possibly hold? Is he not merely a peak emperor in the demon realm? Surely, my sister will surpass him in the future, becoming the strongest being in the immortal ruins, standing shoulder to shoulder with the most powerful Eternal Night Demon Emperor, Su Xuanyu asserted. Upon hearing her brother's words, Su Yuni felt an overwhelming turmoil within her. She contemplated whether to reveal the truth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Blood is thicker than water. She did not wish to disrupt her sister's resolve. Perhaps her sister would eventually uncover the truth through other means, depending on her fate. After all, her brother-in-law is quite famous and powerful here, commanding respect from many and knowing nearly all the top-tier figures in the demon realm, Su Yuni noted. "All right, even if what you say is true, what of your cultivation from the immortal ruins? How will you manage that while studying formations with a top-tier master in the demon realm? Are you certain you can truly comprehend it? The cultivation systems of the two realms inherently differ, which could have significant repercussions." Su Qing'an was acutely aware of the distinctions. Knowing her sister relied on absorbing spiritual energy to form formations, yet there was a lack of such energy in the demon realm. Utilizing spirit stones to absorb energy would prove to be quite troublesome. Thus, my brother-in-law will assist me in converting my immortal ruins cultivation into that of the demon realm. Su Yuni replied. Nonsense. Second sister, you are usually not this naive. You actually believe his absurd claims. Su Xuanyu declared, convinced that his second sister had been deceived by Lu Qing'an. A rational person would understand that the cultivation from the immortal ruins cannot be transformed into that of the demon realm. Even if someone possessed extraordinary means, they could only achieve such a feat with those of lower cultivation. How could they possibly convert the cultivation of someone at her sister's Saint King level? Wouldn't that require a life-for-life exchange? Su Yuni, however, remained steadfast in her belief in Lu Qing'an. Her niece has successfully transformed. My brother-in-law must be quite capable. Su Yuni remarked. No. Second sister, have you been bewitched by that fellow? Why do you trust him so blindly? Su Xuanyu felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed as though his second sister had returned from her visit utterly changed. Do not speak ill of my brother-in-law. We both know what kind of person he is. I have complete faith in him. Su Yuni, upon hearing her brother's words, felt a surge of indignation. Her brother-in-law was immensely powerful, with extraordinary abilities, and a truly kind heart. How could this young man continuously slander him? If Su Xuanyu were beside her at that moment, she would surely have slapped him senseless. Su Xuanyu was deeply aggrieved by Su Yuni's harsh reprimand. Eldest sister, look at the second sister. How could she not trust her own brother, but instead place her faith in someone with his surname? I'm only looking out for her. Su Qing'an furrowed her brows. After over 1,000 years of acquaintance, she felt she knew Lu Qing'an well, yet after recent events, she began to doubt whether she truly understood him. He had concealed far too much from her. Yuni, do not rush to a decision. Reflect carefully on whether all of this is reasonable. Now that you are there, we are unclear about your circumstances. Only you can make the judgment. Su Qing'an calmed herself, earnestly advising Su Yuni. Su Yuni replied, Sister, I am fully aware of what I am experiencing. This may very well be the greatest opportunity of my life. All right, let us pause this matter for now. Take a day to ponder, and we shall communicate again tomorrow, Su Qing'an suggested, feeling the need to temporarily halt the discussion. She deemed it necessary to reach out to He Hong as well, to inquire further. Chapter 37. Su Yuni returns to the immortal ruins. Su Yuni contemplated for a moment and agreed to her sister's request. Very well, I will consider it for another day, and then we will discuss it. She understood that this sudden decision might be hard for her sister and brother to accept, so she needed to give them some time to adjust. After concluding the communication, Su Yuni let out a sigh. It was uncertain whether concealing her brother-in-law's true identity was a good or bad decision. She had only learned of this information from a conversation with Lu Qing'an, during which she had been utterly bewildered. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor. He was a legendary figure from the demon realm, an invincible entity. Initially, when she heard Lu Qing'an's words in the courtyard, she had been skeptical, thinking it was a jest. To her astonishment, it was all true. After careful consideration, she decided it was best to keep this under wraps for now, lest it disturb her sister's resolve. As for how long she could maintain the secrecy, that remained uncertain, hinging on her sister's fate. By the way, her sister might contact Elder He, so she should inform Elder He as well. Su Yuni swiftly sent a message to He Hong. Meanwhile, He Hong, who was merrily selecting a site for his future refining workshop, was left dumbfounded upon receiving Su Yuni's message and hearing the details of the unfolding events. He glanced at Lu Qing'an beside him, as if gazing upon a specter, and stammered, Qing'an, you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Once he uttered these words, the others present cast peculiar glances in his direction. Did you not disclose your identity to him? Xiao Qingyi inquired of Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an replied, It seems I have not. Wang Duanshan chuckled, Haha, you only just discovered this. How amusing. In the demon realm, the only one capable of commanding our respect as you do is none other than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. He Hong exclaimed, My closest friend is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. In the Xinshu, within a grand hall, Su Qingying, having concluded her telepathic communication, immediately attempted to reach He Hong, only to find her connection severed. Why is the communication failing? Sister, I increasingly sense that this situation is far from simple. Su Xuanyu gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he paced restlessly, displaying signs of agitation. I shall attempt to contact him once more. Perhaps someone else was communicating with him at that moment. Su Qingying stated, Mother, Father cannot possibly be that kind of person. Lu Qing'an's lips twitched. Though he favored his mother, he believed his father incapable of orchestrating such a malicious scheme. Qing'an, do you truly believe you understand your father? As his son, do you not realize he hails from the demon realm? Su Xuanyu questioned sternly. Lu Qing'an was momentarily rendered speechless. Su Qing'an took a deep breath to suppress her inner turmoil and attempted communication again, this time successfully establishing a connection. Old he, are you busy? Qing'an, what is it? I am indeed occupied. Please be brief. Well, it is this. My sister suddenly expressed a desire to reside there permanently. Su Qing'an recounted the information she had recently gathered from her sister and inquired, is this matter genuine? Oh, this matter is indeed true. Your ex-husband is rather special. One might even say terrifyingly powerful. He possesses the means to assist your sister in transcending her cultivation, so you need not worry. Your eldest daughter has also successfully transitioned. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Furthermore, I will ensure her well-being while she is here. Is there anything else? If not, I must return to my duties. He Hong spoke these words with a hint of irritation, fully aware of Su Qing'an's shortcomings towards Lu Qing'an. Presently, Su Yuni's ability to remain here served as a form of retribution against Su Qing'an. Naturally, he understood that Su Yuni's choice to stay was her own decision. Lu Qing'an had indeed treated them exceedingly well. Under such circumstances, who would not wish to remain? Upon hearing this, Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. Old he, are you certain your words are truthful? Are you deceiving us? Qing'an, that is rather ungracious of you. When have I ever misled you? If you doubt me, why then did you attempt to reach out? Su Qing'an conceded, very well, I trust you. If there is nothing further, please attend to your affairs. And we shall maintain contact later. Understood. After concluding the telepathic exchange, Su Qing'an's brow remained furrowed. Is it truly the case? Su Xuanyu, who had been listening intently, ceased his pacing and remarked solemnly, how can this possibly be true? Su Qing'an pondered deeply for a moment before declaring, it is imperative that Yuni return at once. Indeed, Su Xuanyu sighed, I fear that second sister may not return. If she does not come back, it would render her absence a mere illusion. Should she truly return and remain steadfast in her earlier decision, then it shall be as she wishes. Su Qing'an replied. As twilight descended upon the demon realm, Lu Qing'an, after selecting a suitable site with Wang Duanshan and the others, found himself detached from the ensuing matters. Wang Duanshan mentioned the intention to forge the largest and most exquisite artifact workshop in the demon realm overnight. The remaining tasks were beyond their assistance, prompting their return to the courtyard. Upon his return, Su Yuni approached him. Brother-in-law, I have made my decision to stay here. However, my sister fears that this choice may not be entirely my own. So I might need to trouble you to escort me back to the boundary wall for a brief visit. Lu Qing'an smiled. It's no trouble at all. When shall we depart? The prospect of Su Yuni staying was most agreeable. Let us set off directly. I will inform you when I return here, she replied. Lu Qing'an nodded. Should we inform the two children? Su Yuni responded. I have already spoken to them. Very well, then let us depart. He took Su Yuni with him. Ascending into the sky, breaking through the void, and arriving at the juncture between the demon realm and the immortal ruins in a single step. I will not accompany you further. Please take care on your way back. He decided not to return to the immortal ruins, as reaching this point sufficed. Indeed, I shall be safe within the immortal ruins. Su Yuni nodded with a smile. After exchanging farewells, Su Yuni passed through the boundary wall and returned to the immortal ruins, while Lu Qing'an returned to the courtyard. Approximately an hour later, Su Yuni arrived before her elder sister. Sister, I have returned. As she descended into the grand hall, she noticed several individuals present, 5 in total, including Su Qing'an, Su Xuanyu, and Lin Qingxue, along with 2 peak emperor-level experts from the immortal ruins. Upon seeing these 2 formidable figures, Su Yuni sighed. One was the most powerful array master in the immortal ruins, while the other specialized in spiritual cultivation. It appeared her sister harbored suspicions regarding her soul's autonomy. Summoning the strongest array master was likely an attempt to have her take this person as her mentor, thereby securing her stay in the immortal ruins. Second sister, come. Sit with us. Su Xuanyu exclaimed, relieved at the sight of his sister's return. Su Yuni was pulled to sit down, responding, all right, I can manage on my own. The sight of her younger brother ignited a surge of frustration within her, compelling her to want to give him a few good thumps on the head. Chapter 38. Fabricating false outcomes. Once seated, Su Yuni noticed that all eyes were upon her, evoking a sensation akin to that of a criminal in the spotlight. Sister, I have returned primarily to bid you farewell, as I may not visit often in the future. She had resolved that this visit was her goodbye to her sister and brother. After her cultivation transitioned to that of the demon realm, returning would render her vulnerable to being perceived as an adversary from the demon realm. Yuni, your return signifies that you have not encountered peril over there. However, We cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that you have been deceived. Su Qing'an hopes that her sister can remain here, regardless of the outcome. Whether her sister has been duped or not, she endeavors to keep her sister close. Su Yuni replied, I have returned, which indicates I have not deceived you. Moreover, take a look, is this not the innate array body? Suddenly, a unique aura emanated from Su Yuni, followed by an extraordinary radiance enveloping her. Those present turned their gazes toward her and swiftly reached a conclusion. It is indeed the innate array body. Both Su Qing'an and Su Xuanyu were momentarily astonished. She has truly awakened the innate array body. Could it be that everything said is true? Lin Qingshua's eyes sparkled at this revelation. The most formidable array master of the immortal ruins was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of intense light passing through his eyes, yet within that brilliance, a deeply concealed glimmer of greed lingered. Sister, congratulations on truly awakening the innate array body. However, are you certain he can successfully transform your cultivation? Have you witnessed him attempt this with others? Is Elder He not over there? Let him try it first. Su Xuanyu remained skeptical of Lu Qing'an's capabilities. If a trial must be conducted, he would prefer it to be Elder He rather than his own sister. Su Yuni responded, Elder He has already reached the Emperor realm, and my situation differs. However, whether my brother-in-law can assist Elder He in transforming his cultivation depends on his own words. In any case, I trust my brother-in-law. Sister, please refrain from calling him brother-in-law. He is no longer our brother-in-law. Su Xuanyu, witnessing Su Yuni's persistent demeanor, grew agitated. Slap. Su Yuni could no longer contain herself and smacked Su Xuanyu on the head, exclaiming, I shall call him brother-in-law. What concern is it of yours? Sister, you, act. Su Xuanyu, clearly having been struck too many times, now merely clutched his head, appearing quite aggrieved. Su Qing'an furrowed her brow, stating, Yuni, your brother is only looking out for your well-being. Su Yuni took a deep breath to steady her emotions and replied calmly, Sister, I have told you many times, and I am not a child. The choices I make, I will bear the consequences if any issues arise. Su Qing'an gazed deeply at Su Yuni and sighed. At that moment, Lin Qingxua interjected, Yuni, I have watched you grow up and know well that you are not someone who can be easily deceived. However, you must understand that the people from the demon realm differ from those here in the immortal ruins. They cultivate with demonic energy, which alters their mindset, leading many to harbor nefarious thoughts. It is wise to remain cautious. Upon hearing her disciple speak of this matter, Lin Qingxua was convinced that there was something amiss. It is impossible for anyone to transform the cultivation of a saint king from the immortal ruins into that of the demon realm. Not even the most powerful eternal night demon emperor of the demon realm could accomplish such a feat, unless there exists someone in the demon realm more formidable than the eternal night demon emperor. Su Yuni felt a sense of aversion toward the individual who had significantly influenced her sister and brother-in-law's separation. She was certain that her sister's decision to part from her husband was undoubtedly influenced by Lin Qingshua's meddling. Certainly, the final decision was ultimately made by my sister. Yet she harbors no affection for Lin Qingxua. I am acutely aware of my choice and confident that I have not been deceived. In confronting Lin Qingxua, she displayed an unwavering resolve. Very well, even if I have not been misled, is it truly necessary for you to study formations over there? Allow me to introduce you to our most formidable formation master in the immortal ruins, Zhang Huairan. With your innate formation body, why must you seek a mentor in the demon domain? Are the formation masters there truly superior to ours in the immortal ruins? At this juncture, Lin Qingxua turned her gaze towards Zhang Huairan and smiled. Zhang Daoyu, are you satisfied with Yuni's innate formation body? If she were to become your disciple, would you impart all your knowledge to her? Zhang Huairan responded with a grin. This young friend possesses remarkable talent. I would certainly bestow upon her all that I have learned. Moreover, what does it matter if the strongest formation master in the demon domain stands before me? I would crush him as one might an ant. Su Yuni observed the boastful and self-satisfied Zhang Huairan, feeling speechless. She had witnessed his formation techniques, and, while she once regarded him as quite skilled, the prowess displayed by Luo Danhong was incomparable. It was not merely that the immortal ruins were inherently weaker than the demon domain. There was simply no basis for comparison. She felt that after her breakthrough to the Emperor realm, she would have the capacity to catch up to Zhang Huairan through her own efforts. However, she remained uncertain if, despite possessing an innate formation body, she could ever rival Luo Danhong. This sentiment was profoundly intense. Senior Zhang, I apologize. But I have witnessed that formidable formation master from the demon domain in action, and she is indeed somewhat stronger than you. Su Yuni spoke in a measured tone, wishing to avoid offending Zhang Huiran. Yet, as soon as her words left her lips, she noticed Zhang Huiran's face darken instantly. You possess an innate formation body, which is indeed extraordinary. However, your cultivation is still lacking, and your understanding of formations remains insufficient. How can you discern who is stronger between me and that individual? Zhang Huiran's demeanor solidified, further reinforcing Su Yuni's conviction. It was only natural that the individuals from the demon domain would be stronger, as they revered power above all else. And the competition was fierce. In contrast, the people here placed greater emphasis on interpersonal relationships, resulting in a unique situation where their strong were truly tempered by adversity. Senior, if my words have caused you displeasure, I sincerely apologize. Nonetheless, I trust my instincts, Su Yuni said, bowing respectfully. As her words echoed in the grand hall, a palpable silence descended. Lin Qingxue interjected, Zhang Daoyu, do not be angered. Why not demonstrate your strongest formation for Yuni to see? Very well. I shall showcase my strongest formation, Zhang Huiran declared, resolutely performing his most powerful formation before the assembly. How is it? Su Yuni replied. Your strongest formation pales in comparison to even the simplest of theirs. It is weaker by at least tenfold. Senior, let us leave it at that. My mind is made up. Su Yuni endeavored to soften her words. Zhang Huiran's brow furrowed in displeasure. Yuni, are you truly convinced that this person possesses greater prowess than Zhang Daoyu? Su Yuni remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Such lack of discernment. Very well. I am not particularly inclined to take on a disciple. I prefer my solitude. Zhang Huiran endeavored to suppress his exasperation, seeking a way to extricate himself from the situation. Lin Qing'an, observing this, decided to shift the conversation, turning her gaze towards Su Yuni. Very well, if you persist in your choice, allow your sister to rest easy. First, let this esteemed Taoist assess your spirit. We must ensure you have not fallen prey to any malevolent sorcery that might compromise your consciousness. What do you think? Su Yuni was well aware of her condition and had no fear of the examination, thus she nodded decisively. Taoist Jia, please proceed. Certainly. The elder clad in black robes stepped forward, positioning himself before Su Yuni, and commenced the most advanced technique for probing the spirit in the immortal ruins. Moments later, he halted, a slight furrow appearing on his brow as he turned to Lin Qing'an. Lin Daoyu, there appears to be no issue. He conveyed this message through thought, audible only to Lin Qing'an. Upon hearing this outcome, Lin Qing'an too frowned. How can this be? Is it truly so? Lin Qing'an narrowed her eyes slightly, then made a resolution, responding through thought. Taoist Jia, let us proceed as I previously suggested. Are you certain? Absolutely. I shall reward you afterward. Very well. After their mental exchange, the elder in black robes then turned his gaze towards Su Qing'an, his expression grave as he stated, Su Daoyu, your sister has indeed been subjected to a peculiar soul secret technique. Su Qing'an's demeanor chilled at these words. Are you certain? Su Yuni abruptly stood. You are speaking nonsense. Lin Qing'an spoke in a stern tone. I warned you that the situation was far from simple. Qing'an, we cannot allow your sister to return to the demon realm. Chapter 39. A desperate stand. Su Yuni glanced at Lin Qing'an and the elder, quickly surmising that the two had conspired together to prevent her departure. It was even possible that her sister was complicit. Thus, she swiftly turned her attention to her sister, and upon seeing her serious expression, realized that returning was not an option. Yuni, I sense something amiss with your situation. Why not remain in the immortal ruins for a while? Su Qing'an suggested earnestly. Su Xuanyu, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh. I knew it shouldn't be this way. This is precisely right. By heavens, that person is truly malicious. To resort to such measures. Su Yuni glared fiercely at her brother, then turned her grave expression back to her sister, saying, Sister, do you not trust me? It is not that I do not trust you, but your circumstances are indeed unrelated to truthfulness or deceit. Su Qing'an's brows knitted tightly. Do you truly believe that my husband would employ such tactics against me? Why must he keep me there? After so many years together, do you really not comprehend his character? Su Yuni's indignation grew with each word. What has become of my sister? Why has she transformed into such a person? Su Qing'an took a deep breath, resolutely stating, regardless, you shall remain in the immortal ruins for the time being. We can address subsequent matters later. Indeed, Yuni, you must understand that we are all acting in your best interest. Had you not awakened the innate array body, you might never have encountered such circumstances. Yet now that you have, this extraordinary talent will undoubtedly render you an object of others' attentions. Furthermore, are you not the least bit concerned that his words may be false? His attempts to alter your cultivation could lead to dire consequences. What then shall you do? Your sister is only looking out for your best interests. Lin Qingxue spoke with a tone of earnest concern. However, in Su Yuni's eyes, Lin Qingxue had become nothing more than a wretched creature. Lin Qingxue, the transformation of my sister into her current state is largely attributable to you. And now you still wish to influence me? Su Yuni glared fiercely at Lin Qingxue, revealing her deep-seated displeasure. Lin Qingxue's expression darkened instantly at Su Yuni's harsh words. Do you have no respect? I certainly do not. I have long harbored disdain for you. I am acutely aware of my own circumstances, and I have been subjected to demonic arts that have affected my very soul. It is your entire family that has been impacted. Su Yuni retorted vehemently. Su Qing'an and Su Xuanyu were taken aback, witnessing Su Yuni's unprecedented outburst. Lin Qingxue, too, was momentarily stunned by such vitriol. Well then, Qing'an, do you see this? Is this still your sister? Look at what she has become. Merely a visit to the demon realm has transformed her so. Do you dare allow her to venture there again? I advise you to employ whatever means necessary to confine her and prevent her return. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth in silence. Yuni, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Su Qing'an admonished sternly. I am acutely aware of my actions. I am berating a wretched creature. Su Yuni shot back defiantly. You infuriate me. It seems I have not properly disciplined you in quite some time, leading to this. Su Qing'an rose abruptly, intending to speak further when she noticed her sister draw a weapon, a 10th-tier exquisite sword. Moreover, she discovered that this sword emanated a far more potent aura than her own. How could there be such a significant disparity in aura despite being of the same tier? And from where did my sister acquire such a sword? You wish to make a move? Come then. If you have the ability, kill me. Su Yuni, unaware of Lin Qingxue's potential actions concerning her, surmised that they might relate to her innate array body. If she could not escape this place, what awaited her was beyond her control. Tonight, she must flee. Otherwise, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Su Qing'an, witnessing her sister's transformation, could hardly recognize her. In her eyes, her sister had always been genteel and soft-spoken. At this moment, she seemed like a completely different person. The words of her master must indeed hold truth. She has been subjected to demonic arts. It is imperative that she remains. Yuni, put down that weapon, or do not blame your sister for being unkind. Su Qing'an wished to avoid harming her sister, but at this juncture, she had no choice but to brace herself. If all else fails, she would have to incapacitate her. Second sister, do you understand what you are doing? Su Xuanyu, after a prolonged moment of shock, exclaimed urgently. I am acutely aware of my actions. Su Yuni retreated, striving to utilize the formation to escape swiftly from this place. Qing'an, stop her. If it comes to it, knock her unconscious. Lin Qingxue stated solemnly. Su Qing'an nodded, the aura of an emperor erupting from her. Su Yuni immediately sensed a terrifying presence approaching. Aware that she could not resist such a disparity in power, she understood that remaining here would jeopardize her fate. Gritting her teeth, she drew her treasured sword, positioning it against her neck. So, you insist on resorting to force? Then I shall meet my end here today. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. Yuni, don't do anything foolish. Su Qing'an exclaimed in shock, hastily attempting to restrain her own aura, retracting it back into her being. Su Xuanyu, equally astonished, nearly lost his balance, shouting, Second sister, what are you doing? What am I doing? What are you all doing? Su Yuni retorted passionately. I possess my own freedom. I am the master of my destiny. As she spoke, she continued to retreat swiftly. Lin Qingxue, taken aback by Su Yuni's resolve, wore a grim expression. Though their strength undeniably overshadowed hers, Su Yuni was still a sage-level practitioner, and should they act too forcefully, they might not be able to prevent her from taking her own life. She yearned to keep Su Yuni alive. If her actions incited Su Qing'an's hatred, it would be a loss beyond measure. Yuni, Su Qing'an, witnessing her sister about to exit the hall, hurriedly flew closer. Don't come any closer. If any of you take another step, I will end my life before your eyes. Eldest sister, don't move. None of us should move. Su Xuanyu was frightened. Having never seen his second sister in such a state, acutely aware of her unwavering determination once a decision was made. Su Qing'an, too, dared not move. Her fists clenched tightly. After exiting the hall, Su Yuni did not leave immediately, but instead hurriedly initiated a formation. Leaving this place was not enough. She had to fly for another hour to reach the boundary wall. She needed to employ certain strategies to succeed, utilizing the formation to escape. As she meticulously focused on the front, her left hand continuously arranged the formation. After a while, she finally completed the setup. Turning to her sister and brother, she took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Once I depart, I shall not return. If you still consider me your sister, trust me, Lin Qingxue is untrustworthy." This was her final piece of advice. With that, she cast a fierce glare at Lin Qingxue. "Mark my words, once my strength surpasses yours, I will return to seek you out." Without wasting another moment, she activated the formation swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant light enveloped her. The teleportation array was initiated. A beam of light descended from the heavens, swiftly transporting her upwards in a particular direction. At the moment of ascent, Su Yuni produced a communication jade slip, urgently transmitting a message to Lu Qing'an. "Brother-in-law, I am about to head to the boundary wall. Come and retrieve me." Lin Qingxue quickly turned to Zhang Huairan, instructing, "Hurry and dismantle the formation. Pursue her." Chapter 40. "I entrust my sister-in-law to you." Su Qing'an swiftly turned to her master and said, "Master, never mind, let her go. I know her well. If I pursue her, she might end up hurting herself. Indeed, do not chase after her." Su Xuanyu was also fearful that his elder sister might act foolishly. Zhang Huairan glanced at Lin Qingxue, seeking her opinion. Su Qingying's talent was exceedingly formidable. If he disregarded her warning and recklessly pursued, he might inadvertently provoke her, leading to future calamity. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow and spoke in a hushed tone. "Qingying, are you truly allowing her to leave for the demon realm? Are you not afraid that you may never see your sister again?" Su Qingying clenched her fists and pondered for a moment before asserting, "Let her go." The sword her sister had just brandished was evidently not hers. It must have been acquired after venturing into the demon realm. The source was quite apparent. Lin Qingxue wished to say more, but at that moment, Su Qingying turned to Su Xuanyu and instructed, "Xianyu, you should return and see if you can convey a message to your elder sister. I have matters to discuss with my master." Su Xuanyu nodded obediently and swiftly took out a communication jade slip to contact his elder sister. Once he departed, Su Qingying turned to Lin Qingxue and inquired, "Master, was the result we obtained earlier false?" Lin Qingxue, held under Su Qingying's earnest gaze, did not respond immediately, but instead looked to Zhang Huairan. "Is it still possible to pursue her now?" The formation was on the verge of dissipating. It would be difficult, for her aptitude in array techniques was indeed remarkable. Zhang Huairan observed the remnants of the formation, which had already faded by half, and shook his head. Lin Qingxue sighed, and then addressed Zhang Huairan and his companion, saying, "Esteemed friends, let us conclude our discussions for today. You may take your leave. I shall fulfill my promise to you." The two nodded in acknowledgement and departed the grand hall, which soon fell silent. Lin Qingxue settled into her seat and regarded Su Qingying. "Qingying, since you have already discerned the answer, why do you still inquire of your master?" Su Qingying took a deep breath and spoke somberly, "Master, why must it be this way? She is my sister." She struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within her. Lin Qingxue spoke with utmost seriousness. "Your sister has awakened her innate array body. Such talent, retained on our side, would greatly enhance your future and significantly aid our plans. Do you not see this at all?" Su Qingying retorted coldly, "But she is my sister. She is not a mere tool. If your actions lead to her suffering or losing her life, you will never absolve yourself of this matter. You are still too attached to your emotions." Lin Qingxue replied sternly, "I have told you before, to possess unparalleled strength, you must cast aside all distractions." The atmosphere between them plummeted to a freezing point, lingering in silence for a considerable time. Ultimately, it was Lin Qingxue who took a deep breath and initiated a conciliatory tone. "Very well, it is your decision. But you must understand, sending your sister there truly is in her best interest. We both know that Lu Qing'an cannot successfully facilitate her cultivation transition. No matter how powerful he is, even if he were to summon the mightiest eternal night demon emperor from the demon realm, it would be impossible. Are you not concerned that he might ruin her cultivation? That is still better than her dying." Su Qingying remarked, "What infuriated me the most about your actions this time is that you did not inform me in advance." Lin Qingxue sighed, acknowledging her fault. "Fine, I admit my mistake. Remember, if in the future you continue to handle matters, especially concerning my loved ones, without consulting me beforehand, do not blame me for treating you in the same manner." Lin Qingsu furrowed her brows at Su Qing'an's threat. How audacious of her! At the juncture where the demon realm meets the immortal ruins, Su Yui exerted all her strength and, utilizing the formation, hastened to the boundary wall. Upon her arrival, she spotted Lu Qing'an waiting on the opposite side. Seeing her brother-in-law brought Su Yui an overwhelming sense of security, as the tension in her heart finally eased. "Brother-in-law," she called out with a smile as she crossed the boundary wall. Lu Qing'an inquired, "Have you returned early? And have you decided to stay in the demon realm from now on?" Su Yui replied with unwavering determination, "Yes, I will remain here from now on." "Brother-in-law, can my cultivation truly be transformed?" Lu Qing'an smiled reassuringly. "Yes, if you have the time, I can assist you with the transformation shortly." Observing Lu Qing'an's remarkable confidence, Su Yui felt a deep admiration. This is the self-assurance that strength brings. Indeed, a confident man is undeniably attractive. After retrieving Su Yui, Lu Qing'an wasted no time and swiftly traversed the void, returning her to the courtyard in an instant. "Aunt, I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow," Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, rushing towards Su Yui with a bright smile. Su Yui teased, "It's because your aunt wanted to sleep with you that she hurried back." However, Lu Zixuan sensed an unease. It seemed her aunt had experienced something troubling during her trip. Perhaps a quarrel with her mother prompted her immediate return. "Aunt, are you truly going to stay here and not go back?" Lu Zixuan asked. Su Yui gazed at Lu Zixuan and nodded with a smile. "Yes, from now on. Your aunt will live here with you. Will you find me bothersome?" Lu Zixuan quickly shook her head, smiling, "Of course not." Su Yui chuckled and then turned to Luo Danhong, taking a deep breath, and resolutely knelt down to pay her respects. "Master, I bow to you." Having encountered the most formidable formation master, Zhang Huairan, in the immortal ruins, she had solidified her aspirations for the future. Yet, she could not forget Lin Qingsu's earlier actions. She was determined to grow stronger and become the most powerful formation master. Luo Danhong's eyes sparkled as she hurried to help Su Yui up. Disciple, please rise." At that moment, Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on Luo Danhong and calmly stated, "Taoist Luo, from now on, you shall be her master. Teach her diligently, and I wish to see nothing beyond formations." He was keenly aware of the unique nature of the innate formation body, which could easily draw unwanted attention. As he spoke, he emanated a subtle aura of power directed solely at Luo Danhong. In an instant, Luo Danhong felt as though the very essence of the world around her had transformed. The entire being fell into a state of profound insignificance. Standing before her was Lu Qing'an, akin to a deity of the apocalypse. Luo Danhong was acutely aware of Lu Qing'an's concerns and swiftly conveyed telepathically, "I harbor no ill intentions." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an finally patted Luo Danhong's shoulder, saying, "Very well, teach her diligently. Should she excel in her studies, I shall reward you handsomely." After Lu Qing'an's reassuring gesture, Luo Danhong felt an instantaneous lightness envelop her, as if she had been resurrected, exhaling a long sigh of relief. How could there exist such formidable individuals in this world? Chapter 41. Because the brother-in-law is the eternal night, Demon Emperor Shui Tianfei stood quietly to the side, her eyes, adorned with long lashes, narrowed into mere slits as she observed Lu Qing'an's affectionate pat on Luo Danhong's shoulder, her teeth clenched tightly in anxiety. Yet, her unease stemmed not solely from Luo Danhong, but also from Su Yuni. Why had she suddenly remained here? Moreover, Lu Qing'an was treating his ex-wife's sister with such kindness. Was it due to his former spouse? Or because of Su Yuni? The prospect of these two stunning women, hardly inferior in looks to her, residing here filled her with trepidation. Could she truly fulfill the role of a stepmother? Listening to Lu Qing'an's words and observing the transformation of his expression, Su Yuni felt a surge of warmth wash over her heart, completely dispelling the coldness that had settled within her after the earlier treatment in the immortal ruins. Such a remarkable man, and her sister had let him slip away. "Yuni, if you have time, I can help you transition your cultivation." Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yuni. She nodded decisively. "I am free at this moment." "Then come inside." Lu Qing'an beckoned as he walked toward the room. Shui Tianfei interjected, "You two aren't planning to share a room, are you?" Lu Qing'an sat cross-legged behind Su Yuni, channeling his energy as he began to assist her in transitioning her cultivation. His current strength had multiplied several times over, beneath the Emperor realm. He could effortlessly facilitate such transitions. The logic behind altering one's cultivation is quite simple. It resembles a blood transfusion. He would wash Su Yuni's entire meridian system with an overwhelming surge of demonic energy and, through powerful means, convert her dantian into one suitable for demonic cultivation. The success of this endeavor hinged upon his strength being exponentially greater by thousands or even tens of thousands of times than that of the individual undergoing the transition. Given Su Yuni's current power, he could easily accomplish this task. Time passed as a stick of incense burned. Lu Qing'an successfully completed the task, his expression calm as he withdrew his energy. All right, take a moment to examine your dantian and check for any discomfort. Lu Qing'an stood up. Su Yuni opened her eyes, astonished as she gazed at her hands. As she channeled her energy, a rich demonic aura emanated from her palms. It worked. It truly worked. She knew that if her brother-in-law said it could be done, it surely would be. Brother-in-law, thank you. Su Yuni rose, her excitement palpable as she looked at Lu Qing'an, quickly bowing in gratitude. Lu Qing'an hastily intervened. You need not be so formal, young lady. There is no need for such politeness between us. I must be courteous. After all, we are indeed truly related by blood, Su Yuni replied with a wry smile. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile, saying, So you are still the aunt of Zixin and Miao Miao, aren't you? Su Yuni blinked her eyes, as if confirming this. Thus, our relationship remains unchanged. Do not harbor any misunderstandings because of your sister's affairs with me. From now on, live well here. If anything arises, do not hesitate to come to me. Here. There is nothing I cannot handle, Lu Qing'an remarked with a grin. As Su Yuni observed Lu Qing'an's demeanor, a peculiar emotion surged within her heart, prompting a soft hum in response. All right, you shall practice the formation with Luo Danhong from now on. Let her assist you in choosing the cultivation methods, for she understands better than I what demonic techniques suit you. If there is nothing pressing, just adapt well to your current state. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lu Qing'an exited the room. Upon seeing Lu Zixuan and the others gather around to inquire about the outcome, he returned their curiosity with a smile, assuring them of their success. Luo Danhong gazed at Lu Qing'an with newfound respect upon hearing of his successful method conversion for Su Yuni. How formidable! The cultivation of a holy king can indeed be transformed. Let her rest well. Zixuan, tonight you should take care of your sister and ensure she does not disturb your aunt, he instructed. Understood. In the tranquil chamber, moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow beside the bed. Su Yuni sat cross-legged, her profile illuminated by the silvery rays, appearing extraordinarily enchanting. She exhaled deeply, having fully adapted to her newfound demonic cultivation. I knew my brother-in-law would succeed. A smile graced her lips, yet thoughts of her sister and brother soon clouded her expression. Since her departure from the immortal ruins, her communication talisman had been vibrating incessantly, a sign of her brother's attempts to reach her. Now it stirred once more, and upon glancing at it, she realized it was indeed her brother reaching out. Never mind, this matter has nothing to do with my younger brother. He must be quite worried about me now. Su Yuni summoned her demonic energy and activated the communication talisman. Second sister, you finally responded. Have you returned there? The anxious voice of Su Xuanyu echoed through the talisman. Listening to her brother's tone, Su Yuni replied, My brother-in-law has brought me back. The two children were very pleased to learn I would be staying here. Upon hearing that Su Yuni was safe, Su Xuanyu let out a sigh of relief. Good. As long as you are fine. You truly frightened me earlier. He was still shaken by the events. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from his second sister. Is sister nearby? Su Yuni inquired. Su Xuanyu responded, She is not here. I am in my own residence. Not long ago, had I not acted as I did, I could have been imprisoned for a significant time, and whether I could still possess freedom afterward was uncertain. Lin Qingxue is no good person. Su Yuni spoke with earnest seriousness. So, second sister, you truly were not subjected to Lu Qing'an's demonic secret techniques? Su Xuanyu questioned. Of course not. I told you. Just a moment ago, my brother-in-law successfully helped me convert my cultivation. It was a complete success. Not a single issue arose. Su Yuni, understanding her brother's genuine concern, chose to disclose her situation candidly. You are not deceiving me. The conversion truly succeeded? Su Xuanyu exclaimed in astonishment. It has indeed succeeded. Ah, dear brother. Your long-standing prejudice against your brother-in-law is truly excessive. He is, in fact, an exceptionally good man. Su Yuni could not help but feel a sense of injustice for Lu Qing'an. It wasn't that she disliked her younger brother. Rather, every time she witnessed him treating such a commendable brother-in-law poorly, She felt compelled to correct him. Yet, this young man remained obstinate and unrepentant. Su Xianyu fell silent. Sister, to be honest, I am quite perplexed myself. However, I do possess a modicum of common sense. Given that you have reached the Saint King realm, how could this be possible? Su Xianyu scratched his head, his intellect not particularly sharp, and with his sister often chastising him. He was now utterly at a loss for thought. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuni felt it unnecessary to conceal the truth from her brother any longer. Little brother, as long as you promise me not to disclose what I am about to share with our elder sister, I will reveal something that will instantly clarify everything for you. Not tell elder sister? Sister, what do you wish to say? Do not question me. Just promise, and preferably swear an oath. If you disclose this to elder sister, you will never be able to pursue your most beloved woman again. Su Yuni insisted, compelling Su Xianyu to make a rather harsh vow. Sister, are you out of your mind? Can such a vow be made lightly? Su Xianyu exclaimed in astonishment. Will you or won't you? If you refuse, I shall ignore you. Su Yuni threatened. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xianyu gritted his teeth and began to swear. All right, the oath is made. Can you now speak? Indeed, brother-in-law is not merely a peak powerhouse of the demon domain's emperor realm. He possesses another identity. He is the eternal night demon emperor of this realm. Upon uttering these words, the two jade talismans fell into a profound silence. After a couple of breaths, no sound was heard. Chapter 42. Little brother, my brother-in-law is actually my idol. Su Xianyu was utterly bewildered by his sister's revelation. The eternal night demon emperor. He is actually the eternal night demon emperor. How is that possible? The eternal night demon emperor is not merely a renowned figure in the demon domain. He is an entity of terrifying renown throughout the entire Sanyun continent. The brother-in-law he had always looked down upon is, in truth, the eternal night demon emperor. This is a jest of monumental proportions. Yet, as he gazed at the silent jade talismans, confirming that the one communicating with him was indeed his sister, he fell into a deeper silence. Growing up alongside her, he knew well that his sister was not one to lie. It might very well be true. Nevertheless, rationality compelled him to remain silent for a while before voicing his doubt. Sister, are you jesting with me? Seeing her brother's delayed reaction, with disbelief as his initial response, Su Yuni understood his astonishment. When she first learned that her brother-in-law was the eternal night demon emperor, she too had been struck with shock, feeling as though the heavens were playing a grand joke on her. For she had heard tales of the eternal night demon emperor since childhood, and she harbored a slight admiration for this formidable man. Little brother, when have I ever deceived you? Moreover, consider this. Why was I so trusting of brother-in-law even before he assisted me in transcending my cultivation? Because I have already learned that my brother-in-law is the eternal night demon emperor. Upon hearing this, Su Xianyu hastily remarked, Then why didn't you simply inform my elder sister after discovering that he is the eternal night demon emperor? Perhaps we would not have encountered so many issues beforehand. Are you foolish? Just think about it. If my elder sister were to realize that her husband is the eternal night demon emperor, how would she react? They are already divorced, and he no longer harbors any feelings for her. What would happen to her shattered heart? This is precisely why I urged you to keep this from her. Su Xianyu fell silent. Indeed, this reasoning holds true. Our elder sister possesses the immaculate imperial position and is cultivated to the utmost degree to rival the eternal night demon emperor. If she were to discover that the man she once loved is indeed the eternal night demon emperor, it would be too much for her to bear. Sister, I still find it hard to accept this information. How could he possibly be the eternal night demon emperor? Su Xianyu struggled to reconcile Lu Qing'an and with the legendary eternal night demon emperor he had heard of countless times since childhood. One appeared to be a gentle and unassuming man, while the other was an invincible and formidable killing deity in the demon realm. How could they possibly be the same? It was simply too fantastical. Moreover, he had idolized the eternal night demon emperor since childhood. Even now, he aspired to emulate him. Each time he practiced, he envisioned a day when he too could dominate the Sanyun continent and catch up to this role model. Now, his second sister tells him that the man he had always looked down upon is, in fact, his lifelong idol. His worldview shattered. Did you happen to see the weapon I presented earlier? Su Yuni recognized that it would be challenging for her younger brother to accept this revelation, knowing he had always regarded the eternal night demon emperor as his idol. This thought almost made her chuckle. Well, the man you used to mock with your biting words is actually your idol from childhood. Are you pleased? At that moment, Su Xianyu realized what his second sister was implying. The items given by my brother-in-law are now possessed by Xian and Miao Miao, each of whom also possesses treasures far superior to the sword I previously displayed. They must be the most powerful weapons and armor for my brother-in-law, Su Yunyi explained. Su Xianyu couldn't help but recall how his nephew, Lu Qing'an, had boasted incessantly about that precious blade after receiving it. Well, Qing'an, your sister and cousin have casually acquired items that far surpass your precious sword. He was beginning to believe his second sister's words and gradually accepted this seemingly magical yet hard-to-comprehend news. The brother-in-law he had always scorned was indeed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Upon further reflection, he recalled that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, who had dominated the demon realm for many years, had mysteriously vanished from the demon realm over a millennium ago. It was rumored that he had entered seclusion to break through to an even higher and more invincible realm, thus remaining hidden for many years. As he reflected on his first encounter with his brother-in-law and the time when his elder sister first met Lu Qing'an, he discovered an astonishing coincidence. It coincided remarkably with the period when the Eternal Night Demon Emperor vanished from the demon realm. After considering the words of his second sister, it became evident that this was far from a mere coincidence. Second sister, if he truly is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, does that mean I have completely lost any good impression in his eyes? Su Xuanyu uttered with a grimace, his lips trembling as he spoke. He had been disdainfully critiquing this brother-in-law for nearly a millennium. That was his idol. Upon hearing her brother's words, Su Yunyi could no longer restrain herself and burst into laughter. Ahem, little brother. Well, your brother-in-law isn't so bad. In fact, I believe he doesn't harbor any dislike towards you. Su Yunyi attempted to reassure him, though her tone lacked conviction, as she was uncertain. Her brother had mentioned Lu Qing'an far too often. All right, let us cease our discussion about brother-in-law here, Su Yunyi suggested. No. Second sister, please tell me more. Su Xuanyu implored eagerly. After a moment of internal struggle, he set aside his pride, allowing his idol worship to take precedence. What should I say? Su Yunyi inquired. Well, could you share what you learned about how formidable brother-in-law truly is during your visit? Last time, he displayed his strength here, and it didn't seem overwhelmingly powerful, just slightly stronger than Lin Qingxue. Of course, that might be due to the limitations of the boundary and the fact that brother-in-law didn't fully reveal his abilities. Hearing her brother attempt to defend Lu Qing'an, Su Yunyi felt a grin threatening to break through again. This boy was rather innocent, albeit occasionally prone to speaking out of turn. As for brother-in-law's strength, let me put it this way. I haven't been here long, yet I have already encountered 4 formidable beings from the demon realm, each far more powerful than Lin Qingxue. And the demeanor of these powerful beings in the presence of brother-in-law, how shall I describe it? Allow me to ponder. Su Xuanyu's eyes sparkled as he interjected. Reverent as a deity? Not quite. Brother-in-law is quite amiable. They are captivated by him. They are both afraid of displeasing him and immensely fond of him. Wishing to draw closer, Su Yunyi explained. I see. That makes sense. What about any other demonstrations of his power? Su Xuanyu inquired further. Additionally, my innate array body has awakened. Brother-in-law led us to a place known as the heavenly meteoric abyss, where even those of weak cultivation, like ourselves, could enter for body tempering. It had no adverse effects, even on someone as inexperienced as Miao Miao. I even awakened my innate array body because of it. All thanks to brother-in-law. Moreover, I later heard him mention that he ventured to the very depths of the heavenly meteoric abyss and discovered a mysterious energy entity that seemed to embody life. Su Yunyi recounted in detail, her face brimming with admiration. Su Xuanyu listened, his heart racing with excitement. The heavenly meteoric abyss. I've heard of this place. Isn't it said that brother-in-law could only reach depths of 30 to 40 miles? And now, he has reached the very bottom. How terrifying. Simply terrifying. Chapter 43. The regret of my brother-in-law. Is there more? Is there more? Su Xuanyu was completely captivated, urging for more. There is. It's about how my brother-in-law shattered the void to travel. He can cover hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. Both He Lao and I have experienced it firsthand. It is truly astounding. Su Yunyi responded. What? Su Xuanyu exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. How can it be that my brother-in-law is far more powerful than the rumors we've heard about the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Is it possible that the tales circulating are merely a diluted version? It seems so. After all, my brother-in-law is indeed extraordinarily formidable. Su Yunyi stated earnestly. Wow. I suddenly feel an urge to visit that place. Su Xuanyu said, his face alight with longing. You'd best reconsider. If our elder sister finds out, she would surely imprison you. Moreover, my brother-in-law might not even be inclined to host you. Without anyone to protect you, you'd be courting danger. Su Yuni quickly dissuaded her younger brother from such thoughts. She was uncertain whether Lu Qing'an would be willing to overlook past grievances and welcome her brother. Su Xuanyu, filled with frustration, slapped his own face. How foolish of me. Wait. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered across his reddened cheeks. Second sister, can you help me? Since you live with my brother-in-law, could you perhaps speak a few kind words on my behalf when you have the chance? Just say that I regret my actions and will never repeat them. What do you think? As long as you acknowledge your mistakes, I will try my best to speak favorably of you to my brother-in-law. However, I cannot guarantee that he will cease to harbor disdain for you. Su Yuni replied. Thank you, second sister. You truly are my favorite. Su Xuanyu beamed. Su Yuni chuckled and shook her head, finding her brother quite endearing when he wasn't being insufferable. Their bond had always been strong. By the way, what about He Hong? Given his close relationship with my brother-in-law, he must be living quite the life. Su Xuanyu inquired, his throat tightening. He Lao, with my brother-in-law's assistance, should soon possess one of the finest refining chambers in the Songyun continent, along with the most skilled refiner from the demon realm imparting superior refining techniques to him. Wait, the most skilled refiner in the demon realm? Is that the one who crafted the most powerful armor and sword for the eternal night demon emperor? Ah, he must be living the dream. I'm so envious. Su Xuanyu lamented, raking his fingers through his hair. As their conversation reached this point, Su Yuni sensed it was time to conclude. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Remember what I told you earlier. Do not disclose my brother-in-law's identity to our elder sister. Otherwise, you will never win the affection of the woman you desire. Additionally, it might cause our elder sister to develop doubts. We must conceal this for as long as possible. Su Yuni warned. Su Xuanyu took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I understand. His feelings were quite complex. His elder sister and the eternal night demon emperor had parted ways, and also, be wary of Lin Qingxue. She likely won't harm our elder sister. But I fear she may treat you the same way she treated me. And take good care of Zhongran. Protect him well. I have a nagging feeling that Lin Qingxue is up to something. As soon as Su Yuni thought of Lin Qingxue, her expression turned cold. Previously, she had not perceived any issues with Lin Qingxue, but after the recent events, she had come to see through her true nature. She was undoubtedly a villain. Su Xuanyu nodded earnestly. All right, I will take good care of myself and Zhongran. Well then, let's leave it at that. By the way, second sister, may I inform eldest sister about your situation? Eldest sister actually cares about you quite a bit. Now that you have successfully transformed your cultivation, I think I should tell her, lest she continue to worry. Of course, I won't mention brother-in-law's identity. Hearing her younger brother's words, Su Yuni felt a surge of emotion. Although the three siblings had gone through some unpleasant experiences, their bond was indeed strong. That's fine, but you mustn't let anything slip. Rest assured. Your clever brother, won't make any mistakes. Su Xuanyu replied with a grin. Su Yuni retorted, with that brain of yours, clever? All right, just take care of yourself. After ending the communication, Su Xuanyu took a deep breath, stored away the communication jade slip, and closed his eyes to meticulously sort through all the information he had just received. Alas, in conclusion, he could only let out a long sigh. Subsequently, he left his residence and flew towards the great hall where his eldest sister was. Upon arriving at the grand hall, he found that Lin Qingxue was no longer present. Only Lu Zhongran remained there, meditating with closed eyes. Xuanyu, have you contacted your second sister? Su Qing'an asked immediately upon seeing her brother, eager to know about Su Yuni's condition. I have, Su Xuanyu replied. Really? How is she now? Su Qing'an inquired with concern, observing the worry etched on Su Qing'an's face. Su Xuanyu forced a bittersweet smile. Eldest sister, second sister as well, perhaps even excessively so. Not long ago, she returned to her residence over there and successfully transformed her cultivation. What? Are you certain? Su Qing'an's beautiful eyes widened slightly. So soon, Su Xuanyu reassured her. Second sister has no reason to deceive me. Judging by her tone, it must be true. You might want to reach out to Elder He and ask him. At this moment, Lu Zhongran also opened his eyes, astonished by the news. Su Qing'an pondered for a moment before stating, no need to ask. Let us hope the transformation was indeed successful. However, she may not return from now on. Eldest sister, it's all right. Once I reach the Saint King realm, I will go over to see them. Su Xuanyu suddenly chuckled. Nonsense. What do you plan to do over there? Su Qing'an admonished sternly. Seeing his sister's anger, Su Xuanyu quickly retracted his head. He genuinely wished to make the trip, concerned for his second sister. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and said, if you must go, it cannot be you. If it comes to that, let Jingran go. She was well aware of her brother's relationship with Lu Qing'an. If Lu Qing'an truly posed a threat to her sister, then sending her brother there would be akin to courting death. Yet, he would never harm his own son. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an spoke up. Mother, I will listen to you. He has been feeling a bit nostalgic for his sister and younger sister. Su Xuanyu glanced at his nephew, feeling a pang of envy within his heart. He longed to join them, but that would be a matter for another time. In a few days, your mother will procure that precious time artifact for you. Within it, the flow of time is 30 times faster than the outside world. One day outside equates to a month inside. You must swiftly elevate your cultivation so that when you visit your sister, you do not appear inferior in her eyes. Su Qing'an urged. She had been encouraging her son to cultivate diligently, hoping that when the siblings finally met, her eldest daughter would witness her son's rapid advancement and reconsider her feelings towards him. Lu Qing'an nodded, determined that when he next encountered his sister, he would ensure his cultivation was far beyond her reach. Chapter 44. The Demon Willow Academy. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wang Duanshan and He Hongkai returned to the courtyard, only to find it occupied solely by Lu Miaomiao and Shui Tianfei, with everyone else absent. Wang Duanshan turned to Shui Tianfei, who was playing with Lu Miaomiao, and inquired, where is Lu Qing'an? Shui Tianfei replied, he has gone over there to instruct the two children in combat techniques. Nodding, Wang Duanshan and He Hongkai soared towards that direction. Soon, they spotted Lu Qing'an hovering in the sky, guiding Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi in their sparring. Have you returned? Has the forging room been completed? Lu Qing'an asked, glancing at the approaching Wang Duanshan and He Hongkai. Wang Duanshan chuckled. It has been successfully crafted. It is undoubtedly a forging room that all craftsmen across the demon realm, and indeed, all of Songyun continent, will covet. Moreover, my old companion and I have thoroughly assessed the heavenly meteoric gold you provided us last night. Here are the blueprints for the treasures that can be forged from it. Choose 10. 10. That seems rather generous, Lu Qing'an remarked, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes as he smirked. If I forgo the armor, I could create a few more. Armor is essential. I must procure a set for my eldest daughter as well. Lu Qing'an perused the blueprints handed to him by the two, ultimately selecting 10 items. These 10 will suffice. By the way, old Wang, which faction in the demon realm currently possesses a time artifact? I wish to acquire one for the children. In truth, he merely sought to ascertain whether Wang Duanshan had one in his possession. Such artifacts were notoriously challenging to forge, requiring a plethora of rare materials and intricate processes. Wang Duanshan, as the strongest craftsman in the demon realm, might indeed possess one. Did you not possess a time artifact that achieved a flow rate of 1 to 100? Wang Duanshan replied, I do not have one at present, but I recently expended several centuries crafting a piece specifically for the Demon Willow Academy. Its time flow rate is comparable to the one I forged for you. However, I have heard that when paired with their treasured artifact, the time-reversing Demon Willow, the flow rate can reach as high as 1 to 300. When I departed from the Demon Emperor's palace, that time artifact remained behind, gifted to my disciple. Once given, it is ill manners to reclaim such a gift. Lu Qing'an stated. Upon hearing this, Wang Duanshan's aged eyes glimmered with a hidden depth, particularly at the mention of the word disciple. Beside the two children engaged in their spirited exchange, Xiao Qingyi observed with a flicker of unusual emotion in his eyes. I could certainly take some time to craft another piece for you, he proposed, but you must understand that producing it in a short span is quite challenging. The process is intricate and far more complicated than crafting weapons or armor, which are comparatively straightforward. Never mind, I shall ponder other methods, Lu Qing'an replied, shaking his head before encouraging the two to diligently pursue their forging endeavors, ascending back into the sky. Turning his gaze towards Lu Qing'an, Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. Both are prodigies of combat, one your child and the other his. Yet, they still lack the tempering that comes from genuine battle experience. Old Xiao, I recall you once sent several disciples to the Malyo Academy for training. It seems your students have fared quite well, and you must have some rapport with the Academy's headmaster. What do you think of sending these two children there for a time? It might be beneficial for them to interact with other geniuses of their caliber, Lu Qing'an inquired. He had previously nurtured a solitary prodigy, who ascended to power with astonishing speed, achieving an imperial position just a shade beneath his own. However, that child, having been solely cultivated in isolation, bore a striking resemblance to Lu Qing'an in temperament, steeped in a heavy aura of bloodshed. Moreover, due to a lack of interaction with peers of similar age and prowess, the child was exceedingly reclusive, devoid of friends, and struggled to forge connections with others. Eventually, when he chose to relinquish his title as the Demon Emperor, he passed it to his disciple, who now holds the position. From that moment on, Lu Qing'an became a mere figurehead, having ensured his disciple was capable of governing before departing the demon realm, leaving only a letter behind. Now, as he contemplated raising 2 daughters, he found himself hesitant to employ the same methods as before. This was a significant reason why he had decisively invited son Minzi to accompany him, at the very least, to ensure his daughters would not befriend no one. Xiao Qingyi stated earnestly, "I believe it is imperative for children to engage with a broader circle of individuals." Taken aback by Xiao Qingyi's earnestness and resolute demeanor, Lu Qing'an replied, "Very well. When time permits, lead me to meet the headmaster of the Malyo Academy." That is easily arranged. Many claim that the old fellow is elusive, akin to a wandering cloud, difficult to locate, but for me, it is rather simple. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. The headmaster of Malyo Academy is a figure somewhat out of place within the demon realm, where many individuals, compelled by the need for demonic energy, tend to be rather impatient. The realm is rife with combative souls. In contrast, the headmaster of Malyo Academy is renowned for his erudition, undeniably powerful and recognized as one of the top 10 experts in the demon realm. Yet, he shuns combat, embodying a demeanor of refinement and scholarly depth. Having established the unique Malyo Academy to impart knowledge and cultivate various talents within the realm. Over the years, the Academy has produced numerous formidable entities, akin to blossoms scattered throughout the demon realm. These individuals are exceptional, each endowed with unique skills and perspectives that offer far greater prospects than those who are merely adept at violence. Even though Lu Qing'an has become the most formidable demon emperor of the demon domain through the path of slaying, he has only met the esteemed head of the Magic Willow Academy once. As the saying goes, those who follow different paths cannot conspire together. His method of proving his path through murder is precisely what the head of the Magic Willow Academy disdains the most. Please help me find him, so that my child may cultivate at the Magic Willow Academy in the future, Lu Qing'an said. He believes that exposing his child to a variety of people is essential, and the Magic Willow Academy serves as the optimal environment, far less perilous and bloody than the various regions of the demon domain, making it an excellent choice for a novice. Naturally, he will also guide his child at home after their studies at the academy, ensuring that the child's progress accelerates. Let me make some inquiries. Xiao Qingyi replied with a smile, reassuring Lu Qing'an. About an hour later, Xiao Qingyi returned with good news. I managed to contact him. He is just about to return to the Magic Willow Academy. When are you available to join me in encountering him? He coughed, quickly correcting himself, to meet him. His expression was somewhat awkward. Encounter him? Why do I feel you haven't actually reached him? I'm always available, Lu Qing'an responded. All right then, as soon as night falls, we shall go, Xiao Qingyi said, narrowing his eyes with a mischievous grin. Lu Qing'an thought to himself, something feels off about this old Xiao. Chapter 45. Confronting the headmaster, taking the back door. Lu Qing'an, not one to shy away from inquiries, addressed Xiao directly. Is there something you're concealing from me? Just tell me outright. My intent in seeking the head of the Magic Willow Academy is not only to enroll my child, but also to secure unrestricted access for them to the Academy's temporal treasures. He aspired to gain admission through unconventional means and to ensure his child could utilize these temporal treasures to their fullest potential. With his own strength, he was determined to provide his child with the most exceptional resources. Xiao Qingyi realized he could not hide anything from Lu Qing'an and wore a slightly lecherous smile as he replied, My little disciple has achieved great success. After graduating from the Magic Willow Academy, he became a teacher there and has been imparting knowledge for many years, maintaining a good rapport with the headmaster. However, as you know, that old fellow is elusive and reluctant to meet with others. I learned from my disciple that he will return to the academy tonight, allowing us to confront him. With our combined strength, if he is unwilling to see us, we will still manage to meet him. Lu Qing'an had initially believed that Xiao Qingyi could directly meet the head of the Magic Willow Academy, but it turned out to be through this indirect approach. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this old Xiao was indeed resourceful in his own right. All right, shall we first visit your little disciple? Lu Qing'an inquired. That works. I haven't seen him in quite some time. Those little rascals haven't returned to visit me in years. When they were younger, they would come to pay their respects almost every year, and now it's been decades since the last visit. At this point, Xiao Qingyi's expression turned wistful, evoking the loneliness of an elderly recluse. Let us depart after lunch, he concluded. Agreed. The group enjoyed a meal together, and before setting off, Lu Qing'an sought out Wang Duanshan briefly. He then informed his two daughters that he would be going out for a while and would return later. The two daughters, being well-behaved and not bored at home, did not express a desire to accompany him. Before departing, he suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze towards Luo Danhong and Su Yuni. I plan to send the child to the Malyo Academy for training. If you have the time, could you assist me in creating a teleportation array that connects both sides? This would facilitate the child's travel between here and there. It is inconvenient for me to go back and forth every day, but with a direct connection, the children would be able to return on their own, making things much easier. Luo Danhong smiled and replied, This is not difficult. Good, then I shall rely on you. After saying this, he departed the courtyard alongside Xiao Qingyi. A quarter of an hour later, their figures appeared above the Malyo Academy. Under the blazing sun, Lu Qing'an stood suspended in midair, his robes billowing in the fierce heat. Gazing down, the Malyo Academy resembled an ancient behemoth lurking amidst the mountains. The staggered pavilions, constructed from obsidian, featured eaves that arched upward like willow blades piercing the sky, while layers of palatial structures were enveloped in a delicate lavender mist. At the heart of the academy stood a towering jet-black willow, reaching into the clouds. The trunk was adorned with intricate silver runes, and its branches cascaded like curtains of time, with each leaf shimmering like stars. This was indeed the academy's treasured time-flowing willow. At this moment, the willow's branches moved of their own accord, stirring the magical energy within a 10-mile radius into a swirling vortex, enveloping the academy in a barrier of reality and illusion. Could the time-flowing willow, in conjunction with the time artifact, truly achieve a time flow rate of 1 to 300? If so, how many would strive desperately to gain admission to the Malyo Academy? Lu Qing'an mused to himself. For others, entering the Malyo Academy was not simply a matter of desire. Even the most formidable individuals had to pass both written and martial examinations. Of course, some powerful figures attempted to take shortcuts or resort to threats, but the outcome was invariably the same, futile. The headmaster of the Malyo Academy was one of the 10 most formidable beings in the demon realm, and alongside him was a graduate of the academy, also among the top 10. Moreover, with the time-flowing willow safeguarding the academy, even other top-tier experts would need to tread carefully. Not to mention, numerous graduates had infiltrated various forces within the demon realm, making the academy a place of great influence, feared and respected by all. Unless, of course, one possessed invincible status. As an invincible entity, Lu Qing'an would not dare to offend the Malyo Academy, for its intentions were commendable, and it had never wronged him. Xiao Su, your master has arrived. Come out to greet me. In midair, Xiao Qingyi's lips curled into a smile as he activated a communication jade slip. Moments later, a middle-aged man hastily ascended from below the Malyo Academy. Clad in elegant scholarly attire, he exuded a calm demeanor, embodying the essence of a learned scholar with a righteous presence. It had been quite a while since Lu Qing'an last saw his disciple, Song Su, and encountering him now was somewhat surprising. He appears even more upright than those from the immortal ruins. Master, Song Su swiftly approached, a smile gracing his face. Haha, Xiao Su, it has been a while since you last visited your master. It's about time for a good scolding. Xiao Qingyi chuckled heartily. Master, I have been exceedingly occupied with my teaching duties, rendering me somewhat stretched thin. As Song Su uttered these words, he cast a glance at the side where Lu Qing'an stood and suddenly found himself at a loss for words, his eyes widening in astonishment. Foolish lad, have you forgotten who this is? Why do you not greet him? Xiao Qingyi interjected. Greetings, esteemed Senior Yongya. It has been quite some time since we last met. Song Su exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement as he respectfully saluted. The demon emperor Yongya had vanished for over a millennium, and to think he had finally returned. Lu Qing'an chuckled. Indeed, it has been an exceedingly long while. You, young man, have changed considerably over the years. Nay, I remain the same. It is you, senior, who exudes an entirely different aura. Song Su replied, suddenly becoming quite formal, a hint of vet gracing his countenance as he scratched his head. Lu Qing'an smiled. I spent some time in the Xinshu realm, so a bit of change is only natural. This time I have come to trouble you a bit. I recall that you practice swordsmanship, so please accept this sword. He had procured a top-tier sword from Wang Duanshan for this visit, considering it a gesture of goodwill towards his junior, as he sought assistance from him. I cannot possibly accept this, Song Su exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the exquisite weapon, clearly forged by the most skilled blacksmiths of the demon domain. Such a treasure was far too precious. Xiao Qingyi, with a broad smile, urged, "What are you being courteous for? He has plenty of such items. Quickly, take it. Isn't this inappropriate?" Song Su glanced at his master. Xiao Qingyi winked at him. Ultimately, Song Su accepted the sword with gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Lead us into the academy." The Magic Willow Academy was enveloped by a formidable array, often guarded by the Magic Willow itself, making it difficult for even peak Emperor-level experts to breach its defenses. However, he was confident in his ability to enter, but deemed it unnecessary, as the young ones would eventually need to cultivate within, and it was prudent not to strain their relationship. "Of course. Please, esteemed senior," Song Su said with a smile as he led the way. Chapter 46. Deliberate provocation. Song Su guided Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi into the formation, landing within a serene abode of the Magic Willow Academy. At the tea table, Song Su served tea to the two, his face radiant with smiles, albeit tinged with a hint of awkwardness. "Xiao Su, how have things been at the academy lately?" Xiao Qingyi inquired with a smile. He was quite pleased with his disciples, particularly this young one, who had already risen to the rank of a 2-star instructor at the Magic Willow Academy and was diligently striving for a 3-star position. "I am preparing to compete for the 3-star instructor role. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be secure," Song Su replied. "Oh, that is splendid news." Xiao Qingyi nodded in approval, before a thought struck him, prompting him to ask directly, "If you attain the rank of 3-star instructor, could you arrange for someone to bypass the examination and facilitate their entry into the academy for cultivation?" Unaware of his master's true intentions for the visit, Song Su only knew that both his master and Lu Qing'an had come to meet their academy's principal. Upon hearing this inquiry, he suddenly grasped the underlying implications, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. "Master, do not say that even the instructors of the 3 stars, nor the hall leaders, or even the vice deans, could accomplish this. It is likely that only the dean himself could grant an exception to the rules. The instructors serve as teachers, while the hall leaders are akin to the heads of instruction." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an did not wish to put Song Su in a difficult position and said, "Old Xiao, do not trouble your disciple. We shall wait for the dean's return and approach him directly." "Very well," Xiao Qingyi nodded, then turned to his disciple, teasing, "Little Su, strive to make a name for yourself, and perhaps you shall ascend to the position of dean of the Muliu Academy, thus sparing us from such troubles." Song Su smiled awkwardly. "Me become a dean? I would be thrilled to even attain the vice dean position, or merely the role of hall leader." "Are you truly certain that your dean will return tonight?" Lu Qing'an inquired. Scratching his head, Song Su replied, "Respected elder, I heard the hall leaders mention this matter by chance. It should not be mistaken, but I cannot guarantee it." "Very well, we shall wait here," Xiao Qingyi stated. Lu Qing'an nodded and began to sip tea and engage in conversation. "Elder, who do you wish to bring into the academy for cultivation?" He had not seen Lu Qing'an for a long time. After over 1,000 years of absence, he returned only to arrange for someone to enter the academy, which was quite peculiar. "My daughter." "Ah." Song Su's eyes widened. "You have a daughter?" Xiao Qingyi quickly relayed the general situation to his disciple through a sound transmission. Upon hearing this, Song Su was even more astonished. It turned out he had gone to the immortal ruins and even married, resulting in 2 daughters. To better nurture them, sending them to Muliu Academy was indeed a wise choice. As the 3 of them sipped tea and chatted, they awaited in silence. At a certain moment, Lu Qing'an gazed up at the time-flowing Muliu, pondering that since the 2 children would cultivate here in the future and he had nothing pressing to attend to, he might as well explore the academy and see what the environment was like. "Little Su, since we have some leisure, why not show me around your academy?" "Certainly." And thus, the 3 began to wander through Muliu Academy. As Lu Qing'an meandered about, he discovered that the academy's environment was quite pleasant, elegant, and serene. Occasionally, he observed students of varying grades sitting in meditation or gathering in groups to discuss their cultivation. The atmosphere was delightful. "Indeed, my daughters should be able to interact with many here," He did not wish for his daughters to follow the same path as his disciple. Many students, upon seeing Song Su, would approach to pay their respects, addressing him as instructor, which gave Lu Qing'an a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his own school days. Very well. Little Su, take me to see your academy's treasure, the time-flowing Muliu, Lu Qing'an expressed, primarily wishing for his elder daughter to cultivate there. The 300-to-1 flow rate of time would greatly enhance her training. Of course, before long, the three arrived at the roots of the colossal time-flowing Muliu. Here lay a vast plaza, the ground paved with blue stones, at the center of which were various uniquely designed buildings constructed around the roots of the tree. Many students were seated in meditation, engaged in their cultivation. The towering structure above obscured the internal situation. Just a glance revealed to Lu Qing'an that the flow of time there was significantly swifter than in the distance. Indeed, when paired with temporal treasures, the maximum time flow could reach a ratio of 1 to 300, Lu Qing'an murmured. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a slight tightening of his expression. His consciousness swiftly entered a box within his treasure, the very box containing the sphere of energy. At that moment, the energy sphere was violently vibrating, seemingly attempting to break free from its confines. With a mere flicker of his will, the energy sphere instantly ceased its struggles, leaving no room for resistance. Nevertheless, he could still sense its profound yearning, seemingly yearning for the time-reversing willow. Lu Qing'an focused intently on the time-reversing willow before him. To verify his suspicions, he decided to approach the tree to ascertain the situation. This energy entity hailed from the cosmos, shrouded in mystery. Understanding it might not greatly benefit him, but it could prove advantageous for his child. Stop! Just as Lu Qing'an was about to step forward, a figure suddenly emerged from the void, appearing before him and extending a hand to block his path. Lu Qing'an turned to regard the newcomer. The individual appeared to be of similar age and cultivation level to Song Su, both being mid-stage emperors. However, this person lacked the refined air and exuded a more formidable presence. Song Su quickly interjected, Lu Hong, what are you doing? Do you dare to obstruct the eternal night demon emperor? Lu Hong was indeed a 2-star instructor from their academy. Who are these two? Those who are not from our academy are forbidden to approach the time-reversing willow. Lu Hong stated expressionlessly. Do you not know who I am? Xiao Qingyi cleared his throat, placing his hands behind his back, attempting to present an image of superiority. His identity as the Thundercloud Emperor was well known throughout the demon domain, with few unaware of him. However, Xiao Qingyi's pretense was swiftly undermined by Lu Hong's next remark. I am not familiar with you. Regardless, I am here to guard this place today. Anyone not affiliated with our academy is strictly prohibited from approaching the time-reversing willow. This is the academy's rule. Lu Hong asserted. You truly do not recognize me? Xiao Qingyi furrowed his brow. Was this young man genuinely unaware, or was he feigning ignorance? Lu Hong, of course, recognized Xiao Qingyi, but what of it? The Thundercloud Emperor was indeed formidable, yet this was the Demon Willow Academy. Since the ascension of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, he had intimidated all forces within the demon domain without ever causing a disturbance at the Demon Willow Academy. A Thundercloud Emperor was considerably weaker, possibly even inferior to their academy's principal, and thus, he held no leverage here. Moreover, Xiao Qingyi was also the mentor of Song Su. I have never heard of such a rule. Lu Hong, are you attempting to provoke me because I am soon to compete with you for the position of 3-star instructor? Song Su gazed intently at Lu Hong and inquired. He truly had not heard of such a regulation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi suddenly understood. It was not that Lu Hong had failed to recognize him. Rather, he had acknowledged him and was pretending to be oblivious due to the competitive relationship with his disciple. Chapter 47. Are the youngsters of today so daring? When confronted by Song Su's probing question, Lu Hong remained silent, his expression betraying a hint of disdainful amusement. It was simply repugnant to him. Why must he compete with me for the position of a 3-star instructor at the same time? In this contest between him and Song Su, only one could emerge victorious, and in terms of teaching prowess, he admittedly fell short of Song Su. A fact that irked him to no end, as the likelihood of surpassing Song Su seemed exceedingly slim. Xiao Qingyi, observing Lu Hong's taciturn demeanor and his current attitude, fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you must have a formidable elder backing you, correct? Pray, enlighten me as to who it may be. Recognizing him and witnessing his demeanor, it was evident that he was supported by a senior of considerable standing within the entire demon domain. Only a handful could be deemed his equal. The headmaster of the Demon Willow Academy was certainly not among them. He had always been a solitary figure, a true recluse. Lu Hong continued to remain mute. Song Su interjected, "Master, his uncle is the vice president of the academy." "Ah, so you are indeed the nephew of that old curmudgeon. Lu Qingxiu? Are you aware that even Lu Qingxiu must address my true self with a modicum of respect, referring to me as Daoist Xiao?" At this juncture, Xiao Qingyi's expression turned slightly frigid as he unleashed the aura of a peak Emperor Realm cultivator, intending to intimidate Lu Hong. He could not fathom how this young man could remain unyielding. Lu Hong, however, maintained an air of tranquility, replying, "Senior, I am merely adhering to the established protocols. Are you attempting to intimidate me with your strength and lineage?" Seeing that Lu Hong was impervious to intimidation, Xiao Qingyi felt a flicker of irritation. This young man, even if he were to abide by some semblance of rules, should at least exhibit a modicum of decorum, turning a blind eye to their presence and allowing them to pass without obstruction. Clearly, this was a matter that pertained to his disciple. "We shall simply take a stroll and emerge shortly," spoke Lu Qing'an, his tone calm. He had no desire to create unnecessary difficulties for the younger generation. Lu Hong turned his attention to Lu Qing'an. He had never encountered him before and could not discern his cultivation level. Yet someone who could appear alongside Xiao Qingyi was presumably at the Emperor realm. Nevertheless, as long as it involved Song Su, he was resolute. "No one would be granted passage today. Let us not discuss it. As long as I am here, even the eternal night demon emperor would not dare to set foot inside," Lu Hong declared with conviction. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Qingyi and Song Su regarded Lu Hong as if he were a fool. "How dare you? Would you utter such words in the presence of your uncle? And to speak so boldly before me?" Coughing lightly, Xiao Qingyi continued, "Calm yourself. There is no need for violence within the Demon Willow Academy. After all, you still wish for the children to train here." At that moment, Xiao Qingyi noticed Lu Qing'an's gaze fixed on Lu Hong and hastened to his side, grasping Lu Qing'an's hands, seeking to pacify him through silent communication. "I am not angry, merely somewhat bemused. Has the name of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor become a source of jest for the younger generation after a millennium?" Lu Qing'an was indeed not incensed. He was simply taken aback. This young man, after all, was an instructor at the Demon Willow Academy and should not have been so foolish. In the past, he was a formidable presence in the demon domain, notorious for his ruthlessness. Although it has been thousands of years since those days of decisive slaughter, one would expect that his infamous reputation would still instill fear in the hearts of future generations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's eyes flickered with an unusual emotion. After hesitating for a moment, he remarked, "Perhaps this young man is somewhat naive." He had already conceived a possibility. Lu Qing'an sensed that Xiao Qingyi was concealing something from him and inquired telepathically, "Are you aware of some hidden truth?" Xiao Qingyi awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and replied telepathically, "Do you genuinely wish to know? Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly." With no other option, Xiao Qingyi took a deep breath and said, "It likely relates to your disciple." "Related to him?" Lu Qing'an was taken aback. Xiao Qingyi continued telepathically, "The story is rather lengthy. It appears that after your disappearance for over 500 years, your disciple claimed to have surpassed you in strength and demonstrated considerable power. He even asserted that if you were to return, he could defeat you decisively. Moreover, he believes that the position of Demon Emperor he currently holds is rightfully his. He has also gathered a group of subordinates in the demon domain, which suggests a connection to your disciple. He may have been brainwashed, after all. These are merely the younger generation who have not witnessed the terror of Lu Qing'an, the god of slaughter." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an fell silent, contemplating his disciple. After a moment of reflection, he shook his head. "Forget it." Seeing Lu Qing'an's demeanor, Xiao Qingyi attempted to soothe him telepathically. "Do not be enraged. After all, he is still your disciple. Perhaps his actions are somewhat related to your sudden departure." Having watched Lu Qing'an's disciple grow up, he did not wish to see their relationship deteriorate. Lu Qing'an simply shook his head with a smile. "It's fine. This young man's ambition is commendable." Xiao Qingyi then turned his gaze to Lu Hong. He could not be bothered to argue with this youth any longer and chose to remain silent. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before the time-reversing Demon Willow. He intended to observe what that life form truly yearned for. Once completed, he would depart from the place. Lu Hong, witnessing Lu Qing'an's instantaneous disappearance, immediately deduced that Lu Qing'an was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Lu Qing'an possessed such power, the audacity to intrude so boldly was a blatant disrespect towards their Demon Willow Academy. His expression turned cold as he swiftly caught up with Lu Qing'an. Observing Lu Qing'an standing before the time-reversing Demon Willow with a hint of surprise on his face, he declared in a deep voice, "I hereby command you to retreat immediately. Leave this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action." At that moment, Lu Qing'an was fully absorbed in sensing the energy fluctuations within the box, leaving him no time to heed Lu Hong's warnings. "Very well. Then do not blame me for being impolite," Lu Hong responded sternly. He then summoned his powers, reaching out to grasp Lu Qing'an. He was unafraid of Lu Qing'an potentially being stronger. As long as Lu Qing'an dared to retaliate, it would mean opposing the entire Demon Willow Academy. Even a formidable figure like Xiao Qingyi had to weigh his options when confronting such a colossal entity as the Demon Willow Academy. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Lu Qing'an, she suddenly turned her head, her icy gaze locking onto him. At that moment, his motions abruptly halted. He felt as if he were bearing the weight of the entire Songyun continent, crashing down to his knees with a resounding thud. Bang! His knees struck the bluestone ground, leaving two deep impressions. His eyes widened in shock, his body chilled to the core, his mind engulfed in chaos as hellish visions danced before him. Xiao Qingyi and Song Su, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless. They had never encountered someone so reckless. Yet, they pondered whether Lu Qing'an would still slay indiscriminately. If she were to kill Lu Hong, it would undoubtedly place her in direct opposition to the Demon Willow Academy. Chapter 48. Master and apprentice enjoying watermelon at this very moment. The two of them were powerless to prevent the unfolding events. Their strength paled in comparison to Lu Qing'an's, leaving them with no choice but to observe from the sidelines. If Lu Qing'an were to become enraged, any reckless approach could provoke her ire. "Disciple, would you care for some?" Xiao Qingyi, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a watermelon, effortlessly splitting it in two with his hands and offering half to his apprentice. Song Su nodded and accepted it. Thus, the master and disciple began to enjoy their watermelon while watching the situation unfold. Lu Qing'an, after merely releasing a hint of her oppressive aura, chose to disregard Lu Hong and continued to keenly sense the condition of the energy entity. Devouring? He could faintly discern that this energy being was organizing its thoughts, projecting a singular intent to consume. As Lu Qing'an stood quietly, observing the Demon Willow, Lu Hong, still kneeling on the ground, finally emerged from his apocalyptic reverie. To his dismay, he realized he was drenched in sweat. Yet, when he attempted to rise, no matter how he struggled, it felt as if he had lost control over his own body. He simply could not stand. Shaking with anger, he cursed inwardly. This person must be at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and not just an ordinary pinnacle. How dare he humiliate him with such superior cultivation? To act against him in the Demon Willow Academy, he found that his mouth could barely move, and hastily cast a spell to communicate the situation to those within the academy. "Come quickly." The summoned incantation spread forth. In mere moments, a figure appeared rapidly above the Demon Willow. The newcomer, clad in white garments with long black hair flowing, exuded an aura of formidable power, revealing a middle-aged man. "Who is this?" Xiao Qingyi, upon seeing the late-stage Emperor Realm figure in the sky, realized he did not recognize him and turned to Song Su, who had just spat out a few watermelon seeds, to inquire. Song Su, leisurely munching on his watermelon and unconcerned with appearances, replied, "He is a hall master from our academy, the deputy dean's disciple, exceptionally talented." Oh, Xiao Qingyi smiled. Upon arrival, the newcomer beheld Lu Hong kneeling beneath the Demon Willow and Lu Qing'an, who stood silently. "Who are you, daring to lay hands on the instructors of our esteemed Magic Willow Academy?" Lu Qing'an paid no heed to the intruder. At that moment, he had closed his eyes to better attune himself to the essence of the energy entity. Such audacity! The newcomer bellowed, preparing to descend and rescue Lu Hong. Simultaneously, he unleashed a secret sound wave technique, attempting to assist Lu Hong in breaking free from control. Just then, Lu Qing'an uttered two words, "noisy." As his calm voice resonated, a sound wave erupted forth, colliding with the intruder's sonic attack. The assailant's sound wave technique was effortlessly absorbed, akin to raindrops meeting the vast ocean. The terrifying sound wave swept through the middle-aged man, and with two resounding thuds, he found himself kneeling in midair. his knees striking the void and shattering it in two places. The middle-aged man in white experienced everything Lu Hong had just felt. Witnessing that even a formidable figure like his elder cousin could not withstand Lu Qing'an, Lu Hong was taken aback. It seemed only his uncle could arrive in person to teach this fellow a lesson. He had already spread word of the incident, and he believed his uncle would arrive shortly. Xiao Qingyi observed the unfolding scene and remarked, "Disciple, do not blink. The grand performance is about to commence. Wait, my watermelon is almost gone. Save that piece for me." "All right." Song Su nodded eagerly, yet his pace of devouring the fruit only quickened. Just as they finished speaking, an elderly man clad in a pale blue long robe materialized in the sky. His arrival brought a profound stillness to the vast expanse. The previously restless winds ceased abruptly, enveloping everything in an eerie silence, reminiscent of a desolate graveyard at midnight. "He has arrived." Xiao Qingyi noted the newcomer, a smile gracing his lips. The man was Lu Qingxiu, the vice president of the Magic Willow Academy, revered as the Emperor of Clear Abyss. Possessing the title of Qingming Emperor within his domain, all senses would be rendered null, plunging everything into the void. In that instant, upon arrival, Lu Qingxiu surveyed the situation, particularly noting his nephew and disciple kneeling before him, instantly discerning that they faced a formidable adversary. Thus, he promptly unleashed his domain, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius in an ethereal space. His gaze fell upon the two figures before him. One was Xiao Qingyi, who did not appear to be the aggressor towards his juniors. Rather, the attention of Lu Qingxiu was entirely focused on Lu Qing'an. At that moment, Lu Qing'an opened his eyes, having been drawn into Lu Qingxiu's domain. The energy entity ceased all movement. The two stood, one high above, the other at the lowest point. As they locked eyes, Lu Qingxiu, standing like a deity in the sky, suddenly trembled. That gaze, he swiftly retracted his domain, moving with such haste that it felt as if a second's delay would bring about his demise. "Oh, have you recognized me?" Lu Qing'an held a rather lukewarm impression of Lu Qingxiu, and only a handful of individuals were acquainted with his appearance. Thus, Lu Qingxiu should not have been aware of what he looked like. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he felt a sense of resignation. It seemed that Lu Qingxiu might have some connection to his disciple, perhaps having learned his precise appearance from him. Lu Qingxiu swallowed hard, and in the blink of an eye, the calm demeanor he had previously displayed evaporated, replaced by trepidation. He had lived through the era of the god of death. Why are you here?" Lu Qingxiu dared not remain suspended in the air, swiftly descending to stand before Lu Qing'an, slightly bowing his head and clasping his hands in greeting. Lu Qing'an regarded Lu Qingxiu and inquired, "Are you here for a stroll? Is there an issue?" However, the question that truly lingered in Lu Qingxiu's mind was not this. Rather, he was eager to know how Lu Qing'an had returned. The god of death had suddenly vanished for a millennium, only to re-emerge within their Magic Willow Academy. "No issue. Naturally, there is no issue." Lu Qingxiu mustered a strained smile. Lu Qing'an cast a glance at the kneeling Lu Hong on the ground and the middle-aged man in white, also kneeling in the sky, and asked, "Are they your juniors?" The bitterness on Lu Qingxiu's face multiplied several-fold. "What have you done to provoke this god of death?" "Why, yes," Lu Qingxiu replied. At that moment, Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed his uncle's abject fear, plunging him into a state of confusion. What on earth was happening? Was this truly the same uncle renowned as a top-tier powerhouse in the demon realm? His uncle had never displayed such trepidation even in the face of the demon emperor Dugu. Chapter 49. Set aside personal dignity. Juniors must respect their elders. It is crucial to educate them well, Lu Qing'an declared, retracting his demonic power. The two still kneeling felt the immense pressure that had weighed upon them dissipate instantaneously, allowing them to rise. Seeing that Lu Hong and the others were about to stand, Lu Qingxiu hastily transmitted a message, "Remain kneeling." Lu Hong and the others were bewildered. Remain kneeling? They doubted the transmission had originated from Lu Qingxiu, suspecting someone was deliberately stirring trouble. "I will ensure they are well disciplined. They will not make such errors again in the future," Lu Qingxiu quickly assured. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Lu Qing'an wished for his daughters to come here for cultivation, not wanting to strain relationships unnecessarily. Moreover, this incident could serve as leverage for future negotiations. Having spent many years in the immortal ruins, it seemed he had grown accustomed to a peaceful existence, dulling the murderous intent he once harbored. Recent events had further tempered his emotions, rendering such trivial matters inconsequential to him. This sensation was difficult to articulate. He paid no further heed to Lu Qing'an, having gleaned a general understanding of the energy entity's intentions, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. It was not yet the appropriate moment to experiment with this energy entity. He was uncertain of the repercussions it might have on the time-reversing magic willow. Recklessly unleashing it could potentially devastate the entire tree. In the future, he would rely on this magic willow to collaborate with time treasures, facilitating his daughter's cultivation. Lu Qing'an proceeded towards Xiao Qingyi. As Lu Qingxiu observed Lu Qing'an's indifference towards him and departure from the scene, he lowered his gaze and swiftly contemplated the events that had transpired. What did the Eternal Night Demon Emperor truly mean? Had it been the former Eternal Night Demon Emperor, this place would have already been drenched in blood. Uncle, may we rise? Lu Hong's voice pierced through Lu Qingxiu's reverie, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to Lu Hong and the other, stating, stand up. After they rose, they quickly approached Lu Qingxiu, their astonishment remaining as potent as ever. What on earth is happening? Uncle, what is going on? Why did you treat him in such a manner? Who is he? This was the first time Lu Hong had witnessed his uncle behave so towards another. As the vice president of the Magic Willow Academy, he had never displayed such demeanor, even in the presence of the esteemed president. Just moments ago, he had referred to that individual as Sir. You two fools. In the past, you would have long since perished. You nearly brought disaster upon me. Lu Qingxiu furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend how Lu Qing'an had returned and what his intentions were. Yet, while he grappled with confusion, he felt anger towards Lu Hong and his companion for provoking this harbinger of death. No, uncle, why are you scolding me? It was he who took advantage of his superior strength to bully us. Then why did he not take advantage of his strength to bully me? You must have provoked him. Fortunately, I recognized him. Otherwise, my life would be in jeopardy. The more Lu Qingxiu pondered, the more he felt a chill of dread. Had he confronted Lu Qing'an directly, the consequences could have been dire, following in the footsteps of those ancient demons, obliterated in an instant. Master, he is indeed formidable. At the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, but throughout the demon domain, there are few who surpass you. The middle-aged man in white furrowed his brow, asserting that even Xiao Qingyi should be evenly matched against his master. Have you both become foolish from years of study? With whom does Xiao Qingyi maintain a close relationship? Does he even possess greater strength than I? Lu Qingxiu glared at them, his ire intensifying. The trouble they had stirred could yet bring about greater calamity. Lu Hong and his companion exchanged glances, and simultaneously, a thought emerged in their minds. No way. Hasn't he been missing for quite some time? Lu Hong exclaimed in astonishment. The middle-aged man in white trembled slightly. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor. That person was indeed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Who else could it be? Yet, upon this encounter, I sensed he has changed somewhat. His murderous intent seems less pronounced, Lu Qingxiu murmured to himself. Given the temperament of the former Eternal Night Demon Emperor, such matters would have led to a massacre long ago. Uncle, even if he is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, we need not fear him. We are currently under the command of the Duga Demon Emperor, who is not inferior to him. Moreover, they have long since become enemies. Lu Hong hastily interjected. Slap. Lu Qingxiu could no longer contain himself and struck Lu Hong across the face. What do you know? Do you truly wish to bring about my demise? Lu Hong stood in stunned silence, gazing blankly at his uncle. He lost his father at a young age and was raised by his uncle, who treated him like a son, showering him with affection and never once striking him. Now, for the first time, he faced a blow. Lu Qingxiu took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions, and spoke calmly. You have not witnessed his era. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is far from the simple figure you imagine. Furthermore, the master and disciple have yet to engage in battle. The outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, if he seeks to kill us, with the Dugu Demon Emperor absent, who can stand in his way? Lu Qingxiu felt helpless regarding his nephew's mindset. Were it not for his connections, he would never have secured a teaching position at the academy. From today onward, you must enter seclusion. What? Another retreat? Besides, I will soon be competing with Song Su for the 3rd star. Before Lu Hong could finish, Lu Qingxiu interjected sternly. Then you must forfeit the competition. Uncle, how can that be? I have awaited this day for so long. Moreover, I will strike you. In an effort to prevent his nephew from courting further trouble, Lu Qingxiu ultimately took the time to share his understanding of Lu Qing'an with Lu Hong. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an followed Song Su around the Mo Lu Academy before returning to Song Su's residence. I thought you would unleash a massacre. Unexpectedly, You refrained from action. It seems there have been considerable changes over the years, Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. I suspect the elder intends to negotiate with the dean more effectively. Song Su suddenly mused aloud. Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an, saying, "Oh, really? Was that your intention all along?" Lu Qing'an smiled, but remained silent. This confirmed Xiao Qingyi's and Song Su's suspicions. They perceived Lu Qingshu's nephew as rather foolish. How could he possibly remain at Mo Lu Academy as a teacher? Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Song Su and I entered the academy to teach at the same time. Honestly, I found it strange. His assessment results were markedly better than mine. Yet his teaching ability lagged significantly behind, lacking professionalism and moral integrity. Xiao Qingyi declared firmly, that explains everything. He must have relied on connections. Lu Qing'an maintained a calm demeanor. If you possess such connections, would you utilize them? Xiao Qingyi replied casually, naturally. There is a saying I hold as truth. Abandon personal integrity, indulge in a lack of ethics, and instead of compromising oneself, make it difficult for others. Living without moral scruples is truly liberating. Indeed, he is still the old acquaintance I know, Lu Qing'an smiled. With such connections, it was imperative to take advantage of them. This was also the reason he had come here. If the vice president of Mo Lu Academy could facilitate his nephew's teaching position, then securing a place for his daughters to cultivate here should pose no challenge. Master, did you also rely on connections to secure your teaching position here? Song Su asked. Looking somewhat bewildered, Xiao Qingyi blinked. Ah, little Su, your strength is commendable. You need not doubt yourself. He had no ties to Mo Lu Academy, thus could not leverage any connections. Upon hearing this, Song Su finally exhaled, having thought he too had relied on connections to remain at the academy. Xiao Qingyi then turned to Lu Qing'an. After this incident, I believe your disciple will seek you out soon. How do you plan to address this? Lu Qing'an remained remarkably composed. It was merely a meeting between master and disciple. Chapter 50. The academy cannot set such a precedent after leaving the realm of the demonic willow. Lu Qingshu returned to his residence and promptly took out a communication jade slip to contact the current demon emperor, Dagu. Greetings, demon emperor. I have encountered an individual you may find intriguing. At the moment the connection was established, Lu Qingshu, aware that the other party could not see his expression, unconsciously wore a forced smile as he reported. In a distant location within the depths of the central region of the demon domain, the demon emperor Dagu sat in his grand hall, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. His demeanor was as cold as steel, and his gaze rendered all into silence, resembling a deity of death descending upon the world, instilling a suffocating pressure. Upon receiving Lu Qingshu's message, it felt as if the demonic energy enveloping him surged violently, swirling with fury. You are not lying. He has returned. Esteemed demon emperor, I would never dare to deceive you. He is with Xiao Qingyi and should still be at our demonic willow academy. Excellent. I shall record this as a significant merit for you. After concluding the communication, the demonic energy surrounding Dagu continued to whirl chaotically, yet he did not cease his cultivation. After another week of training, I shall elevate my strength further. He had awaited this day for far too long. Compared to the past, his power had multiplied beyond tenfold. He must have surpassed him by now. Lu Qing'an, just wait. I shall make you aware of my prowess. As dusk descended, shrouding the sky in darkness, the demonic mist thickened, heralding the arrival of night. Lu Qing'an and his companions waited until the night deepened. At the stroke of midnight, both Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi opened their eyes simultaneously from their meditative state. He has returned. I sense a faint presence, though I cannot be certain it is him. Xiao Qingyi remarked. Lu Qing'an nodded decisively. It is indeed him. It appears he is aware of our presence at the demonic willow academy and has deliberately concealed his aura to return, seemingly wishing to avoid us. Let us go and meet him. With that, the two figures flickered and left Song Su behind, arriving in front of a tranquil courtyard at the demonic willow academy in the blink of an eye. Before the courtyard lay a unique formation, surrounded by various intricate arrays that could easily mislead anyone nearby. However, these minor tactics were inconsequential in the eyes of Lu Qing'an, who had grown several times stronger. Friend, will you not come out to greet us? Or shall we enter uninvited? Lu Qing'an called into the void ahead. After a brief moment, an elderly man in white robes with white hair emerged from the courtyard, his brow furrowed. His face, marked by vitality yet displaying a frown, appeared decidedly displeased, as though he were being coerced into unwelcome business. Friend Lu, is such a demeanor truly necessary? Xiao Qingyi remarked. openly critiquing Lu Xie's expression. Without responding, Lu Xie waved his hand, causing all formations to vanish in an instant, before turning and entering the house without a word. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi followed him into the courtyard and then into the interior. A solitary candle flickered unsteadily, casting a dim light in the hall. Xiao Qingyi, seemingly familiar with the place, directly chose a seat and sat down. "Speak if you have matters to discuss. I have other matters to attend to," Lu Xie stated in a deep voice. "Surely you know who he is? No introduction is necessary, I presume?" Xiao Qingyi inquired. Lu Xie glanced at Lu Qing'an, and without needing to see, he already knew who it was. Someone capable of instilling such a sense of crisis in him was indeed rare in the entire demon realm. As Lu Xie tacitly acknowledged this, Xiao Qingyi wished to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Lu Qing'an. "Taoist Lu Qing'an began. I have a matter to discuss with you. I kindly request your assistance in allowing my daughter to come to your Demon Lu Academy for cultivation." Lu Xie had not expected Lu Qing'an to make such a request, and he momentarily stood in stunned silence. This fellow, who had vanished for over a millennium, had actually fathered a daughter? Regaining his composure, he decisively replied, "Very well." "Ah, splendid. Taoist Lu, you are agreeable," Lu Qing'an exclaimed. "We shall bring the child tomorrow." Xiao Qingyi had thought Lu Xie to be a stickler for tradition, but was pleasantly surprised to find him adaptable as well. Indeed, when faced with Lu Qing'an, one must be flexible. "Thank you, Taoist Lu Qing'an said with a courteous bow. "Tomorrow is not feasible. The next new student assessment will be in 3 years." Lu Xie interjected. "Only upon passing the assessment can one cultivate here." After both men had spoken, Lu Xie suddenly added, "This is non-negotiable." As soon as those words left his lips, the courtyard fell abruptly silent. Xiao Qingyi's lips twitched as he remarked, "Old Lu, that's rather unkind of you. Is this a jest? Rules are rules, and many of the top powers in the demon realm, as well as peak emperors, must also pass the assessment to enter our academy." Lu Xie fixed his gaze on Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, speaking each word with gravity. "Are you truly offering no concessions? If you have any demands, feel free to voice them," Xiao Qingyi said in a low tone. Lu Xie responded solemnly. "We cannot set a precedent." Lu Qing'an rose to his feet. Xiao Qingyi was taken aback and quickly restrained him, saying, "Wait. We are all allies here." Lu Xie was equally startled, feeling a twinge of anxiety, yet he maintained a composed facade, concealing any fear cultivated over years of practice. "What are you thinking? If this path is unfeasible, we shall return. My daughter must be missing me," Lu Qing'an remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi, his eyes reflecting mild exasperation. Was he the kind of person who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation? He then turned to the unflappable Lu Xie, who remained unfazed even in the face of adversity, and said, "I shall return in 3 years." A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xie's weathered eyes. Had the Eternal Night Demon Emperor truly become so amenable? Xiao Qingyi blinked in disbelief, not expecting Lu Qing'an to leave without any confrontation. He hurried after Lu Qing'an, asking, "Are we really letting him go like this? 3 years may not seem long to us, but for a child, it could mean losing out on so much. If all else fails, can't we at least give him a good beating?" Inside the house, Lu Xie's face twitched at Xiao Qingyi's words. "That old rogue," Lu Qing'an replied. "If he is so concerned with the rules, then violence would be futile. I possess a method. This entity seems eager to consume something from that time when the magic willow was entwined. If released secretly, his strength would be insufficient to handle it, and he may very well come seeking my assistance. If he does not plead, then rules are indeed rigid, and so too should be the tree." Xiao Qingyi stared at the ominous energy form that Lu Qing'an had suddenly produced, momentarily stunned. "I thought you were truly leaving." Lu Xie was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of chilling terror, his awareness entirely fixated on the energy entity in Lu Qing'an's grasp. In that instant, he could perceive an insatiable hunger emanating from this entity, aimed directly at the time-reversing demon willow. Let's discreetly place this thing over there before we leave. Come on." Xiao Qingyi, peering over his shoulder, spoke with unyielding fervor. "Ahem. Gentlemen, please hold on," Lu Xie interjected, reflecting that perhaps certain rules could be bent just a little. Chapter 51. Terrifying strength. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi turned to see an expression on Lu Xie's face that was entirely incongruous with his usual demeanor. They exchanged glances, both surprised by the unexpected transformation in the old man. "Ahem, it's quite good that one can be flexible," Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile, making his way back. Lu Qing'an nodded in agreement, following suit into the room. Lu Xie regarded the two seated beside him and promptly inquired, "What was that just now?" That formidable aura felt even more potent than when I witnessed Lu Qing'an taking a life years ago. How could a mere energy entity exude such a terrifying presence? Most astonishingly, Lu Qing'an can control it. What has the eternal night demon emperor endured during his millennium of absence? To what heights has his power ascended? Lu Qing'an responded, "I am uncertain of its nature, only aware that it yearns to consume something from your time-reversing demon willow. However, I have suppressed its intent, so it will not act recklessly." Lu Xie, cutting to the chase, said, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries, old Lu. Let us talk about how we can be flexible. At our age, there is no need for beating around the bush. Let us communicate plainly." Xiao Qingyi had already come to regard Lu Qing'an's daughters as family, and he was determined to secure the best possible cultivation environment for such delightful children. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, somewhat taken aback by his proactive assistance. Lu Xie produced a round piece of metal that shimmered in his hand, its surface adorned with mysterious dark patterns. It exuded no aura, bearing the weight of ages like an ancient relic of forgotten times. "I have returned to acquire this item, intending to venture into the celestial falling demon abyss. I plan to take this treasure deep into its depths, nearly 30 miles, to allow the fierce energies within to purify and refine it." Lu Xie's gaze fixated intently on Lu Qing'an as he continued, "Since you have returned, let us assist each other. Take this treasure as deep as possible and remain there for an hour." Upon hearing the phrase celestial falling demon abyss, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi exchanged incredulous looks. "An hour, you say?" Lu Qing'an inquired. For him, the task was as effortless as drinking a bowl of water. No, it was more akin to a mere breath. A far more fitting analogy. "Ideally, until the patterns on this treasure turn golden," Lu Xie added. Lu Qing'an responded decisively, "Very well, hand it over. I shall see to it immediately. After completing the task, I shall bring my daughter here tomorrow, and from now on, she may freely utilize the temporal treasures associated with the time-flowing willow." "Wait, freely utilizing the temporal treasures? That is not appropriate." Lu Xie quickly interjected. "What is inappropriate?" "Activating that treasure to connect with the time-flowing willow requires considerable resources. We cannot expect the Willow Academy to bear that cost alone, can we?" Lu Qing'an, initially perplexed, cast a silent glance at Lu Xie. Xiao Qingyi, equally at a loss for words, retorted, "Does our eternal night demon emperor truly lack such trivial resources?" Lu Qing'an coughed lightly, reflecting on his recent return when he discovered that the magic crystals he had hidden away had been incinerated. Indeed, he was somewhat lacking. "Old Xiao, how many magic crystals have you accumulated over the years?" Xiao Qingyi suggested, "Why don't we just seize some? With your strength, it would be effortless." No one would dare to object. He had already attained a level where he no longer required magic crystals for cultivation, so he had been too lazy to accumulate them over the years. "Let us assess the situation first. We will cover the resource consumption ourselves," Lu Qing'an replied. Only then did Lu Xie nod, handing the iron ball to Lu Qing'an. "Then let us depart immediately. If memory serves, Lu Qing'an can reach depths of 30 to 40 miles into the heavenly fallen abyss." He now sensed that Lu Qing'an seemed even stronger, perhaps capable of venturing deeper than 40 miles. Lu Qing'an took the iron ball, weighing it in his hands, and was astonished to find it surprisingly light. The material was not iron, but a type of metal he had never encountered before. It was entirely different from heavenly fallen divine gold, yet it bore an uncanny resemblance. It struck him as an odd sensation. Just as he grasped the iron ball, he noticed the energy entity exhibiting unusual behavior, as if it were contemplating devouring something. "What on earth is this little creature?" he pondered, choosing not to delve further into it for now, prioritizing his daughter's matters. Thus, Lu Qing'an soared into the sky, forcefully breaking through the void, and, accompanied by Xiao Qingyi, made their way to the location of the heavenly fallen abyss. In an instant, the three of them stepped out of the void and found themselves hovering above the abyss. Xiao Qingyi, having already witnessed Lu Qing'an's formidable speed, remained unperturbed. Lu Xie, however, was not as composed. Although his face retained a steady demeanor, his mind was racing with astonishment. "What manner of technique is this?" Lu Qing'an turned to the two and said, "Remain here. I shall return shortly." He transformed into a streak of light, descending directly towards the heart of the heavenly fallen abyss. In less than 15 minutes at full speed, he arrived at the abyss's deepest point. Upon returning to this place, the energy entity concealed within the box seemed to rejoice as if it had returned home. Lu Qing'an paid no heed to the energy entity, his brow furrowing slightly. The searing heat at this depth was evidently diminished compared to before. It seemed related to the fact that he had removed the energy entity. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the energy entity and placed it back in its original position. Instantly, he felt the fierce and scorching aura returning to its previous intensity. The energy entity that emerged began to wriggle swiftly towards Lu Qing'an, resembling a plump slime, before stopping in front of his thigh and swaying playfully, as if attempting to be endearing. Lu Qing'an could sense that the entity's attention was entirely fixated on the iron ball in his hand. Why did it seem as though this thing perceived the ball as a delectable candy? Naturally, he would not relinquish the iron ball to this entity. Instead, he gave it a gentle kick, urging it to move away and not to meddle with the iron ball. This object was crucial for determining whether his daughter could enter the Magic Willow Academy for training. After being nudged, the energy entity retreated to a corner, exuding an air of indignation, reminiscent of a scene from an animated film he had seen, where a large round ball sulked in a corner, drawing circles and muttering curses. Lu Qing'an continued to ignore the energy entity, his gaze fixed on the iron ball. In less than 10 breaths, a point at the center of the iron ball suddenly flashed with golden light, which ignited all the surface patterns in an instant, transforming them into gold. The iron ball in his hand had evidently been activated, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Was this a sign of success? Yet, what purpose did it serve? He still could not discern the function of this treasured iron ball. Perhaps it was a unique artifact requiring a specific incantation for full activation. Grasping the iron ball firmly, he glanced at the energy entity in the corner. Time to leave. Reluctantly, the energy entity began to slither towards Lu Qing'an. After securing the entity, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Moments later, he found himself hovering above the abyssal demon cave, before landing in front of Lu Qing'an and the others. What happened? Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow, having noticed Lu Qing'an's sudden return shortly after he had descended. Lu Qing'an casually tossed the glowing iron ball to Lu Qing'an, stating, "It's done." Lu Qing'an. Chapter 52. Praise me. Lu Qing'an scrutinized the radiant golden artifact in his hand, a wave of astonishment washing over him. How could it have been activated so swiftly? By his calculations, this treasure should have required a full hour of stasis at a distance of at least 40 miles to fully awaken. Yet, how little time had actually passed? How deep did you go? Lu Qing'an quickly asked Lu Qing'an. The speed of activation suggested that Lu Qing'an had ventured far beyond the 40-mile mark. Lu Qing'an's expression was nonchalant as he replied, "The deepest point. I've fulfilled my promise to assist you, and you should consider your end of the bargain fulfilled as well." The deepest point. Lu Qing'an's emotions were indescribable. How could anyone reach the deepest part of the abyssal demon cave? How much stronger had the eternal night demon emperor become after over 1,000 years of disappearance? "I will not change my promise. You may bring your daughter whenever you wish." Lu Qing'an inhaled deeply, no longer probing into Lu Qing'an's strength, realizing it was beyond his own. Regardless of how much stronger Lu Qing'an became, it was of no concern to him. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. I take my leave." Lu Qing'an nodded, watching as Lu Qing'an departed with Xiao Qingyi. After the two departed, Lu Qing'an once again turned his gaze back to the treasure in his hands. "With this artifact, I could significantly enhance my strength. However, I still feel that no matter how hard I strive, I could never catch up to him." After a moment, Lu Qing'an returned home with Xiao Qingyi. "Zishuan, meow meow. Father is back. Father, you've finally returned." Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's voice, Lu Meow Meow bounced out joyfully and leaped into his arms. Lu Qing'an embraced her, a tender smile gracing his face. "Did you miss your father?" "I did. No matter how many delicious treats I have, I can't help but think of you." Lu Meow Meow replied with a grin. "Haha, then give your father a kiss." Lu Qing'an chuckled, turning his attention to Lu Zishuan and the others. "Father, how did it go?" she inquired, already aware of her father's purpose. "You all can now train at the finest academy in the demon realm," Lu Qing'an announced. Lu Zishuan had already inquired about the Magic Willow Academy from Sun Minzi and was eager to learn about its time treasures. She wished she could stretch time itself to expedite her breakthrough to the Emperor realm. Upon hearing this news, a smile blossomed on her delicate face. At that moment, Lu Qing'an looked toward Shui Tianfei and said, "I need to discuss something with you." Shui Tianfei's attention was completely captivated by Lu Qing'an's cheek, the very spot where Lu Miao had just kissed him. How she longed to plant a kiss there as well. What is it? Shui Tianfei asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. I currently lack sufficient magic crystals. Do you have any? They are meant for the children to utilize the time treasures at the Magic Willow Academy. He planned to take the children there tomorrow and conveniently provide Lu Xie with a resource. This could be considered a form of tuition. Xiao Qingyi had not saved any money, but Shui Tianfei likely had some, as her family was involved in business, with a considerable branch spread throughout the entire demon realm. Yes, how much do you need? I have plenty. A glimmer of excitement passed through Shui Tianfei's beautiful eyes at Lu Qing'an's request. Helping this man filled her with an immense sense of accomplishment. Let us say 100 million top-grade magic crystals, Lu Qing'an stated. Sure. I'll have them delivered right away. Good. I'll repay you once my disciple arrives. Lu Qing'an was too lazy to seize from others. He would simply request a bit from his disciple later. Why are you being so polite with me? Moreover, these magic crystals are not for you. They are for the children. So don't say such things, or else I shall ignore you, Shui Tianfei teased playfully. She then approached Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao, smiling. Auntie Shui will personally escort you to the academy and pick you up. How does that sound? That sounds wonderful. Auntie Shui, if you have time, could you accompany me to the academy? Lu Miao asked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Miao, what do you intend to do? Lu Qing'an questioned. Lu Miao instantly felt sheepish and replied, if Auntie Shui is there, I can enjoy delicious food while training. You little glutton, can't you focus on your training? Don't you wish to swiftly break through to the Emperor realm? Lu Zixuan did not wait for her father to speak and approached her younger sister, playfully pinching her cheek. Lu Miao pouted. I've discovered that while enjoying delicious food, my cultivation speed surpasses that of normal training. You can take a look for yourselves. With that, Lu Miao confidently demonstrated her abilities. Moments later, astonishment spread across the faces of everyone present, leaving them momentarily speechless. Even Lu Qing'an, her father, was unaware that his youngest daughter possessed such a talent. During her usual practice of the technique by Xiao Qingyi, her cultivation speed was relatively steady and quite rapid. However, while munching on a chilled watermelon, her absorption of demonic energy accelerated, as did the growth of her cultivation. See, I'm not lying. Lu Miao paused her training, smiling at everyone around her. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, both esteemed experts from the demon realm, were at a loss for words, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. It was indeed an eye-opening experience. Lu Qing'an approached, gently ruffling his daughter's hair. Miao, try practicing again. To be able to eat while cultivating, and to hasten your progress at the same time. This is truly remarkable. He was eager to understand the mechanics behind it. Lu Miao showcased her skills once more. After a prolonged moment of concentration, Lu Qing'an discerned the underlying reason. While eating, his daughter's spiritual roots expanded within her, revealing a hidden and extraordinarily mysterious cultivation physique that had yet to be fully developed. However, he could not ascertain how to trigger this unique cultivation trait without risking harm to her. He thought it best to wait until she matured further and enhanced her cultivation. In that case, Miao, you may continue to eat while you cultivate, Lu Qing'an said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Previously, he had chided her for sneaking snacks during her training. Yay, Auntie Shui, will you accompany me to the academy? You don't have to, but please bring some delicious treats for me. Lu Miao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Have you been feeding Miao well lately? Lu Qing'an asked as he glanced at Shui Tianfei. Just about, she replied, averting her gaze, feeling shy to meet Lu Qing'an's eyes. What can I do to build a good relationship with Miao? I can only offer her plenty of tasty food. Daddy, you mustn't mention Auntie Shui. Lu Miao quickly interjected, protectively positioning herself in front of Shui Tianfei. Hearing this, Shui Tianfei's gaze softened. Oh, why isn't this child mine? Lu Qing'an smiled and clarified, I wasn't speaking about your aunt. I was expressing my gratitude. Is that so? Then how do you plan to thank Auntie Shui? Surely there must be a reward. Lu Miao inquired eagerly. Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei. What reward would you like? Really? She responded, her eyes widening in surprise. On a snowy day, Shui Tianfei felt an overwhelming sense of happiness that arrived rather unexpectedly. Lu Qing'an nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Qingyi, witnessing this scene, revealed a rather lewd smile. Shui Tianfei, seize this opportunity. I have high hopes for you. Shui Tianfei's heart raced with excitement. Then, do praise me, she urged. Xiao Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. Huh, just like that? Lu Qing'an glanced at Shui Tianfei, surprised, thinking she might voice some extravagant demands. Very well, you have performed admirably, Shui Tianfei replied gently. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 53. The couple's affection. Shui Tianfei's demeanor astonished both Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi. All right, Miao Miao, Zishuan, come with Ani Shui. I have prepared something for you. It should be useful at the Magic Willow Academy. After graciously accepting Lu Qing'an's praise, Shui Tianfei smiled and refrained from lingering on the topic. Instead, she tenderly took the hands of Lu Qing'an's two daughters and led them towards her room. Reminiscent of an elder celebrating a child's acceptance into a prestigious university with a mysterious gift. At that moment, Xiao Qingyi approached and gently nudged Lu Qing'an. Goodness, is this really the Shui Tianfei we know? She certainly exudes the aura of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. Lu Qing'an cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi, but remained silent. He was indeed captivated by Shui Tianfei's recent transformation. Had this been the old Shui Tianfei, she would have undoubtedly made some unreasonable demands, pressuring them to advance their relationship. Had she done so, he likely would have continued to maintain a significant distance from her. However, her current behavior prompted him to regard her with newfound respect. Look at you, haha, I see it now. Truly, Shui Tianfei is impressive. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Lu Qing'an shot him a look. If you have nothing better to do, then let us drink. All right, let us go. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, with the rhythmic chirping of crickets filling the air. Inside a room, Lu Zishuan glanced at the small bed where Lu Miao Miao lay sprawled in a starfish position. Miao Miao, are you asleep? She whispered. The seemingly motionless Lu Miao Miao suddenly turned to her side. Not yet. What is up, sister? Lu Zishuan replied, exasperated. I thought you were asleep. Were you pondering something? Lu Miao Miao, unable to conceal her thoughts, rolled her eyes mischievously. You seem to really like Ani Shui. Is it truly just because she brings you delicious treats? Lu Zishuan inquired, well aware that her sister was beginning to develop her own capacity for thought. At her sister's age, she too had started to grasp many things. Lu Miao Miao covertly glanced at the delicate bracelet adorning her wrist. A gift from Shui Tianfei not long ago. It contained the essence of ice, capable of instantly freezing anything placed within it, along with a compartment to store items without spoilage. Most importantly, her name was engraved upon the bracelet. I feel that Aunt Shui treats me just as well as father does, perhaps even better than mother, and she seems to favor me more. Lu Miao Miao pouted, her gaze fixed on the bedboard. Their mother was perpetually engrossed in her cultivation, often retreating to the back mountain during festivals and holidays. In contrast to their mother, they cherished their father more because he had always been by their side, aware of their likes and what they held dear. Lu Zishuan fell into silence, glancing at the ring adorning her finger, lost in contemplation. Sister, I've realized that when I'm with Aunt Shui, I think less about mother, Lu Miao Miao expressed, her voice tinged with grievance. Observing her sister's impending tears, Lu Zishuan approached and embraced her tightly. Then let us cherish our time with Aunt Shui and not dwell on mother. The following morning, Lu Qing'an observed his daughters, who had diligently prepared, and smiled. We'll be setting off for the Magic Willow Academy shortly. Are you feeling nervous? Not at all. It would be even better if father could accompany Miao Miao. Though Lu Miao Miao claimed not to be nervous, her little face appeared as if it had been frozen in place by glue. Lu Zishuan, however, exhibited no signs of anxiety. Brimming with eagerness, Lu Qing'an chuckled. All right then, I shall accompany Miao Miao on her first day of school. Wonderful. You're the best, father, Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, leaping towards him with a beaming smile. At that moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Sun Minzi. Will you be joining us as well? Can I really? Sun Minzi blinked in surprise. I spoke with the head of the Magic Willow Academy and mentioned that my daughters would be training there. You can pretend to be my daughter, and you may freely utilize the time treasures for cultivation. Is that truly acceptable? I am but a mere nobody. I wouldn't want to bring disgrace upon you. Before Sun Minzi could finish her protest, Lu Qing'an decisively stated, It is settled then. You shall accompany Zishuan. You are friends and can look out for each other. Lu Zishuan smiled. Minzi, listen to my father. With you around, I will have some companionship. Yes, Sister Minzi. Let us go together. Lu Miao Miao joyfully interjected, grasping Sun Minzi's hand. Thank you so much, esteemed senior. Sun Minzi quickly bowed deeply to Lu Qing'an, overwhelmed by the unexpected opportunity. Brother-in-law, my master and I have already created the teleportation array you requested. Shall we set it up today on both ends? Su Yuni inquired with a smile. Will Auntie accompany us to the academy? Lu Miao Miao asked, sprinting to Su Yuni's side and taking her hand. Lu Qing'an nodded, yes. One of you will set up here while the other does so at the academy. By the way, Uni, if you don't mind, you can also pretend to be my daughter and join the Magic Willow Academy. With this identity, you may freely enter the time treasures for seclusion and cultivation, experiencing a time flow rate of 1 to 300, allowing you to break through to the Emperor realm more swiftly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuni paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing. Brother-in-law, is that appropriate? I am of an age where pretending to be your daughter seems implausible. At this moment, Xiao Qingyi chuckled, your audacity rivals mine. I can only imagine the expression on old Lu's face when he sees you bringing so many daughters along. I merely suggested that my daughters join the Magic Willow Academy, without specifying how many, and he agreed. There is no turning back now, Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile to Xiao Qingyi. Furthermore, it seems that Lu Xie must be aware of the incident involving Lu Hong on that day. One of the reasons he spared Lu Hong's life was to facilitate Su Yuni's admission to the academy. He turned to Su Yuni and said, contemplate carefully. Do you desire dignity or the cultivation of power? You need not say anything, just stand aside and await the completion of the admission process. Luo Danhong advised, disciple. With a time flow ratio of 1 to 300, even I am tempted to utilize the time treasures available there. Lu Qing'an glanced at Luo Danhong. If you are unbothered by appearances, you could pretend to be my daughter. At his words, Luo Danhong's cheeks flushed. Never mind, never mind. Although many in the demon realm may not recognize me, some inevitably will, especially my junior brother. Luo Danhong felt quite embarrassed. Lu Qing'an looked at Su Yuni, awaiting her response. Recalling her recent experiences in the immortal ruins, Su Yuni finally bit her lip, lowered her head, and blushingly said, all right then, I will give it a try. Excellent. Let us set forth together, Lu Qing'an declared. Father, wait a moment. Aunt Xue has yet to emerge, Lu Miao Miao interjected. Aunt Xue had promised to accompany her on the first day. Lu Qing'an turned his gaze toward Aunt Xue's room. Just then, Xue Tianfei stepped out. Xue Tianfei had evidently taken great care in her appearance, adorned with a light touch of makeup. Her natural beauty now radiated elegance and charm. Are we ready to depart? Let us go, Xue Tianfei smiled. Did you specifically dress up for this? Lu Qing'an inquired. It is the first time sending the children to the academy, and we cannot allow them to lose face. A bit of dressing up is appropriate, Xue Tianfei responded, appearing quite solemn, as if this day held great significance for her. Wow, Aunt Xue, you look stunning. Lu Miao Miao exclaimed as she hurried to Xue Tianfei, grasping her hand, providing ample emotional support. Miao Miao has such sweet words. Xue Tianfei replied gently. Lu Qing'an wore a peculiar expression. Why does it feel as though a couple is sending a group of children off to school? Chapter 54. The super rich woman. Once everyone had gathered, they set off. Aside from Wang Duanshan and He Hong, who remained in the smithing room, only Luo Danhong was left behind. Moments later, Lu Qing'an led a large group to the skies above the Magic Willow Academy. Song Su, who had been waiting there, was taken aback upon seeing Lu Qing'an arrive with such a multitude. So many people, including my master, there are a total of 7. Who could possibly be the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? He quickly spotted 2 children among the women who bore a resemblance to Lu Qing'an. These 2 must be them, he mused. As for the other strikingly beautiful girl and the enchanting woman, he was uncertain of their identities. Master, Senior Lu, Senior Xue. Song Su hurriedly greeted those he recognized, having encountered Xue Tianfei a few times before. At that moment, Xue Tianfei was holding Lu Miao Miao's small hand, smiling and nodding at Song Su. It was the first time Song Su had seen Xue Tianfei smiling, and he was momentarily stunned. Is this truly the Xue Tianfei I know? Smiling. Wait a moment. Could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor has fathered 2 daughters with the Snow Sky Empress? No, that cannot be right. He recalls his master mentioning how the Snow Sky Empress pursued the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but ultimately failed. Lu Qing'an spoke, please take us to meet your dean. Song Su nodded eagerly, leading the group into the academy's formation. Su Yuni and Lu Zixuan meticulously observed their surroundings, and upon spotting the immense time reversal willow, they were filled with a sense of wonder. How magnificent! From now on, they would cultivate within its embrace, enjoying a time flow ratio of 1 to 300. Su Yuni was acutely aware of how terrifying such a ratio could be. The most potent temporal treasures in the immortal ruins seemed to only offer a ratio of 1 to 30. No wonder the demon realm boasts a greater number of formidable beings. There is simply no comparison. Before long, the group arrived at the courtyard where Lu Xie resided. Having tinkered with that treasure throughout the night, Lu Xie sensed Lu Qing'an's aura and promptly put away the artifact to greet him. However, upon seeing a throng of women trailing behind Lu Qing'an, his brow furrowed in immediate concern. Recognizing the Snow Sky Empress, he recalled his curiosity from the previous night regarding the identity of Lu Qing'an's daughters. Now, seeing the Snow Sky Empress holding the hand of a little girl who bore a resemblance to Lu Qing'an, he felt certain. There was also another young girl who shared a slight resemblance to Lu Qing'an. Though slightly older, her attire and demeanor mirrored that of the Snow Sky Empress. Confirming his suspicions, it appeared that the Snow Sky Empress and Lu Qing'an were indeed together. Had they even borne 2 daughters? Just last night, he had thought Lu Qing'an had only 1 daughter. Discovering the existence of 2 was something he could accept. Let us proceed with their enrollment, he stated. Friend Lu, they are all my daughters. As per our agreement from last night, please have them registered and admitted to the academy, Lu Qing'an said, gesturing toward the women behind him. Excluding the Snow Sky Empress. Huh. Lu Xie was momentarily taken aback. Do not be astonished, they are all my daughters. This is my eldest, this is my second, this is my third, and this is my fourth. Lu Qing'an casually assigned them ranks according to Su Yuni and the others. You are making things difficult for me. Just last night, I believed you had only 1 daughter. Now you wish for me to admit all 4 at once. This is rather conspicuous, Lu Xie frowned. He had always refrained from granting others favors. Managing a discreet arrangement for 1 or 2 was one thing, but doubling the number was far too ostentatious for his reputation. Are you suggesting that your word holds no weight? Lu Qing'an retorted. Hearing this, Lu Xie's lips twitched. He was at a disadvantage. He had indeed failed to clarify matters the previous night. Furthermore, he had recently learned that the old rogue Lu Qingshu's nephew had crossed paths with Lu Qing'an, who had surprisingly spared Lu Hong's life. This was clearly a gesture of goodwill toward their Magic Willow Academy, or perhaps an intentional act of mercy. He could not afford to disregard this favor now. How about we first admit 2 of the daughters, and then have the other 2 join later? Lu Xie proposed. Lao Lu, are you merely concerned about what others might whisper behind your back? At your age, why should such trivial matters bother you? Here is a thought. If you fear gossip, why not shift the blame onto Lu Qingshu? Let him bear the burden. Xiao Qingyi approached Lu Xie, resting a hand on his shoulder. Instantly, he grasped Lu Xie's apprehensions and, with consideration, conveyed a suggestion telepathically. If Lu Qingshu's nephew wishes to pursue his disciple, then it would only be fitting for him to deal with Lu Qingshu in kind. There is wisdom in the saying, rather than suffer oneself, it is preferable to trouble another. I bestow this maxim upon you. Xiao Qingyi flashed a grin, transmitting his thoughts to Lu Xie. Upon hearing this, Lu Xie's deep-set eyes flickered, and he found merit in the suggestion. Indeed, Lu Qingshu had often concealed actions that were far from proper. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Lu Xie responded mentally. Xiao Qingyi, upon hearing this, chuckled and lightly tapped Lu Xie's chest with his fist, as if praising him for his teachable spirit. Ahem, very well, I shall assist you in this matter. Please wait a moment. Lu Xie retreated to his quarters to communicate with Lu Qingshu. After some time, he emerged and declared, all is set. You may approach Lu Qingshu, and he will see to it. Excellent. Lu Xie watched as Lu Qing'an and the others departed, murmuring to himself the words spoken by Xiao Qingyi. There is indeed wisdom in it. However, I never imagined I would find myself engaging in such affairs one day, albeit it is rather exhilarating. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard it and return to his studies of his treasures. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an, accompanied by a group, sought out Lu Qingshu. Prior to their arrival, Lu Qingshu's expression had been dark. Yet, upon their entrance, he swiftly altered his demeanor, adopting a somewhat obsequious air. Welcome. The dean has already instructed me, though truly, it was my own initiative to ensure all is arranged promptly. Much obliged, Taoist Lu Qing'an replied. Merely a trifling matter. After a brief interval, Lu Qingshu successfully processed the enrollment of Su Yuni and her companions into the academy, providing each with an identity token. Each token was a treasure endowed with numerous functionalities, such as recording lectures and enabling communication for inquiries regarding cultivation. Naturally, many of these functions required periodic contributions of magic crystals to the academy for the tokens to remain operational. How can I ensure the children have unfettered access to that spatial treasure? Lu Qing'an inquired. I have upgraded the tokens for all 4 individuals, allowing them to traverse freely without restrictions. However, to remain within that temporal treasure indefinitely, a sufficient amount of magic essence is required. How many magic crystals are necessary for the children to maintain continuous access? Shui Tianfei boldly asked. Lu Qing'an extended 4 fingers. Each person requires 100 million top-tier magic crystals. While this may sound considerable, the consumption truly necessitates such an amount. Upon hearing this figure, Sun Minzi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Such a staggering sum. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed Shui Tianfei produce a storage ring and present it to Lu Qing'an. In total, there are 1 billion, and to spare your academy any difficulty, the remaining magic crystals shall be deemed as funds for constructing additional classrooms for you, Shui Tianfei remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. How affluent Aunt Shui is. Chapter 55. The incomparability of 2 women after arriving in the demon realm. Lu Zixuan inquired about numerous details of life here from Sun Minzi, particularly about the currency, magic crystals, which hold a value nearly identical to the spirit stones of the immortal ruins. Supreme spirit stones and supreme magic crystals are equivalent. She understood well that even a peak powerhouse like Lin Qingxue from the immortal ruins would find it exceedingly difficult to procure 1 billion supreme spirit stones. To her surprise, her Aunt Shui had effortlessly produced 10 billion supreme magic crystals without so much as a breath of hesitation. Truly, a wealthy matron. At that moment, Lu Qing'an sent a message to Xiao Qingyi, asking, has Shui Tianfei's business flourished significantly over the years? I recall she wasn't this affluent before. Xiao Qingyi replied, in the past, she pursued you daily and neglected her management. Over the past millennium, while searching for you, she also dedicated considerable time to managing her forces. Consequently, her influence now spans the entire demon realm, establishing her as a veritable wealthy lady. 10 billion. At this point, upon receiving 10 billion supreme magic crystals, Lu Qing'an's eyes widened in disbelief as he probed his perception into the storage ring. Upon confirming the existence of 10 billion supreme magic crystals, he swallowed hard. Unbelievable. I thought I was here to bear the blame. Little did I know this burden would be so delightful. Just a small slice from this, and I shall indeed prosper. Excellent. I will enhance the magic willow value of these 4 young ladies' tokens to the maximum right away. Lu Qing'an chuckled. He retrieved the 4 tokens to attend to this matter. Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei, saying, you are too generous. In an instant, a gentle smile illuminated Shui Tianfei's previously expressionless face. This amount is trivial. You have just returned to the demon realm and likely possess little magic crystal. Should you require more in the future, simply let me know. I can provide as much as you need. Lu Qing'an mused. Indeed, she is a wealthy matron. Can she truly provide any amount? Aunt Shui, how much wealth do you possess? Lu Miao's eyes gleamed as she gazed at Shui Tianfei. Shui Tianfei replied with a smile. It's manageable. Whatever you desire, I can procure. And just between us, the delectable treats you enjoy are all courtesy of Aunt Shui's arrangements. Wow, being wealthy is wonderful. I aspire to earn money so I can buy anything I wish. Haha, there's no need for you to earn. Aunt Shui can simply provide for you. She has plenty of money. Is that so? Then, Aunt Shui, how much do you actually have? Well, acquiring 1/3 of the industries in the demon realm is quite straightforward. Shui Tianfei replied with a smile. Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi, sending a message. Is she being truthful? He had fought tooth and nail and never amassed such an amount of magic crystals. Xiao Qingyi responded, she is indeed underplaying it. If you were to casually inquire at any shop in the city, there's a 3 in 10 chance that the owner is affiliated with Aunt Shui's commercial consortium. On a snowy day, Shui Tianfei devoted herself to managing her business, and the family's Chamber of Commerce became increasingly remarkable year by year. In fact, it had drastically ascended to become the most formidable commercial entity in the demon realm. Lu Qing'an was aware that Shui Tianfei's family had been engaged in commerce for generations, yet previously, it was merely one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the demon realm. To his astonishment, after a millennium of absence, he discovered that under Shui Tianfei's stewardship, the chamber had achieved such monumental success. Lu Miao, though not fully grasping the extent of this achievement, recognized its significance and offered Shui Tianfei ample emotional support. Lu Zixuan, however, understood the profound implications of this development and regarded Shui Tianfei with newfound admiration. Unconsciously, she began to compare Shui Tianfei with their mother. In terms of capability, Shui Tianfei surpassed their mother, displaying greater gentleness towards their father and themselves, all while being a prosperous woman of great strength. Initially, when she observed Shui Tianfei's closeness to her father, a hint of discomfort lingered in her heart. Yet, at this moment, her feelings had shifted. Perhaps, Shui being with her father was indeed a favorable situation. Su Yuni also watched Shui Tianfei, her sentiments mirroring those of Lu Qing'an. She couldn't help but compare her sister to Shui Tianfei, only to bitterly realize the vast disparity between them. Most importantly, Shui Tianfei was able to treat the daughter of her rival with such kindness. If Shui Tianfei's current demeanor was genuine and devoid of any pretense, then she had indeed outshined her sister. Lu Qing'an observed Shui Tianfei engaging in pleasant conversation with Lu Miaomiao, and his perception began to shift. He couldn't help but reflect on whether he had been overly prejudiced against Shui Tianfei. His understanding of her had been insufficient. Surely, his judgment had not failed him. Shui Tianfei was, in fact, a commendable woman. At that moment, he received a telepathic message from Xiao Qingyi. This time, Lu Qing'an refrained from voicing any criticisms towards him. Initially, he had wondered if Xiao Qingyi had been influenced by Shui Tianfei, perhaps even coerced, into facilitating their relationship. In retrospect, it was clear that the old man genuinely considered him a close friend when he spoke those words. "Forget about me. I have only recently divorced. What about you? At your age, have you ever contemplated finding a companion?" Lu Qing'an responded telepathically. A profound glimmer crossed Xiao Qingyi's eyes, reminiscent of distant memories. Before he shook his head with a smile, "I am inherently free-spirited. 3 apprentices suffice for me. Besides, with your 2 daughters residing here, I am not lonely. What need have I for a partner?" A slight smile crept onto Lu Qing'an's lips, and he chose not to pursue the topic further. He had heard tales of Xiao Qingyi's past, knowing that the old fellow harbored untold stories deep within his heart. Finally, Lu Qingxiu returned with the token, obsequiously presenting it to Su Yuni and the others. He had deliberately memorized their appearances and quietly remarked that should they encounter any issues within the academy in the future, they could approach him directly for assistance. Upon confirming that his daughters had indeed joined the Moliu Academy, Lu Qing'an inquired, "Now they can cultivate within the academy, correct?" "Indeed. They can freely attend lectures. Our instructors are exceedingly professional and have thoroughly researched various cultivation realms and physical constitutions, emphasizing tailored teaching," explained Lu Qingxiu, detailing the academy's situation to Lu Qing'an. Due to matters concerning his disciples, Lu Qing'an was cautious about instructing the children indiscriminately. However, if they were to cultivate here, he felt compelled to assess the instructor's capabilities. In his eyes, there was a hint of superficiality among the academy's educators, particularly regarding Lu Qingxiu's nephew. "All right, I will accompany the children to observe a class." Of course. Thus, Lu Qing'an, alongside Lu Zixuan and the others, commenced their visit to the lectures. He specifically requested Lu Qingxiu to remain concealed, intent on conducting a discreet observation to ascertain the true proficiency of the Moliu Academy's instructors. As they traversed various classrooms, it resembled a past scenario where a leader was inspecting students during their lessons. When encountering instructors imparting knowledge, Lu Qing'an would pause and take a seat at the back. Listening attentively, he discovered that several instructors indeed possessed commendable skills. Upon entering another classroom, he was unexpectedly met with the sight of Lu Hong delivering a lecture. "Oh, this lad," Xiao Qingyi squinted. Intrigued, Lu Qing'an remarked, "Let us listen to his lecture." Song Su mentioned that Lu Hong's admission to the academy was likely facilitated through connections, suggesting he might be one of the less competent instructors at Moliu Academy. If he displayed any level of proficiency, Lu Qing'an would feel entirely at ease in trusting his children to their guidance. A bit of additional direction at home would suffice to ensure the children encountered no issues. Chapter 56. Satisfying your dark desires. After listening for a while, Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi, somewhat surprised. He appears to possess some merit. Indeed, the lad demonstrated considerable skill when discussing the earlier arcane techniques of the demon domain. Nonetheless, he was still incomparable to Lu Qing'an's own disciple. Xiao Qingyi began to harbor doubts, contemplating whether his disciple had slightly belittled Lu Hong due to personal sentiments. However, he would never publicly admit any shortcomings regarding his own pupil. Lu Qing'an smiled, reassured by Lu Hong's evident capabilities. "Well then, the lecture has concluded. I shall randomly select a few individuals to answer the questions I previously posed," Lu Hong announced solemnly. An entire group of students instantly sat up straight. To discern Lu Hong's true abilities, Lu Qing'an had intentionally obscured their visibility upon entering, rendering Lu Hong unable to see them. At that moment, he overheard a few students whispering amongst themselves. Yesterday, Instructor Lu seemed troubled and scolded those who were not paying attention. Today, with that perpetually indifferent expression, it seems he might be ready to reprimand again. May we be spared. Please. Not us. The arcane art I cultivate is solely mastered by Master Lu. Otherwise, given his temperament, I would never attend his lectures. Upon overhearing the students' conversation, Xiao Qingyi remarked, so this young lad's lack of professionalism lies here. Directing his frustrations at the children is indeed unacceptable. Lu Qing'an replied with a cold smile, remove your disguise and impart another lesson to this young man. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Lu Qing'an, without further ado, indulged Xiao Qingyi's mischievous whim, while also ensuring that Lu Hong remembered his daughter, lest he inadvertently scold her one day during a lesson. Therefore, Lu Qing'an concealed his disguise. Coincidentally, Lu Hong had just selected a student, pointing towards a male student seated in the front row where Lu Qing'an and others were situated. You there? As soon as Lu Hong spoke, he was taken aback upon recognizing Lu Qing'an and the others. What are these two esteemed gentlemen doing here? He thought in astonishment. Zixuan, I believe the one I pointed to is you. Lu Qing'an glanced at his eldest daughter. Lu Zixuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Father, it seems the instructor is referring to the gentleman in front of me. However, noticing her father's resolute expression, she stood up nonetheless. Greetings, instructor. Please proceed with your questions. Lu Zixuan stated confidently. Lu Hong exclaimed, no, I did not intend to point at you. Unaware of the relationship between Lu Zixuan and Lu Qing'an, he sensed from the affectionate way Lu Qing'an addressed the girl that their bond was extraordinary. Wait a moment. They bear a striking resemblance. As Lu Hong recognized the similarity, he was momentarily flustered. Instructor, weren't you about to pose a question to me? Lu Zixuan, noticing Lu Hong's silence, smiled as she gently reminded him. She had been diligently listening to the lecture earlier and had taken careful notes. In that vast classroom, filled with hundreds of students of varying abilities, all eyes turned towards Lu Zixuan. Upon seeing her, both male and female students were captivated. How stunning. Wow. When did our academy acquire such a beautiful lady? Wait. Look. The women sitting next to her are also exceptionally lovely. Enough of admiring the beauties. Observe Instructor Lu. Why is he sweating profusely? Indeed. What could be the matter with Instructor Lu? Goodness. This is the first time I have seen him in such a state. Lu Hong was not only bewildered but also found his thoughts muddled, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a word. The questions that had previously occupied his mind eluded him. It was not until Lu Qing'an spoke again that the silence was broken. If there are questions, feel free to ask. Lu Hong quickly regained his composure, swallowing hard before stammering. Then, I shall inquire. Despite his slight stutter, he managed to convey the essence of his question. After listening, Lu Zixuan organized her thoughts and responded articulately. As you mentioned earlier, instructor, the most crucial aspect of this arcane technique lies in the manipulation of internal energy and blood flow. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. This student has articulated it remarkably well. Let us applaud. Lu Hong, still grappling with confusion, failed to contemplate whether her response was indeed accurate and hastily interjected. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly Master Lu? Yesterday, several students provided commendable answers. Yet none could compare to the clarity and eloquence of this beautiful student. However, she still faced the critical eye of Master Lu, who chastised her. Now, the praise is effusive, and the students are compelled to applaud. They dare not withhold their applause. Lu Zixuan blinked, pondering whether she truly performed well. Father, did I really do well just now? Why did they react so strongly? She quietly inquired of Master Lu. Without a doubt, my dear. After all, you are my daughter. Lu Qing'an replied with a tender smile. Xiao Qingyi chuckled silently, amused by the situation. Well then, this student may take her seat. That will be all for today. You may disperse now. Master Lu hastily declared. The students were hesitant to ask further questions. Master Lu, a student has a query. Could you assist in addressing it? Lu Qing'an requested. Of course. Master Lu's back was already drenched in sweat. Grandfather. I'm calling you grandfather now. Please spare me. Meow meow, after listening to the teachings, was asked by Lu Qing'an if she had any questions. She blinked her large eyes. I don't have any. I was just eating and didn't pay much attention to the lecture. Father, can I skip my question? Meow meow grinned awkwardly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Feel free to ask anything, Lu Qing'an encouraged. Well, all right then. Meow Meow relented and stood up. Lu Qing'an wanted her to stand, both to ensure Master Lu remembered his daughters and to cultivate their confidence in public. Master, may I pose a question? When one is hungry, is there any detriment to practicing the demonic martial arts you mentioned? Meow Meow asked, posing a question that left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. Master Lu gaped in disbelief. What kind of question is this? You're clearly trying to challenge me. That's an excellent question. Master Lu stammered, attempting to maintain his composure. This demonic technique should not be practiced on an empty stomach. There is a 10% risk of falling into madness while training in hunger. This student has indeed conducted thorough research. Let us applaud. The crowd erupted in applause. Xiao Qingyi's impression of Master Lu shifted slightly. He recognized a talent in him. Chapter 57. The mysterious time treasure. The group of students began to discern the reason behind Master Lu's unusual demeanor. It was due to the middle-aged gentleman speaking. Master Lu is none other than the nephew of Vice President Lu Qing'an, which means, apart from the president, he is virtually unafraid of anyone within the academy. Who is this individual? Quite remarkable. And what connection do these two girls have with him? They appear to be students of our academy as well. Even Master Lu treats them with such deference. They are certainly not to be trifled with. Having achieved his desired outcome, Lu Qing'an stood and departed with Lu Zixuan and the others. Upon exiting the classroom, Lu Zixuan inquired, "Father, did that instructor offend you?" Lu Qing'an replied, "It is nothing serious. The young fellow lacks awareness and has inadvertently crossed me. A little reprimand will suffice." Oh, Lu Zixuan had sensed that her father intended to give the instructor a hard time. And it seemed to her that the matter was not merely due to the instructor's frustration being vented upon the students. Xiao Qingyi chuckled, "Your father harbors another intention. Being young, you may not perceive it yet." Lu Zixuan blinked, taken by surprise. Subsequently, the group proceeded directly towards the time-reverting magic willow. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Lu Qingxiu had already been waiting quietly. Lu Qing'an's primary motive for enrolling his daughters in the Magic Willow Academy was to grant them access to the treasures of time. At the core of the time-reverting magic willow, there lay a colossal, spiraling white vortex, an entrance to the spatial treasure. At this moment, the entrance was enveloped in a gentle swirl of pale yellow temporal energy, exuding an aura of mystery. "You may enter and experience it," Lu Qing'an instructed. "Zixuan, keep an eye on your sister." He turned to Su Yuni and the others. Only those possessing identity tokens were permitted to enter. Understood. Lu Zixuan nodded earnestly. The four walked side by side, venturing into the white entrance. The instant they stepped into the white vortex, it felt as though an invisible force enveloped them gently, and their surroundings suddenly dissolved into a pure white expanse. As the sensation of weightlessness receded like a tide, their vision abruptly expanded. A magnificent white dome stretched infinitely above them, dazzlingly white, reminiscent of the lustrous sheen of mother of pearl. The ground and all architectural materials were composed of translucent, milky white crystal. What captivated their attention most was a 10-story circular cultivation tower, soaring upward like a spiraling staircase to the heavens. Each level was separated by semi-transparent white energy barriers. And as one ascended, the temporal and spatial runes flowing upon the barriers became increasingly dense. Each of these spaces was an individually partitioned cultivation chamber. The door of the cultivation chamber on the lowest level bore the character 1, with ripples of time gently brushing against it like a gossamer veil. The time flow rate in the first level cultivation chamber was 1 to 30. The second level had a time flow rate of 1 to 60. By the time they reached the 10th level, the time flow rate in the cultivation chamber reached 1 to 300. Both Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi gazed up at the highest tier. They could freely utilize the cultivation chambers within, now. Their identity tokens contained sufficient magic willow value for them to access the 10th level chamber indefinitely. "Shall we ascend to the highest level?" Lu Zixuan asked, her anticipation palpable. A time flow rate of 1 to 300 meant that while a day passed outside, 300 days would elapse within. Almost a year. "I heard that it only requires thought. Let me give it a try," Sun Minzi replied. She focused on the highest level, and in an instant, she found herself standing on the 10th floor. Indeed, Lu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly attempted the same. It worked. "Sister, come up." Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni swiftly appeared on the highest level. "Can we access all the cultivation chambers here?" Lu Zixuan asked. "Only one way to find out," came the response. Su Yuni approached a nearby cultivation chamber, its door firmly shut, devoid of a handle, save for a white orb, an array. She produced her identity token and pressed it against the orb. In the next instant, the door vanished, dissipating into a swirling mist. Let me take a look inside. Upon entering, Su Yuni emerged shortly thereafter, her exit so swift it seemed as though she had merely brushed the interior. The chamber was quite spacious, an extraordinary realm brimming with demonic energy, accompanied by various cultivation facilities. She explored the area, yet due to the accelerated flow of time within, it felt as though she had scarcely entered before reappearing outside. You should give it a try as well. All right. Lu Qing'an and the others each sought out a cultivation chamber to enter. After their exploration, they reappeared outside. Sister, it is so vast and empty inside. I feel a bit lonely. Can I cultivate with you? Lu Miao piped up. Let us see if we can, Lu Qing'an replied, attempting to enter the same chamber as her sister, but the answer was negative. Each person could only enter a singular cultivation chamber. After their deliberations, they exited this realm and returned to stand before Lu Qing'an. How is it? Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile, observing the four of them. Lu Qing'an and the others responded cheerfully. It was splendid. Father, Miao feels a bit uncomfortable cultivating alone in such a large space. Lu Miao pouted. Miao, you are still young. There is no need to come here frequently to cultivate. Wait until you turn 10, and then you may visit often, Lu Qing'an said, affectionately ruffling his youngest daughter's hair. Children should only cultivate occasionally at this age. It is indeed concerning to leave such a young child alone in an empty space. It could lead to feelings of confinement. He couldn't help but recall his disciple, who, at a young age, had secluded himself to break through, perhaps contributing to his temperament. Yay, you're the best, father, Lu Miao exclaimed, embracing Lu Qing'an, her joy palpable. All right, Yuni, your master has completed the arrangements for the teleportation array. He mentioned some innovations. When you return, you can link the array to your identity tokens, allowing you to teleport home swiftly through them. If you have time now, you may also set up the teleportation array here, Lu Qing'an instructed. Understood. Su Yuni began to arrange the formation. Before long, the teleportation array was completed. All right, from now on, you may cultivate here at your leisure. The optimal schedule is to attend classes at the academy in the morning, and then cultivate here from afternoon until evening, returning home at night. Father, we shall go in to cultivate for a bit now and return home later, Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Should you encounter any issues, just use the communication jade slip to contact me. Understood. Lu Qing'an observed Su Yuni and the others eagerly making their way towards the cultivation space's entrance. Shaking his head with a smile, he then turned to his youngest daughter. Miao will return home with father. All right. Before departing, Lu Qing'an addressed Lu Qingshu. Do not tamper with the teleportation array over there. Everything else should proceed as usual. There is no need to give my children any special treatment. Lu Qingshu nodded in agreement, pondering, can one truly avoid special treatment? As Lu Qing'an and the others departed, Lu Qing'an and her companions continued their cultivation until nightfall, stepping out of the time treasure with lingering excitement. Their faces radiated joy. Upon returning to the courtyard, they were still engulfed in the thrill of having spent what felt like merely half a day outside, while they had actually been immersed in cultivation for several months within the training chamber. Aunt Minzi, I have successfully broken through 3 levels of cultivation. It feels exhilarating, Lu Qing'an exclaimed, sharing her delight. Su Yuni took a deep breath, striving to contain her own excitement, and remarked, I not only broke through a small realm, but also thoroughly comprehended the formation I previously struggled to understand. Sun Minzi had also advanced by 3 levels of cultivation. The trio could hardly wait to utilize the teleportation array to return to the courtyard and share their achievements from the day. Just as Su Yuni was about to activate the teleportation formation to return to the courtyard, she suddenly received a message from her brother. Chapter 58, Jingran. Do not humiliate yourself in a residence within the immortal ruins. Lu Qing'an, still shouldering the treasured sword, wore an excited grin on his distinctly chiseled face. Clearly, he had encountered something delightful that day and was eager to share his joy. Is Aunt not available yet? He inquired. Perhaps she's occupied with other matters. What is it that you wish to communicate with her? Su Xuanyu, hoping to also connect with his second sister, contemplated reaching out to her later that evening. Lu Qing'an replied, Did you not see? I have broken through another small realm today. Your recent progress has indeed been swift, Su Xuanyu noted. Glancing at Lu Qing'an's fifth level of the transformation realm, understanding what Lu Qing'an sought, accolades. Haha. The highlight is that I have finally succeeded in joining the strongest academy within the Immortal Ruins, the Qing'an Academy. I managed to cultivate there for 2 hours. The time flow in that cultivation space is 1 to 30. It's simply marvelous. Lu Qing'an's face remained aglow with excitement as he spoke, his desire to share this news unabated. He was eager to inform his sister and curious about her thoughts upon learning of his latest breakthrough. At his level of cultivation, breaking through a small realm in a single day would be hard for others to believe. Su Xuanyu nodded with a smile. Indeed, my sister is quite capable. This will allow you to pass the entrance examination of the Qing'an Academy. Moreover, you'll be able to cultivate for 2 hours daily within that time treasure. Why don't I have such privileges? By the way, are you familiar with one of your academy's instructors named Nangongyan? Su Xuanyu's expression shifted slightly, a subtle smile gracing his face. Uncle, you know instructor Nangongyan? She is the most beloved instructor at Qing'an Academy. Lu Qing'an exclaimed, surprised. She is my goddess. Su Xuanyu replied wistfully. Alas, if I were younger, I would have asked your sister to arrange for me to enroll at Qing'an Academy. He had been pursuing Nangongyan for several years. The two initially met during a trial. However, compared to Nangongyan, who hails from the prestigious Nangong family, his own background was rather insignificant. The Nangong family is one of the most powerful clans in the Immortal Ruins, boasting 2 peak Emperor realm experts among its ranks, alongside numerous other formidable figures. Their business ventures extend throughout the Immortal Ruins. Although his sister has recently ascended to the Emperor realm and holds the title of Purity Emperor, his status still pales in comparison to that of Nangongyan. Unless his sister were to achieve the peak of the Emperor realm and become the strongest in the Immortal Ruins, perhaps he could then be deemed worthy of Nangongyan. As this thought crossed Su Xinyu's mind, he suddenly recalled Lu Qing'an. Alas, the exclamation escaped him with a weight that startled Lu Qing'an. Observing Su Xinyu's sudden loss of composure, Lu Qing'an blinked in surprise. Uncle, I may not fully grasp the intricacies of emotions, but it seems Nangongyan has yet to marry anyone, so you still have a chance. Lu Qing'an assumed Su Xinyu was lamenting over Nangongyan and attempted to offer comfort. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyu sighed heavily once more. Qing'an, you do not understand. What I truly lament is the loss of your father as the perfect brother-in-law. I could just slap myself twice for this. If Lu Qing'an were still my brother-in-law, I would be entirely worthy of Nangongyan. No, in fact, Nangongyan would be slightly unworthy of me. Just imagine. If I were to declare that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is my brother-in-law, others would surely steer clear of him. Indeed, in the Immortal Ruins, the name of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor commands respect. Even with the existence of boundary walls, no one here could possibly hinder the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's rampage. As Su Xinyu wallowed in his troubles, he suddenly realized that the communication jade slip had connected. At that moment, in the demon domain, Su Yuni had returned to her courtyard, greeted Lu Qing'an and the others, and then retreated to her room to establish a connection through the jade slip. What is it? Su Yuni inquired. Su Xinyu's eyes brightened, and he responded cheerfully, Second sister, how are things on your end? Su Yuni replied, What could there be? Everything is quite well. If there is something, just say it. Su Xinyu longed to ask if his sister had helped him improve his standing with Lu Qing'an, but upon seeing Lu Qing'an eagerly lean in, he suppressed his curiosity. He could ensure that he would not disclose the fact that his brother-in-law is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but he could not be certain of Qing'an's discretion. There is something Qing'an wants to tell you. Su Xinyu sighed internally and, having said this, handed the jade slip to Lu Qing'an. Aunt! Lu Qing'an exclaimed excitedly. Qing'an, what is it? Su Yuni inquired, her demeanor becoming notably warmer, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Hearing his second sister's tone soften, Su Xinyu couldn't help but grimace. Second sister, am I truly so despised by you? Aunt, is my sister nearby? Lu Qing'an asked eagerly. Su Yuni responded. She is in the hall, sharing joy with your father. Sharing joy? What has happened? Lu Qing'an queried. Your sister has just broken through to the third minor realm. With these words, Lu Qing'an fell silent in disbelief. Huh, did I hear that correctly? Aunt, are you playing a joke on me? Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow, feeling that Su Yuni was merely teasing him like a child, pouting slightly. Su Xuanyu, upon hearing this, wore an odd expression. Had he not known that his brother-in-law was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, he would surely have reacted to his sister's words just as Lu Qing'an did, unable to believe the astonishing news. After all, to break through 3 minor realms in a single day was undeniably alarming. The realms beyond the transformation stage were notoriously difficult to advance through. Not to mention that he had recently heard his second sister mention how his niece had instantaneously transcended a major realm, reaching the integration stage. The 3 minor realms within the integration stage were tenfold more challenging to surpass than those of the transformation stage. Su Yuni was acutely aware of Lu Qing'an's thoughts. This child had always been in competition with Lu Qing'an to prove who could cultivate with greater diligence and achieve breakthroughs more swiftly. Naturally, hearing such news would be disheartening for him, leading her to hesitate over whether to dampen his spirits. "You may as well consider me jesting," Su Yuni sighed, ultimately unable to bring herself to hurt her little nephew. Those who knew her understood that she possessed a tender heart. "Ah, aunt, you are truly wicked. I knew it couldn't be that frightening," Lu Qing'an exclaimed, his face reflecting deep melancholy as he exhaled. Su Yuni shook her head with a smile, uncertain of how to continue, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Aunt, Senior Luo has given us the identity tokens to enter the formation. Could you please pass me yours? This way, we can better teleport to the Magic Willow Academy." "Ah, yes. Come in," Su Yuni replied. Lu Qing'an entered the room, taking the identity token from Su Yuni's hand. At that moment, the voice of Lu Qing'an, filled with excitement, emanated from the communication jade slip in Su Yuni's possession. "Sister, are you there?" Lu Qing'an furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing her younger brother's voice. "Yes, what is it?" "Sister, today, I broke through a minor realm. I am now at the 5th level of the transformation stage." Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's proud declaration, Su Yuni could not help but cover her forehead. "You rascal, truly embarrassing yourself." Lu Qing'an chuckled at her younger brother's words. "Is that so? How impressive. Haha, right? To be honest, my rapid progress is due to my time spent at the Qing'an Academy, utilizing a time acceleration treasure that allows a ratio of 1 to 30 for cultivation. From now on, I can practice for 2 hours there each day." "Su Yuni," Lu Qing'an smirked. "The Qing'an Academy, you say? You actually joined the Qing'an Academy?" she asked, her tone feigning surprise, as if to tease a child. "Indeed, Mother personally took me there, and with the dean's consent, I was exempted from the entrance examination and directly admitted." Lu Qing'an raised his chin, struggling to suppress a grin. Lu Qing'an remarked, "Wow, that's impressive. And a time flow of 1 to 30? 2 hours a day? Are you certain?" "Ahem. Ordinary students can only utilize a training chamber with a time flow of 1 to 10. As for me, the dean, out of consideration for my mother, has graciously allowed me to access a chamber with a time flow of 1 to 30. Each day, I can spend 2 hours there, which translates to an additional 50 hours of training, roughly equivalent to 5 extra days compared to others." Lu Qing'an chuckled. "That is truly impressive. By the way, have you really reached the 5th level of the transformation realm?" Lu Qing'an feigned surprise, covering her mouth. "Indeed, I have indeed attained the 5th level of the transformation realm." Lu Qing'an, at this point, found it unnecessary to tease her foolish younger brother any further. While his accomplishments were commendable, I must confess that I have recently joined the Demon Willow Academy in the Demon Domain. Have you heard of it? Su Yuni shook her head, feeling compelled to interrupt Lu Qing'an. She feared that if this continued, Lu Qing'an's heart would shatter. "Qing'an, perhaps it would be best not to continue," Su Yuni suggested telepathically to Lu Qing'an. Glancing at her aunt, Lu Qing'an fell silent. Ultimately, she chose to restrain herself. After all, he was her brother, bound by blood. Though he could be quite infuriating, she was still his older sister and decided to show some forbearance. "I have not heard of it. I am not particularly familiar with that place, but it must possess some strength. However, in my view, it cannot possibly compare to the Qing'an Academy, which is undoubtedly the strongest institution in the Immortal Ruins." Lu Qing'an was well aware of his sister's intentions, suspecting she was about to exaggerate. What a coincidence that he had just joined Qing'an Academy, and now his sister claimed to have joined some academy in the Demon Domain. Wasn't this a clear display of her unwillingness to concede? Listening to her brother's irritating response, Lu Qing'an gritted her teeth and held back her frustration. "Well, you are correct. It certainly pales in comparison to your Qing'an Academy. If there is nothing else, I shall be on my way." Lu Qing'an silently reminded herself. "He is my brother. I must endure and not let it bother me." "Haha, I knew it. You wouldn't happen to lack time treasures either, would you?" Lu Qing'an proclaimed with pride. Just as Lu Qing'an was about to return the communication jade slip to Su Yuni, she could not help but respond. Brothers will always be brothers. I cannot let this go unpunished. Oh, feeling quite proud, are we? Very well. Let me be candid with you. In the presence of the Demon Willow Academy, your Qing'an Academy can only be considered the younger sibling. Qing'an Academy is utterly overshadowed. Su Yuni sighed at Lu Qing'an's words. It appears that this sibling rivalry must reach a resolution. Qing'an, what is there to boast about? Haha, sister, that is not what you said earlier. Upon hearing his sister's words, Lu Qing'an burst into laughter, as if he had finally triumphed over her, filled with joy. Lu Qing'an, hearing her brother's laughter, wore a disdainful expression. Laugh all you like. So ignorant, so very ignorant. Have you ever heard of a time treasure with a flow of 1 to 300? Coincidentally, we at the Demon Willow Academy possess one. Moreover, today, my sister and I, along with my aunt, have spent half a day training within it. Indeed, half a day. As she spoke, Lu Qing'an felt a surge of satisfaction. Go ahead and boast. Sister, I have observed that since your arrival in the realm of the demonic domain, it remains uncertain whether your cultivation has indeed increased. However, your prowess in boasting has undoubtedly magnified manifold. And what of the time flow ratio of 1 to 300? Why not claim it to be 1 to 3,000? Or even 1 to 30,000? Lu Qing'an, upon hearing his sister's words, could not help but curl his lip in disdain. Such a blustering charlatan. Is it merely due to a slight deficiency in his cultivation? Su Xuanyu, standing by, wore a peculiar expression as he listened to the exchange between his two nephews, his eyes darting with intrigue. Were this a time past, he might have dismissed such claims from his niece. Yet now, he believed, especially since Lu Qing'an had mentioned that his second sister had also ventured to that place for cultivation. Sister, you two have entered a treasure with a time flow ratio of 1 to 300 for your training? Su Xuanyu seized the communication jade slip from Lu Qing'an's grasp, exclaiming in astonishment. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, what can I say? She understood that her brother had come to believe her. Yet she hesitated to fully embrace that reality, for it might incite envy. Why must this be? I am filled with self-loathing. Su Xuanyu lamented, clutching his head, resembling a man who had lost his beloved to another. Lu Qing'an furrowed his brows in concern. Uncle, what ails you? You cannot possibly believe this, can you? Su Xuanyu cast a glance at Lu Qing'an, his features twitching. Qing'an, you are unaware. Your father is the eternal night demon emperor. What your sister claims is highly plausible. A time treasure with a ratio of 1 to 300. It eludes me. Qing'an, do not speak to me. Cease the communication. For I suddenly desire a moment of tranquility, Su Xuanyu declared, covering his forehead. Uncle, is it not Nongguang Yunkai you have affections for? Who is this tranquility? Lu Qing'an inquired. His brow furrowed deeper. Su Xuanyu retorted, Sister, you may deceive others, but not me. How could there possibly exist a time treasure with a ratio of 1 to 300? Furthermore, you claim to have cultivated for half a day. How could that be? Here, the maximum duration for our time treasures is merely 2 hours. Lu Qing'an was increasingly irked. What vexed him further was that his aunt had so blatantly sided with his sister, continuously aiding her in her fabrications. Continue in your ignorance. You rejoice in breaking through a layer of cultivation daily, blissfully unaware of the vast world beyond. My sister has ascended 3 minor realms today, and not merely 3 minor realms of the transformation god stage, but 3 minor realms of the integration stage. Lu Qing'an found herself reluctant to engage further with her brother, whom she deemed a fool. Boast away. Why not claim you've already attained the emperor stage? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an's disbelief intensified. In 2 months, I shall journey there. Dare you wager, to see whose cultivation surpasses the other's? Lu Qing'an paused momentarily at the notion of her brother visiting, then scoffed, saying, I shan't condescend to wager with a fool. Come if you wish, but do ensure your eyes do not fall to the ground. With that, she turned to attend to her own matters, taking her identification token from Su Yuni, humming a tune as she departed the room. You are simply afraid. It is evident you are deceiving. Wait for it. I shall eventually expose your deceit. With those words, Lu Qing'an waited for a response from his sister. Instead, he received a reply from Su Yuni. Qing'an, your sister has gone to attend to some matters. Do not dwell on it too much. Simply focus on your cultivation at Qing'an Academy. Just consider what your sister said to be untrue, Su Yuni advised. Aunt, All you do now is conspire with my sister to deceive and bully me. Humph, I shall ignore you, Zheng Ran retorted. In the next moment, a voice emerged from the jade transmission. Second sister, stop. Zheng Ran has run off. Su Yuni sighed. Oh dear, that child. Second sister, do not concern yourself with Zheng Ran. He is still a child, lacking understanding. He will be fine after a day or two. Please, focus on your brother instead. I feel as though I could strike myself dead right now. Is there truly a treasure that allows for a time-flow ratio of 1 to 300? I wish to enter and cultivate as well. Su Xuanyu lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Chapter 60. Matters of the disciple. Su Xuanyu had never heard of a treasure with such an extreme time dilation. A ratio of 1 to 100 was already alarming, but 1 to 300 was a revelation to him. Had this information not come from his second sister, he would have been incredulous. However, given that she had confirmed the existence of such a treasure and had already ventured to cultivate with it, along with his brother-in-law's unique status, it was highly likely to be true. Indeed, such a treasure exists. When I first learned of it, I was equally astonished. The ability to achieve such a time-flow ratio is linked to the time-flowing willows of the Demon Willow Academy. Without the existence of the time-flowing willows, the treasure would only yield a 1 to 100 ratio, Su Yuni explained. Oh, second sister, I envy you immensely. Now I understand why you are so determined to remain there. Had I been in your position, my resolve would be even stronger. Su Xuanyu could only covet her fortune. By the way, second sister, can you truly go there to cultivate at will? For as long as you wish. Su Xuanyu could not help but inquire. Yes. My brother-in-law has arranged it with the academy's head. Only the 4 of us are permitted. No one else can. In truth, something else occurred. Su Yuni recalled her masquerade as Lu Qing'an's daughter, her cheeks flushing slightly. This incident would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. It was far too extraordinary. Su Xuanyu closed his eyes, internally berating himself for his foolishness. Finally, he weakly said, Second sister, I earnestly beseech you, whenever you have a moment, please speak favorably of me to my brother-in-law. From now on, I vow to heed your every word. You are my most beloved second sister. Will you do this for me? In the end, Su Xuanyu resorted to a charming plea. Su Yuni was at a loss for words. You have offended my brother-in-law in the past, making it difficult for me. I will do my best, but by the way, did Zheng Ran mention he would come here in 2 months? Is he merely speaking whimsically, or does he truly intend to come? Does my sister approve? Su Yuni inquired. Su Xuanyu replied, It seems that my elder sister is not concerned about Zheng Ran coming here. After all, he is my brother-in-law's son, so she trusts him. As for me, sigh, even if I wish to go there, I cannot tell my elder sister. Is she not worried that Zheng Ran might come here and refuse to return? Su Yuni's expression turned peculiar. The conditions here are simply too favorable. The allure is irresistible. She could not withstand such a trial. One can only imagine the emotions that her little nephew would experience upon witnessing Lu Zixuan's cultivation level and the subsequent decisions he might make. Ahem. My elder sister has always been quite confident. We both understand that I believe it would be quite beneficial for Zheng Ran to go there. My sister is solely focused on her cultivation and rarely attends to the children. If my brother-in-law can better nurture the child, it would be quite advantageous for Zheng Ran to go there, Su Xuanyu remarked. Su Yuni nodded in agreement, although she felt it might be somewhat unfair to her elder sister. While Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were still communicating telepathically, Lu Qing'an had already departed from Su Xuanyu's side and arrived at the grand hall where Su Qing'an was situated. Mother. Lu Qing'an squinted, his face filled with indignation and a hint of grievance as he entered the hall. Upon entering, he discovered that not only was his mother present, but Lin Qingsu was also there. He promptly paid his respects to Lin Qingsu. Zheng Ran, is there something amiss? Su Qing'an inquired. Having just been engaged in serious conversation with Lin Qingsu when her son entered, her attention shifting to him. Mother, my sister is truly full of lies. She cannot bear to see me well and has been vexing me. He recounted the events that had just transpired, embellishing the tale, particularly when he spoke of the treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 300. Mother, Senior Lin, do you truly believe such a treasure with a time flow rate exists? Lu Qing'an, skeptical, had come to inquire. Lin Qingsu and Su Qing'an exchanged glances. A time flow rate of 1 to 300? Lin Qingsu remarked. Your sister likely heard about your admission to the Qingshan Academy and the opportunity to cultivate within that time treasure, which has made her resentful, deliberately trying to provoke you. As far as I know, There are individuals in the demon realm capable of crafting treasures with a time flow rate of 1 to 100. But 1 to 300 has never been heard of. There is a 99% chance such a treasure does not exist. Ah, I see. I thought it was impossible. Humph. I knew my sister was deceiving me. Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Lu Qing'an's face, feeling somewhat reassured. Su Qing'an also believed her eldest daughter had a tendency to exaggerate. She was aware that these two children had been secretly competing against one another, and it was normal for them to speak a few falsehoods to annoy each other, as they were still children. Zhongran, I have told you. Once your mother breaks through to the peak of the Emperor realm, we will have a significant chance of obtaining a treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 150. At that time, you will no longer need to cultivate within that time treasure of the Qingshan Academy, Lin Qingsu said with a smile. What? A time flow rate of 1 to 150? Lu Qing'an was left speechless, his face lighting up with joy. Su Qing'an chuckled. But that will be once I break through to the peak of the Emperor realm. For now, I must continue to work hard. Qing'an, with your talent, I estimate that within 10 years, you will likely break through to the peak of the Emperor realm, Lin Qingsu remarked cheerfully. Really? Awesome. Mother is the greatest. Haha. So can I freely use this time treasure? Is it possible to cultivate all day long? Lu Qing'an exclaimed with excitement. Naturally, this treasure belongs solely to your mother. Hence you may use it at your discretion, Lin Qingxue replied. Wow, that's amazing. Mother, keep up the good work in your cultivation. Su Qing'an smiled and nodded, gazing tenderly at her son. I have matters to discuss with your mother, so return to your cultivation and strive to surpass your sister. Lin Qingxue urged Lu Qing'an to leave. All right, I shall go cultivate now. Lu Qing'an departed with an air of defiance, his expression brimming with pride, humming a tune as he left. Su Qing'an chuckled and then turned to her master. Master, what brings you here today? Lin Qingxue replied. It concerns that same matter. Your current cultivation level may not be particularly high, but your innate potential is extraordinarily formidable. In the future, you are destined to reach the pinnacle and ascend to the highest echelons of the immortal ruins. However, for now, you must focus on consolidation and establish connections with other major forces. Su Qing'an nodded. I naturally understand. I will heed your guidance, Master. Very well. The situation in the immortal ruins is quite intricate, with many top-tier forces entangled in complex relationships. You must adeptly navigate these connections. Among them, the Nangong clan, the Xia clan, and the Long clan warrant your attention for deeper engagement. I have devised a strategy for you to foster good relations with them. What is the strategy? They are already aware of your potential. You could take in 1 or 2 disciples from each of their families. Take in disciples? Precisely. By accepting disciples, their families will have a significant connection with you, and given your promising future, they would be eager to have their most talented members become your apprentices. All right, I shall follow your advice, Master. Then I will take care of this matter. Our plans will require the support of these factions, so you must find a way to manage your relationships with them. Until you reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, avoid any conflicts with them. Su Qing'an nodded. I understand. In the demon domain, it was a sunny afternoon. In front of the stone pavilion, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat sipping tea and chatting. Speaking of which, your disciple should already be aware of your return. Why hasn't he come to see you yet? Xiao Qingyi inquired. Lu Qing'an was also curious. Logically, he had been back for some time, and with Lu Qingxu seemingly having ties to his disciple, it stood to reason that his disciple should have known he was back. Based on his understanding of his disciple, he should have rushed over by now. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps he is in a crucial stage of closed-door cultivation? Lu Qing'an speculated. Just then, Su Yuni finished her conversation with Su Xuanyu and stepped out of the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an at the stone pavilion, she approached him. Brother-in-law, I wish to have a word with you. What is it? Lu Qing'an asked, noticing Su Yuni's slight awkwardness. Xiao Qingyi, seeing Su Yuni glance at him, directly asked, should I step aside? No need. Su Yuni organized her thoughts and disregarded the awkwardness, as she had promised her brother and felt obliged to assist. Brother-in-law, it's like this. My brother has already learned that you are the eternal night demon emperor. Lu Qing'an responded. Is that so? What then? Dear brother-in-law, you may not yet be aware of a certain matter, which is that this young man has idolized the eternal night demon emperor since his youth. As Su Yuni spoke, she cast a furtive glance at Lu Qing'an, eager to gauge his reaction. She soon noticed a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Unable to suppress a laugh, Lu Qing'an exclaimed, You regard me as an idol? How intriguing. His interest peaked, It was quite astonishing that this young lad considered him a role model. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi was equally intrigued, and with a flourish of his hand, a watermelon materialized before him. He deftly sliced it into numerous pieces and began to indulge in its refreshing taste. Your deeds in the demon domain have not only resonated within its borders, but have also reached the celestial ruins. Thus, there are indeed individuals there who admire your formidable strength and distinctive style of conduct, some of whom even regard you as a paragon. My younger brother is among them. Su Yuni felt an urge to confess that she, too, belonged to that group of admirers. Ah, I see, Lu Qing'an nodded slightly, surprised to learn of his brother's widespread renown. It seemed he had garnered a fair share of fans in the celestial ruins. Little did he expect that his young brother-in-law was also among them. Now that he was aware of Lu Qing'an's true identity as the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the situation had become quite amusing. This young man had previously shown him no small amount of disdain. Yet, Lu Qing'an had also exploited the relationship with his brother-in-law. Upon his arrival in the celestial ruins, seeking to rid himself of pent-up aggression, he felt it had not been entirely purged. He wished to find someone to practice controlling his murderous instincts, but the individuals he encountered were all quite amicable, leaving him at a loss for a suitable target. Unexpectedly, his young brother-in-law appeared just as he was grappling with this dilemma, perfectly aligning with his intentions. Initially, he found it challenging to restrain himself, but as time passed, he gained greater control, ultimately realizing that his heart harbored no malice. As long as certain taboos were not violated, he would not easily be provoked into violence. Now that you know he is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, you must regret your past actions. Every time you reflect on how you treated him, you must wish you could punish yourself, Su Yuni remarked, her cheeks flushing as she spoke. Xiao Qingyi, upon hearing this, accelerated his consumption of watermelon. Knowing there was gossip to savor, I knew it, he thought. Lu Qing'an's brother-in-law was quite insufferable before. This is going to be entertaining. All the praise he once heaped upon Lu Qing'an now feels like a bitter pill to swallow. And then, he prompted eagerly. Then, he has been persistently imploring me to convey his apologies to you, seeking your forgiveness, Su Yuni continued, finally feeling a sense of relief. She had finally voiced her thoughts. This young man used to berate me without restraint. However, I must admit, despite his troublesome nature, he is not entirely unlikable, Lu Qing'an chuckled. Oh, brother-in-law, does this mean you have forgiven him? Su Yuni's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Qing'an shook his head. Forgiveness is not so easily granted. Su Yuni's forehead glistened with perspiration. Lu Qing'an, with a playful smirk, teased her. I jest. As of now, this young man and I share no significant connection, so the matter of forgiveness is moot. Whether we meet again in the future is inconsequential. Su Yuni whispered, what if he were to come here one day? Lu Qing'an chuckled. He has arrived. I shall certainly entertain him well. He deliberately emphasized the word entertain. Su Yuni felt a shiver run down her spine. Brother, you really ought to stay away. Something significant is about to happen. Lu Qing'an merely smiled and refrained from elaborating. He truly did not regard Su Xianyu with much seriousness. While the lad could indeed be quite infuriating when he confronted him, he was exceptionally kind to his children. Although he had recently divorced Su Qingyi, the fact remained that Su Xianyu was the uncle to his 3 children. Should Su Xianyu wish to visit the children, he would be most welcome. Nevertheless, he would not mind playing a few pranks on the lad. Well then, I must be off. I have matters to attend to, Su Yuni said hurriedly as she trotted away. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile and then turned his gaze to Xiao Qingyi. The two exchanged glances for a moment before bursting into laughter. You still possess that wicked sense of humor, Xiao Qingyi remarked, fully aware of Lu Qing'an's character. There was no way he would hold a grudge against his brother-in-law. It was merely a jest to frighten the other. In response to Xiao Qingyi's words, Lu Qing'an chose silence, simply smiling. Let us continue with our tea. Ha. I have had my fill of gossip. I shall abstain from further indulgence. Yet, I do hope your brother-in-law pays a visit. That would make things all the more entertaining. Xiao Qingyi found the situation increasingly amusing. It was quite intriguing that Su Xianyu regarded Lu Qing'an as an idol, despite having previously been so insufferable. Life in the demon realm unfolded warmly. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Su Yuni and the other 3 would diligently attend Demon Willow Academy for their training and studies, often returning only by the late afternoon. After 2 days of acclimatization, Lu Qing'an and Sun Minzi had completely adjusted to the training environment at the academy. They began to immerse themselves in the industrious atmosphere, particularly Lu Qing'an, who became increasingly diligent in her cultivation. On this particular day upon their return, Lu Qing'an and Sun Minzi suddenly approached Lu Qing'an. "Father, we require your assistance with a matter." "What is it?" Lu Qing'an inquired gently upon noticing that his daughter had made a breakthrough of 2 levels in her cultivation. The speed of her advancement was quite remarkable. As one's cultivation deepens, the pace of progress typically slows. Thus, Lu Qing'an's rapid advancement was a testament to her extraordinary talent. "The situation is this. During our time in seclusion, our breakthroughs have been swift, yet we are beginning to struggle with comprehending our newfound strength. We require more practical combat experience to fully grasp our capabilities. Hence, I have slowed my cultivation and sought more real-world experiences." Together with Minzi, we discovered a peculiar treasure tower within the academy, which can conjure the presence of magical beasts. We joined forces to challenge it, but we could only ascend to the 3rd level. Is there truly such a practical challenge tower at Demon Willow Academy? What happened next? Our current dilemma is that our understanding of magical beasts is insufficient. We have sought numerous resources in the Academy's library, yet we still lack a comprehensive understanding of the weaknesses of different magical beasts. At this moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei, inquiring, "Could we procure comprehensive information on all varieties of magical beasts from the demon realm?" Xue Tianfei replied with a smile, "This is quite simple. I shall issue a bounty, allowing some specialists to compile the necessary details." Lu Qing'an nodded appreciatively. "I appreciate your assistance." He understood that the children sought this information not merely for practical combat purposes, but also due to their burgeoning enthusiasm for overcoming challenges, aspiring to conquer higher levels. If it were he would not concern himself with the weaknesses of magical beasts, but would focus on enhancing his combat skills, recklessly slaughtering to achieve victory. However, since the children needed it, he was determined to fulfill their requests. "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Aunt Xue?" "Thank you, Aunt Xue." Xue Tianfei chuckled. "It is but a trivial matter. I shall have it ready for you by tomorrow." "All right." The two joyfully retreated to their room. Lu Qing'an then turned to Xiao Qingyi, asking, "When did the Magic Willow Academy acquire such a tower? I had never heard of it before." It was indeed peculiar. Lu Xia had somehow amassed a plethora of strange treasures, and now many of the Academy's resources had emerged in the past 1,000 years. The tower the children mentioned was known as the Beast Tower, which boasted 10 levels, each capable of conjuring numerous magical beasts. Upon acquiring this treasure, the Academy had deemed it an invaluable tool for honing students' combat skills. All students could form teams of up to 3 to take on challenges, with the conjured beasts matching their level. Upon overcoming a challenge, each member of the trio would earn a sum of magic willow points. Furthermore, the tower could analyze the combat techniques of the students and rank them accordingly. Consequently, the Academy established a leaderboard, prompting the young students to strive even harder in their training, eager to make their mark. After learning about the Beast Tower, Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile, "What a delightful contraption. My daughter is so formidable. It is only a matter of time before she dominates the rankings." "Huh. I see you for what you truly are, a devoted father," Xiao Qingyi teased with a laugh. "With such a wonderful daughter, how could I not be?" Lu Qing'an retorted with a grin. "That is indeed the case." Xiao Qingyi concurred. Lu Qing'an smiled precisely. Chapter 62. The arrival of the disciple the following morning. Before Lu Qing'an and her companions set off for the Magic Willow Academy, Xue Tianfei's associates had already delivered the required materials to them. "Qing'an, here you go. Study it well." "So soon?" Lu Qing'an stared at Xue Tianfei in astonishment, marveling at the astonishing efficiency. Xue Tianfei chuckled softly. "In the future, should you require anything further, simply reach out to Aunt Xue. There is no need to trouble your father." She had seamlessly assumed a maternal role, delighting in her ability to assist Lu Qing'an. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an blinked and managed a wry smile. "All right, I will do my best. Thank you once again, Aunt Xue." Xue Tianfei nodded with a smile, watching as Lu Qing'an and her companions teleported away. Once they had departed, she let out a gentle sigh. Xiao Qingyi observed from the side and conveyed, "It has barely been a moment, yet you yearn for the child's acceptance as a potential stepmother. Continue your efforts. The child will eventually embrace you entirely." Xue Tianfei glanced at Xiao Qingyi and nodded. One must concede that Xiao Qingyi's words held a certain wisdom. At that moment, Xue Tianfei noticed Lu Qing'an emerging from the room. She glided gracefully toward him, resembling a delicate maiden, and gently said, "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Since Lu Qing'an's return, his perception of Shui Tianfei had shifted, and he now approached her with a much softer demeanor, a faint smile adorning his face. "I may need to return to my family for a period of time in the coming days. I cannot say exactly when I will be back." Shui Tianfei, as if requesting leave, informed Lu Qing'an of her situation. "That's quite all right. Take care of your matters and return when you can. By the way, it would be wise to inform the child in advance, especially Miao Miao. Lately, whenever she comes home, she bypasses me and seeks you out first." Lu Qing'an remarked with a sigh. This child, after spending a day at the academy, seemed to have developed a craving, as she immediately sought out Shui Tianfei to inquire if there were any delectable treats before coming to play with him. "Understood," Shui Tianfei replied with a nod. "Is everything all right? Is it about that previous matter concerning the magic crystal? Do you require my assistance?" Lu Qing'an inquired tentatively. "It is not regarding the magic crystal, merely some trivial matters concerning my family. I wouldn't dream of troubling you, the eternal night demon emperor," Shui Tianfei chuckled, covering her mouth. "Very well." After their conversation concluded, both she and Xiao Qingyi abruptly turned their gaze toward the sky outside. "Oh, your disciple has finally arrived," Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. Outside, the morning light shone like gold, and the sky was as clear as a polished gem. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the dewdrops on the grass sparkled under the rising sun, enveloping the entire landscape in a serene, soft glow. Suddenly, a pitch-black rift tore through the distant sky. Ink-like demonic energy surged forth from the crack, swiftly engulfing the radiant dawn. The clouds roiled as if boiling, and the crimson-golden morning glow was tainted with a murky purple-black, as though the heavens had been splattered with decayed blood. A fierce wind arose, and amidst the flying sand and stones, the earth groaned under the weight of impending doom. From afar, the sound of thunderous footsteps echoed, each step causing the ground to tremble and fissures to spiderweb across the terrain. Within the dense demonic mist, a figure of a man gradually emerged. He traversed the void, leaving desolation in his wake, the very air around him freezing into stillness. "When did this fellow become so ostentatious?" Lu Qing'an remarked, unable to suppress a quip as he observed the changing environment. "Isn't he merely following your previous example?" Xiao Qingyi teased with a chuckle. Lu Qing'an shot a disapproving glance at Xiao Qingyi. Moments later, a silhouette materialized above the courtyard. He was tall and slender, resembling a drawn sword, lean yet exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. His countenance was as cold as ice, with sharply defined brows and elongated eyes that hinted at a dark, blood-like undercurrent. His lips were pressed tightly together, devoid of warmth. Draped in a flowing black robe adorned with dark golden demonic patterns, he was most strikingly complemented by the dark halo that hovered behind him. The radiant wheel resembled an abyss that devoured all things, its edges flowing with a sanguine, shadowy glow, at times morphing into a grotesque visage of malevolence, and at others contracting into a pure black hole, emanating a chilling aura of authority. Under the illumination of the imperial halo, his pale fingers, with distinct joints, seemed capable of crushing mountains and rivers with a mere grip. "Lu Qing'an," Li Zongxuan called out coldly from below. "Xiao Zhuanzizi, you are somewhat lacking in respect for your teacher. How can you address your master by their full name?" Lu Qing'an replied calmly. "You are not my master." Li Zongxuan gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, as if Lu Qing'an had slaughtered his entire family. "If I am not your master, then who is?" Lu Qing'an inquired. "I have no master," Li Zongxuan retorted. "Very well, you have no master. Then what brings you here today?" Lu Qing'an asked. "What business is it of yours? You, after all these years, have not changed much. You still behave like a child." Lu Qing'an chuckled. "Your smile disgusts me," Li Zongxuan shouted. All right, I was wrong. I should not have left without a word. Do not sulk, please," Lu Qing'an soothed him as one would a child. "I said it. I have no master." Li Zongxuan's furious roar caused the very heavens to tremble. Under the shifting winds and clouds, the myriad of beings prostrated themselves to the ground. "You impudent brat. Your temper is quite formidable. Now tell me, what do you wish to do? I have come today to take your head." As soon as Li Zongxuan's words fell, he sliced through the void, revealing a jagged scar in the air, a fissure materializing. As he reached inside, he withdrew a blood-red longsword. This blade radiated an aura of terror, rivaling Lu Qing'an's treasured sword. Upon seeing this sword for the first time, Lu Qing'an assessed it with surprise. From where did you acquire this sword? Huh. Not only does this sword match your divine weapon, but I have also cultivated enough strength to overwhelm you. Today marks your demise. Do you truly wish to kill me? Are you to become an ungrateful wretch? Lu Qing'an remained composed, inquiring calmly. Silence. Come forth and meet your death. Li Zongxuan bellowed. Lu Qing'an pursed his lips. It appeared that a confrontation was indeed unavoidable. Very well. I shall see if you have made any progress during our years apart. Killing you will be as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Very well. Today I shall teach you a lesson, you rebellious disciple. Lu Qing'an smiled, his form flashing, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared at the pinnacle of the heavens. Li Zongxuan snorted coldly and followed suit, reaching the zenith as well. The two stood 1,000 miles apart. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Xiao Qingyi set up a chair, hurriedly sliced open a watermelon, and then glanced at Shui Tianfei beside him. Would you like some? Shui Tianfei ignored Xiao Qingyi, standing with arms crossed in a straight posture, remarking, Li Zongxuan has indeed grown much stronger. His aura now nearly matches that of his former self. Indeed, after Lu Qing'an's disappearance, Xiao Zhuangzizi began to fervently cultivate, and with such terrifying talent. He has attained this level of strength. No matter how strong one becomes, it is futile. Upon returning, Lu Qing'an has transformed into something beyond human comprehension. Xiao Qingyi has witnessed the formidable prowess exhibited by Lu Qing'an. This individual remains akin to a divine monarch, imposing enough to render all prodigious beings incapable of standing tall. Chapter 63. Welcome home at the summit of the firmament. Li Zongxuan fixed his unwavering gaze upon Lu Qing'an, who at that moment had yet to draw a weapon. Unable to contain his disdain, he exclaimed, Do you still perceive me as that brash young lad of yours? Draw your weapon at once. The weapon may have been given to another, yet against you, impudent boy, the absence of arms is inconsequential. After all, your aspiration to surpass me is an impossibility. Lu Qing'an beamed with a smile, adopting a tone as if he were playfully toying with a child. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my labor over the years. Today, your demise is inevitable. Li Zongxuan radiated an aura of murderous intent, evoking the sensation that Lu Qing'an had annihilated his entire family. Lu Qing'an shrugged and beckoned with his hand. Come forth. Let me see whether you have made any progress in these years. Without further ado, Li Zongxuan unleashed his most potent abilities, manifesting an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. In an instant, a terrifying domain enveloped the expanse of thousands of miles. Under the influence of the Dugu imperial throne, time and space abruptly froze. In this realm, he appeared as an invincible deity. Do you see? My Dugu imperial throne can now rival your eternal night imperial throne. Indeed, it can. Yet in the eyes of my master, it is merely mediocre. I am eager to witness how long you can maintain this bravado. Quickly unveil your imperial throne. There is no need for an imperial throne when a master chastises a disciple. Come at me with all your might. Such audacity. Where did you acquire this habit? When did you become so verbose? Is it not possible to simply engage in combat? Lu Qing'an interrupted Li Zongxuan, who continued his incessant chatter. Li Zongxuan's cheeks flushed with anger as he retorted, Who is being verbose? Very well. You seek death, and I shall oblige. No longer engaging in idle talk. He launched himself into action, unleashing a furious roar as demonic energy surged around him like a tempest, instantly coalescing into countless pitch-black blades, each one rending the fabric of reality with a piercing shriek. With a powerful tremor of his arms, he wielded his sword, and the blades transformed into a cataclysmic storm of death, converging upon the divine weapon in his grasp. Boom! With a sweeping motion, he directed the colossal blade towards Lu Qing'an. Where the immense blade passed, the very space fractured, revealing a chaotic maelstrom. Observing this strike from Li Zongxuan, a faint smile graced Lu Qing'an's lips. This young man has indeed grown significantly stronger. However, he still falls somewhat short. He extended his hand forward, gently sweeping it, and a black luminescent shield materialized from thin air, interposing itself in the void ahead. In the blink of an eye, the colossal blade crashed upon the black shield. A miraculous scene unfolded. The seemingly fragile black shield, which appeared as though it could be pierced effortlessly, astonishingly withstood such a terrifying blow. Li Zongxuan was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth. Humph. This is merely an appetizer. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back any longer. Upon concluding his statement, he commanded the divine weapon to hover before him, palms pressed together. With a tremor coursing through his body, an immense phantom of a demon god materialized behind him. The six-armed deity unleashed a barrage of 6 world-destroying punches, and before the force even arrived, the earth had already buckled for 1,000 miles, while the heavens were torn asunder with countless fissures, charging towards Lu Qing'an's black light shield. Not bad, but still insufficient, Lu Qing'an remarked indifferently. Indeed, as he had predicted, such a terrifying assault could not penetrate his black light shield in the slightest. Li Zongxuan was taken aback, straining his neck as he shouted, "I refuse to believe this." Just after his outburst, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on his forehead, and a crimson light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Wherever it passed, the laws of the universe were obliterated, and even the river of time was stained crimson. With a sinister grin, he activated the Dugu Imperial Throne, freezing all within his domain, while that bloodlight surged towards Lu Qing'an at a speed that transcended causality. The air resounded with the wails of spirits and demons, as if this strike could compel even the heavens to retreat in fear. This time, the black light shield was finally shattered. Noticing this, Lu Qing'an chuckled inwardly. This lad has indeed inherited some of my former flair. Haha, breaking your defenses is no challenge. Prepare to meet your end. Li Zongxuan laughed maniacally. The cataclysmic force that had breached Lu Qing'an's black light shield continued its relentless advance. Lu Qing'an raised his gaze slightly, lifting his right hand. With fingers delicately poised as if plucking flowers, the soul-devouring bloodlight, which could have made the heavens tremble, was effortlessly grasped by him, dissipating like dust. It erupted at his fingertips, condensing into a minuscule point of black void. Throughout this display, Lu Qing'an's hair remained undisturbed. Is that all? Lu Qing'an shook his head with a light chuckle. Li Zongxuan was utterly dumbfounded. No, that was it. Xuanzi, do you have no stronger attacks left? Bring it on. Lu Qing'an stood with his hands clasped behind him, not moving an inch. Li Zongxuan trembled all over, grinding his teeth in frustration. Yet no matter how he pondered, he could not conceive of a means more potent than the last. He had unleashed his strongest 3 techniques. This is impossible. I have clearly caught up to your power. What is happening? Li Zongxuan roared in anguish, his eyes reddening. Seeing his disciple suddenly lose composure, Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow, ceasing his playful jabs, and said, "You have indeed come close to my former self, and I must commend you on that. You have worked diligently over the years. Such talent is indeed remarkable. I do not require your approval. I refuse to believe this. You shall perish." Li Zongxuan's imperial throne erupted once more with terrifying might, propelling him toward Lu Qing'an. The colossal demon god phantom reappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was before Lu Qing'an, launching a frenzied assault. Yet, his attacks could not touch Lu Qing'an. All were repelled by a dark aura emanating from him. Countless oppressive punches proved utterly futile. Why? Li Zongxuan, driven to madness, swung his fists in desperation, his eyes bulging with rage, growing ever redder. At this moment, he resembled a venomous blade, its brilliance captivating yet marred by fissures gnawed by the passage of time. The sharp edges, which pierced the world, were but scabs formed over unhealed wounds, silently oozing pain in the neglected shadows. Lu Qing'an observed Li Zongxuan's extreme yet sorrowful demeanor, feeling a pang of sympathy. He inhaled deeply, stepping forward with his left foot, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from his being. In the next instant, Li Zongxuan, who had been relentlessly attacking, abruptly halted, a formidable pressure descending upon him, capable of subduing even the most resilient souls. Li Zongxuan appeared as though he had been immobilized. "Xiao Xuanzi, my departure years ago was an act of necessity. I could not take you away, for this is a trial you must endure. Seeing you again now fills me with joy. You have indeed grown." His initial intention upon leaving was to bid farewell to his disciple properly, but after 3 days and nights of contemplation, he chose to depart without a word. At that time, Li Zongxuan was already quite formidable, yet still excessively dependent on him. The only person with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. Any question he had, he would pose to him. For every matter, he sought his counsel. Had Li Zongxuan known of his intention to leave the demon domain, he would have undoubtedly followed him relentlessly. Now, gazing upon his disciple, he felt both vindicated in his decision and remorseful towards Li Zongxuan, especially in this moment, observing him like a forlorn child, appearing strong outwardly while suffering internally. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zongxuan could no longer contain his emotions, collapsing to the ground in despair, tears streaming from his reddened eyes. Why did you abandon me? Why did you leave without a word? I hate you. I hate you. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, kneeling to gently pat Li Zongxuan's head, reminiscent of their first meeting. Back then, Li Zongxuan was the same age as Lu Miaomiao, barely clothed and famished from days of hunger. He had rushed to pick up a coin dropped by a passerby, only to be beaten mercilessly, left bloodied and curled in a street corner. As hunger and cold overwhelmed him, his body stiffened, vitality rapidly waning. In the final moments of life, a tall, warm figure suddenly appeared before him. Child, what is your name? Li Zongxuan. Then I shall call you Xiao Xuanzi from now on. Come home with me. A large hand gently caressed his head. Amidst the howling winds above, Li Zongxuan looked up at Lu Qing'an, whose slender, handsome face was now streaked with tears. Xiao Xuanzi, I had to attend to personal matters in the immortal ruins, but this time I return, I shall not leave again. Li Zongxuan's face, once filled with rage, was instantly suffused with an overwhelming sense of grievance. As he gazed upon Lu Qing'an's unchanging, gentle countenance, filled with compassion, the deepest hatred in his heart was shattered in an instant. Welcome home, my disciple, echoed a voice, and the swirling demonic clouds in the sky receded like a tide, allowing the golden light of dawn to pierce through the gaps in the clouds, cascading upon the master and his pupil. The icy tears on Li Zongxuan's face gradually warmed. Chapter 64. The object of secret affection. Lu Qing'an gazed at Li Zongxuan, whose face was streaked with tears, resembling a child in distress, and his heart ached for him. To Lu Qing'an, Li Zongxuan was no different from a son. He lifted Li Zongxuan with his demonic aura, a gentle smile gracing his lips, soothing him like a child. There, do not cry. You are grown now, yet still behave like a child. Have you no shame? Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zongxuan quickly turned his face away, hastily wiping his cheeks. By the time he faced Lu Qing'an again, the tears had vanished, though his eyes remained reddened, still reflecting a sense of grievance, accompanied by a tinge of embarrassment and defiance. I did not cry. I merely had some sand in my eyes. Huh, you rascal. Come here, let me embrace you. Lu Qing'an opened his arms. I am no longer a child. What need is there for such embraces? As the esteemed demon emperor, how would it appear to others? Li Zongxuan protested, yet under Lu Qing'an's encouraging gaze, he stepped forward and embraced him briefly. Lu Qing'an playfully patted his back a few times, causing him to wince in pain. You little brat, it has been over 1,000 years since we last met, and you have indeed grown stronger. I am most pleased. Now, let me see what other changes you have undergone. Li Zongxuan stood tall as Lu Qing'an circled around him, observing him carefully. You seem to have matured somewhat, quite well indeed. Naturally, Li Zongxuan replied with a chuckle. But let us not linger here. Let us sit and converse. Come, share the tales of these years with me. Lu Qing'an was elated. During his time in the immortal ruins, he often thought of this lad, worried about what might befall him alone in this place. Yet, he understood that the boy had grown and must learn to navigate life independently. In the blink of an eye, they descended into the courtyard. Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei observed Lu Qing'an and Li Zongxuan with smiles illuminating their faces, as if sharing in the joy of the deepening bond between master and disciple. You still haven't changed much, have you? You still fail to address your elders properly. Lu Qing'an remarked, glancing at Li Zongxuan, who, upon seeing Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei, lowered his head slightly, exuding a shy demeanor reminiscent of years past. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Ah, the child has grown. Such formalities no longer matter. Master Xiao, Aunt Shui, Li Zongxuan murmured softly, his head still bowed. Both Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei were momentarily taken aback. Lu Qing'an, surprised as well, placed a hand on Li Zongxuan's shoulder. Huh, you have indeed changed. Very good. Come, let us go inside and chat. Li Zongxuan glanced at Lu Qing'an, noting the sincerity in his smile, and a slight curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. Praise from his master felt rewarding. Upon entering the room, Lu Qing'an personally brewed tea, filling the cup before Li Zongxuan to the brim. Xuanzi, come. Tell me about your experiences over the past few years. Ahem, primarily, do you have any friends, or perhaps, a lady whom you fancy? He looked at him with an expression of eager anticipation, resembling that of a concerned father. Just as Li Zongxuan lifted the teacup to his lips, the mention of women made him sputter, spilling the tea he had just sipped. I have no such affections for anyone. Wait, old Xiao, did you see that? This lad seems to have something going on. Lu Qing'an exclaimed, astonished. If not, he wouldn't exhibit such a change. Haha, it appears there is indeed something afoot. Xuanzi, come. Share with us elders. Whom do you like? Shall we old-timers offer you some advice? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's interest piqued, and he somehow produced a watermelon, ready to indulge in the gossip. Li Zongxuan felt an overwhelming urge to bury his head in his chest, stating, I don't know what you are talking about. The group continued their jovial banter, primarily teasing Li Zongxuan. Lu Qing'an took the opportunity to inquire about Li Zongxuan's circumstances over the years. It turned out that he had devoted himself to cultivation, managing the Demon Emperor Palace admirably, while also controlling several factions. As for any romantic interests, it seemed likely he had someone in mind, though Lu Qing'an refrained from pressing him on the identity of the young lady. It was possible that he harbored a secret admiration for someone. Master, I owe you an apology, Li Zongxuan said, scratching his head shyly. You haven't done anything wrong. So why apologize? Lu Qing'an replied. After I noticed your abrupt departure, I looked for you for a while, and when I couldn't find you, I began to tarnish your reputation, claiming I had surpassed you, hoping to provoke you out of hiding. A grimace formed on Li Zongxuan's face at this admission. Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this. It was the reason Xiao Qingyi had exhibited a peculiar glint in his eyes when Lu Qing'an first mentioned Li Zongxuan. What of it? You have indeed become nearly as formidable as I was back then. Your diligence in cultivation is evident. Lu Qing'an gazed at Li Zongxuan with pride. This young man had developed into a figure of considerable strength, which was a source of joy. Had he not received the benefits of the system, he would have had to exert himself considerably to compete with his disciple. Seeing that his master was not angry, but rather commended him, Li Zongxuan managed to smile. By the way, Xuanzi, have you seen Xiaozi around the Demon Emperor Palace or anywhere else? That fellow seems to have wandered off somewhere. Lu Qing'an inquired. He was perplexed about the whereabouts of his contracted beast. Li Zongxuan shook his head. Xiaozi? Hasn't it always been with you, master? I haven't seen it. If I did, perhaps I could help locate you. How very strange. Where could that creature have gone? Lu Qing'an mused quietly. Master, I am more curious about your circumstances over the years. Why did you suddenly venture to the immortal ruins? No wonder I couldn't find you, Li Zongxuan suddenly asked. Now it was Lu Qing'an's turn to be evasive. Well, cough. It's not something I can elaborate on at the moment. He primarily wished to maintain his grand image as a revered master in front of his disciple. All right, speak to me when you are ready, he said. Upon hearing this, Li Zongxuan nodded decisively. Lu Qing'an smiled softly, noting that the child remained the same, with little change. In his eyes, Li Zongxuan had a somewhat reclusive personality, averse to social interactions, and at times rather obstinate. Yet he was also a slightly proud and utterly sincere child. Qing'an, I must return for a while. You two continue your conversation. I shall return shortly, said Xue Tianfei with a smile as she stood up. Understood. Send me a message if needed. By the way, please inform Miao Miao that I will periodically send someone with delightful treats. Certainly. After bidding farewell to Xue Tianfei, Lu Qing'an resumed his chat with Li Zongxuan. The master and disciple appeared to have an endless array of topics to discuss. It was not until evening, when his daughter returned from the academy, that Lu Qing'an paused his conversation with Li Zongxuan. Lu Miao Miao dashed inside, exclaiming, Father, Miao Miao is back. Where is Aunt Xue? After scanning the surroundings and failing to spot Xue Tianfei, she noticed Li Zongxuan, who was currently resting his hand on Lu Qing'an's shoulder. Oh, Father, who is this big brother? Chapter 65. Master, you actually have a daughter, Father? Li Zongxuan's eyes widened in shock, his previously cool and handsome visage transforming into a comical expression as he stared intently at Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao Miao. Master, is this your daughter? Lu Qing'an smiled at his daughter, gesturing for her to come closer. His full name is Li Zongxuan, known as the Lone Demon Emperor in the demon realm. He is my disciple, so you should call him brother. Let's go with Brother Xian. My father's disciple. Lu Miao Miao blinked her large eyes, gazing at Li Zongxuan, and then broke into a bright smile. Hello, Brother Xian. I am Lu Miao Miao, pleased to meet you. Li Zongxuan blinked, momentarily dazed, shaking his head to regain his senses. Hey, this little rascal is greeting you. You ought to respond. Oh, hello. I am Li Zongxuan, pleased to meet you, he replied awkwardly, resembling a bashful young man. Wow. Upon closer inspection, Brother Xian is so handsome. Brother Xian hug. Lu Miao Miao approached Li Zongxuan eagerly. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. This little girl has a penchant for handsome boys, even at such a young age. What about your father? Am I not handsome? Li Zongxuan's mind momentarily froze again as he watched Lu Miaomiao approach. His cheeks flushed crimson, nearly causing him to tumble from his seat. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he would have made a fool of himself. Ultimately, he could not escape, as Lu Miaomiao seized his hand. Gazing into her eager, yearning eyes, Li Zongxuan swallowed hard before lifting her up. Oh yay! Higher! Lu Miaomiao exclaimed joyfully. Someone save me! He silently pleaded in his heart. Haha! All right, no more playing. Oh! Li Zongxuan quickly set Lu Miaomiao down. Brother Xian, has anyone ever told you how handsome you are? Lu Miaomiao suddenly tilted her head and asked. Li Zongxuan blinked and scratched his head, replying, Perhaps. You are, after all, the second most handsome person I've ever encountered. So you truly are quite handsome. At that moment, Li Zongxuan felt completely captivated by the little girl before him. How eloquent today's children are. Then, who is the most handsome? Li Zongxuan, unsure of how to continue the conversation, followed Lu Miaomiao's lead and inquired. Hee, of course it's my father. My father is the most handsome in the world. Oh, indeed. Li Zongxuan nodded vigorously, completely agreeing. He too believed his master to be the most handsome in the world. Exactly. I didn't expect Brother Xian to share the same thoughts as Miao Miao. Li Zongxuan chuckled and nodded with a silly grin. At that moment, 3 individuals entered the room. Walking in with a natural grace, Lu Zixuan and her companions. They seemed to be discussing something, all wearing smiles, suggesting they had a rewarding day at the academy and were quite happy. Upon entering, they hesitated when they spotted a stranger sitting next to Lu Qing'an, wondering who he might be. Sister, come here quickly. This is Brother Xian, father's disciple. Lu Miaomiao darted over to Lu Zixuan, pulling her hand and leading her toward Li Zongxuan. Father's disciple? Brother Xian? Lu Zixuan looked at Li Zongxuan and then realized he possessed an extraordinary aura, distinct from her father's, exuding an overwhelming presence. Li Zongxuan found himself momentarily stunned while gazing at Lu Zixuan, quickly casting a glance at Lu Qing'an. Master, you don't have just one daughter, but 2. And they're already this grown up. Lu Qing'an chuckled. Why don't you all introduce yourselves? We are all family here. Lu Zixuan regained her composure, smiling at Li Zongxuan. Brother Xian, I am Lu Zixuan, my father's eldest daughter. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, I am Li Zongxuan, Master's disciple, and it is a pleasure to meet you, he replied, feeling slightly less awkward thanks to his previous introduction with Lu Miaomiao. Zixuan, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may seek guidance from your brother Xian. His strength is quite commendable, Lu Qing'an added with a smile. All right, Brother Xian. I will ask you for help with my cultivation issues in the future, Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. Certainly. Li Zongxuan nodded repeatedly. Master, who are these 2? At that moment, Li Zongxuan suddenly sent a thought to Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an then remembered Su Yuni and son Minzi, smiling as he said, This is my sister-in-law. Su Yuni, you can call her Aunt Su. And this is son Minzi, Zixuan's friend. Oh, Aunt Su, Minzi, I am Li Zongxuan, he said, feeling somewhat awkward. At that moment, Li Zongxuan felt like a modern child visiting relatives. Su Yuni nodded repeatedly, managing a smile, while internally astonished by the formidable aura emanating from Li Zongxuan. So powerful. Lu Qing'an exuded an aura of complete tranquility, his cultivation essence remarkably restrained, leading many to perceive him as a rather moderate practitioner. However, at that moment, the formidable pressure radiating from Li Zongxuan was akin to a ferocious beast lurking beneath his exterior. Despite Li Zongxuan's seemingly bashful and earnest demeanor, reminiscent of a shy child, she found herself hesitant to meet his gaze directly. It was as if merely his breath could obliterate her into mere fragments. The intensity of his presence was truly staggering. Sun Minzi felt an even stronger sensation than Su Yuni. After listening to Li Zongxuan's self-introduction, she had confirmed his identity, the contemporary demon emperor of the demon realm. She had never laid eyes on Li Zongxuan, only having heard of his esteemed name, and she knew not of his appearance, as he often remained secluded, seldom departing from the demon emperor palace. Yet, even so, the deeds he had accomplished over the years had instilled fear in many formidable beings within the demon realm. Shortly after the disappearance of the eternal night demon emperor, some doubted Li Zongxuan's capabilities to bear the title of demon emperor and sought to challenge him. To their astonishment, all challengers were effortlessly vanquished by Li Zongxuan, none able to withstand a single strike. Certain factions, unwilling to concede to Li Zongxuan, spread malicious rumors about him in secret. However, once the winds of gossip began to circulate, several top-tier factions were uprooted overnight, with no survivors among the powerful. His decisive ruthlessness and terrifying prowess had long echoed throughout the entire demon realm, with many asserting that Lu Qing'an had surpassed the eternal night demon emperor. Now, witnessing Lu Qing'an in person, she was struck by the sheer terror of his aura. Yet, as she observed him displaying a childlike demeanor, exceedingly reserved in front of Lu Qing'an, her perception of him began to shift. All right, everyone is back. Old Xiao, prepare a delightful meal. It's rare for us all to gather. Let us enjoy a family dinner, Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile. Today marked a day of great joy for him, the happiest since his separation. Chapter 66. The Warning of the Yellow-Haired Haha. Then I shall showcase my finest culinary skills, Xiao Qingyi declared, promptly heading to gather ingredients and commence cooking. Before long, the dining table was adorned with a myriad of exquisite dishes, causing Lu Miao's large eyes to sparkle with delight. She resembled a little glutton as she eagerly began to heap food onto her plate. Brother Xian, Grandpa Xiao's dishes are truly delectable. You should indulge as well. She even paused to softly remind Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an responded with a gentle nod and a smile. Lu Qing'an noted the fondness this little girl held for his disciple, which brought him great joy. This lad had few friends. It would be wonderful if he could become friends with his daughter. By the way, Father, when will Aunt Shui return? After taking a couple of bites, Lu Miao tilted her head to look at Lu Qing'an, her mouth still full of food. What's this? You miss Aunt Shui so soon after she's just left? Yes. Will Aunt Shui be back tomorrow? Your Aunt Shui informed me that she would regularly send someone to bring you delicious treats. I am not merely interested in food. I also yearn for the presence of Shui. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that this young girl has truly forged such a close bond with Shui Tianfei? Xiao Xuanzi, do not be so reserved. We are all one family here. Relax, Lu Qing'an encouraged, noticing Lu Qing'an's reluctance to serve himself. I am not being reserved, Lu Qing'an replied. It was his first time dining with so many people, especially those who were closely associated with his master, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous. Lu Qing'an chuckled. You are still the same as before. Remember to visit more often and spend time with Zixuan and the others. You are all contemporaries. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances. Contemporaries? They could not overlook the formidable aura that Lu Qing'an exuded. Such a powerful peer indeed brought pressure. All right, Lu Qing'an nodded. By the way, Zixuan, did you gain anything from your time at the academy today? Lu Qing'an appeared to be the catalyst of the conversation, serving food while steering the discussion forward. Upon hearing his question, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi shared a smile and exchanged glances. Father, today we met a very handsome student. We gained another friend and planned to tackle challenges together, Lu Zixuan exclaimed. A moment ago, Lu Qing'an wore a gentle smile, but upon hearing Lu Zixuan's words, his expression froze. A very handsome friend. As he observed Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanging delighted glances, his silence deepened. Warning bells. What father would not feel alarmed upon hearing such news? He chewed his food, striving to maintain a semblance of composure while smiling as he inquired. Oh, and what is the name of this new friend? Moronghua, Lu Zixuan replied. Moronghua? The name made Lu Qing'an's lips twitch. It was undoubtedly a male name. Has the time truly come? Watching his daughter and son Minzi revel in joy, he closed his eyes, attempting to quell the tumult of emotions within. This is a necessary phase. His daughter is growing up and will inevitably encounter the opposite sex. Moronghua, you say? At that moment, Lu Qing'an interjected. Lu Zixuan turned to him, smiling. Gid Xian, do you know Moronghua? I do not know him personally. I have merely heard of him once. But I am quite familiar with the Morong family. Lu Qing'an scratched his head, feeling somewhat shy when Lu Zixuan looked his way. Although they had grown more acquainted, he still felt a touch of bashfulness. Oh, I see. Lu Zixuan nodded and added, I have heard that the Morong family is quite powerful in the demon realm. And Moronghua is indeed impressive, much stronger than both Minzi and me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and smiled. Zixuan, it's rare for you to have a friend in the demon realm. How about bringing him over for a meal one day? No way. He must ascertain the character of this young man. If he truly is a rogue, that would be unacceptable. To befriend his daughter, this young man must first pass the scrutiny of her father. We've only just met. Let us become familiar before we discuss that, Lu Zixuan replied. A hint of shyness appeared on Lu Zixuan's face. Lu Qing'an exclaimed, "Oh dear, my daughter is shy? Well then, once you become more familiar, I shall invite you home for a meal," he added cheerfully. After dining, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi retreated to the stone pavilion outside the courtyard to enjoy some wine. Li Zongxuan initially intended to join them, but was held back by Lu Miao, who, lacking her companion, shifted her focus to find amusement with Li Zongxuan. This left Li Zongxuan feeling exasperated, casting a pleading glance toward Lu Qing'an. However, Lu Qing'an preferred that Li Zongxuan engage more with Lu Zixuan and her companions. Hoping they would forge a friendship, he directly instructed, "As an elder brother, ensure you entertain your younger sister well." "Master." Li Zongxuan's lips twitched as he attempted to voice his concerns, but was silenced by a stern look from Lu Qing'an. With no other option, he resigned himself to play along with Lu Miao and the others. "Xiangij, I want to ride a horse," she exclaimed. "Ride a horse? Should I fetch one for you?" He replied jokingly. "Not a real horse. I will show you." Thus, Li Zongxuan found himself with Lu Miao perched on his shoulders, soaring through the air in the courtyard. "Xiangij left. Haha. Xiangij right. Xiangij, straight up to the sky." "Oh yeah." Li Zongxuan addressed Zixuan and Minzi. "Aren't you too busy tackling challenges today? If there's anything unclear during battle, feel free to ask your elder brother once I come down." Lu Qing'an observed Lu Zixuan and her companion discussing the details of their challenges in the courtyard and smiled as he spoke. "Is that all right?" Lu Zixuan inquired. "You needn't be so formal. Play with him more. This rascal won't take the initiative, so engage with him often," Lu Qing'an encouraged. "All right." Lu Zixuan and her friend nodded in agreement. Once Lu Miao's laughter subsided, Li Zongxuan thought he could finally catch a break, but soon enough, he noticed Lu Zixuan and son Minzi approaching him. "Xiangij, we seek your guidance," they stated. Under Lu Qing'an's direction, Li Zongxuan gradually acclimated to the atmosphere, taking a considerable amount of time to feel at ease. Observing his disciple loosen up, especially during discussions of cultivation and combat, Lu Qing'an's expression softened into that of a proud father. Xiao Qingyi remarked, noticing Lu Qing'an's beaming smile, "This place is starting to feel more like home." Lu Qing'an turned to him and replied, "Old fellow, it seems you will be cooking more often from now on. Hey, if it remains this lively daily, I wouldn't mind preparing 3 meals a day for you all." Xiao Qingyi chuckled. "Come now, let us drink more in this joyful mood." Lu Qing'an clinked his cup against Xiao Qingyi's. He nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. As night deepened, the children gradually retired for the evening. Li Zongxuan approached Lu Qing'an, releasing a long sigh. "What's the matter? Not pleased to spend time with the children?" Lu Qing'an inquired playfully. "Not at all. I just need some time to adjust," Li Zongxuan replied with a faint smile. "Well then, when you finish your tasks at the Demon Palace, do come visit your master more often," Lu Qing'an encouraged. "Certainly," Li Zongxuan responded. Li Zongxuan nodded shyly. "Master, I shall take my leave for today. There are matters I must attend to." "Indeed, you have worked hard," Lu Qing'an said, patting Li Zongxuan's shoulder. The identity of the Demon Emperor was something he had bestowed upon Li Zongxuan, largely because the responsibilities of the Demon Emperor were overwhelming, and he wished to avoid being overly burdened himself. "Very well, I shall return later," Li Zongxuan replied. Lu Qing'an nodded, and then suddenly opened his arms wide. Li Zongxuan lowered his head and stepped forward to embrace Lu Qing'an, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Afterward, Lu Qing'an watched as Li Zongxuan soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. He stood still for a while, gazing at the distant sky, before a smile broke upon his face as he turned to head back to the house. At that moment, Lu Miao unexpectedly emerged from the room. "Father, has Brother Xian left?" Lu Qing'an approached and lifted his daughter into his arms. "He has matters to attend to. Why do you seem to have taken a liking to Brother Xian?" He was quite pleased with his daughter's earlier enthusiasm, which had managed to enliven his disciple. However, it struck him as curious that his daughter had never interacted with a stranger in such a manner before. "I can sense that father really likes Brother Xian, so I like him too." "Oh, you can sense that?" Lu Qing'an asked. Lu Miao nodded earnestly, her small face suddenly reflecting a hint of sympathy. "But I feel that Brother Xian is quite pitiful, which is why I want to play with him more." Her words momentarily left Lu Qing'an taken aback. "Pitiful? Yes. When I first saw Brother Xian, I felt as though he had been living alone for a long time and was always very sad." Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow slightly. What was this feeling that this little girl was perceiving? Did she possess some unique ability? "Father, Please invite Brother Xian here more often. I don't want him to be sad anymore. Lu Miao Miao pouted, making her request. Lu Qing'an maintained a gentle smile. Very well, father shall heed Miao Miao's wishes. From now on, Miao Miao should play with Brother Xian more often and strive to become his best friend. All right? Okay. Lu Miao Miao's face was filled with determination as she nodded vigorously. Chapter 67. You are Murong Hua's father, aren't you? Deep within the demon palace, in a grand hall, a gathering of formidable individuals awaited. When Li Zongxuan arrived, he found himself surrounded by a group of people, all exuding an intimidating aura of demonic energy. Their cultivation levels exceedingly impressive, with many reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Upon his appearance, they all swiftly turned their attention to the throne at the front, rising in unison to bow respectfully. Demon Emperor. As Li Zongxuan took his seat upon the throne, a specially crafted curtain stood before him. This curtain shielded him from the gaze and spiritual perception of others, yet it did not impede his own ability to sense them. I apologize for keeping you waiting while I attended to some matters. As long as he was not facing anyone directly, his speech flowed with ease. No. We have only waited a short while, a peak Emperor realm expert said with a face full of flattery, speaking with utmost respect. This individual was the leader of a top sect in the demon realm. The others chimed in, all asserting that they had not waited long at all, with not a single person daring to voice a complaint. They had been waiting here for a full 2 hours. Li Zongxuan said, all right, let us commence with the matters at hand. The Demon Palace, as the preeminent force within the demon realm, holds the very lifeblood of this domain. Various formidable factions must heed the commands of the Demon Palace. Li Zongxuan has also assembled a team uniquely his own, in order to manage the myriad affairs of the demon realm. The individuals present are those who oversee the entirety of the Demon Palace under his guidance. They convene at specific intervals to discuss pertinent matters. A group of individuals began to report on recent occurrences. Subsequently, one person raised a significant issue. Demon Emperor. Regarding the matter we discussed previously, we require a faction among us to take charge. Have you, at this juncture, identified a candidate? The speaker was none other than Lu Qing'an, the vice president of the Demon Willow Academy and the head of the esteemed Lu family. He believed that by broaching this subject, he would secure the position without contest, especially since he had recently provided Li Zongxuan with crucial information of great importance. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an mention this issue, the gathered individuals narrowed their eyes. Each faction coveted this opportunity. Li Zongxuan, upon hearing the query, scanned the assembly with his consciousness and was inclined to assign the task to Lu Qing'an, particularly since he had just conveyed news of his master's return. However, his attention was soon drawn to another individual, the head of the Murong family. The Murong family, too, is one of the eminent clans within the demon realm, though it ranks merely in the middle tier among these prestigious powers. He recalled a name mentioned by Lu Zixuan during a recent banquet at his master's residence, Murong Hua. This Murong Hua shares a close relationship with Sister Zixuan. After some contemplation, Li Zongxuan reached a decision. Let both the Murong and Lu families jointly oversee this matter, he stated calmly. As soon as the words left his lips, an audible silence enveloped the grand hall, as all present exchanged glances of confusion. Lu Qing'an was equally taken aback. How could the Murong family be involved? The head of the Murong family, Murong Mei, was even more bewildered. Their family was merely average among these top-tier factions, and they had not made any particularly notable contributions here. Why had the Demon Emperor suddenly bestowed such a tremendous benefit upon them? Even if both factions were to manage the affair together, the Murong family stood to gain immensely. Demon Emperor, this matter, Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow, attempting to voice his concerns, but was interrupted by Li Zongxuan. This decision is final. With no recourse, Lu Qing'an swallowed the words he had been about to utter. Very well, a half share is still a share. Are there any other pressing matters? Li Zongxuan inquired. Reporting to the Demon Emperor, there is indeed another pressing issue. One individual stepped forward, his expression grave. Not long ago, it appears that a small faction near our sect was suddenly subjected to a massacre by that mysterious organization. When our sect members arrived at the scene, they discovered that over 10,000 individuals from that faction had perished in an alarmingly brief span of time, including several of those at the Emperor realm. Before their demise, every soul was drawn away. Upon hearing this, all the formidable figures present felt a shiver run down their spines. Over a century has passed, and they have resurfaced. Li Zongxuan narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within. It seems they have returned, Make sure to investigate thoroughly and report any news to me at once. This time, I shall annihilate them." A group of individuals cupped their hands in response. "Very well. If there are no other matters, you may all take your leave." Except for Murong Mei. Li Qingshuan dismissed the crowd, leaving only Murong Mei behind. The assembly of powerful beings cast puzzled glances towards Murong Mei. What could have prompted this old fellow to suddenly gain such favor from the Demon Emperor? Lu Qing'an furrowed his brow, observing Murong Mei for a moment before departing. Murong Mei was left bewildered, nodding in place. Shortly after, the elite warriors exited, leaving only Li Qingshuan and Murong Mei within the Great Hall. Murong Mei felt as if ants were crawling all over him, perplexed by Li Qingshuan's probing gaze. "Demon Emperor, have you summoned me for a specific matter?" Murong Mei inquired respectfully. Li Qingshuan replied, "I recall you have a daughter named Murong Hua, correct?" Murong Mei blinked in surprise. Why the sudden inquiry about such a matter?" "Yes, indeed, that is my daughter. May I ask why you are curious about her, Demon Emperor?" Murong Mei's heart raced with a mix of emotions. Why was his daughter being brought into this conversation? Surely, she hasn't caused any trouble. The reason Li Qingshuan remembered this name was that he had once thought it belonged to a male, only to discover it was the name of Murong Mei's daughter. Thus, it lingered in his memory. "Your daughter is remarkable. Regardless of your past treatment of her, you ought to be kinder to her henceforth," Li Qingshuan stated with a smile. Since Murong Hua had become a friend to his master's daughter, he felt compelled to look after her. Murong Mei's thoughts were in disarray. "I have always treated my daughter well. Yet, why would the Demon Emperor make such remarks? What on earth has transpired?" "Very well, I wish to rest now. You may return to your duties." "Understood. Then I shall take my leave." Murong Mei bowed respectfully, still enveloped in confusion, as he exited the Great Hall. Upon leaving the Demon Palace, he swiftly flew towards his family's direction. Before long, he arrived at the Murong residence and hastened to his daughter's room. "Father, what is the matter?" Murong Hua frowned upon her father's sudden appearance. With shoulder-length hair, sharp features, and lips like frost, she wore a flowing black robe that accentuated her striking grace. Her features were exquisite, yet she exuded an aura typically associated with men, embodying a striking and heroic presence. Murong Mei gazed at his daughter and urgently asked, "Little Hua, have you encountered the Demon Emperor Dugu recently?" Murong Hua was taken aback. "No. I have been diligently cultivating at the academy." That should not be the case. While at the academy, has anything significant occurred that you have not mentioned to me?" "Well, I have been engaged in trials within the treasure tower at the academy, but nothing of great consequence has happened." "Father, what exactly is going on?" After hearing this, Murong Mei felt even more bewildered and proceeded to recount the recent events. Upon hearing this, Murong Hua was equally perplexed. "What? The demonic Emperor Dugu is actually paying attention to me? This is simply unbelievable. Are you truly just present in the academy without any remarkable achievements? For instance, a notably swift progression through challenges? Not at all. I have merely been tackling challenges alongside friends, and my pace can only be deemed average." How curious indeed. Both father and daughter found themselves in a quandary, unable to comprehend the underlying reasons for this occurrence. Nevertheless, this news was undoubtedly fortuitous, a monumental stroke of good fortune. Regardless, simply maintain your current state, for our Murong family stands to gain significantly from this. Chapter 68. The disparity among disciples. The following morning, in the ethereal realm, dawn broke with golden hues, and the skies were unblemished. Su Qing'an and Lin Qingxue, among others, stood at the entrance of a grand banquet hall, welcoming esteemed guests from all directions. "Sister, among the disciples you have accepted, is it true that Nangang Yun is included?" Su Xuanyu, clad in new attire and having made a special effort to present himself well, stood beside Su Qing'an, his expression brimming with excitement. Today marked the grand ceremony of Su Qing'an's acceptance of disciples. Under Lin Qingxue's meticulous arrangements, Su Qing'an was to take in 4 disciples, each a top talent from the illustrious families of Nangang, Huangfu, Long, and Huang. This would undoubtedly be a grand affair. Su Qing'an smiled and nodded. "I've heard that you have known Nangang Yun for quite some time." She was well aware of her brother's affections for Nangang Yun and, following the ceremony, intended to create more opportunities for them to interact. Su Xuanyu scratched his head, appearing somewhat naive as he replied, "It's been quite all right. We've known each other for many years and are now rather good friends, having harbored a crush for many years. Now that the goddess has become his elder sister's disciple, There will be ample opportunities to engage with her. As time passed, the number of guests swelled. Lin Qingxue had prepared everything in advance, having invited all the prominent powers of the ethereal realm to create a favorable atmosphere for her disciples. Qingying, although you are still in the late stage of the Emperor realm, your unique imperial status warrants you to embody the demeanor of a peak Emperor realm powerhouse. When you face a multitude of peak Emperor realm masters later, do not feel overly constrained. Just relax, Lin Qingxue advised. Master, I understand, Su Qingying replied, her face radiating confidence. She was destined to become the strongest woman in the Songyun continent. Of course, she must not overdo it. The primary objective was to cultivate good relations with the 4 prominent families and avoid any missteps. All right, I comprehend. After a brief exchange, suddenly, 2 voices resonated from the heavens above. The Nangong family has arrived. The Huangfu family has arrived. Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. They are here. The 2 groups descended from the sky simultaneously, alighting gracefully before the banquet hall. Haha, fellow Taoist Lin, fellow Taoist Su, we have kept you waiting. The first to speak was the head of the Nangong family, accompanied by a graceful and charming woman. Upon seeing her, Su Xuanyu's face lit up with an idiotic grin. Haha, fellow Taoist Nangong, you have arrived. Lin Qingxue, with Su Qingying in tow, stepped forward to greet them. Greetings to both esteemed friends. At this moment, the head of the Huangfu family smiled at Su Qingying and her companion. Beside him stood a tall and handsome young man, his expression exuding a rebellious air, none other than Huang Fuqi, the most formidable genius in the history of the Huangfu clan. It was rumored that he was a once-in-a-millennium talent from the immortal ruins, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Soon, he would also become one of Su Qingying's disciples. Esteemed friends, please take your seats. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qingying led a group of guests inside. Shortly after the arrival of the Nangong and Huangfu families, many others followed suit. The Long and Huang families soon made their entrance as well. Before long, the grand banquet hall was filled to capacity with individuals from various elite factions. This was Su Qingying's first encounter with so many top-tier powerhouses. And even though she was aware that she would eventually surpass those present, a hint of nervousness lingered within her. Suppressing her anxiety, she, guided by Lin Qingxue, began to greet the guests. Both she and her mentor were especially courteous towards the esteemed members of the Nangong family. The disciple acceptance banquet proceeded smoothly. After the ceremony concluded, Su Qingying successfully welcomed her disciples. Masters, please bow to me, she exclaimed with a smile. All right, my dear disciples, no need for formalities. She looked at the 4 most distinguished talents from the immortal ruins, envisioning a future where, as the strongest individual in the realm, she would cultivate these disciples into unparalleled powerhouses, thus becoming an unapproachable figure. Once the disciple ceremony concluded, the guests resumed their feasting, engaging in lively conversations and navigating the intricacies of social etiquette. Observing the Nangong family head and his sister mingling and drinking on the other side, Su Xuanyu quietly approached Nangong Yun, whispering, Yun, dear sister. Nangong Yun had been sitting alone in contemplation, her head bowed as she sipped tea, lacking her usual vivacity. However, upon hearing Su Xuanyu's voice, her eyes sparkled momentarily, and she made an effort to smile in his direction. Xiangu, hee, it seems our relationship is growing ever closer, Su Xuanyu said with a grin as he settled beside her. Indeed, Nangong Yun replied with a smile, though a flicker of melancholy crossed her gaze. What's wrong? You seem less cheerful today, Su Xuanyu observed her demeanor, sensing that something weighed on her heart. Nangong Yun hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile. It's nothing, really? If you have anything troubling you, feel free to share. I'll see if I can assist, Su Xuanyu said earnestly, unwilling to see the woman he cherished burdened by worries. Just as Nangong Yun was about to respond, a chilling voice interrupted from behind them. Yun, are you unhappy? Startled, Nangong Yun turned to see Huang Fuqi standing there. No, not at all, Su Xuanyu replied, narrowing his brows as he regarded Huang Fuqi. Yunner. Huang Fuqi's piercing gaze shifted to Su Xuanyu. You are the master's younger brother. Out of respect for our mentor, I advise you to keep your distance from Yunner in the future. Feeling the weight of Huang Fuqi's menacing stare, Su Xuanyu's expression darkened. Moreover, he discovered that Huang Fuqi had deliberately showcased his cultivation level to him. Indeed, it was the initial stage of the Emperor realm. This exemplified the prowess of a son of heaven. Su Xuanyu gazed upon Huang Fuqi, who was of a similar age yet had surpassed him by an entire realm. Feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Why did I distance myself from Sister Yin? Su Xuanyu struggled to suppress his discomfort and uttered a question. Just as Huang Fuqi was about to respond, a voice resonated from the gathering of top-tier experts in the immortal ruins. It is rare to have so many old friends present today, and on such a joyous occasion, I, along with the old man Huang Fu, would like to announce another piece of good news. My daughter, Nangong Yun, is now engaged to my esteemed nephew, Huang Fuqi. The wedding will be held shortly. This matter can also be seen as a union of families. Fellow Taoist Su, you are the mentor of these two children. Will you preside over the wedding when the time comes? The speaker was none other than the head of the Nangong family. Su Qing'an, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, casting a hurried glance at her brother. Then, with Lin Qingshue's reminder, she regained her composure and smiled at the head of the Nangong family. Very well. I shall preside over this wedding. Haha, it is settled then. Dear friends, you must all attend. Nangong Yun lowered her head, her lips moving slightly. Su Xuanyu, on the other hand, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, unable to regain his senses. Huang Fuqi looked at Su Xuanyu with a disdainful expression. This is the reason. From now on, Yun'er shall be my woman. The master-disciple banquet concluded, and all the guests had departed. Su Xuanyu quickly sought out his sister. Sister, I have something to tell you. Su Xuanyu's face was filled with anxiety. Su Qing'an sighed. I know what you wish to say. Sister, please help me. I can sense that Sister Yun does not want to marry him. Su Xuanyu's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Su Qing'an turned to her mentor. Lin Qingxue stepped forward and said, Xuanyu, you are making things difficult for your sister. And besides, both families have consented to this arrangement. Your sister cannot intervene. But, there are no buts. You have grown up. You should understand that some matters are beyond your control. Do not burden your sister. Lin Qingxue spoke sternly. Su Xuanyu clenched his teeth, glanced at Lin Qingxue, and then disregarded her, fixing his gaze intensely on his sister. He remained silent, his eyes pleading with her. However, the final response from Su Qing'an was a frown and a shake of her head. Xuanyu, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Lin Qingxue added, be obedient. Do not let matters of the heart interfere with your sister's ambitions. Furthermore, Nangong Yun may not be entirely opposed to Huang Fuqi. Su Xuanyu tightened his fists, his nails digging into his skin, drawing forth droplets of blood. Very well. He turned away, his figure desolate. Su Qing'an watched her brother's sorrowful demeanor, furrowing her brow. That night, thunder rumbled. Su Qing'an was in the midst of her cultivation when a piece of news jolted her spirit. She swiftly exited the main hall, flying in haste towards a certain direction. Upon reaching the Nangong family, she beheld her brother lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 69. Two versions of the story rain cascaded from the heavens, never ceasing, as Su Xuanyu lay on the ground, still bleeding profusely. The relentless downpour rendered the scene tragically poignant. Upon witnessing this, Su Qing'an's mind abruptly faltered, and in a frenzy, she rushed forward to channel her spiritual energy into her brother. After a brief examination, her expression turned icy. She discovered that her brother still clung to a breath of life, yet his meridians were shattered, his dantian obliterated, and his cultivation rendered utterly futile. He had become a mere shell of his former self. Who could have done this? Su Qing'an's aura, reminiscent of a sovereign, erupted violently, shattering the nearby structures into mere dust in an instant. She cast a frigid glance around. At that moment, three figures stood nearby: the patriarch of the Nangong family, Nangong Yun, and the head of the Huangfu family, Huang Fuqi. The patriarch of the Nangong family wore a grim expression, gripping his daughter's shoulders with a vice-like grip. In response to Su Qing'an's inquiry, Huangfu's patriarch furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and began, Friend Su, please do not be enraged. Allow us to explain. Before his father could finish, Huang Fuqi stepped forward, his demeanor cold as he declared, Master, it was I. The patriarch of the Huangfu family quickly cast a glance at his son, clicking his tongue in dismay. At that moment, he began to keenly observe Su Qing'an, wary of her potential wrath. If Su Qing'an truly decided to attack, he felt utterly powerless to intervene. After hastily administering a pill to Su Xuanyu, ensuring his survival, Su Qing'an's chilling gaze turned toward her newly initiated disciple, her fists clenched. At that moment, a murderous intent emanated from her, causing the rain to abruptly cease. An imperial aura manifested behind Su Qing'an, signaling her readiness to strike. However, at this critical juncture, a figure appeared beside her, extending a hand to halt her. "Disciple, stand down. If you act now, the entire plan will be ruined." Su Qing'an, hearing this telepathic warning, responded with an angry mental retort, "But my brother, listen to your master. I will handle this. You must remain composed. Those who achieve greatness cannot act on impulse. Moreover, your brother is not yet dead." Lin Qingshue's voice resonated within Su Qing'an's mind. Perhaps due to the weight of Lin Qingshue's transmission, Su Qing'an's rationality regained its stronghold. She glanced at her brother, gritted her teeth, and restrained herself, continuing to channel her energy into him. Seeing Su Qing'an regain her composure, Lin Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her furrowed brow toward the three individuals present. "Esteemed friends, I require a satisfactory explanation. What transpired here?" The patriarch of the Huangfu family, sensing the tension had abated, slightly retracted his hostility and replied with a respectful gesture, "Friend Lin, allow me to elucidate the matter at hand." His words conveyed a sense of clarity and credibility. He recounted the events. Su Xuanyu had imbibed alcohol, unexpectedly arrived here, sought out Nangong Yuan, and boldly professed his feelings, insisting on eloping with her. This spectacle was fortuitously witnessed by Huang Fuqi, who intervened. However, upon being thwarted, the inebriated Su Xuanyu recklessly attempted to attack Huang Fuqi. Ultimately, in a moment of helplessness, Huang Fuqi was compelled to take action. Alas, in his youthful exuberance, he failed to exercise restraint, leading to such unfortunate consequences. Such is the nature of the matter. Indeed, my son exhibited a lack of discernment, and this he must acknowledge. However, when it comes to matters of dignity, young people often struggle to maintain their composure. As for the veracity of my claims, fellow Taoist Lin, you may inquire with fellow Taoist Nangong. The head of the Huangfu family cast a glance at the head of the Nangong family, and a spark of tacit understanding flickered between them. "Fellow Taoist Lin, the situation is indeed as fellow Taoist Huangfu has described," remarked the head of the Nangong family. Su Qing'an detected a hint of alcohol on her brother and furrowed her brow, swiftly turning her gaze to Nangong Yuan, and in a hushed tone, she asked, "Disciple, is the situation as you have stated?" At that moment, Nangong Yuan stood frozen, trembling slightly, and only regained her senses after being questioned by Su Qing'an. She glanced at her father. The head of the Nangong family regarded his daughter with a deep look. With her lips pressed together, Nangong Yuan looked at Su Xianyu, her eyes still slightly red, but ultimately, she made her decision, bowing her head and nodding twice. "Yes." Su Qing'an fell silent, her heart brimming with unexpressed anger. Lin Qingxue, regardless of the truth of the matter, found this to be the most favorable outcome. Su Xianyu was alive, and if the situation truly was as it appeared, she harbored no fear of Su Qing'an losing her composure. "Disciple, though Shao Qi has erred, Xuanyu has erred even more. Let us prioritize the greater good. We both need their families at this juncture." Lin Qingshue's voice resonated in Su Qing'an's mind. Clenching her fists, Su Qing'an eventually relented, releasing her grip. She relinquished her entire family and many things for the sake of a promising future. "Master, I shall take my brother home now." She lifted Su Xianyu and soared towards their abode. Lin Qingxue completely unwound. A day later, the rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. In an elegantly antiquated room, Su Xianyu struggled for a considerable time before finally lifting his heavy eyelids. "Little brother," Su Qing'an called out with concern. Upon opening his eyes and seeing his sister, he momentarily froze, and then a wave of anger-inducing memories surged forth, contorting his face into a grimace. However, it was soon overshadowed by a dazed expression. What has happened to my cultivation? No, this cannot be. How has it gone?" Su Qing'an, at a loss for words, could only grasp Su Xianyu's hand. "Xianyu, remain calm. Sister, what has happened to me? Your dantian and meridians are in distress." At this point, Su Qing'an quickly glanced at an elderly man with white hair standing nearby. The elder, clad in a green robe adorned with a depiction of an alchemical cauldron, was none other than the most formidable alchemist of the immortal ruins. "Fellow Taoist Chun, is there any possibility for my brother to restore his cultivation?" The elder furrowed his brow, contemplating for a while before ultimately shaking his head. "Fellow Taoist Su, you may need to seek assistance elsewhere, as I presently have no means to assist. Alternatively, grant me some time to conduct further research. For now, your brother's condition is stable, and I must take my leave." Su Xuanyu was rendered speechless upon hearing this. Disabled. He was disabled. However, this feeling did not linger in his mind for long, as he quickly thought of something else. Sister, what about Yun? How is she? Is she all right? Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. As long as she is safe, that is all that matters. With this thought, Su Xuanyu felt slightly relieved. Yet, his emotions shifted abruptly, and his face contorted with rage. Huang Fuqi. Sister. It is Huang Fuqi. Su Xuanyu's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched fiercely. In that moment, his madness epitomized the essence of deep-seated enmity. Memories of the humiliation he suffered the previous night echoed in his mind. He had consumed some alcohol to muster courage, found Nangong Yun, confessed his feelings successfully, and was prepared to elope with her. Yet, they had not ventured far before being pursued by Huang Fuqi. Huang Fuqi was far stronger than both him and Nangong Yun, easily overpowering Su Xuanyu. He could not forget Huang Fuqi's disgusting expression as he demanded they kneel to secure their freedom. In pursuit of their future, he chose to surrender his dignity. But even when he knelt, Huang Fuqi did not honor his promise, instead ordering him to crawl under his pants and bow repeatedly. He crushed his own dignity, did everything he could, yet Huang Fuqi merely taunted him, saying he was just playing with fools. There was no way they would be allowed to leave. In a fit of rage, disregarding everything, he unleashed unprecedented strength and struck Huang Fuqi, but this only served to infuriate him further. Su Xuanyu conveyed his experiences to his sister, his hoarse screams revealing his torment. Su Qing'an listened to a different version of the story, falling silent. Xuanyu, the account I heard differs from yours. Su Xuanyu's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Sister, you don't believe me. He was astounded to see doubt reflected on his sister's face. Xuanyu, did you drink last night? This question left Su Xuanyu in a state of sheer astonishment. I did drink. But only a little. Sister, you don't trust me. Su Xuanyu gazed at Su Qing'an in disbelief. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yun. Su Qing'an sighed, extending her finger, gathering spiritual energy to cast a mysterious spell, lightly tapping Su Xuanyu's forehead. See for yourself. A vision appeared in Su Xuanyu's mind, revealing precisely what Su Qing'an had witnessed the night before. After viewing this memory, he felt as though struck by lightning. Muttering in a daze, impossible. How could Yun possibly, sister? Yun must have been coerced. Xuanyu, please, stop talking. Su Qing'an's emotions were exceedingly complex. Despite her desire to believe her brother, the consensus from others left her powerless, and she had to prioritize the larger picture. Su Xuanyu looked at Su Qing'an, feeling increasingly estranged from her, his eyes brimming with shock. Sister, just as Su Xuanyu was about to utter a word, a few figures suddenly entered the room. Leading the way was Lin Qingxue, followed closely by three individuals, the head of the Nangong family, the head of the Huangfu family, and Huang Fuqi. Xuanyu, how is your health? The head of the Nangong family inquired with a face full of concern, approaching as if Su Xuanyu were his own son. Thank goodness, dear nephew. You are unharmed. Otherwise, it would have been a grave misfortune. The head of the Huangfu family mirrored the Nangong patriarch's expression, but the next moment, he turned to Huang Fuqi, his demeanor chilling, and scolded, Wretched son, why have you not come forth to apologize for your recklessness? Xuanyu, I am deeply sorry. It was my ignorance that brought about this situation. I hope you can forgive me. Huang Fuqi feigned a serious demeanor, bowing deeply before Su Xuanyu's bed. Upon seeing Huang Fuqi, Su Xuanyu's face contorted with rage. Huang Fuqi, I will kill you. Xuanyu. Lin Qingxue's voice resonated, causing Su Xuanyu to momentarily falter. He then exchanged a glance with Huang Fuqi, who, in that brief moment, revealed an expression brimming with mockery and amusement, as if to say, pathetic fool. What can you possibly do to me? Su Xuanyu fell into silence, casting a glance at Lin Qingxue, then at the three from the Nangong family, and finally turned his gaze toward his sister. When their eyes met, he noticed her head was lowered, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Where is Sister Yun? Where is Sister Yun? A sudden realization struck Su Xuanyu as he quickly looked at the head of the Nangong family. As long as Sister Yun was present, it would validate his claims. Xuanyu, last night, Yun'er was frightened and chose not to see you. That is why she did not come, the head of the Nangong family said, casting a deep glance at Su Xuanyu and sighing. You, my child, how could you let alcohol lead you astray? However, I shall not burden you further. Let us consider this incident as though it never occurred. By the way, this is a letter from Yun'er. You may read it. The head of the Huangfu family remarked. Friend Su, we shall not disturb you any longer. Let him rest well. Their visit was merely a formality. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and nodded. As they were leaving the room, Huangfu Qi turned back to glance at Su Xuanyu once more. They locked eyes for a moment, and a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Xuanyu clenched his fists tightly and swiftly opened the letter. Indeed, it bore the handwriting of Nangong Yun. Yet, the contents left him utterly bewildered. I was drunk? I forced you to elope? The letter slipped from his grasp, falling to the floor as he collapsed back onto the bed, his gaze vacant. Why? Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, silently landing on the wooden floor. Su Qing'an watched her brother in such distress, her heart aching, her fists tightening. Yet, the admonishments of her mentor echoed in her mind. The greater good must prevail. Sister, are you truly not going to avenge me? Su Xuanyu felt the world around him blur and did not turn to face his sister. His voice choked like that of a child bullied. Su Qing'an remained silent. Su Xuanyu smiled, tears welling up in his eyes. Then he wiped them away forcefully. If it were my second sister, she would surely believe that I would avenge myself. Su Qing'an gazed deeply at her brother, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Xinyu, it's not that I don't trust you, but everything is of utmost importance to me right now. Please be patient for a while. Just wait for me. Different from what Su Qing'an had said, Su Xuanyu shook his head with a wry smile, his heart heavy as he spoke. Sister, please go out. I wish to be alone. Su Xuanyu fell silent once more. The two remained quiet for a considerable time before Su Qing'an finally stood up, saying, I will arrange for someone to take care of you. You should rest well at home during this time. Su Xuanyu remained speechless. As Su Qing'an walked towards the door, he suddenly uttered another sentence. He is still at the Qingshan Academy, right? Please do not inform him about this. I do not wish to affect him. Su Qing'an responded with a soft affirmation. The room descended into an eerie silence, a dead hush enveloping them until Su Xuanyu's choked voice broke through the stillness. Still lying on the bed, he suddenly struck the bed frame with force, helplessly roaring into the void. He continued until he was utterly spent. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of grievance welled within him, one he had no one to share with. Holding the communication jade slip, he hesitated for a long time, but ultimately did not input spiritual stones. At this point, he lacked even the ability to channel spiritual energy into the jade slip. He could only invest spiritual stones. In the end, he could not resist and decided to invest spiritual stones. Far away in a courtyard within the demon realm, the day had just broken, the weather clear, and birds chirping merrily. Su Yuni was tying up Lu Miao's hair, preparing to head to the Magic Willow Academy together. Why is there a transmission this early? Lu Miao inquired. Yes, it must be your uncle, missing you, Su Yuni replied with a smile. It doesn't matter if he misses us. I still find him somewhat annoying, Lu Miao remarked. Oh dear, your uncle may be a bit cantankerous, but he is a good person at heart. Don't be angry with him, all right? Su Yuni coaxed. Fine, on account of my aunt. I shall begrudgingly call him uncle today, Lu Miao acquiesced. Thank you, Miao, for being considerate. Su Yuni smiled, feeling uplifted as she continued to style Lu Miao's hair. She then infused spiritual energy into the communication jade slip, allowing its voice to resonate outward. What's up, little brother? I miss you. Su Xuanyu's voice emerged, slightly hoarse yet restrained, devoid of any other peculiarities. Why are you being so sentimental? Su Yuni chuckled, then recalled that her brother's transmission likely concerned her brother-in-law. I apologized to him on your behalf last time. He doesn't seem too angry. He treats you like a child. I've always said your brother-in-law has a generous heart, so you can take joy in that. Is that so? That is quite good. Su Xuanyu replied. By the way, Miao is here. Do you have anything to say to her? Su Yuni asked. Uncle. At that moment, Lu Miao fulfilled her promise, shouting into the communication jade slip. Though her tone conveyed a hint of arrogance, she indeed called out. Su Xuanyu, upon hearing the delightful call from Lu Miao, was momentarily taken aback. It had been a year since this little girl had last referred to him as uncle. Yet, the mere utterance of that term caused the corners of his mouth to twitch, and he struggled to contain his emotions. Did you hear that? Miao has finally called you uncle. Remember to treat my brother-in-law well, and perhaps Miao will fully acknowledge you as her uncle, Su Yuni remarked with a smile. Indeed. As long as you cease to call me father, I might reluctantly continue to address you as uncle, Lu Miao said, lifting her chin and tilting her head slightly. Lying on the bed, Su Xuanyu could no longer hold back. A torrent of grievances and complex emotions overwhelmed him, and he wept uncontrollably. Though he quickly covered his mouth, the sound of his sobbing reached Su Yuni's ears. Both Su Yuni and Lu Miao paused, exchanging glances. Su Yuni initially thought her brother was moved to tears, but upon reflection, her expression shifted. Little brother, is something happening over there? Chapter 71. Upon learning of his younger brother-in-law's plight, Su Xuanyu bit his hand. Regaining his composure before responding, "It's nothing. I was just overwhelmed by Miao calling me uncle. I've become more sentimental as I've aged." Su Yuni sensed that something was amiss. "Miao, I heard you've joined the academy over there. Make sure to cultivate diligently." "Sure, uncle, you too," Lu Miao replied, her tone suddenly more obedient, as if sensing something was off. Yes, Su Xuanyu felt his emotions stirred again by Lu Miao's words. He quickly added, "Elder sister, I have matters to attend to, so I must end our conversation." With that, he abruptly cut off the transmission, burdened with a heavy heart. He ultimately chose to conceal his feelings. He knew that if his elder sister discovered his situation, she would rush back in a panic. Given that she had transformed her cultivation to that of the demon domain, returning could lead to unforeseen dangers. Meanwhile, far away in the demon domain, Su Yuni furrowed her brow. She was now certain that her brother was hiding something. Miao, will you manage the remaining hair?" "Yes, I can handle it myself." "All right." Su Yuni picked up the communication jade slip, but hesitated for a moment before opting to contact her sister instead of her brother. "Hello?" Su Qing'an, upon receiving her sister's transmission, paused for a moment, then recalled something, her expression turning slightly tense. Could it be that she learned about the situation here? Su Yuni was about to inquire whether something had happened to her brother, but the words caught in her throat. After a moment's contemplation, she feigned seriousness. "Sister, quickly tell me everything about Xuanyu." If her brother wished to keep things hidden, she doubted her sister would provide definitive answers. Su Qing'an fell silent. "Did he tell you?" She sighed. "I just want to hear it from you." Su Yuni insisted. "Something has indeed happened. What could it be?" She was acutely aware of her brother's temperament. Since childhood, even at the tender age of 3, when he had broken his leg, he had endured the pain without shedding a tear. What kind of grievances had he suffered to be so resolute? Su Qing'an furrowed her brow and asked, "Do you need me to repeat myself?" She was convinced that her sister had already heard the entire account and reprimanded her for her inaction. Su Yuni gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her composure, and said in a deep voice, "Answer me." Su Qing'an clenched her fists, remaining silent for a long while before finally recounting everything she had witnessed the previous night. "This matter was not as simple as you think, nor was it that I do not trust our younger brother. You should be aware of the circumstances surrounding the Nangong and Huangfu families. If I had truly done something, first and foremost, my strength would not suffice. Secondly," Su Qing'an attempted to express her dilemmas, but she was abruptly halted by Su Yuni's sharp command. "Su Qing'an." Su Yuni's eyes were already reddened, and she could not help but shout. Just hearing her sister recount their brother's ordeal from the night before was enough to leave her breathless with rage. She believed in her brother more than anyone else. It was absolutely not mere drunken folly. Moreover, she understood perfectly why her sister spoke such words. The lack of strength was not the true reason. It was her desire to protect her own interests that was being threatened by this incident. He is your brother. If you do not believe in him, who will? You watched him grow up. Do you not know what kind of person he is? Furthermore, Huang Fuqiming is evidently far stronger than him. He possessed the capability to incapacitate him. Why then did he leave him in such a state? Think carefully. You already know the answer. You simply refuse to acknowledge it. By this point, Su Yuni's voice had become hoarse, and she suddenly realized something. Quickly halting her words and turning to look at Lu Miao. She wanted to slap herself for allowing the child to witness her current state. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her chest, she spoke gently. Miao, please go find your sister. Your aunt has some matters to attend to." Lu Miao stood quietly, resembling a startled bird, but after a brief blink, she quickly nodded and hurried out of Su Yuni's room. "Miao was just beside us. How could you behave like this in front of a child? Be silent." Su Yuni's disappointment in her sister reached a crescendo at that moment. "Su Qing'an, I am utterly disappointed in you. I am your sister. Xinyu is your brother. Your husband was once the man you cherished most, and there are 3 children. You have sacrificed everything for your grand ambitions, for your own strength. In your eyes, we can all be discarded, can we not?" Su Yuni could no longer contain her disappointment in her sister, and the words she had been holding back came pouring out. Su Qing'an, upon hearing her sister's scornful tirade, felt an unfamiliar sensation wash over her. Was this truly her gentle and amiable sister? Su Qing'an, from this moment forth, we are no longer your family. I will soon return to take our younger brother away. After all, to you, he has become a useless burden. He is of no further use to your grand plans. I will do everything in my power to help him restore his abilities. Su Qing'an replied in a low voice. There is no need for you to feign concern any longer. My younger brother has long desired to come here. If you truly consider us your family, grant us our freedom, Su Yuni declared, abruptly severing the communication jade slip, no longer wishing to hear her sister's voice, not a single word more. After venting her anger, she remained rooted in place, taking a moment to release her pent-up frustration. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply several times to regain her composure. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was resolute. Little brother, I will return soon to bring you here. Wait for me, Su Yuni conveyed to her brother. Sister, I truly have no issues. Do not come back, Su Xinyu responded, realizing the gravity of the situation and hastily attempting to dissuade her. If you utter another word, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my sister. Listen to me carefully. Once you recover, pack your belongings. Await my return. Su Yuni spoke coldly, issuing an undeniable command akin to a queen, leaving no room for her brother's refusal. Su Xinyu fell silent, his lips quivering as a sense of grievance washed over his features. The unconditional love from his sister rekindled a flicker of warmth in his once cold heart. All right, do not cry. Wait for me. With that, Su Yuni concluded the communication, took a deep breath, and after steadying her emotions, exited the room. She was determined to return immediately, forgoing her attendance at the academy today. As she stepped outside, she noticed Lu Miao with her head lowered, seemingly having shared something with Lu Qing'an. When their eyes met, her slightly moist eyes darted away. Lu Qing'an frowned, directing his gaze towards Su Yuni. Yuni, let us have a conversation. Chapter 72. The sudden disgrace of the Huangfu father and son outside. In front of the stone pavilion, Lu Qing'an inquired nonchalantly. What transpired with that boy? He had observed his youngest daughter hurriedly exiting Su Yuni's room, as if startled by something, prompting him to call her over for a thorough inquiry. Upon questioning, he learned that something must have occurred with Su Xianyu, as Su Yuni had communicated with Su Qing'an, inadvertently revealing emotions that frightened his daughter. Su Yuni glanced towards the room, spotting Lu Miao gripping the doorframe, peering over with slightly reddened eyes, as if she had committed some wrongdoing. At that moment, a wave of discomfort washed over Su Yuni. How could she display such emotions before a child? Clearly, she had terrified the little one. She longed to chastise herself. Brother-in-law, I apologize. I did not intend to frighten Miao, Su Yuni expressed with remorse. Not at all. That child has a resilient heart. See. She seems to feel a bit guilty towards you now, Lu Qing'an reassured her. Su Yuni lowered her head, feeling even more guilty. Please, take a seat and kindly explain what happened. Su Yuni pinched the hem of her garment, refraining from sitting down, unwilling to trouble Lu Qing'an further with her family matters. Brother-in-law, there is really nothing of great importance. I simply wish to return for a while. The duration of my absence remains uncertain. With her formidable powers from the demon realm, she is unsure of her ability to return safely. However, for the sake of her brother, she must go back. What I dislike most about you is precisely this. I have stated before that I still regard you as family, and moreover, Miao has entrusted me with your care. So, please do share what has transpired. I shall see if I can be of assistance. Su Yuni raised her gaze towards Lu Qing'an, who spoke with remarkable gentleness, and glanced at Lu Miao, her grip on her clothing betraying her anxiety, before finally speaking. She understood all too well that in order to better lead her brother away from the sorrowful realm of the immortal ruins, her current strength was inadequate. After listening to Su Yuni's account, Lu Qing'an remained silent, his expression revealing no trace of emotion. Have you finished? He inquired. Su Yuni nodded, a bitter expression on her face. Then you need not concern yourself with this matter. Allow him to recuperate there for a while. Once he has fully recovered and can act freely, he may return here on his own. For now, set all this aside and focus on your training at the academy. Await his arrival. Before Su Yuni could respond, Lu Qing'an interjected, will you heed my words? Observing the resolute expression on Lu Qing'an's face, which permitted no dissent, Su Yuni pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Her brother-in-law must have already devised a plan. Very well, I shall head to the academy then. Indeed. Please communicate well with Miao Miao. The child is currently experiencing some emotional turmoil. Understood, Su Yuni replied as she made her way towards the house. After Su Yuni departed, Xiao Qingyi, who had been feeding the fish by the pond, approached Lu Qing'an. Are you not going to take any action? Do you enjoy eavesdropping on others? Ahem. I happened to overhear unintentionally. Are you planning to return to the immortal ruins? He asked. That boy's misfortune is a consequence that was bound to happen. It is not my concern. He appeared indifferent to the situation. Xiao Qingyi glanced at Lu Qing'an, but chose not to speak further. Following Su Yuni, Lu Miao Miao and the others went to the academy, leaving only Xiao Qingyi and Lu Qing'an in the courtyard. Let us brew some tea. Bring out your treasured leaves. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Xiao Qingyi replied, there is only a final 2 ounces of the demon god mother tree tea leaves remaining. Would it not be a waste for just the 2 of us to consume it? Perhaps we should wait until more people gather? Enough chatter. I will procure another pound for you when I have the chance. Ah, you promised that yourself. Then I shall not be shy about it. Xiao Qingyi chuckled and hurried towards the house. However, when he returned with the tea leaves, he discovered that Lu Qing'an was no longer seated in the stone pavilion. He shook his head with a smile. It took him less than 10 breaths to brew the tea, and soon enough, Lu Qing'an reappeared at the stone pavilion. Where did you go? Xiao Qingyi asked with a grin. Just took care of some business, Lu Qing'an replied. Oh, Xiao Qingyi chuckled lightly. Are you thirsty? Is the tea not ready yet? Here, drink up. This flavor, is it not from the top leaves of the demon god mother tree? Just be grateful to have something to drink. I lack the strength to procure the top leaves. If you desire them, you may go and pick them yourself. Very well. I shall pick them when I find the time, Lu Qing'an remarked. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Mo Lu Academy, Su Yuni hesitated for quite some time before sending a message to Su Xuanyu. Little brother, I may not be able to return to fetch you. My brother-in-law has advised me to let you recuperate there for a while longer. Once you have fully recovered, you may come over on your own. He mentioned that he no longer harbors any resentment towards you and seems to have agreed to your stay here. Is he truly no longer upset with me? Su Xuanyu inquired. Indeed. Focus on your recovery and refrain from dwelling on past matters. All right, I will take good care of myself. If there is anything you wish to convey to your second sister, feel free to reach out to me directly. I am always available. Thank you, second sister. After concluding the message, Su Xuanyu remained in bed, gazing at the jade slip in his hand. His fractured heart seemed to mend slightly. There was little left for him to cherish in the immortal ruins. Second sister, Miao Miao, brother-in-law. Drawing a deep breath, he made his final decision, to heal properly and, once restored, find a way to the demon domain. Struggling to rise, he prepared to wash his face and cleanse the traces of tears. Just then, a sudden rush of air echoed from above, as if several powerful beings were soaring at great speed towards the mountain where his sister practiced. At that moment, within a grand hall, Su Qingyi, who had just managed to suppress her emotions and was ready to continue her cultivation, abruptly opened her eyes. In the next instant, 10 figures appeared before the hall. The newcomers were all emperor-level cultivators from the Nangong and Huangfu families. Among them were 2 peak emperor-level experts from the Nangong family. The head of the Nangong family wore a grim expression, while another peak emperor from the Huangfu family, known for his long-term seclusion, landed and cast a cold, menacing gaze upon Su Qingyi, unreservedly exuding an aura of murderous intent. Su Qingyi, what have you done to our master and young master? Upon seeing the aggressive demeanor of the 10 who had arrived to confront her, Su Qingyi furrowed her brow. Hearing this accusation left her momentarily stunned. What have I done to them? Chapter 73. Whose doing is this? Su Qingyi's brows knitted tightly. She sensed that a significant incident had occurred, one that involved the head of the Huangfu family and Huangfu Qi. However, what could she possibly have done to them? She had already endured the sight of Huangfu Qi inflicting such harm upon his brother. What could I possibly do to them? What is the meaning of your visit? The members of the Nangong family observed Su Qingyi's bewildered expression and exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that the head of the Huangfu family and his son were not truly incapacitated by Su Qingyi? At that moment, Lin Qingxue hurriedly arrived. Landing within the hall, she had received the intelligence, and at this moment, her expression was exceedingly complicated. Upon landing, she quickly glanced at the head of the Nangong family and the peak expert from the Huangfu family, and spoke in a grave tone. Fellow Taoists, I have learned the sequence of events. Please remain calm. The situation is not as straightforward as it appears. The peak expert from the Huangfu family, known as Huangfu Hongtian, fixated his gaze intently upon Lin Qingxue upon her arrival. It was possible that Lin Qingxue was implicated in this matter. Master, what on earth has transpired? Su Qingying inquired solemnly. Lin Qingxue looked at Su Qingying with a myriad of emotions swirling within her. She was uncertain of her disciple's current strength. Could it truly not be her apprenticess doing? If it were not her disciple, then who could it be? My dear disciple, not long ago, Huangfu Daoist and his son Huangfu Qi were abruptly ensnared by a terrifying pressure within their home. They did not even see their assailant before being violently struck, leaving their meridians shattered and their dantian obliterated. Their cultivation was entirely destroyed, and they fell unconscious. Lin Qingxue conveyed the intelligence she possessed. Her gaze towards Su Qingying rife with suspicion and confusion. Could her disciple truly possess such terrifying capabilities? The true strength would have already been sufficient to overpower her. They had not even seen who had done this. The father and son had been rendered powerless in an instant. How horrifying! Initially, Lin Qingxue had been somewhat skeptical upon receiving this news, but after confirming it and witnessing the arrival of Huangfu Hongtian and his entourage, the truth became evident. After hearing this, Su Qingying felt as though she had been struck by lightning, succumbing to a state of shock. What? Is this even human language? Why can't I comprehend it? Master, what nonsense are you speaking? If it were merely Huangfu Qi, it would be one thing. But the head of the Huangfu family is of the same peak emperor realm as you. Su Qingying furrowed her brow tightly, seriously doubting whether she had misheard or if there was some misunderstanding at play. Wait, since neither of them appeared, who can validate the authenticity of this entire affair? That is the crux of the matter. Lin Qingxue swiftly turned her attention to Huangfu Hongtian and said, Fellow Taoist, I fully comprehend the feelings of the Huangfu family at this moment, but consider this carefully. My disciple is currently only at the late emperor realm, and you are aware of my own strength, which is comparable to yours. Huangfu Hongtian was equally perplexed by this dilemma. Although Su Qingying's position was indeed unique, and her power could surpass theirs upon reaching the peak emperor realm, she was still merely at the late emperor realm now, a fact that could not be concealed from them. Regardless, Su Xuanyu had recently been rendered powerless by Huangfu Qi, and now both father and son from the Huangfu family had been incapacitated. Su Qingying was undoubtedly the most suspect individual. As for how she could accomplish such a feat, that remained a mystery to him. If it is not you, then who else could it be? Huangfu Hongtian stated with a solemn voice. I refuse to believe that anyone could easily incapacitate the head of the Huangfu family. I must see both of them. Su Qingying was somewhat defiant. Very well, then you may go and see for yourself. Thus, the group set off towards the Huangfu residence. When Su Qingying finally stood before the father and son, both lay pallid upon their beds, clinging to life, their cultivation energies dissipating incessantly. They were evidently rendered powerless. It was even more severe than what had happened to her brother. Her brother would be able to move at least the next day, but it appeared that the two of them were in a dire situation. Whether they could live independently afterward remained uncertain. She could even see that Huangfu Qi's pants were soaked. Su Qingying meticulously examined the situation and confirmed that Huangfu Qi and his father were indeed not impostors, leaving her in silence. Lin Qingxue stood in place, utterly bewildered. Truly, everything was astonishingly real. Who could it possibly be? Do you have anything to say? Huangfu Hongtian gritted his teeth. The most formidable head of the Huangfu family and the extraordinarily gifted Huangfu Qi had both fallen into such a state. The strength of the Huangfu family in this celestial ruin would undoubtedly plummet. After a moment of stunned contemplation, Su Qingying clenched her teeth and said, Fellow Taoist, do you believe this deed to be my doing? Huangfu Hongtian replied sternly, Who else could it be but you? Well then, if I possess such power, would you still dare to speak to me so insolently? Su Qingying's gaze suddenly turned frigid. Huangfu Hongtian staggered back 2 steps. The head of the Nangong family and others also retreated swiftly, distancing themselves from Su Qingying and her disciple. You need not react so. I have stated, it is not my doing. As for who is responsible, I do not yet know. Furthermore, if I possessed such strength, who in this celestial ruin could possibly oppose me? Su Qingying declared solemnly. The members of the Nangong family exchanged glances. The father and son of Huangfu Qi had been abruptly incapacitated within the Huangfu family. And at that time, Huangfu Hongtian had been nearby. The absence of any confrontation spoke volumes about the enemy's terrifying power. Thus, I advise you to allow the two to recover properly and refrain from baseless conjectures. This matter is merely a case of retribution, for I have heard a different version of the story from my brother. Upon reaching this point, Su Qing'an cast a glance at the head of the Nangong family. The moment he met her gaze, he felt an icy chill envelop him and hurriedly averted his eyes. If Su Qing'an were indeed the perpetrator, would he not also face her vengeance? Fellow Taoist Huangfu, I find HisDaughter'sWords words to be exceedingly valid. The head of the Nangong family gritted his teeth, quickly turning to Huangfu Hongtian in an attempt to placate him. Huangfu Hongtian remained silent for a while before finally nodding. Very well. I shall temporarily place my trust in you. I will take good care of them both. I hope you can assist in uncovering the true culprit. Rest assured, I shall conduct a thorough investigation. Su Qing'an responded before departing with her master. This left Huangfu Hongtian and the others standing quietly in place. After leaving the Huangfu family, the two disciples arrived in a desolate area and paused in midair. They stood facing each other and, astonishingly, spoke simultaneously. Master, was it your doing? Disciple, was it your doing? As soon as they finished speaking, they both frowned in unison. Clearly, neither was responsible. Then, whose handiwork could it be? Su Qing'an held her breath and quickly scanned her surroundings. She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Could it be that someone was secretly observing them from the shadows? The individual capable of such feats possessed immense power. Perhaps they would not even notice their presence. Chapter 74, Crying Out. Brother-in-law is true love. The two returned to the grand hall where Su Qing'an practiced her cultivation. Master, Su Qing'an suddenly inquired, is it possible that the eternal night demon emperor is behind this? She truly could not fathom who in the entire Songyun continent could possess such formidable power. The eternal night demon emperor remains the mightiest being on Songyun continent. I have witnessed the eternal night demon emperor slaying individuals near the dimensional barrier. His strength is indeed formidable. Perhaps without the barrier's influence, he could reach such heights, but once he arrives here, it would be impossible for him. Lin Qingxue asserted emphatically. Not even the eternal night demon emperor? So, Master, do you mean to suggest that there exists someone in Songyun continent who surpasses him in strength? Su Qing'an's eyes narrowed at this revelation. It is not entirely implausible. Perhaps in the Xinshu realm, there is someone with comparable power to the eternal night demon emperor. Someone who has remained hidden. This person might be related to you. Clearly, this incident stems from the matter concerning your brother. Lin Qingxue remarked. She, too, felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Wait, could it be him? Su Qing'an's expression remained placid as she uttered him, having completely sealed her feelings for him. Lin Qingxue, fully aware of whom Su Qing'an referred to, scoffed him. He is merely a peak emperor of the demon realm. The last time Lu Qing'an displayed his cultivation, it was evident that he was only slightly stronger than me. In a confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps Lu Qing'an is stronger in the demon realm, but here, his power is comparable to mine. If I cannot accomplish something, how could he? He is not even a fraction of the eternal night demon emperor. Lin Qingxue did not conceal her disdain for Lu Qing'an. She vividly recalled the day Lu Qing'an had threatened her. She had been taken aback at the time, and now, the memory filled her with frustration. She longed to return to that day and teach that arrogant fool a lesson. Moreover, she was quite certain that Lu Qing'an's strength was not particularly impressive. She possessed an ability that allowed her to gauge an opponent's strength as soon as they exhibited it. On that day, Lu Qing'an had not even demonstrated half the power of the eternal night demon emperor. How could he effortlessly incapacitate a peak emperor? Could it then be the extraterrestrial beings you once mentioned, Master? Su Qing'an's gaze shifted restlessly. Due to the constraints of the heavenly Tao, they cannot easily intervene and destroy beings of the lower realms, lest they face backlash. Thus, I believe it is highly unlikely. After all, why would extraterrestrial beings assist your brother? If all else fails, we should inquire with your brother. Lin Qingxue spoke solemnly. This matter evidently concerned Su Xuanyu. Perhaps Su Xuanyu knew something. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and nodded. Although he was not the one who had incapacitated the Huangfu father and son, perhaps her brother could provide some solace upon hearing this news. Thus, the two made their way to Su Xuanyu's room. As Su Xuanyu lay on his bed, he suddenly heard someone approaching. Upon realizing it was Su Qing'an and Lin Qingxue, he promptly closed his eyes, pretending not to see them. Little brother, how is your health? Su Qing'an asked with concern. Su Xuanyu remained silent, his eyes still closed. I am aware that you are still angry with me, and I have come to share some news. Not long ago, Huang Fuqi and his son were suddenly stripped of their powers by a mysterious individual. Su Xuanyu abruptly opened his eyes, quickly turning his head in shock to gaze at his sister. What did you say? He doubted his own hearing. The current predicament of Huang Fuqi and his son is even worse than yours. Do you understand what has transpired here? Are you familiar with this mysterious person? Lin Qingxue stared intently at Su Xuanyu, realizing that he was even more astonished by this news than they were. He seemed completely unaware of what had occurred. The reason for Su Xuanyu's shock was that he knew precisely who was responsible. Brother-in-law. Ah, my dear brother-in-law. His eyes reddened once more, guilt piling up in his chest. Just not long ago, he had heard from his second sister that his brother-in-law thought it best to let this matter lie, only to turn around and incapacitate that scoundrel Huang Fuqi, a task that even his own sister was reluctant to undertake. This brother-in-law, who had been so cryptic for 1,000 years, executed without hesitation. Well done indeed. Su Xuanyu, having avenged his grudge, let out a furious roar into the void. Little brother, do not let your emotions overwhelm you. Do not endanger your health. Su Qing'an quickly interjected. I do not require your concern. The one I owe my gratitude to is the mysterious individual you speak of. Su Xuanyu shrugged off Su Qing'an's hand. As for your inquiries, I know nothing. All I know is that my own sister was unwilling to assist me. Yet this mysterious person came to my aid. I am weary. I shall take my rest. Su Xuanyu's admiration for his brother-in-law had reached its zenith. He longed to rush to the demon domain, kneel before his brother-in-law, apologize profusely, and embrace him warmly. Su Qing'an furrowed her brows as she watched her brother turn away, unwilling to face her. And it was evident he was unaware of any information. Ultimately, she left the place with Lin Qingxue. Very well, take your time to rest. After confirming that Su Qing'an and her companion had departed, Su Xuanyu swiftly produced a sound transmission jade slip and infused it with spirit stones. Moments later, the slip was activated. Second sister. Little brother, what is it? Su Yuni, who had just arrived at the academy and was preparing to cultivate in the time treasure, inquired hastily. She feared her brother had encountered yet another distressing ordeal. Just recently, Huang Fuqi and his son were stripped of their powers. It seems they have no idea how it happened. Su Xuanyu exclaimed with fervor. Su Yuni was taken aback. Brother-in-law. The first name that sprang to her mind was Lu Qing'an. However, the impression he had given her previously was that he seemed reluctant to get involved in this matter. Suddenly, she could not help but chuckle. Who would have thought her brother-in-law possessed such an endearing side? A classic example of a tough exterior concealing a soft heart. Little brother, it must be that brother-in-law returned for a visit. It has only been a short while. I suspect that when I came to the academy, brother-in-law had already gone to avenge you. Su Yuni could sense her little brother's excitement and exhilaration at this moment, which reassured her greatly. Previously, upon hearing her brother's voice, she feared that he might succumb to despair and secretly end his life. This was the very reason she yearned to return swiftly, to bring him over to her side. Alas, everything now lay within the machinations of her brother-in-law. After avenging her brother, she felt a knot in her heart had been untied. How amusing. I thought my brother-in-law was furious with me. To my surprise, he actually cares for me. Tears welled up once more. Alas, my own sister refused to take revenge for me, and yet my brother-in-law, Su Xianyu, felt a tumultuous mix of joy and sorrow, his emotions profoundly complex. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was more filled with aspirations for the future. Though he had been discarded and betrayed by the woman he adored, he glimpsed a beautiful tomorrow. This incident clearly indicated that his brother-in-law harbored no anger towards him and was willing to aid him in his quest for vengeance. Therefore, he could eventually venture into the demon realm and seek out his brother-in-law. Finally, he could truly connect with the idol he had admired since childhood. Little brother, do not dwell on matters concerning your elder sister. She has her own choices and paths to tread. Let us focus on living our own lives moving forward. Su Yuni took a deep breath, having made her decision. Henceforth, let us each find our own peace. Very well, I shall heed my second sister's advice. After I recuperate for a while longer, I will find a way to cross over. Chapter 75. Guiding my daughter in swordsmanship. As the sunset bathed the green tiles in a warm glow, the bamboo filtered the golden light, while the empty courtyard lay strewn with fallen leaves, and the bamboo curtains rolled up the evening clouds. Once more, dusk had descended. In front of the stone pavilion in the courtyard, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qing'e sat together, sipping tea and admiring the bamboo throughout the day. Lu Qing'an had thought of his child all day, contemplating visiting the academy several times, yet ultimately chose to remain at home, believing it necessary for his child to learn independence and cultivate friendships. A series of transmission sounds echoed, and a momentary gleam of joy illuminated Lu Qing'an's calm visage. "Father, Meow Meow is back." The adorable little one, like a gust of wind, dashed through the setting sun, racing towards Lu Qing'an. He smiled and scooped up Lu Meow Meow, lifting her high. "Oh, Meow Meow has broken through several levels of cultivation today. Hee hee. I have even mastered a new movement technique. Did you see that? Wasn't it swift? Indeed, my daughter is truly remarkable. Come, give your father a kiss." Lu Qing'an turned his face, and Lu Meow Meow immediately pouted and pecked him. That was quite a hearty kiss. "Are you satisfied now, father?" Lu Meow Meow giggled. "Haha, I am indeed satisfied. Soon, I shall ask Grandpa Xiao to prepare a delicious meal to reward Meow Meow for her diligent practice today." "Oh yeah, you're the best, father." Xiao Qingyi chuckled. "What does Meow Meow wish to eat tonight? How about barbecue?" "Of course. By the way, father, hasn't T and Shui returned yet?" Lu Meow Meow quickly glanced towards the house, but upon not seeing Shui Tianfei, her little brows furrowed instantly. "Your Aunt Shui likely has many matters to attend to. She may take a bit longer. However, she did send someone today to deliver delicious food for you, which is in the house. All right, I shall go enjoy the treats Aunt Shui bought for me." Once Lu Meow Meow was set down, she transformed once more into a gust of wind, racing toward the house. The proficiency of her movement technique gave the impression that she had been practicing for hundreds or even thousands of years. Ah, how remarkable is Meow Meow's talent. Is such agility truly something she can master at her age? Indeed, a peculiar father begets a peculiar daughter, sighed Xiao Qingyi with a shake of his head. What does it mean to be peculiar? If you cannot articulate it, then refrain from speaking. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi. At that moment, Lu Zixuan deftly evaded the cracks in the ground and gracefully approached, greeting them sweetly. "So, what have you gathered from your studies at the academy today?" He had not observed any breakthroughs in his eldest daughter's cultivation, so it seemed she had spent the day honing her combat skills instead. "Though my cultivation has not advanced, the insights I gained are substantial. I feel a greater mastery over my current abilities, and my combat prowess has significantly improved. Most importantly, I acquired an exceptionally impressive sword technique from Muronghua." Lu Zixuan exclaimed eagerly. "Father, could you offer us some guidance in our training? It would be wonderful if we could practice it tonight." She produced a weathered tome, her face alight with anticipation. The book bore the bold title, Fenghua Yijian. Upon hearing the name Muronghua again, and the word impressive, Lu Qing'an felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His emotions were rather complicated. "Did she truly bestow upon you her sword technique?" he inquired. "Indeed, Muronghua is simply wonderful, both handsome and kind. I truly wish to practice with her every day." Lu Zixuan replied with a smile, glancing at Sun Minzi, who nodded in agreement, clearly sharing her sentiments. "Every day together. Oh dear, the time has come when daughters are no longer kept close." Lu Qing'an coughed, adding, "Perhaps you should inquire when she is free to join us for dinner." He contemplated sneaking over to the academy to see just how handsome Muronghua truly was, but after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought, feeling it was rather foolish. "All right, I will ask her next time." Lu Zixuan giggled. "Very well, then I shall take a look at this sword technique." Just as Lu Qing'an reached for the book, a figure appeared in the sky above. It was none other than his disciple, Li Songshuan. "Master." Li Songshuan, having concluded his tasks at the Demon Palace, found himself with nothing to do and thus came here, hoping to share another meal. Despite the presence of strangers during his last dinner with his master, he had felt immensely joyful. "Ah, your brother Xian has arrived. You should allow him to teach you," Lu Qing'an suggested, turning to Li Songshuan. "Xiao Xuanzi, instruct your sister Zixuan in the sword technique." "Ah, the sword technique? Very well," Li Songshuan responded, as Lu Zixuan approached him with a smile. Once Li Songshuan arrived, he quickly assumed the role of instructor and accompanied Lu Zixuan and the others to the horizon to practice the sword technique. Brother-in-law, Su Yuni, who had been standing quietly for some time, finally approached when she noticed that Lu Qing'an was without company, a gentle smile gracing her features. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. "Sister-in-law, my brother has informed me of the events of today. I appreciate your assistance in avenging him." Gratitude shone in Su Yuni's eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi chuckled, shaking his head. He had suspected that the young man had returned to the immortal ruins to aid his brother-in-law in seeking vengeance. As always, he remained fiercely protective. Initially, his relationship with Lu Qing'an was not so amicable. In fact, it was marked by competition, characterized by a clash of ideologies rather than outright enmity. In every encounter with Lu Qing'an, he found himself consistently outmatched, enduring considerable humiliation. This dynamic persisted for an extended period, leaving him uncertain whether Lu Qing'an regarded him merely as a source of amusement, as he would often toy with him whenever he had the chance. Despite his enduring defiance, everything changed one fateful day when he faced oppression from a certain organization. During what appeared to be a lethal ambush, he was taken aback by the revelation that those he had considered friends offered no assistance. Instead, it was Lu Qing'an who stepped forward to aid him. The words Lu Qing'an uttered that day have remained etched in his memory. "What caliber are you to bully the same person as I?" Following that incident, he fully capitulated to Lu Qing'an and began to seek his company, ultimately forging the relationship they share today. Presently, Lu Qing'an's actions evoke memories of yesteryears, prompting him to reflect on how swiftly time has passed. In response to Su Yuni's expressions of gratitude, Lu Qing'an maintained an air of nonchalance, stating, "I know not what you speak of. It concerns me not." Su Yuni chuckled softly, recognizing that her brother-in-law, much like she had surmised, was indeed tough on the exterior yet soft-hearted within. "How adorable. Well then, I shall take my leave to continue refining my array," she declared, determined to grow stronger. With her brother now devoid of cultivation, she knew she must take good care of him and strive to become the most formidable array master as swiftly as possible. "Go ahead," Lu Qing'an replied with a smile and a nod. Xiao Qingyi observed Su Yuni's buoyant demeanor as she walked away and turned to Lu Qing'an with a grin. "You remain unchanged. You treat those around you well, yet refuse to acknowledge it." Lu Qing'an shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi, retorting, "That is none of your concern. Hurry and prepare the ingredients for the barbecue for my daughter." "Haha, I shall do so," Xiao Qingyi responded cheerfully, choosing not to press further. With a shake of his head and a hint of a smile, Lu Qing'an made his way indoors to spend time with his younger daughter. As night fell, Lu Zixuan and the others returned to the courtyard. "Father, I have mastered the sword technique. Brother Xian is truly remarkable, far superior to the academy's instructors." Lu Zixuan exclaimed in delight. "The level of instruction is extraordinary." Li Tsongxuan, having received numerous compliments from Lu Zixuan, felt a tinge of shyness as he lowered his gaze upon hearing her praise once more. "Do not let appearances fool you. While Brother Xian may not excel in social matters, his talent in cultivation surpasses even that of your father. Teaching you this sword technique is a trivial matter," Lu Qing'an remarked, giving Li Tsongxuan a pat on the shoulder as a token of encouragement. "Master, I am merely adequate. How could I ever compare to you?" Li Tsongxuan blushed slightly at Lu Qing'an's commendation. Lu Qing'an smiled and turned to his daughter, saying, "Now, demonstrate it for me. I wish to see." Lu Zixuan and Li Tsongxuan nodded eagerly and soared into the air to showcase their skills. After executing their techniques, they descended gracefully. "Father, what do you think?" Lu Zixuan asked with anticipation. Lu Qing'an stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, "Not bad. However, this sword technique could benefit from further refinement. Allow me to demonstrate it once, and how much you learn will depend on your own talents." "Wow, Father, can you truly unleash such power after merely observing?" Lu Zixuan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Lu Qing'an chuckled silently, soaring into the sky. Li Tsongxuan gazed at him in awe, exclaiming, "Sister Zixuan, behold! Witness the embodiment of unparalleled genius. If I possessed even half of Master S talent, I would awaken from dreams with laughter." Chapter 76. A sword shocking the 9 provinces. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi's eyes sparkled with concentration. Su Yuni, who had just returned indoors with Lu Miaomiao, stepped outside with her, both looking skyward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an had ascended to the heavens, standing with hands clasped behind his back, motionless in the void. As he narrowed his eyes, the world around him dimmed abruptly. He unleashed his sword intent, effortlessly sealing off a 1,000-mile radius, preventing the complete collapse of this space with a single stroke. At that moment, the setting sun appeared crimson, yet as he raised his hand, the formless sword intent shattered, transforming into countless sparks of red stars. The entire courtyard seemed to descend into a realm of swords. The green bamboo silently disintegrated into dust, and fallen leaves hung suspended in midair, sculpted into myriad tiny sword shapes by the sword's energy. Observe closely, he said with a soft chuckle, gently raising his hand, his fingertip descending as if it were a blade. A frosty white sword mark materialized in the air before his finger, and with a swift motion forward, a flash of sword light darted past. Initially delicate as a thread, this sword light swiftly tore asunder the heavens. Following its passage, it seemed to draw together all the sword lights within the domain, thousands of sword shadows converging from the myriad entities of the world, rushing forth into the void. Where the sword light traveled, the space cracked like glass, revealing the tumultuous chaos swirling beneath. Even more astonishing was the hidden dragon's roar within the sound of the sword. Every wisp of dissipating sword energy transformed into semi-transparent dragon silhouettes, swirling and roaring as they tore the sea of clouds into a vortex. As the sword's momentum coalesced, the myriad shattered leaves suddenly quivered, shooting skyward, forming the character's wind and elegance at an altitude of 10,000 feet, lingering in the air. Sword intent transformed into spirit, and all things became swords. Li Tsongxuan murmured, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying starlight. Powerful, utterly invincible. Lu Qing'an stared at her trembling hands, realizing that the stroke she had just witnessed would elude her mastery throughout her lifetime. Father, you overestimate my abilities too greatly. Sun Minzi and Su Yuni were equally entranced, in that moment gaining a profound understanding of the meaning of invincibility. Wow, Daddy is so incredibly handsome. Unlike everyone else, Lu Miao was the only one present able to articulate her thoughts. Simultaneously, across various directions in the demon domain, within the heart of great cities. Deep in ancient forests, and at the perilous ends of the Dead Sea, powerful beings, previously engaged in mundane activities, suddenly lifted their gazes skyward. Each looked in different directions, for they could not pinpoint the source, only sensing a wave of dread rising from within, leaving them utterly astonished. What a terrifying pressure! Who could it be? Who is battling? This feeling is even more frightening than that of the eternal night demon emperor. Who could it possibly be? In the realm of demon domain, such terrifying entities exist. Cursed be it. I had anticipated the dangers lurking outside, believing that having achieved this level of cultivation, I could rival the eternal night demon emperor and finally cease my relentless training. Alas, it seems I must endure for a while longer. Deep within an exceedingly concealed gorge, an atmosphere thick with ominous energy and a sense of death permeates the air. Yet, there lies an altar encircled by blood, upon which a multitude of formidable emperor-level beings sit, their numbers too vast to count at a glance. In unison, they open their eyes, glowing a menacing red, revealing an unexpected brilliance within their slender gaze. This power does not belong to the Zhongyuan continent. One among them spoke in a deep voice. Above the courtyard, after demonstrating his understanding of the elegant sword technique, Lu Qing'an willed the sword domain to retract. In the next moment, the space he had just shattered swiftly restored to its original state under the influence of his demonic energy. He descended back into the courtyard, smiling at his eldest daughter, Zishuan. Can you discern the primary difference between my sword and yours? Lu Zishuan replied awkwardly, Father, how am I to answer? My sword resembles the antics of a child. The distinction lies in the infusion of sword intent. However, you are still too weak to comprehend the essence of sword intent. Yet you can grasp the rudiments and integrate them into this sword technique. Allow me to awaken something within you. Lu Qing'an approached his daughter, gently tapping her forehead. In the next instant, Lu Zishuan floated into the air, enveloped in a sphere of energy, her eyes closed as she entered a wondrous state of enlightenment. Moments later, she abruptly opened her eyes, exuding a peculiar aura. Father, what is this? Lu Zishuan sensed she had touched upon a unique realm, and as she raised her hands, a special energy manifested, radiating a remarkably pure and clear sensation. This is the intent you've comprehended, although it greatly differs from sword intent. If you incorporate this into your sword technique, its potency will significantly enhance. Lu Qing'an smiled, affirming her discovery. Really? Then I shall give it a try. Lu Zishuan eagerly soared into the sky, brandishing her divine weapon to once again execute the sword technique. After performing the technique, she distinctly felt an increase in its power. Not only did the moves appear more exquisite, but their might had more than doubled. Wow, truly. Lu Zishuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Witnessing his daughter's successful attempt, Lu Qing'an felt an even greater satisfaction with her talent. She truly is his daughter. Subsequently, He turned his gaze towards Sun Minzi, beckoning her to step forward. In a short while, Sun Minzi too experienced an enhancement. Compared to Lu Zixuan's swift progress, Sun Minzi took a bit longer, having to practice the elegant sword technique several times before fully mastering it. In Lu Qing'an's eyes, her talent was also commendable. Those who garnered his recognition and talent were few and far between in the entire demon domain. Master, during our last battle, you didn't even unleash 1/10 of your strength. Did you? At this moment, Li Zongxuan spoke up. Lu Qing'an chuckled, patting Li Zongxuan on the shoulder. You are already quite strong. My situation is rather unique, unlike yours. He possesses an intricate system, and within the depths of his consciousness lies a cultivation level 1,000,000 times greater, rendering anyone who approaches him but a mere younger sibling. Thus, there exists no basis for comparison between the two. Well, if only you are superior to me, I can accept that. Li Zongxuan chuckled. All right, let us prepare for dinner. Lu Qing'an draped his arm around his disciple's shoulders as they made their way inside. The family shared a joyful dinner, followed by a gathering of laughter and conversation that lasted until the depths of night. The following day, upon arriving at the academy, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi joined forces and headed towards a classroom. Upon reaching their destination, they spotted a strikingly handsome woman with short hair standing at the entrance. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances and approached her with smiles. However, before they could reach her, several girls confronted the short-haired woman. Sister Hua, why have you suddenly stopped practicing with us? One asked. Hua, I've noticed you've been associating with two unknown individuals. Have you forsaken us, your sisters? Another chimed in. Indeed, I have never seen those two before. They seem to lack any real prowess. They do not hail from any prominent faction, and you are wasting your time with them. What could you possibly gain? Faced with the barrage of inquiries, Murong Hua furrowed her brow. Just then, one of the elegantly poised girls among them made a silencing gesture, prompting the others to fall silent. Zhang gazed intently at Murong Hua, speaking softly. Hua, our families have been close for generations, and we have collaborated on numerous business ventures. We have been friends since childhood. How can you abandon our training for the sake of two newly acquainted wild women? Spending your days in their company will yield you no advancement. Aya, please refrain from disparaging them. They are quite amiable. Surely, we can all enjoy one another's company. I have learned so much while facing challenges alongside them. Murong Hua replied. Are you defending those wild women? Zhang exclaimed dramatically, clutching her chest and feigning tears. Who is referring to whom as wild women? At that moment, Lu Zixuan stepped forward. Chapter 77. A weapon that stunned the companions upon seeing Lu Zixuan and her companion approach. Zhang and her group immediately regarded them as adversaries, casting them fierce glares. Murong Hua, upon noticing Lu Zixuan and her friend, offered a wry smile. Zixuan, Minzi, I apologize, these are my friends, and they may have some misunderstandings about you. Understanding Murong Hua's attempt to defuse the tension, Lu Zixuan graciously refrained from further sparring with Zhang. We are not wild women. We have only recently joined the academy. I am Lu Zixuan, and this is my dear sister, Sun Minzi. Lu Zixuan turned to Zhang and her group, attempting to introduce themselves. Zhang, furrowing her brow, retorted, recently joined the academy? Who do you think you're fooling? The time for entrance examinations has long passed. The next assessment is 3 years away. Yeah, but I truly have not seen them in the academy. A girl whispered to Zhang. That is precisely what makes these two so peculiar. Zhang was evidently swept away by her emotions, and both she and Lu Zixuan felt quite displeased. From which faction do you hail? She inquired, genuinely curious about how these two individuals had appeared in the academy. Given their remarkable cultivation levels and stunning beauty, she should have had some recollection of them. Yet, Lu Zixuan's claim of recently joining the academy was utterly implausible. Even the renowned Demon Emperor could not alter the academy's rules to suddenly admit 2 new students. Lu Zixuan replied, we belong to no faction. So, they were solitary cultivators. It seemed. I suppose that is accurate, Lu Zixuan acknowledged. All right, let's refrain from speaking in such a manner. Grant me this favor. We all share similar cultivation levels and are peers of the same age. Engaging in mutual exchange of cultivation techniques would undoubtedly yield great benefits. So there is no need for such hostility. Seeing the atmosphere shift again, Murong Hua promptly stepped in to mediate. To her, it mattered little whether Lu Zixuan and her companion hailed from prestigious factions. During their joint trials, she found them remarkably reliable, able to safeguard her without faltering. far exceeding the cooperation she experienced with her friends here. This was precisely why she had been adventuring with Lu Qing'an and her companion daily. Furthermore, their amiable demeanor and admirable character endeared them to her, making her eager to forge a friendship. Lu Qing'an, not wishing to put Hua in an awkward position, turned to Zhang Ye and said, "We have indeed only recently joined the academy and harbor no ill intentions toward you. If possible, we could train and discuss our experiences together in the future." She recalled her father's advice. Upon entering the academy, one should strive to meet new people. Thus, she decided to make an effort to befriend Zhang Ye and her companions. Whether it would succeed, she did not know, but she had already taken the first step. "Oh, our cultivation levels are indeed similar, all at the fusion realm, and our talents are passable, I suppose. But have you ever heard the saying? Different circles should not be forcibly merged. As mere solitary cultivators, how could you possibly befriend daughters of prominent families like us?" Zhang Ye's expression was one of disdain. "Indeed. Look here, this is the precious sword my father gifted me. You will never attain a sword of this caliber in your lifetime." A young woman behind Zhang Ye suddenly revealed a mid-grade sword of the 10th rank, exuding a dense aura of demonic energy, adorned with exquisite gems that gave it an air of opulence and grandeur. The other young women regarded Lu Qing'an and her companion as if they were jesters, believing they must be envious of such a sword of this grade. Hua's expression grew peculiar, for she was well aware that Lu Qing'an and her companion possessed swords of the ultimate 10th rank. During their collaborative trials, they wielded swords of unparalleled quality, which felt distinctly different from ordinary 10th rank swords, seemingly crafted by an extraordinarily powerful artificer. "Oh, this is your lifetime, not ours, Minzi. Let them broaden their horizons," Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile as she produced the sword gifted to them by Wang Duanshan. She refrained from drawing her father's sword unless absolutely necessary, for fear of attracting unwanted attention. Sun Minzi smiled and produced the exquisite sword that Lu Qing'an had previously gifted her. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room plummeted. Several young women widened their eyes, fixated on the exceptional swords in the hands of Lu Qing'an and her companion. "Impossible," Zhang Ye exclaimed, momentarily stunned. "Could it be a forgery?" Lu Qing'an inquired. How does it resemble the sword crafted by the esteemed blacksmith Wang Duanshan from our domain?" A woman behind Zhang Ye gasped in astonishment. Her revelation left Hua equally astonished. "Wang Duanshan, that explains everything. I knew that the creator of these swords must be extraordinary. So it is indeed the esteemed Wang Duanshan." The woman recognized the craftsmanship as she was fortunate enough to possess a sword forged by Wang Duanshan, which her father carried daily, often displaying it proudly. Having seen it countless times as his daughter, she immediately identified the distinctive style of the forging technique. Zhang Ye shared the same realization. Her exclamation stemmed from recognizing that the swords originated from the hands of the most formidable blacksmith in the demon realm, Wang Duanshan. Her father owned one as well. Lu Qing'an turned to the woman who spoke, surprised. "Your eyes are quite discerning. Indeed, these swords were forged by Grandpa Wang." "Grandpa?" Every pair of eyes in the room widened in disbelief. How could she refer to Wang Duanshan in such an endearing manner? What was her true identity? "Zishuan, are you quite familiar with the esteemed Wang Duanshan?" Hua, equally taken aback, pressed for clarification. Lu Qing'an replied, "Well, not exactly. I've only met him a few times. After Wang Duanshan visited our courtyard, he appeared before us several times, then spent most of his time working in the nearby blacksmithing workshop with He Hong. They seemed to be immersed in their craft, as if they wouldn't emerge until all of my father's weapons were completed." "Humph, I thought you were truly acquainted. Are you merely embellishing your own reputation? Even calling him Grandpa?" Zhang Ye retorted through gritted teeth. Yet, gazing at the swords in their hands, her envy was palpable. "Aya, please refrain from such remarks." Hua frowned. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and inquired, "So, how did you come by these two swords?" "Grandpa Wang gifted them to us," Lu Qing'an replied. The crowd responded with incredulity. "Oh, really? You should mention how the esteemed Wang Duanshan presented a plethora of swords for your selection, and you simply turned him down, only for him to insist on giving you these." Zhang Ye chuckled sarcastically, transforming into a figure of jealousy, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She was unclear about the origins of the swords, but she was certain that the duo's claims were fabricated. There was a high probability that they had some influential elder behind them who had paid handsomely to enlist Wang Duanshan's assistance in crafting these weapons. As Lu Qing'an listened to Zhang Ye's words, she couldn't help but blink her beautiful eyes and remarked, "What a coincidence, it truly aligns with what you said." A group of people. Chapter 78, bringing a group of classmates home. When Sun Minzi noticed Zhang Ye and the others regarding Lu Qing'an as if she were a fraud, she shook her head. She had witnessed that scene firsthand. It indeed bore a striking resemblance to what Zhang Ye had described. "Haha, hua, did you see that? This person is full of lies. Are you sure you want to be friends with someone like her?" Zhang Ye seemed to have seized Lu Qing'an's vulnerability, turning to Mu Ronghua with a look of genuine concern, as if afraid that Mu Ronghua might be deceived. At this moment, Mu Ronghua also appeared somewhat awkward. "Zixuan, you do seem to be a bit. What? Do you think I'm lying? Then how do you think we acquired these two exquisite swords?" Lu Qing'an countered. "Surely it was just your good fortune to obtain some exceptional refining materials, pleading with Elder Wang Duanshan to forge them for you." "Humph. Regardless of the reasons behind your acquisition of such swords, it does not absolve you of the undeniable fact that you are filled with deceit." Zhang Ye replied sternly. Lu Qing'an shrugged. "Think as you wish. Perhaps this is simply a matter of differing paths." "Ahua, do you believe me?" She was primarily concerned with Mu Ronghua's perspective. She genuinely wished to integrate into Zhang Ye's circle. After all, her father had advised her to make more friends. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Mu Ronghua was at a loss for words. She still held some doubt and could only redirect the conversation, saying, "Let us not discuss this anymore. The class is starting. Let us head inside." "Wait. There is still some time before class starts. Let us chat a bit more." Zhang Ye, seizing the rare opportunity to reveal Lu Qing'an's true nature to Mu Ronghua, was unwilling to let it go. Even if they didn't discuss the matter of the swords gifted by Wang Duanshan, they could certainly address how Lu Qing'an had been embellishing her connections. Referring to Wang Duanshan as Grandpa Wang, "You just claimed that you were not very familiar with Elder Wang Duanshan, stating you had only met a few times. Yet you call him Grandpa Wang. Shouldn't you provide a more satisfactory explanation?" Mu Ronghua frowned. She was beginning to feel uncomfortable with Zhang Ye's insistence on putting Lu Qing'an in such a difficult position. Is it really necessary to make it so hard for her? "Because my father is quite close with Grandpa Wang," Lu Qing'an replied calmly. "Is that so? Who is your father?" Zhang Ye asked with a cold smile. "That would be Wang Duanshan. In the entire demon realm, he does not yield to anyone. Not even the Academy's dean or the solitary demon emperor would receive assistance from Wang Duanshan for refining, unless they met conditions that pleased him. Moreover, I have never heard of Wang Duanshan being particularly close with anyone. Elder Wang Duanshan was notoriously reticent in his dealings with others." Lu Qing'an was about to blurt out that her father was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but suddenly recalled something and held her tongue. Her father had advised her to refrain from mentioning her lineage as the Eternal Night Demon Emperor while at the Academy unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, she had not understood the reasoning, but Sun Minzi had provided her with the answer. It turned out that her father had slain numerous powerful beings in the demon realm, many of whom had descendants. While these individuals could not exact revenge on her father, they may seek to harm her if they discovered her true identity. Lu Qing'an cast a glance at those present, uncertain if any of Zhang Ye's elders had fallen victim to her father. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "My father is also a rogue cultivator. You wouldn't have heard of him. To think that Senior Wang Duanshan had such a close relationship with a rogue. How absurd. You don't even know his temperament. Yet here you are, boasting with such audacity. Truly shameless." Zhang Ye burst into laughter, which instantly prompted the other women behind her to join in. Mu Ronghua grew increasingly uncomfortable. Lu Qing'an retorted, "What is Grandpa Wang's temperament?" Senior Wang Duanshan is solely devoted to the art of crafting. He has no friends throughout his life. In his eyes, there is nothing but crafting. He possesses no understanding of human sentiments, making it exceedingly difficult for others to get along with him. Even when my father sought his assistance in crafting, if he did not present materials that piqued the old man's curiosity, he would be coldly dismissed. You claim your father is his friend. How utterly laughable. Zhang Ye regarded Lu Qing'an as one might a jester. Lu Qing'an continued, "You probably haven't even met him, have you? I actually find Grandpa Wang to be quite pleasant, with a benevolent smile and a warm demeanor." Upon hearing this, Sun Minzi forced a smile that betrayed her discomfort. "Zixuan, while your previous statements may have been misguided, this one holds truth. Senior Wang Duanshan is indeed quite eccentric, only appearing amiable in the presence of your father and yourselves." Zhang Ye's laughter grew louder at Lu Qing'an's words. Moronghua could no longer endure the spectacle and sighed. Zishuan, please stop. This is getting ridiculous. Since you refuse to believe me, I shan't bother proving anything. The treasured sword is in hand. Let your imaginations run wild, Lu Zishuan declared, no longer caring for Zhang Ye's opinions. She then turned to Moronghua. Ahua, my father has invited you to dinner at our home. I wonder if you are free after class. She had a sense of her father's intentions. He likely wished to meet her new friend and discern if she were a good person. In her eyes, Moronghua was quite remarkable and worthy of becoming a cherished companion. Moronghua was taken aback. Dinner? Lu Zishuan nodded. I do have free time. But why does your father wish to see me? Moronghua inquired with curiosity. I have very few friends in the demon realm. Minzi is one, and you are the second. He simply wishes to meet my friends. Very well, I can make the trip, Moronghua replied without hesitation. The Magic Willow Academy conducts thorough investigations into the family backgrounds of all its students, and she could easily inform her father in advance. Moreover, she possessed a powerful protective artifact. Should her life be endangered, her father could swiftly arrive. Ahua, how can you go home with someone you've only recently met? Zhang Ye interjected urgently. I trust Zishuan, Moronghua asserted. Then take me along. Zhang Ye insisted. We should all go. The other women chimed in quickly. They were all inherently curious about Lu Zishuan's family. Among them, particularly Zhang Ye harbored the notion of exposing Lu Zishuan's alleged deception. Lu Zishuan glanced at Zhang Ye and her companions, contemplating the idea of bringing more people back, which seemed harmless. However, she decided it was prudent to consult her father. I will inquire with my father, she said, taking out a communication jade slip. After posing her question, she received an affirmative response. Her father consented. Upon hearing this news, her father appeared somewhat surprised and asked her how she had made so many friends. All right, it's settled, Zhang Ye declared, gazing intently at Lu Zishuan. Just wait and see. I am curious about your father's reaction. As a wandering cultivator, he must have heard of my father's name. I shall present my father's title before him and observe his expression. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Lu Qing'an put away the communication jade slip, a smile gracing his lips. Wang Duanshan and He Hong were seated before him, and seeing Lu Qing'an rarely smile prompted Wang Duanshan to inquire, what good fortune has befallen you? Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. Zishuan said she wishes to bring a group of friends over for a meal. I never imagined she would be so adept at socializing. In just a few days, she has made so many acquaintances, far surpassing my own social skills. His friends in the demon domain were few, primarily acquaintances made through business dealings. Oh, then I must prepare some small gifts for Zishuan's friends, Wang Duanshan remarked with a grin. His visit to the courtyard was to inform Lu Qing'an that he and He Hong had completed the tasks assigned to them, having refined all the treasures. Lu Qing'an looked at the various treasures laid out on the table, saying, the weapons and armor crafted this time are quite impressive. Once the children return, we shall equip them. Just as he finished speaking, his gaze fell upon a piece of armor he had specially designed for his eldest daughter, noticing some asymmetrical details. Old Wang, this area is not right. You must modify it immediately to ensure complete symmetry. Otherwise, my daughter will feel discomfort wearing it. Really? You noticed that? Truly a meticulous father, Wang Duanshan replied. All right, I will address it promptly. In the Magical Willow Academy, the instructor entered the classroom where Lu Zishuan and her peers were seated in a row. The instructor, named Moronghua, was an elderly man and coincidentally an elder from the Morong family. Ahua, this Moronghua also shares the surname Morong. Do you know him? Lu Zishuan inquired. Moronghua, sitting next to Lu Zishuan, smiled and replied, indeed, he is an elder from our Morong family. How fortuitous, Lu Zishuan remarked with a smile. In this lesson, I wish to impart a sword technique known as the Wind and Blossom Sword Art, which is the only sword technique our Morong family can share externally. This technique is suitable for all sword cultivators and is quite fundamental. If you are interested in learning, you may come to me for the heart method. Of course, if you choose not to learn, you can still gain insights from my explanation of this technique, Moronghua said, stroking his beard with a smile. Upon hearing this, a multitude of students eagerly raised their hands for the heart method. Lu Zishuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances, thinking to themselves how coincidental it was, as they had just mastered this sword technique the previous night. By the way, Zishuan, Minzi, did you review this sword technique after returning home? Moronghua asked with a smile. Zhang Ye furrowed her brows and asked, Ahua, have you imparted the sword technique to them as well? This technique has always been a secret of our family. Moronghua nodded. In order to establish their reputation, her family had continuously shared this sword technique. And now the Morong clan enjoyed a commendable reputation, largely due to this dissemination. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, with the guidance of an elder brother last night, we successfully practiced it. With my father's assistance and refinement, I now possess my own understanding of this sword technique. She felt that the technique suited her remarkably well and was grateful to Moronghua for sharing it with her. Upon hearing this, Moronghua was taken aback for a moment. What? You succeeded in your practice? Are you certain? She blinked, her face a canvas of disbelief. The sword technique was of moderate difficulty, slightly above average. When she practiced it, it had taken her approximately half a month to grasp, and she had not even mastered it to perfection, let alone developed her own interpretation. Her talent had already been deemed exceptionally rare by her family. Lu Qing'an and son Minzi nodded earnestly, their expressions serious. Seeing that they did not seem to be deceiving her, Moronghua fell silent. Could it truly be extraordinary? Oh, come on. You really know how to boast. Zhanya could no longer tolerate it. You achieved success in just one night? Can't you refrain from exaggerating? Not only Zhanya, but several other young women seated nearby cast disdainful glances at Lu Qing'an and her companion. They were truly taking their boasting to an extreme, to the point where it seemed they didn't even need to prepare a script. All of them had received the sword technique from Moronghua and had attempted to practice it, realizing that it took at least a month to grasp even the basics. Even with the guidance of family elders, Moronghua felt that the two had no need to lie, as such claims could easily be tested. Zishuan, what is the cultivation level of the elder brother who taught you? Moronghua pondered and inquired. Perhaps the one who guided them was particularly adept at instruction and had reached the pinnacle of their sword technique? Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. He is at the peak of the Emperor realm. Oh, no wonder. Wait, are you certain he is your brother? Moronghua nodded, initially believing she had guessed correctly. But upon further reflection, something felt amiss. A peak Emperor realm expert would surely not just be a brother. Her father was also at the peak of the Emperor realm, and he was considerably older, having had a daughter later in life, which was exceedingly rare. In the demon domain, it was uncommon for such experts to be very young. Lu Qing'an explained, my father instructed me to call him that. He is my father's disciple, so our generations are considered equal. Moronghua blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. Your father's disciple? Then your father must be quite remarkable. His disciple has reached the peak of the Emperor realm? Who exactly is your father? Come on. You really need to stop exaggerating. Zhanya could not help but interject again. Lu Qing'an was too apathetic to respond to Zhanya and merely rolled her eyes. What am I exaggerating about? Which part of my statement is untrue? If I were to tell you that my father is the eternal night demon emperor, wouldn't you think I've lost my senses? This revelation only deepened her curiosity. As we conclude our class, let us head to your residence. Moronghua expressed a keen curiosity about Lu Qing'an's father. She began to entertain the notion that Lu Qing'an's earlier statements might not be entirely fabricated. A peak Emperor realm expert, accompanied by a disciple of the same caliber, could indeed be connected to Wang Duanshan. Ahua, have you lost your senses? You cannot truly believe her, can you? Zhanya, visibly agitated, felt her chest heave with intensity. What kind of enchantment has she been subjected to? Well, I shall now commence with the explanation of the sword technique. To facilitate your understanding of this swordplay, Xiaohua, please come forward to demonstrate. Moronghua, standing at the podium, spoke with a smile. Upon hearing her name, Moronghua promptly rose. Certainly. She then turned to Lu Qing'an and the others, saying, please refrain from making noise. I shall return shortly. Lu Qing'an nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Zhanya swiftly stood up. Grandfather Morong, this student claims to have mastered the Fenghua sword technique overnight. Let her display it for us. Seizing the opportunity, Zhanya stood up with a glint of mischief in her eyes, directly targeting Lu Qing'an. As her words echoed, all eyes in the room turned towards Lu Qing'an. The girls seated beside Zhanya exchanged knowing smiles. It seems that Sister Yi possesses a sharp mind. Now, Lu Qing'an is bound to face embarrassment. To claim she has mastered the Fenghua sword technique in just one night, and even asserts her own understanding of it. How dare she? Let us see how she manages to boast now. Moronghua glanced at Lu Qing'an. Her own curiosity piqued as to whether Lu Qing'an had indeed succeeded in mastering the technique. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Qing'an remained unperturbed, standing with a serene expression, confidence radiating from her eyes. Very well, I shall proceed. Mu Rongshan initially thought Zhang Ye and the others were merely jesting. Mastering a sword technique overnight was no trivial matter, especially not the esteemed Fenghua sword technique of their clan. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Qing'an truly rise to her feet, he felt a flicker of doubt. Was this not a jest? Wait, perhaps it still is. This young lady must have been practicing their Fenghua sword technique for quite some time, and now she seeks to showcase her talents in front of an audience. Surprisingly, even girls relish in the opportunity to shine. Very well, please go ahead, Mu Rongshan chuckled, recognizing the camaraderie between Lu Qing'an and Mu Ronghua, and decided to indulge their playful banter. Lu Qing'an nodded, leaping from her seat to the demonstration space before the podium. Teacher, may I perform here directly? Lu Qing'an inquired. Mu Rongshan nodded calmly. Lu Qing'an surveyed her surroundings. The space was sufficiently large, yet she feared that utilizing a top-tier sword might cause damage to the structure. Contemplating, she recalled the scene from the previous night with her father, and a smile graced her lips as she began to practice. In the next moment, a surge of energy emanated from her, and extending her hand, she transformed her fingers into a sword, sweeping them fiercely. Whoosh! The atmosphere around suddenly transformed into an aura of sword energy, converging towards the central blade and slicing through the void ahead with a crisp sound. This sword technique was not only visually stunning, but also emphasized the beauty of symmetry, exhibiting no discernible flaws. After executing the move, Lu Qing'an exhaled a breath of relief. Good, no mistakes. She then turned to Mu Rongshan and inquired, Instructor, is that sufficient? Mu Rongshan remained silent, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lu Qing'an noticed the peculiar atmosphere in the classroom. As she glanced around, she found Mu Ronghua and Zhang Ye staring with wide eyes, rendered speechless. The entire hall was enveloped in silence. A pin drop could be heard. After a few blinks, Mu Rongshan finally regained his composure and, in a state of great excitement, asked the student, Who taught you this sword technique? Is this still our Murong family's Fenghua sword technique? It feels as though the level of the swordplay has ascended dramatically. He was certain that a woman at the core formation stage could not possess such an adapted sword technique. There must be an extraordinarily formidable master behind her who had guided her. When Lu Qing'an was questioned in such a manner, she pondered briefly and replied, Instructor, this was taught to me by my elder brother and my father. She had already mentioned this to Zhang Ye and Mu Ronghua, so it made little difference whether she disclosed it again. As long as she did not reveal her father's imperial title, there would be no significant issues. Oh, how do your brother and father address themselves? Mu Rongshan inquired swiftly. The alteration of their family's sword technique could only be a positive development. If they could obtain the consent of Lu Qing'an's brother and father to share the adapted technique with the Murong family, it would undoubtedly enhance their reputation. Lu Qing'an shook her head firmly. My father instructed me to refrain from mentioning his name in public, so I'm afraid I cannot answer that, Instructor. Mu Rongshan furrowed his brow, then replied gently, Very well, we shall discuss this further after class. You may return for now. Lu Qing'an nodded and returned to her seat beside Mu Ronghua and the others. Upon sitting down, she noticed that Mu Ronghua and the others had turned to her in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment. Qing'an, what you said earlier was actually true. Mu Ronghua was the first to ask. She was so amazed by Lu Qing'an's earlier demonstration that her heart nearly skipped a beat. That one sword move was evidently no longer the Fenghua sword technique of their Murong family. It was a superlative version of it. Lu Qing'an responded with a smile and a nod. Mu Ronghua swallowed hard, her anticipation growing as she yearned to visit Lu Qing'an's home. She wished to meet Lu Qing'an's father and his disciples to discern their true identities. Could she, too, receive guidance from such powerful beings and elevate the Fenghua sword technique to the extraordinary level Lu Qing'an had just displayed? Zhang Ye and several other girls fell silent, hesitant to speak further about Lu Qing'an, especially Zhang Ye, whose cheeks burned as if she had been slapped, yet she disregarded the discomfort, her mind racing with thoughts. If what Lu Qing'an said about the sword technique was true, then were the earlier claims she made also genuine? Impossible. The matter of the swordsmanship is indeed true. Everything preceding it was false. She shook her head, her resolve solidifying within her. It is highly probable that Lu Qing'an's father is truly a peak emperor-level expert. However, what Lu Qing'an claimed about her father's disciple also being a peak emperor-level expert must be a fabrication. The individual who guided Lu Qing'an in mastering this sword technique is most likely her father. She possesses a father with peak emperor-level prowess as well. As for that treasured sword, it must be that Lu Zixuan's father had access to some unique materials, allowing Wang Duanshan to assist in forging the sword. Indeed, it must be so. Since you have promised to let us accompany you, I am determined to unmask all your lies with my own eyes. At this moment, Zhang Ye was entirely consumed by her pride, a defiance stemming from the heart of a child. A class passed swiftly. After the lesson concluded, Murongshan summoned Lu Zixuan and Muronghua to a secluded spot devoid of other students, expressing his desire to meet Lu Zixuan's father. Upon learning that Muronghua would be visiting Lu Zixuan's home afterward, he immediately dismissed the idea, discreetly advising Muronghua on certain matters before departing with a smile to attend to his other obligations. After their class, Lu Zixuan and her companions began to form teams to tackle challenges. Zhang Ye and her group observed Lu Zixuan's trio continuing their teamwork at the entrance of the pagoda, their brows furrowing in concern. Sister Ye, could everything Lu Zixuan said truly be accurate? Zhang Ye cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, replying in a low voice, "Humph. I refuse to believe it unless I witness her home situation with my own eyes. Regardless, we will have the opportunity to visit her home soon. We will act according to the circumstances and investigate. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate at her house?" One person chuckled wryly. "What is inappropriate about it? Her father is likely a peak emperor-level expert. My father also possesses peak emperor-level strength. What do I have to fear? Just follow my lead." Time passed quietly. As dusk approached, Lu Zixuan and her companions exited the monster tower ahead of schedule. "I never expected both of you to have cultivated the wind and elegance sword technique to this level. You are incredible. Today's challenges went exceedingly smoothly. We are almost at the 6th stage." Muronghua gazed at Lu Zixuan and her companion with great envy. She was astonished to see Sun Minzi executing the unique wind and elegance sword technique, leaving her momentarily speechless. After Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi grew stronger, they easily surpassed levels that had previously posed significant challenges. "Ahua, when we return home later, I'll see if my father can offer you some guidance," Lu Zixuan whispered. She had already regarded Muronghua as a close friend and intended to inquire with her father about possibly mentoring her. "Really?" Muronghua exclaimed, filled with delight. Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded. Just then, Zhang Ye and her group hastily approached. "Are you done? When will you take us to your home?" Zhang Ye fixed her gaze on Lu Zixuan, posing the question directly. Lu Zixuan replied, "Right now, but I need to wait for 2 people." She communicated telepathically with her sister and aunt, leading Muronghua and the others toward the teleportation array by the time-reversing willow. Upon her arrival, Su Yuni coincidentally emerged from the temporal treasure. "Aunt," called out Lu Zixuan, waving her hand. "Aunt." A group of young women turned to gaze at Su Yuni, who, with her enchanting beauty and the formidable strength of a saint king, captivated their attention. "Oh, Zixuan, are these your friends from the academy?" Su Yuni gently inquired, noticing the vibrant young women standing beside Lu Zixuan. "Zixuan, your aunt is truly stunning." Muronghua communicated telepathically. Lu Zixuan chuckled in response. "Of course my aunt is beautiful. Aunt, this is Muronghua, whom I mentioned to you along with her friends, and they will be joining us for dinner later." "So this is Muronghua?" Su Yuni momentarily paused, having expected a handsome young man, but instead finding a girl before her. "Greetings, esteemed senior." Muronghua smiled and bowed. Hello. Su Yuni responded with a smile, only to notice that Zhang Ye and the others had not acknowledged her, leaving her somewhat taken aback. It seemed there was an underlying tension in the air. "Sister, aunt." At that moment, Lu Miao's voice echoed nearby. She approached swiftly, resembling a gust of wind, stopping before Lu Zixuan and the others, holding a large candied hawthorn skewer, tilting her head to observe Muronghua and the others. "Sister, who are they?" Lu Zixuan introduced. "This is my younger sister." "Wow, Zixuan, your sister is so adorable," Muronghua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had spotted a charming doll. "You're very beautiful too," Lu Miao replied with a smile after receiving the compliment. "It's just all right," Zhang Ye muttered at that moment. How can Lu Zixuan have such a cute sister? What gives? Upon hearing Zhang Ye's comment, Lu Miao instantly pouted, about to retort when a faint voice of a young boy called out from behind. "Big sister, where are you?" Lu Miao urged sister. "Let's hurry back." After which, she activated the teleportation array of her identity token, and a glowing portal appeared before her, into which she dashed as if fleeing from a pestilence. Su Yuni swiftly followed her into the portal. Lu Qing'an turned to Moronghua and the others, saying, "Let us go inside. It will take us to my home." Zhangya, lost in thought, barely realized how she ended up entering the portal. Just as it closed, she heard a familiar voice behind her. "Cousin?" It seemed to belong to her cousin. In a whirlwind of sensation, the environment transformed before them. Lu Miao Miao appeared in the courtyard, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief. "That little chubby boy is so annoying. Always insisting on calling me big sister," she muttered softly before darting into the courtyard. "Daddy, Miao Miao is back." Chapter 81. A bustling scene. Lu Qing'an was seated near the entrance when he heard the voice of his youngest daughter, his eyes brightening and a paternal smile gracing his face. Rising to his feet, a flicker of curiosity crossed his gaze as he pondered the appearance of Moronghua. However, upon noticing the group of young, radiant girls accompanying his eldest daughter, his brow furrowed slightly. "Wait, why are they all girls? Where is Moronghua?" Suddenly, a thought struck him as his attention shifted to the girl closest to his daughter, Moronghua. Surely, the girl must be using a boy's name. "Daddy, hug." Lu Miao Miao transformed into a whirlwind and appeared before Lu Qing'an in an instant. With a smile, he lifted her into his arms and then turned to his eldest daughter. "Father, I've brought my friends back," Lu Qing'an announced with a grin. Su Yuni chimed in, "Brother-in-law." Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. At that moment, Moronghua and the others were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, still reeling from the extraordinary means by which they had arrived. What manner of teleportation array is this? An array within the Academy. The Academy is capable of establishing such a teleportation array, even before the temporal willow? Most remarkably, they had just heard Lu Qing'an mention that they were in the city of Demon Lin. The journey from the Demon Willow Academy to the city of Demon Lin is a considerable distance. What level of teleportation array could facilitate such an instantaneous travel? And who could be the master array maker capable of establishing such a formation? The strongest array master in the demon realm, Huang Hao, could not achieve such distance. As they gradually emerged from their astonishment, their gazes shifted toward Lu Qing'an. Upon seeing him, they fell into a state of awe once more. "So handsome. No way. You have such a handsome father." In the demon realm, there exists a peculiar phenomenon. The higher the cultivation level of an elder demon, often due to the absorption of demonic energy or the rigorous training methods employed, the more ordinary or even unattractive their appearance tends to be. It is exceedingly difficult to alter such physical characteristics. Yet, Lu Qing'an's strikingly handsome visage truly astonished them. Is this truly a peak emperor-level powerhouse? And so youthful? Moronghua quickly sent a message to Lu Qing'an. "Zishuan, is this truly your father?" Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile, replying, "Do we not resemble each other?" Moronghua scrutinized them closely. Their features indeed bore a striking resemblance. No wonder Lu Qing'an is so beautiful. One could only imagine her mother must be equally stunning. Furthermore, Lu Qing'an's Anne is likewise exceptionally lovely. However, as she approached Lu Qing'an alongside Lu Qing'an, she unexpectedly realized that he emanated no formidable aura, nor did he exude any demonic energy. This cannot be. Moronghua's expression momentarily dulled. The formidable aura emanating from her father, a being of the emperor realm, enveloped her whenever she drew near, leaving her breathless. Yet, despite being a peak practitioner of the same realm, she felt no such overwhelming presence from Lu Qing'an. He appeared rather ordinary and gentle. Zhangya and the other women shared a similar sentiment. After an array of astonished reactions, they discerned that there was nothing particularly powerful about Lu Qing'an, and their eyes gleamed with realization. They had uncovered the flaw in the deception. "I knew it. Your lies have now been exposed." Zhangya cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qing'an, a smirk forming in her heart. However, she refrained from confronting Lu Qing'an immediately, as they were currently within her home. Moreover, they were in the city of Mo Lin. Being dismissed would mean a lengthy journey back to her own residence. She resolved to endure a meal here, planning to mock Lu Qing'an mercilessly upon their return to the academy the following day. Zhangya exchanged glances with the other women, their expressions conveying a shared understanding of their thoughts at that moment. "Father, this is Moronghua. They are friends of Ahua," Lu Qing'an introduced, leading Moronghua and her companions forward with a smile. "So you are Moronghua. Indeed, you match my daughter's description perfectly," Lu Qing'an remarked, his gaze fixed on Moronghua, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. "As long as she isn't blonde. Junior pays respect to the elder," Moronghua said. though she could not sense any formidable aura from Lu Qing'an. Yet, she chose to trust Lu Zixuan, perhaps believing there was a special reason for this. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile, but soon noticed that the other women behind Moronghua had not greeted him. These little ones, why so shy? Come inside. My old friend has stepped out to prepare some ingredients and will return shortly to cook for you, Lu Qing'an said, ushering them into the house without further thought. As they entered, to their surprise, they found someone already seated inside. He Hong, a mid-level practitioner of the Emperor realm. Haha, are you all friends of Zixuan? Please, take a seat. He Hong welcomed them with a warm smile. Lu Zixuan introduced, Ahua, this is grandfather He, a good friend of my father's. Moronghua quickly greeted him, calling out grandfather He in return. Zhang Ye and the other women exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their thoughts. Only a practitioner of the early Emperor realm. If a friend possesses such a modest level of power, then Lu Zixuan's father must not be too formidable either. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was Luo Danhong. Lu Qing'an had invited her over, thinking it would be delightful for everyone to gather and enjoy a meal together. The moment Luo Danhong arrived, Moronghua and her companions fixed their gazes upon her. How beautiful! Wait, that aura of power. Peak Emperor realm. With such beauty and strength present, could she possibly be Lu Zixuan's mother? Realization dawned on Moronghua. This must indeed be Lu Zixuan's mother. This implies that Lu Zixuan's father is truly a peak practitioner of the Emperor realm. Otherwise, how could his wife be so strong? Oh, so many people. Luo Danhong entered the room to find a group of young women gathered and smiled as she was introduced by Lu Zixuan. This is Senior Luo Danhong. Lu Zixuan said with a smile. Senior Luo Danhong? Moronghua was taken aback. You address her as senior? Isn't she your mother? She is my master. Su Yuni replied with a smile. Luo Danhong nodded, and then turned her gaze to Lu Qing'an, inquiring, You summoned me for a reason? She had been practicing formations when she received Lu Qing'an's transmission and promptly arrived. Lu Qing'an replied calmly, It is rare to have so many together tonight. Let us share a meal. Oh, that sounds good, Luo Danhong responded with a smile, her demeanor respectful and courteous. This display of reverence from Luo Danhong struck Moronghua and Zhang Ye like a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly astonished. No way. You? A peak Emperor realm expert speaking so respectfully to Lu Zixuan's father? Chapter 82. The world has gone mad. Zhang Ye exchanged glances with her companions, frantically communicating through their minds. Is this real? It can't be. Are we being shown a performance? The aura indeed radiated the essence of a peak Emperor realm master, reminiscent of her grandfather's presence. Yet, how could she speak to him in such a manner? Zhang Ye began to grasp the complexity of the situation, momentarily transcending her usual train of thought. Could it be that Lu Zixuan's seemingly unassuming father was, in fact, a formidable figure? It was inconceivable. A peak Emperor realm expert should share a mutual respect, not display such attitudes in conversation. Moreover, Su Yuni had just referred to this woman as master. Should not her seniority surpass that of Lu Zixuan's father? This was illogical. Is it all an act? Moronghua pondered, momentarily at a loss, but not allowing her thoughts to spiral out of control. Instead, she transmitted to Lu Zixuan, inquiring about the situation. Zixuan, is this not your mother? Why does she speak to your father this way? It seems rather peculiar. Upon hearing the mention of her mother, Lu Zixuan's eyes dimmed slightly. Her voice tinged with bitterness as she replied, She is certainly not my mother. This is my aunt's master. The circumstances are a bit complicated. I will explain later. Is that so? Moronghua mused for a moment before asking, When will your mother return? Curiosity about Lu Zixuan's mother's strength began to emerge in her mind. My mother is occupied with matters far away and will not be coming here, Lu Zixuan replied, not wishing to deceive but also reluctant to elaborate on her mother. Very well, let us all sit down. No need to stand. Lu Qing'an gestured for the group of young people to take their seats, then made his way to Xiao Qingyi's room, where he discovered the hidden stash of demon god mother tree tea leaves to entertain his daughter's friends. Brother-in-law, allow me to prepare it, Su Yuni offered with a smile. Lu Qing'an nodded, eager to engage in conversation with his daughter's companions. I see that your talents are quite remarkable. You must hail from a powerful faction in the demon realm. Moronghua respectfully addressed, esteemed senior. I hail from the Morong family. And you? Lu Qing'an glanced at Zhang Ye and her companions. The group exchanged glances once more, and upon noticing Luo Danhong seated nearby, They felt a certain pressure emanating from her presence, making them somewhat apprehensive in Lu Qing'an's presence. The Li family, the Zhang family, the ancient demon manor, Lu Qing'an noted, recalling several families. But it was upon hearing about the ancient demon manor that he smiled and remarked, "Ah, so you are from the ancient demon manor. How fortuitous. What is the name of your faction's figurehead? If I recall correctly, it is the Grand Emperor Sun Ji, is it not? How fares he now?" He had only crossed paths with the individual twice, thus his impression was limited, save for the nickname he had once bestowed upon him. "Do you know my grandfather?" inquired the young woman named Lu Qing'an, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Your grandfather, indeed. How is he faring now?" Lu Qing'an asked, smiling. "Many years ago, he experienced a collapse of his Tao heart and has since been in seclusion for an extended period," Lu Qing'an replied, her demeanor slightly subdued. "Oh." Lu Qing'an's expression grew peculiar. "Could it be related to me? Dad, do you know her grandfather?" Lu Zixuan queried. Lu Qing'an was about to change the subject, as he might be considered an adversary to Lu Huijuan's grandfather, making the conversation a touch awkward. Yet, confronted by his eldest daughter's inquiry, he could only offer a brief response. "There is a slight connection. May I inquire how you are addressed, esteemed senior? I have heard from Zixuan that your disciples are all peak Emperor realm experts. Hence you must also be of the same stature, correct? What is your imperial title?" Lu Huijun boldly asked, foregoing the guessing game that Zhang Ya and the others engaged in. Since the conversation had led here, she decided to be direct. As Lu Qing'an felt the gaze of the young women fixated upon him, he deemed it unnecessary to conceal his identity. When they departed, he could always employ a bit of persuasion to ensure their silence on the matter. However, just as he was about to speak, a hearty laughter echoed from outside. "Are the children all here?" Xiao Qingyi appeared at the door, smiling as he entered. With his arrival, the attention of Zhang Ya and the others shifted to him. The aura emanating from Xiao Qingyi was remarkably substantial and intimidating, surpassing even that of Luo Danhong, who was more adept in formations. "Is that the Thundercloud Emperor?" Moronghua and Zhang Ya were not without experience, and had often seen Xiao Qingyi in the circles of powerful individuals within the demon realm, thus they immediately recognized him. "Ah, quite a gathering we have. Fortunately, I foresaw this and prepared ample provisions." Xiao Qingyi chuckled. "Greetings, Thundercloud Emperor." Moronghua and the others quickly rose, bowing respectfully. They had yet to encounter Luo Danhong, and although she was at the peak of the Emperor realm, they presumed she had only recently ascended to this level. Xiao Qingyi, however, was a different matter entirely. He was the illustrious Thundercloud Emperor, a renowned top-tier power in the demon realm, and it was rumored that he was a close friend of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Such formidable power instills awe and respect among the younger generation. "Quite polite indeed," chuckled Xiao Qingyi. "Grandfather Xiao, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" Lu Miao Miao approached Xiao Qingyi with a smile, tilting her head in inquiry. "Whatever Miao Miao wishes, I shall prepare." Xiao Qingyi affectionately patted Lu Miao Miao's head. Zhang Ya and the others, witnessing Xiao Qingyi's treatment of Lu Miao Miao and hearing her address him in such a manner, widened their eyes in astonishment. "Grandfather Xiao? Wait, could it be that Lu Zixuan's father is the son of this Emperor of Thunder? Thus, Lu Zixuan is Xiao Qingyi's granddaughter." Zhang Ya blinked, her eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and disbelief. She could scarcely believe that Lu Zixuan was the granddaughter of the Emperor of Thunder. No wonder she could compel a powerful figure like Wang Duanshan to forge a sword. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Zixuan introduced, "This is my father's friend, Xiao Qingyi. I trust you all are acquainted with Grandfather Xiao." "Grandfather Xiao, this is Mironghua, and these are her friends." Xiao Qingyi smiled and nodded. "No need for formality. They are all friends of Zixuan. Make yourselves at home, please, and take a seat." Zhang Ya and Mironghua were momentarily stunned. "Your father's friend?" At that moment, their gazes swiftly shifted to Lu Qing'an, truly a peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm. To befriend the Emperor of Thunder, combined with the earlier display by Luo Danhong, was ample evidence of this. Suddenly, Xiao Qingyi's benevolent smile faltered, his expression stiffening. "Ah, my tea leaves. How could they all be steeped?" Xiao Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Su Yuni. He had mentioned that Lu Qing'an could brew some tea from the Divine Mother Tree for the guests, but he had not anticipated it would all be steeped at once. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes, momentarily frozen. Lu Qing'an gently nudged Xiao Qingyi with his foot. "I instructed her to brew it. Do you have an issue with that? Furthermore, can you refrain from being so stingy in front of the younger generation?" Xiao Qingyi fell silent. However, upon hearing Lu Qing'an's telepathic message about procuring a few pounds for him the next day, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and he began to chuckle. Drink up, everyone. Drink heartily. Zhang Ye and the others were left bewildered. The Emperor of Thunder had been playfully kicked by Lu Zixuan's father, and yet he appeared so carefree. This world must surely be mad. Chapter 83. The bewildering laughter of Wang Duanshan. Zhang Ye's eyes widened as she frantically communicated with Muronghua and the others. They exchanged hurried messages, their minds a cacophony of thoughts intertwining with their chaotic emotions, leaving them even more disoriented. Prior to their arrival, they had believed that their families and factions were not inferior to Lu Zixuan's, perhaps even much stronger, and had initially ridiculed Lu Zixuan, deeming her lacking in heritage. Yet now, they could hardly fathom the consequences their most powerful family member would face after daring to challenge the Emperor of Thunder. This was truly the Emperor of Thunder, one of the most formidable beings in the demon realm, an entity of the same caliber as the head of the Demon Willow Academy. After being kicked by Lu Zixuan's father, he still wore a radiant smile. Is this truly not an illusion? Zixuan, what is your father's true identity? Muronghua transmitted her thoughts to Lu Zixuan, her voice trembling slightly, reflecting her own unease. What status must one possess to treat the great Emperor Lei Xiao in such a manner? Lu Zixuan replied, if my father wished to speak with you, he would do so. Muronghua exclaimed, I can hardly contain my eagerness to know the answer. At that moment, Su Yuni had finished brewing the tea. Initially unaware of its rarity, she realized its uniqueness as it simmered. The tea exuded an astonishing energy. Drink up. This is a treasure for you, Lu Qing'an urged. At this juncture, Zhang Ye and the others regarded Lu Qing'an with newfound respect, their gazes tinged with awe. They could not fathom why Lu Qing'an lacked an overwhelming presence. Yet it was evident that he was far from ordinary. He must indeed be a peak-level emperor, potentially one of the top-tier powerhouses of the demon realm they had yet to encounter. Muronghua and the others gazed at the porcelain teacups filled with tea, cradling them in their hands. Upon inhaling the fragrant aroma, they were momentarily taken aback. Wait, this scent. Just a whiff seemed to loosen the cultivation bottleneck that had hindered them for some time. They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Thus, they quickly drank the tea in one gulp. Boom. They felt enveloped by a unique aura, a resonating rumble emanating from deep within them, echoing in their ears. Soon after, they discovered that the bottleneck that had plagued them for a while had actually shattered. Furthermore, it felt as though not only had this particular barrier been breached, but a multitude of subsequent barriers had also collapsed instantaneously. Muronghua and the others swiftly closed their eyes, entering a peculiar state. After a brief moment, they opened their eyes, filled with exhilaration and astonishment. Their talents had remarkably surged. What had transpired? Lu Zixuan observed the exaggeratedly bewildered expressions of Muronghua and the others after they finished their tea, filled with curiosity as she took a sip from her cup. It wasn't anything extraordinary, she thought. It was merely pleasant to taste. Little did she know that her own potential had reached a plateau, or she might have perceived it differently. Senior, what kind of tea is this? Muronghua now regarded Lu Qing'an with reverence, as if he were a magnificent being. They had not anticipated such an extraordinary opportunity on their visit. Lu Qing'an smiled calmly and remarked, the leaves of the demon godmother tree are merely trifles. If you can drink them, indulge a bit. It will benefit you. Demon godmother tree. Muronghua and Zhang Ye exclaimed in unison. Their entire beings momentarily rendered numb. They had heard of the demon godmother tree. It was a name known to all within the demon domain. Even the most powerful members of their families had seldom tasted its tea. Zhang Ye's father had only had the privilege once, as a guest at a banquet hosted by a top-tier powerhouse of the demon domain, and he returned, raving that he would willingly sacrifice several thousand years of lifespan for another chance to savor it. Now, as Zhang Ye watched Su Yuni refill her teacup, her lips trembled. Father, I am an unfilial daughter. I shall drink this in reverence. Gulping down the tea, Muronghua and the others hastily lifted their cups, pouring the precious liquid into their bellies. Demon God Mother Tree tea leaves. This is it. We're blessed. Lu Qing'an observed the youthful exuberance of the group with tranquility. However, when his gaze fell upon Sun Minzi, he noticed her expression shift from a hint of joy to a subtle sadness upon hearing the name of the demon godmother tree. He shook his head inwardly. Lu Zixuan, observing the entranced reactions of Hua and her companions, blinked in bewilderment, and then turned to her father. Father, what is happening to them? She quickly conveyed through thought. It is a remarkable treasure. Their reaction is only natural. Do not concern yourself. They will grow to appreciate you even more. Lu Qing'an responded telepathically. He sensed that, aside from Hua, the others seemed to harbor some bias against his daughter. However, the fact that she had brought them back indicated that she did not entirely dislike them. To him, they were all juniors, and granting them a small opportunity was inconsequential. As long as they interacted well with his daughter in the future, it sufficed. Of course, should they harbor ulterior motives after receiving such benefits, that would be another matter. Suddenly, the group of girls drinking tea came to a halt, feeling a profound tremor resonate within their souls. At that moment, they hesitated to drink further. Could it be that they had offended the elder by indulging too much? They speculated that this must be the case, for such a treasure was far too precious. Drink. Have more. Lu Qing'an encouraged, noting their sudden pause with a smile. Hua and the others shook their heads vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Please, do not jest with us. We dare not drink more. Have you had enough? Lu Qing'an inquired. Indeed, they affirmed. Very well then. Lu Qing'an turned his attention to Xiao Qingyi. Lao Xiao, kindly prepare dinner. Understood, I shall attend to it, Xiao Qingyi replied, whistling as he headed towards the kitchen. The relief among Hua and her companions was palpable now that Lu Qing'an had shifted away from the topic. Just then, another person appeared at the door. Grandfather Wang. Lu Zixuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the newcomer. Lu Miao chuckled, Grandpa Wang. It has been quite a while since we last met. Haha. I have just finished my recent endeavors in forging, and now I can spend a few days with you all. After sharing a laugh, Wang Duanshan turned his gaze toward Hua and the others, inquiring if the children had arrived. Lu Qing'an nodded affirmatively. Zixuan, please make the introductions. Wang Duanshan said with a kind and benevolent smile. Lu Zixuan nodded with a smile. Grandpa Wang, this is Hua, and these are all friends of Ahua. Ahua, you should be familiar with Grandpa Wang by now. I doubt an introduction is necessary. Hua and her companions exclaimed, Senior Wang Duanshan. And to their astonishment, it was the smiling Senior Wang Duanshan. Incredible, they thought. Since you are all friends of Zixuan, I have no special gifts to offer. But please consider these weapons as a token of our meeting. Come, choose one each, Wang Duanshan said, presenting a collection of mid-grade 10th-tier weapons. Gesturing for Hua and her friends to come forward and select. These weapons were forged during his leisure time. As he had few close friends and often received numerous requests from others seeking his forging expertise, receiving ample compensation in return. Thus, he kept these as a personal collection. The sight of the array of weapons left Zhang Ya and her fellow young ladies utterly dazzled. Was this reality? A smiling Senior Wang Duanshan was bestowing such an abundance of weapons upon them. It aligned perfectly with what Lu Zixuan had described. Truly, it was all real. What was happening? They quickly turned to Lu Zixuan and Lu Qing'an for answers. Was this due to Lu Zixuan's father? Otherwise, how could they receive such treatment from Senior Wang Duanshan? Do not be polite with this old fellow. Take one, Lu Qing'an said calmly, particularly regarding Hua, whose presence he found increasingly agreeable. He felt a twinge of guilt for previously suspecting her to be unworthy. This child is wonderful. She even gifted sword techniques to his daughter. With her presence, his daughter would have another friend alongside son Minzi, alleviating concerns about following in his disciples' footsteps. Moreover, arriving in this new realm would aid in her adaptation. Is it truly permissible? Hua timidly inquired. She still felt a sense of unease. It seemed too precious. If her father were to see such a weapon, he would surely be envious. She could hardly fathom receiving such a gift simply for accompanying her new friend here. Returning home, her father would be green with envy. The thought of that scene left her somewhat apprehensive. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded reassuringly. Wang Duanshan added with a chuckle. What? Do you not fancy these trifles of mine? Not at all. Hua and her companions quickly protested, shaking their heads. Who in the entire demon domain would dare to utter such a thing about your weapons? Ahua, do take one, Lu Zixuan encouraged with a smile. Very well. Hua replied, her throat swallowing hard as she stifled the rapid beating of her heart, stepping forward to select a weapon. Senior, I shall choose this one. Very well. Take it, Wang Duanshan replied. After Hua grasped the exquisite sword, she immediately sensed its extraordinary essence. The aura emanating from it was undeniably potent. Unable to contain her excitement, she bent slightly and exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed elder. Haha, if you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Zixuan. It is only because you are friends of hers that I have treated you in this manner," Wang Duanshan replied with a smile, unperturbed by the implications of his words, candidly sharing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Moronghua glanced at Lu Zixuan, a unique emotion flickering in her heart. "Zixuan, thank you," Moronghua conveyed through thought. Lu Zixuan returned the sentiment with a smile. "We are all friends. There is no need for such formalities. And you all? Hurry up, my hands are getting tired," Wang Duanshan remarked, glancing at Zhang Ye and the others. Oh. Zhang Ye and her companions felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Guilt weighed heavily on them, especially Zhang Ye, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Nevertheless, she stepped forward to select a weapon. After choosing, she turned to Lu Zixuan and softly transmitted, "I'm sorry." Lu Zixuan graciously replied, "It's quite all right." Zhang Ye stood momentarily frozen, pondering the existence of such kind-hearted individuals in this world. Wang Duanshan gathered the remaining weapons and then approached Lu Miao Miao with a smile. "Miao Miao, have you made any friends?" Upon hearing the word friends, Lu Miao Miao's mind conjured the image of a chubby boy who perpetually wore a silly grin, and she quickly shook her head. Miao Miao's friends are Brother Xian, Aunt Shui, and Father. Of course, Grandfather Wang is also a friend, so I don't need any others. Haha, so Grandfather Wang is your friend too? How adorable. Wang Duanshan's face radiated affection as he gently poked Lu Miao Miao's cherubic cheek. Lu Qing'an was untroubled by the thought of his little daughter becoming reclusive. This lively girl could easily engage with anyone, so there was no rush to encourage her to make more friends. "Father, I want to tell you something." At that moment, Lu Zixuan turned to Lu Qing'an, her face alight with joy. "What is it?" "Today in the academy, the instructor happened to teach us the Fenghua sword technique. So I went up and demonstrated the technique you had guided me on." "Haha, that must have astonished your instructor." Lu Qing'an smiled indulgently, fully recognizing his eldest daughter's remarkable talent. One could only imagine the scene in the classroom at that moment. Zhang Ye and her beautiful companions quickly lowered their heads, their faces filled with guilt. They felt utterly humiliated, wishing they could dig a hole in the ground and disappear into it. Moronghua then recalled the task that had brought her here, feeling somewhat awkward and embarrassed as she spoke. The instructor is an elder of the Morong family, who was utterly amazed by Zixuan. Zixuan mentioned that it was due to your guidance, esteemed elder. Our elder has entrusted me with a request to inquire if you would allow Zixuan to teach us this new Fenghua sword technique. Lu Zixuan looked at Moronghua and then smiled at Lu Qing'an. "Father, if you have the time, please also offer some guidance to Ahua." Lu Qing'an responded casually. "All right, let us do it after we finish our meal. It is of no consequence. Offering guidance to the younger generation is hardly a burden. After all, how could a father deny the wishes of such an adorable daughter?" "Haha, thank you, Dad. You are the best," Lu Zixuan exclaimed with a smile. A slight smile graced Lu Qing'an's lips as he affectionately ruffled Lu Zixuan's hair. "If not you, then whom shall I indulge?" Zhang Ye and her companions watched this heartwarming scene, feeling an inexplicable twinge of envy. This father-daughter duo exuded such love. Moreover, they too yearned for a father as formidable and charismatic. "By the way, Senior, regarding the question we posed earlier." Moronghua hesitated, her curiosity compelling her to voice her thoughts. She was eager to uncover the true identity of Lu Qing'an, a peak emperor-level powerhouse whom they did not recognize. Treated Lu Qing'an with such deference. He even dared to confront Emperor Lei Xiao. Furthermore, he maintained such a close relationship with the esteemed artifact master Wang Duanshan. In the demon domain, he could not possibly be an insignificant figure. "Would you like to know my imperial title?" Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, not only did Moronghua vigorously nod like a sprightly garlic clove, but Zhang Ye and the other young women also quickly followed suit. Their synchronized movements resembled a performance rehearsed over an extended period. "I can reveal it to you." The eyes of Moronghua and her companions widened in anticipation as they gazed at Lu Qing'an, eager for the answer. The lone demon emperor. He delighted in playing with these youngsters. Uft. Lu Zixuan stifled a laugh, quickly sending a thought to Lu Qing'an. "Dad, you're such a rascal." Chapter 85. Fooling the children into a crippled state. Seated at the edge, Su Yuni and Luo Danhong couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words. Meanwhile, Wang Duanshan, who was playing with Lu Miao Miao, paused momentarily to glance at Lu Qing'an, shaking his head with a smile. This young lad still indulged in his mischievous whims. He had once been deceived by Lu Qing'an under various false identities. One could never fathom how many aliases Lu Qing'an had assumed. He was truly a master of disguise. Moronghua and Zhang Ye remained blissfully unaware of the embellishment in Lu Qing'an's statement. Upon hearing his words, their eyes widened in astonishment. The lone demon emperor. It can't be. Wait. Senior, I have seen the true visage of the lone demon emperor from a distance, yet you seem somewhat different. At that moment, Moronghua and her companions snapped back to reality, blinking in disbelief as they fixed their gaze on Lu Qing'an. It was Zhang Ye who voiced the doubt, having encountered the lone demon emperor not once, but twice. Although the encounters had been from afar, she had seen him clearly. Lu Qing'an replied earnestly, "When one is out in the world, one cannot reveal their true visage to others. That was merely a disguise I donned." "Ah, I see." The moment they heard this, Zhang Ye and the others ceased their doubts, their faces lighting up with admiration. So, he was indeed the lone demon emperor. That clarified everything. The lone demon emperor was also remarkably youthful. His prowess in the demon domain stood at the pinnacle. This explained why such peak emperor-level powerhouses treated him with such reverence. At this moment, Moronghua's eyes brightened as she suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are the esteemed predecessor, the demon Emperor Dugu. Not long ago, you bestowed upon our Murong family a fortuitous opportunity. At that time, both my father and I were puzzled as to why you mentioned it was related to me. But now I understand. Zishuan, thank you." As she spoke, Moronghua gazed at Lu Zishuan with sincere eyes, her delicate face radiating gratitude. She pondered why the demon Emperor Dugu had referred to her and granted such a significant chance to their family. And it must be because Lu Zishuan had mentioned her to him. Lu Zishuan blinked and glanced at Lu Qing'an, who smiled and shook his head in amusement. "This mischievous boy has been up to such antics behind our backs. It is indeed fitting of his character." "Yes, it was I who personally mentioned it to your father," Lu Qing'an replied with a chuckle. Lu Zishuan covered her mouth, giggling. "Father, is it really appropriate for you to deceive my friends like this? Although it is quite entertaining." At that moment, Zhang Ye and the others were fervently communicating in their minds. "Her father is actually the demon emperor. Why isn't my father a demon emperor? Oh no. We were all mistaken. I want to slap myself right now. What should I do? Will she remember everything I said earlier? Can we still stay in touch with her?" Moronghua conveyed, "Please, do not worry. I find Zishuan to be a wonderful person. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes, she will certainly not hold it against you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye and the others felt a wave of shame wash over them, but quickly nodded in agreement. As long as Lu Zishuan bore no grudge against them, they vowed to make amends in the future. Seeing that no one had discerned his deception, Lu Qing'an chuckled, deciding it was time to reveal the truth. However, just then, the weather outside suddenly shifted. Moments ago, Lu Miao had been playing with Wang Duanshan, and in the next instant, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, Aunt Shui is back." She dashed outside like a child eagerly awaiting their mother's return. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile, amused by the child's enthusiasm. Lu Zishuan's eyes also brightened as she turned to look outside. Moronghua and the others sensed a change in the atmosphere, realizing that the sudden chill indicated the arrival of someone significant. Could it be another peak expert from the Emperor realm? Indeed, any powerful being capable of visiting the residence of the demon Emperor Dugu must be extraordinarily formidable. Before long, a stunning woman clad in a flowing white gown entered the room, cradling Lu Miao in her arms, a smile gracing her face. Who are these children?" The snowy empress, upon noticing Moronghua and the others, appeared slightly surprised. "Why is it so lively today?" She had heard from Lu Qing'an that there would be a gathering this evening and, despite her unfinished business at the Merchant Association, decided to return for a meal, as Miao had expressed her longing for her. "Snowy Aunt." Lu Zishuan greeted her with a warm smile. On a snowy day, Shui Tianfei smiled and nodded. Realizing that Moronghua and her companions were of similar age to Lu Zishuan and were seated right beside her, it was evident that they were most likely Lu Zishuan's classmates at the academy. "Zishuan, are these your friends from the academy?" Lu Zishuan nodded and introduced Moronghua and the others by name. "Ahua, this is Aunt Shui, full name Shui Tianfei. Perhaps you have heard of her?" Moronghua and Zhang Ye did not require further introduction. "Shui Tianfei, how could we not know her?" At this moment, Moronghua and the others widened their beautiful eyes, filled with sparkling stars. The sound of their racing hearts was unmistakable, akin to starstruck admirers encountering their beloved idol. Girls of their age often have their own heroes and role models, and Shui Tianfei, as one of the few top female warriors in the chaotic realm of the demon domain, was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed unparalleled business acumen. Most importantly, she was both handsome and breathtakingly beautiful. She was truly the epitome of admiration for all young women of the demon race. What brought these girls together was their shared idol, Shui Tianfei, the Ice Emperor. In their spare time, they eagerly gathered information about the Ice Emperor and engaged in discussions amongst themselves. Now, to their astonishment, the Shui Tianfei they had long admired appeared right before them. Zhanya could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed. Her sudden outburst sparked a wave of enthusiasm among the nearby girls, creating a ripple effect. Even Moronghua covered her mouth, letting out muffled squeals while stamping her feet in delight. The entire gathering was left in a state of bewilderment. Lu Qing'an blinked, observing her friends, who seemed to have lost their composure, and quickly turned her gaze to her father. "Father, what is happening to them?" she inquired through thought. Lu Qing'an, recalling a familiar scene reminiscent of videos he had seen in his past life, responded telepathically, "Zishuan, could it be that your friends are also fans? Perhaps they really admire your Aunt Shui? Is that so?" Lu Zishuan blinked in surprise. Meanwhile, Shui Tianfei quickly discerned the reason behind Moronghua and her friend's behavior. Each time she appeared publicly, she was often pursued by young girls seeking her autograph. "Senior Shui, I have admired you for so long. Could you please engrave your imperial title for me?" Zhanya suddenly stood up, boldly making her request. The other girls echoed her sentiment, gazing at Shui Tianfei with eager eyes. Shui Tianfei managed to muster a smile and replied, "All right, since you are all Zishuan's friends, I'll engrave it for you after we finish our meal." Upon hearing this, Zhanya and the others quickly shifted their attention to Lu Zishuan. "What should we do? I'm so envious. Zishuan, tell me, do you get to see Senior Shui every day?" At that moment, Moronghua's voice echoed in Lu Zishuan's mind. Lu Zishuan looked at Moronghua and gently nodded. "If Aunt Shui isn't busy with other matters, she usually stays around here." Moronghua's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 86. The idol of all girls at that moment, Shui Tianfei retrieved a collection of special snacks she had gathered for Lu Miao Miao from her treasure storage. "Miao Miao, Aunt Shui will be busy again tomorrow, so keep these treats to enjoy," she said. Aunt Shui, are you only coming back for one night?" Lu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the snacks, her adorable smile illuminating her face. However, upon hearing that Shui Tianfei would leave again the next day, she couldn't help but pout. Shui Tianfei smiled wryly. "Once Aunt Shui finishes her work, I will return swiftly. We can play together every day?" "All right," Lu Miao Miao replied, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. "Zishuan, this is a gift I prepared for you," Shui Tianfei said, presenting a carefully wrapped present to Lu Zishuan with a warm smile. Lu Zishuan was taken aback. "I have a gift too?" "Thank you, Aunt Shui," she expressed gratefully. Shui Tianfei chuckled softly. She had always taken pleasure in preparing small gifts for others. Whenever she visited Lu Qing'an, she would bring a token of appreciation, sometimes flowers, other times unique trinkets. However, Lu Qing'an had once sternly told her that he would no longer accept her gifts, as he seemed less than fond of them. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zishuan had returned with a group of friends. Glancing at Moronghua and the others, she said, "I didn't know you would be here, so I haven't prepared gifts for you. Here, take some of these magic crystals and share them." "No, we can't accept that." Moronghua quickly waved her hands. However, she soon felt the eager gazes of Zhanya and the others upon her, accompanied by silent communication. "Ahua, these are gifts from Senior Shui Tianfei. You must accept them. We don't need them. We can just keep them and admire them every day." Shui Tianfei reassured them. "There's no need to be polite. Just remember to take good care of Zishuan." "Of course. We promise." Zhanya and her companions vowed earnestly. This was a mission bestowed upon them by their idol, and they were determined to fulfill it with utmost dedication. Moronghua hesitated to accept the storage ring, but when she glimpsed the quantity of magic crystals within, she nearly lost her balance. 30 million, she gasped, overwhelmed by the magnitude of such a gift. Not daring to accept such a lavish present, she quickly passed it to Zhanya beside her. Zhanya, noticing Moronghua's peculiar expression, was puzzled. What did this mean? But upon seeing the number of magic crystals, she swiftly handed it to the next person. And so the cycle continued, each person repeating the same action until the last individual, trembling with excitement. Held a storage ring no larger than a fingernail. I've never seen so many magic crystals. At that moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei, inquiring, "Is handling the affairs of the Merchant Association quite troublesome? Do you require my assistance?" Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's face lit up with surprise, and she gently covered her mouth, laughing softly. "I never anticipated you would voluntarily offer to assist me. Are you not afraid that I might grow even fonder of you?" As soon as her words left her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Shui Tianfei, overwhelmed with joy, had forgotten to communicate telepathically with Lu Qing'an and had spoken aloud instead. When she realized her blunder, she glanced at Lu Zixuan and Moronghua, whose delicate faces resembled pristine snow, and a faint blush quietly crept across her cheeks. Striving to maintain her composure, she averted her gaze. Lu Qing'an felt a peculiar emotion as Shui Tianfei teased him publicly. Though he had been the subject of her playful banter on numerous occasions, it was his first experience being so openly teased in front of so many juniors. Both Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao understood that Shui Tianfei harbored affections for their father. Thus, they exchanged knowing glances without further comment. Wang Duanshan and the others were well aware of Shui Tianfei's long-standing admiration for Lu Qing'an, and they found no cause for concern. However, Moronghua and her companions were utterly dumbfounded. What did we just witness? Their idol had unexpectedly, in a flash, they redirected their attention to Lu Qing'an. Wasn't Shui Tianfei enamored with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? How could she be interested in the solitary Demon Emperor instead? Moreover, wasn't the solitary Demon Emperor a disciple of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? What kind of sensational gossip was this? "Old Xiao, is dinner ready yet?" Lu Qing'an called out to Xiao Qingyi in the kitchen, sensing the awkward atmosphere. "Almost there. I'm employing my three-headed, six-armed technique to cook. Just a quarter of an hour more. All right, let me know if you need assistance." "No need. The kitchen is my sacred domain. No one is allowed in. Except for Miao Miao, of course." After conversing with Xiao Qingyi, Lu Qing'an turned to Zhanya and her companions, who were still fixated on him. What's wrong? They quickly averted their eyes. Could it be that after the disappearance of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, Shui Tianfei's affection turned to disdain, leading her to pursue the disciple of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? The thought shattered their preconceived notions of her. No way. Moronghua could hardly contain her shock and stared blankly at Shui Tianfei, unable to resist asking, "Senior Shui, you actually have feelings for the solitary Demon Emperor?" Her worldview felt like it was crumbling. Her admiration for Shui Tianfei stemmed not only from her breathtaking beauty and extraordinary abilities, but also from her unwavering devotion. In the entire demon realm, who did not know that Shui Tianfei adored the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? After his disappearance, she traversed mountains and rivers in search of him, exploring every perilous place, even venturing to the fairy ruins, returning wounded. Deep down, she harbored a wish for her idol, Shui Tianfei, to reunite with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and discover true love. For these daughters of prominent families and powerful factions, their fates were often dictated by others, frequently leading to marriages arranged with men they did not love. She too might someday walk this path. Shui Tianfei represented her belief. She yearned for the courage to pursue the man she loved, regardless of the consequences. Yet now, she had discovered that Shui Tianfei was interested in the solitary Demon Emperor. I like the solitary Demon Emperor. On this snowy day, Shui Tianfei maintained a steady composure, yet was momentarily rendered speechless by Moronghua's words. Lu Zixuan covered her forehead, exclaiming, "Father, look, how shall we resolve this now?" Shui Tianfei furrowed her brow. "Who told you I fancied the Dugu Demon Emperor? Then why did you just say you admired the senior?" Moronghua, emboldened by an unknown courage, blurted out, her eyes reddening. Noticing Moronghua glance at Lu Qing'an, Shui Tianfei blinked, her clever mind momentarily muddled. "You say he is the Dugu Demon Emperor?" As a realization dawned upon her, she regarded Moronghua as one might a simpleton. Moronghua and Zhangya, along with others, nodded in unison, their collective courage urging them to clarify the situation. Shui Tianfei turned her gaze to Lu Qing'an, squinting slightly, her lips curling into a subtle smile. "Are you playing with the juniors?" Lu Qing'an chuckled softly. "Just teasing them a little." "You truly are mischievous," Shui Tianfei giggled, covering her mouth. Moronghua and the others were left bewildered. Just as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, they sensed a figure approaching from outside. Upon entering the room, Lu Miaomiao and Lu Zixuan joyfully exclaimed, "Xian Gij." Li Zongxuan smiled and nodded, But as he noticed the gathering of people within, he paused, feeling a wave of social anxiety. Why are there so many here at Master S' place? Mu Ronghua and Zhang Yu were momentarily dazed upon seeing Li Zongxuan, the Dugu Demon Emperor. Master? Wait. You are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Chapter 87. Your father is actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor Xian Gij. Come sit over here. Lu Miao quickly vacated her seat, taking the place next to Shui Tianfei. Lu Zixuan also smiled, saying, Xian Gij, come join us. Li Zongxuan glanced at the spot beside Lu Zixuan, then at the unfamiliar young ladies, lowering his head slightly. It's all right. I'll just stand for a while. Come. Take a seat, Lu Qing'an insisted. All right, Li Zongxuan conceded, feeling compelled by his master's request. He reluctantly sat beside Lu Zixuan. Ahua. My father was just joking earlier. This is the Dugu Demon Emperor, Li Zongxuan. He is also the elder brother I mentioned today. The one who guided me in mastering your family's Fenghua sword technique, Lu Zixuan explained. Mu Ronghua gasped. Your brother is the Dugu Demon Emperor. Your father is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The sky is falling. The friend I just made has such a terrifying identity. Greetings, Li Zongxuan said awkwardly, glancing at Mu Ronghua and the others, forcing a smile as he greeted them. Still reeling from the shocking revelations, Mu Ronghua and the others quickly stood and bowed to Li Zongxuan. We, the juniors, pay our respects to the Demon Emperor. Li Zongxuan, feeling embarrassed, replied, There is no need for such formality. Since you are friends of Zixuan, you are my friends as well. Are you truly our friend? Oh heavens! Are you jesting with us? Please, sit down. The fact that we can gather here signifies our shared destiny, Lu Qing'an warmly remarked. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Mu Ronghua and the others swiftly complied and took their seats, their gazes once again fixed upon him. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Now, you must surely be aware of my imperial title, Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. It was rather amusing to jest with these children. Shui Tianfei shook her head with a smile. Mu Ronghua and the others nodded in unison, feeling quite comfortable now. So that was why Shui Tianfei had an affinity for the Dugu Demon Emperor. They had been deceived by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. How extraordinary! Would anyone believe this if they were to speak of it? They had been duped by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. What an honor this was! Wait, just as they contemplated this, an unsettling realization struck them. It was one thing for Shui Tianfei to harbor feelings for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and express them publicly, which was entirely justifiable. However, they quickly glanced at Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao. Being the daughters of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, who exactly was their father-as consort? Shui Tianfei was not their mother, so that role must belong to another. Yet here she was, openly professing her affection for Lu Zixuan's father right before their eyes. Moreover, Lu Zixuan and her sister seemed quite fond of Shui Tianfei. What a tangled web of relationships. Now that you are aware of my identity, I have something to discuss with you, Lu Qing'an said, a half-smile gracing his lips as he calmly transmitted a cryptic voice message to them. Upon absorbing his words, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within Mu Ronghua and the others. Very well, they nodded at lightning speed. Indeed, you are all good children, Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile. All right, Xiao Xuanzi, engage in conversation with the children. Li Zongxuan pointed to himself, as if to say me? Did you not just declare yourself their friend? It is only natural to converse with friends, Lu Qing'an replied, having summoned his disciple specifically for this purpose, encouraging him to interact more with others. Such an opportunity to help the boy overcome his social anxiety should not be missed. May I ask, how old are you all? Li Zongxuan inquired, looking at Mu Ronghua and the others, his words trembling forth almost syllable by syllable, ultimately posing a question that rendered everyone present silent. Such a lack of conversational skill. Mu Ronghua and the others, quick as if summoned, solemnly stated their ages one by one. 17, 15, 16. Oh, and you all. Lu Qing'an observed Li Zongxuan's awkward demeanor and chuckled softly, though he refrained from further comments. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing yet amusing. However, many things begin with a crucial first step. Once that initial step is taken, subsequent matters tend to unfold naturally. He hoped Li Zongxuan would break free from his solitude, so that even if he were to leave one day, the boy could continue to live joyfully, no longer shrouded in bitterness and isolation due to his absence. Under the influence of Lu Qing'an's engaging conversation, the atmosphere lightened, allowing a group of individuals to relax. Lu Miao occasionally interacted with Li Zongxuan, who gradually began to loosen up as well. Laughter soon filled the air. Before long, Xiao Qingyi began instructing others to clear the table and bring forth the sumptuous dishes. The grand dining table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. Muronghua and her companions swallowed hard, realizing that each dish was a spiritual cuisine, which greatly aided in their cultivation. All right, let us eat. You children need not be so reserved. Treat this as your own home, Lu Qing'an, the head of the family, said with a smile. Very well. An hour passed. After indulging in food and drink, the sky outside had completely darkened. Subsequently, a crescent moon ascended into the heavens, its pure light cascading down upon the courtyard. Lu Qing'an, feeling disinclined to instruct Muronghua and the others in their sword techniques, delegated that task to Li Zongxuan, encouraging him to engage more with these young individuals and fully overcome his social anxiety. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an and the elite group, including Shui Tianfei, settled on a stone pavilion, observing the children frolicking nearby. How delightful it is to be young, Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. What? Have you resigned to age? Wang Duanshan retorted. Are you not? Xiao Qingyi replied. I am perpetually 18. Wang Duanshan flexed his biceps. Xiao Qingyi teased, still claiming to be 18? You ought to be ashamed. I am perpetually 10. You know. Huh. To be fair, you have referred to me as your grandson on numerous occasions, Wang Duanshan chuckled, recalling something amusing. Xiao Qingyi added. Speaking of being a grandson, I believe you all have been my grandsons more than 10 times, haven't you? Lu Qing'an jested. Wang Duanshan and Xiao Qingyi fell silent, for there was indeed truth in his words. Having grown accustomed to being a grandson, Xiao Qingyi was nonchalant about the title. After all, being a grandson is still being a grandson, so why not embrace it? Shui Tianfei chuckled behind her hand. He Hurong also laughed. Every day here is filled with fun. Chapter 88. Unifying the artifact equipment as the moon shone ever brighter. Lu Qing'an instructed Su Yuni and the others to escort Muronghua and her companions back to the academy, as it was getting late and their families would worry. Once Su Yuni and the others returned to the courtyard, he summoned everyone to gather before the stone pavilion. A luminous night pearl hung above the pavilion, casting its radiant light in all directions, illuminating even the tiny insects hidden among the grass nearby. Please, everyone, take a seat. Lu Qing'an gestured for them to sit. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao exchanged curious glances, wondering what significant announcement their father was about to make. Could it be? Their eyes widened as they quickly glanced at Shui Tianfei, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zixuan, come here, Lu Qing'an called with a smile directed at Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan blinked, initially suspecting that he was about to announce something else, but it appeared otherwise. Father, what is it? Standing before Lu Qing'an, Lu Zixuan blinked her large eyes. What do you think of this armor? Do you like it? Lu Qing'an revealed a complete set of gleaming silver armor. The armor shimmered like moonlight, with each piece perfectly symmetrical. The shoulder armor is sculpted into the form of a soaring phoenix, while the chest plate outlines an elegant curve. Chains of armor dangle from the waist like delicate tassels, exuding both grace and sharpness. The helmet is equally symmetrical. Lu Zixuan was taken aback by this unexpected and perfect gift, covering her mouth in astonishment. The entire suit of armor struck her heart, embodying her ideal design. The aura it emanated was no less formidable than the set her father had given her sister. Father, is this truly meant for me? What about you? Lu Zixuan hesitated before accepting it, attempting to voice her concern. Lu Qing'an chuckled. I have grown strong enough that the need for armor is inconsequential. With this set, you will be safe even from a peak Emperor Realm expert for a considerable time. Thank you, Father. Lu Zixuan, feeling no need for formality, rushed forward to embrace Lu Qing'an, joyfully accepting the armor that perfectly matched her dreams. Upon closer inspection, her admiration only grew. Its pristine symmetry was nothing short of a dream armor. Miao, this dagger is for you. At that moment, Lu Qing'an turned his attention to his younger daughter. The dagger was exquisitely crafted, with a scabbard adorned with pink crystals and a handle wrapped in silver ribbon. The blade shimmered coldly, sharp beyond measure. Both charming and concealing lethal potential, ideal for a young girl to carry. He had already determined the direction for Miao's training. Recently, he had discovered her exceptional agility. Thus, he envisioned her becoming a stealthy assassin, with this dagger serving her from childhood to adulthood. Wow, so adorable. Lu Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you like it? I love it. Thank you, Daddy. Upon receiving the dagger, Lu Miao Miao promptly kissed Lu Qing'an on the cheek. Lu Qing'an felt a warm glow of paternal happiness. He then turned to Sun Minzi, who had been quietly seated, not daring to hope for a weapon of such caliber, content with the sword given to her by Wang Duanshan. Yet, when she saw Lu Qing'an looking her way, she froze. Minzi, come here. Huh, me. She pointed to herself, doubting her ears. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. For a moment, she was at a loss, until Lu Zixuan playfully pulled her up, guiding her to stand before Lu Qing'an. This sword is for you. Sun Minzi gazed at the magnificent sword being offered, her mind racing in disbelief. This? No way. Senior, I cannot possibly accept this. She felt unworthy. Listen, if you refuse it, I shall simply discard it, Lu Qing'an said with a gentle smile. But, Sun Minzi stammered. But before she could finish, Lu Qing'an placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. From now on, everyone here is your family. Now accept it. Sun Minzi trembled slightly. Family. Her eyes glistened, and she lowered her head, nodding softly. Thank you, Senior. Why are you crying, child? It's all right, go sit down. Lu Qing'an said kindly. He then produced another sword and handed it to Xue Tianfei. As the snow descended, Tianfei prepared to speak, but a single glance from him silenced her. I have a rare gift for you. Consider it a token of my affection. Very well, you're the best. She replied with a sweet smile. Then I shall regard it as a pledge of our bond. Lu Qing'an chuckled and then turned his attention to Su Yuni. Yuni, here's one for you as well. Brother-in-law, if you don't want it, I'll just discard it. Thank you, brother-in-law. Excellent. You're becoming increasingly obedient. Su Yuni felt a twinge of oddity. It seemed as though her brother-in-law treated her as a daughter. At that moment, Lu Qing'an withdrew a war hammer and placed it directly into He Hong's hands. Old He, do tell if it pleases you. Huh, this was meant for me. Who else? I couldn't be bothered preparing something for old Wang. He only cares for forging and pays no heed to such gifts. Just seeing you admire his creations is the greatest gift for him. Wang Duanshan beamed at the words, feeling a swell of accomplishment. I don't mind at all. He Hong chuckled. What? After all these years of camaraderie, you refuse a gift? Very well, then I shall plant a kiss on you, He Hong jested. Go ahead. He and I are inseparable. Lu Qing'an quickly gestured towards Xiao Qingyi. Xiao Qingyi. Haha, that's not out of the question. Daoist Xiao, come a kiss. All right. Mouth to mouth. Xiao Qingyi said, bracing himself. He Hong turned to Lu Qing'an. I can't match him. He appears quite serious. Xiao Qingyi, noticing He Hong's bewilderment, chuckled. I have no shame. What do you have to play against me? Ahem, what about me? Xiao Qingyi glanced at Lu Qing'an, clearing his throat. Unlike others who rejected Lu Qing'an, he directly demanded. No choice, I lack a weapon. My own was pilfered by your little blackie. I didn't prepare anything for you. Given our relationship, gifts are unnecessary. Really? Xiao Qingyi's eyes widened. What else could it be? All right. Misplaced expectations. Lu Qing'an feigned sincerity about not preparing anything for Xiao Qingyi, but ultimately could not suppress a smile, drawing forth a sword and tossing it to Xiao Qingyi. Take this. It suits your unfortunate demeanor. Xiao Qingyi's eyes sparkled as he swiftly caught the shimmering sword, clearly intended for him. Haha, I knew you wouldn't forget me. This sword is splendid. Now I want to kiss you. Mouth to mouth. He stood up and approached Lu Qing'an. Get away with that. Lu Qing'an kicked Xiao Qingyi away and then turned his attention to his disciple. Xiao Xuanzi, this armor is for you. Li Zongxuan blinked, gazing at the blood-red armor emanating a terrifying demonic aura, strikingly similar to the one Lu Qing'an had possessed before. Though missing a helmet due to the depletion of celestial fallen gold, it seemed that at his current strength, the helmet was of little consequence. Come, wear it and let me see. Li Zongxuan stepped forward without hesitation, as he genuinely adored it. Moreover, this is a gift bestowed by his most cherished and esteemed master. Haha, splendid. It fits perfectly, exuding the elegance reminiscent of my master's youthful days. Upon hearing this compliment, Li Zongxuan was overwhelmed with excitement. His aspiration was to become as formidable as his master, to diligently pursue his master's greatness. Is that truly so? A faint blush graced Li Zongxuan's cheeks, revealing a hint of shyness. Indeed, it is only fitting, for you are my excellent disciple. Lu Qing'an patted Li Zongxuan's shoulders, his eyes brimming with paternal affection. Li Zongxuan struggled to suppress a smile, yet it inevitably blossomed. At that moment, Lu Qing'an thought of his second son, regrettably. With the loss of the celestial gold and his son's absence, there were no divine weapons to bequeath. To him, Li Qiangxuan was akin to a son. Chapter 89. You still dined with the eternal night. Demon Emperor Lu Zixuan sat beside Sun Minzi and noticed that everyone around them was elated, except for Sun Minzi, who appeared quite sorrowful. Thus, she turned to Lu Qing'an. Father, I shall take Minzi back to our room for a moment. Very well, go ahead. Lu Zixuan grasped Sun Minzi's hand and led her back to the chamber. Minzi, what troubles you? Sun Minzi's eyes remained glistening with unshed tears. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she softly uttered, I apologize for disturbing you all. I merely miss my father a bit. This place is so wonderful. It rekindles a sense of home within her. Especially just now, she saw the reflection of her father in Lu Qing'an. Minzi, you can share anything with me. We are good friends. Sisters. Observing her friend's sorrow, Lu Zixuan felt disinclined to return to the stone pavilion, tightening her grip on Sun Minzi's hand. Eager to be a listening ear, Sun Minzi glanced at Lu Zixuan, her lips quivering slightly, before she succumbed to her sobs. Zixuan, I miss my father so much. Sun Minzi clung tightly to Lu Zixuan, unable to contain her yearning for her father, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Zixuan felt the warmth of the tears soaking into her shoulder, yet, surprisingly, her usual aversion to such intimacy did not surface. Instead, she gently patted Sun Minzi's back. Speaking softly, Minzi, tell me more about your father. She had only recently learned that Sun Minzi had wandered in the demon realm for quite an extended period, often enduring solitude without anyone to confide in. Surely, there were countless emotions bottled up within, and only by voicing them could she release the pent-up anguish. As Sun Minzi held Lu Zixuan close, the unprecedented warmth enveloped her, intensifying her tears. Listening to Sun Minzi's heartfelt revelations that spanned the duration of an incense stick, Lu Zixuan came to understand her friend's background. It turned out that Sun Minzi's father had once been one of the pinnacle warriors in the demon realm. However, years ago, an unfortunate incident compelled him to sacrifice all his cultivation to save others, resulting in the depletion of his powers and a diminishing lifespan. In the twilight of his years, he retreated to a secluded place, where he encountered Sun Minzi's mother. Sun Minzi's mother was an ordinary mortal without any cultivation. They experienced various trials together before ultimately becoming partners. Tragically, during Sun Minzi's birth, her mother faced complications and passed away, leaving the father and daughter to rely solely on one another. Sun Minzi inherited her father's extraordinary talent, mastering her skills as effortlessly as one drinks water. Yet, as time unfolded, her strength grew, while she observed her father's gradual decline into old age. In her quest to find various remedies to prolong his life, she ultimately found no success and was left to witness the extinguishing of his life force as he passed away in her embrace. From that moment onward, she became an orphan. As Lu Zixuan exited Sun Minzi's room, she gently closed the door behind her and noticed that others had departed, returning to their own quarters. Only her father remained in the hall, awaiting her return. Father, how is she? After shedding tears, her emotions steadied somewhat. She has now fallen asleep. Father, why not take Minzi as your goddaughter? Lu Zixuan proposed as she sat before Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an smiled, ruffling Lu Zixuan's hair. I never imagined that this notorious killer, known for his ruthless path, would have such a kind-hearted daughter. How delightful. Please, Lu Zixuan pleaded, her eyes blinking innocently as she acted coy. Lu Qing'an chuckled. Very well. I shall heed your request. Besides, do you not realize that I have already treated her as my own daughter? Lu Zixuan paused. You do seem to care for Minzi quite a lot. From the very first day I met her, I knew who her father was. You know Minzi's father? Not exceptionally well, but he is indeed a good man. Under the radiant moonlight, within one of the top powers of the demon realm, the Murong family. Murong Hua swiftly returned home, flying at full speed to her father's chamber. Father, she called out loudly. Startled by his daughter's sudden outcry, Murong Mei, who was seated in meditation, jolted upright. What is it? He asked, quickly rising. His daughter was not one to act frivolously, and her tone hinted at something significant occurring. It was likely a matter of life and death. Thus, he did not bother to dress properly, appearing before her in his nightwear. Father, I need to tell you something. Murong Hua's expression was grave, and after speaking, she quickly scanned the dark corners of the room, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. What is it? Murong Mei adopted a serious demeanor in response. Father, we must find a place where no one can overhear us. If this news reaches others, Our entire Morong family may face annihilation. Morong Hua took a deep breath. While typical transmissions cannot be overheard, she feared that the shocking nature of her revelation might provoke her father into exclamations that could draw attention. Concerning the fate of the entire clan, Morong Mei's eyes widened, and he swiftly led his daughter back to their chamber, activating a formation to prevent any eavesdropping. All right, speak. What has transpired? And weren't you supposed to be at a friend's house for dinner? Morong Hua quickly surveyed her father's room, confirming no one else was present before taking a seat at the table. Father, look at this. She produced a sword obtained from Wang Duanshan. This. Morong Mei had scarcely settled into her seat when he abruptly rose, pointing incredulously at the sword resting upon the table. Where did you acquire this? It surpasses even my own. His face was a canvas of disbelief. This is undoubtedly forged by Wang Duanshan. Could it be that you stumbled upon it during your travels? Did anyone witness it? Wait, you didn't steal it, did you? Morong Hua, listening to her father's barrage of questions, blinked in surprise. Father, your imagination is a bit excessive. Isn't it? No, it was a gift from the esteemed Wang Duanshan. Instantly, Morong Mei fell silent, standing frozen in place as if ensnared by an invisible spell. Wang Duanshan sent this to you. My daughter, if you've done something wrong, you can tell me directly. I will find a way to help you. Lying will only complicate matters further. He was convinced that his daughter must have either stolen or seized this sword, inadvertently inviting disaster upon their entire clan. He had no faith in her words. How could Wang Duanshan bestow such a treasure upon his daughter? It was a challenge to even catch a glimpse of Wang Duanshan, requiring years of waiting in line, and the likelihood of his daughter meeting him was astronomically low. The notion that someone like Wang Duanshan would simply gift such a sword to his daughter seemed more improbable than waking up one day as a voluptuous woman. Father, I speak the truth. My child, why persist in this deception? At that moment, Morong Hua suddenly produced an object. Father, look at this. Your academy's student token? What of it? Morong Mei regarded the identity token presented by his daughter. Take a closer look. Morong Hua beamed. Emperor Bingley? This aura. This was personally inscribed by the Snowy Sky Empress. Morong Mei's eyes widened in astonishment at his daughter. I even met the venerable Snowy Sky Empress. Wang Duanshan was there too, and so was the esteemed Xiao Qing'an. Moreover, the Duga Demon Emperor was present as well. Hee. And there was one more person there whom you would never guess. Morong Hua's excitement grew as she recounted her extraordinary experiences of the day. Alas, she could not divulge this to too many people. Once they had deduced the identity of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, they had received a telepathic message from him, instructing them to keep all they had learned today, particularly the revelation that Lu Qing'an was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's daughter, strictly confidential, only mentioning it to their closest elder. Following the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's guidance, she had rushed home to find her father. He had even requested them to convey a message to the one elder who could be informed of this matter. Morong Mei stood as if turned to stone, utterly immobilized. Wang Duanshan, the Snowy Sky Empress, Xiao Qing'an, even the Dugu Demon Emperor. Wait, did you not tell me that you were dining at a friend's house from the academy tonight? How could you have encountered them? And the Dugu Demon Emperor as well? Morong Mei questioned, astonished. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Recalling the words spoken to him by the formidable Dugu Demon Emperor not long ago, Morong Hua smiled and said, Indeed, I dined at the home of that friend. It was there I encountered these venerable individuals. I then realized the profound connection that friend shares with the Dugu Demon Emperor. It was for this reason that the Dugu Demon Emperor told Father I was quite remarkable, thus bestowing upon our Morong family such an opportunity. With a thud, Morong Mei sank heavily into a chair. You did not deceive Father, he exclaimed, feeling a throbbing sensation in his head. The revelation was utterly astonishing. What extraordinary fortune was this? Your friend? Could it be that she is the daughter of the Dugu Demon Emperor? Morong Mei inquired swiftly. He had previously asked his daughter about this newfound acquaintance's age, and she had mentioned she was also in her teens. It was entirely plausible that the Dugu Demon Emperor had married a woman unbeknownst to them and fathered a daughter. No, she is the sister of the Dugu Demon Emperor. Morong Hua replied with a chuckle. Wait, a sister? Morong Mei furrowed his brow, starting to suspect that his daughter was merely jesting. The Dugu Demon Emperor had no siblings. He was devoid of parents, having only elders, namely the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Realizing this, his eyes widened in shock. Wait, you just mentioned there was still someone there. Exactly. Father, have you figured it out? Moronghua smiled brightly. It cannot be. Surely not. Are you suggesting that your friend is the daughter of the eternal night demon emperor? The thought of that infamous killing machine caused Murong Mei to recoil, landing unceremoniously on the floor, appearing utterly disheveled. Father, you. Murong Mei quickly sprang to his feet. Seizing his daughter. Xiaohua, you haven't offended his daughter, have you? This concerns the safety of our entire clan. Trembling at the thought, he recalled his daughter's earlier words about matters that jeopardized their lives, and fear gripped him. The eternal night demon emperor was merciless. If he wished to annihilate the Murong family, he could do so with ease, and in less than a quarter of an hour, there would be no survivors left. No, I share a good rapport with Zishuan. Moronghua reassured him. Really? Is that true? Murong Mei exclaimed, relief washing over him. Ah, that is splendid. Phew. We are safe now. He exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Father, what is the matter? Moronghua blinked in confusion. I am fine. You may not be well-versed in the ways of the eternal night demon emperor, but I am acutely aware that if we were to offend him, it would spell our doom. I do not believe so. I found the senior to be quite amiable and entertaining. Moronghua replied with a laugh. I even joked with them, almost leading them to misunderstand. Entertaining, my daughter. You have no idea how terrifying this killing machine truly is. Xiaohua, please recount today's events to me in detail. I need every nuance, as no detail must be overlooked. Murong Mei expressed his concern, fearing that his daughter's innocence might provoke the wrath of this formidable being. Moronghua nodded, seeing that her father was beginning to take her seriously, and she began to narrate the events she had encountered that day in meticulous detail. Upon listening, Murong Mei's eyes began to glimmer with excitement. You have also indulged in the tea from the mother tree of the demon gods. Indeed, I savored several cups. How delightful. Murong Mei pressed her lips together. After hearing you, I feel somewhat reassured. It appears that the solitary demon emperor has reconciled with him, which is only natural, considering their bond resembles that of father and son. Moreover, you are indeed fortunate. He glanced at the exquisite sword belonging to his daughter. The quality and craftsmanship of this sword surpass his own, making him wish to exchange it with her. Xiaohua, you must remember my words with utmost seriousness. This concerns the lives of our entire clan. Moronghua nodded earnestly. From this day forth, you must not discuss anything you have seen or heard with anyone other than me. Upon hearing his daughter mention that Lu Qing'an had conveyed a message, if anyone were to spread rumors regarding Lu Qing'an's daughter, he would personally pay them a visit. He was taken aback. Could this visit be a mere conversation? The god of death was intent on annihilation. Thus, he had to impress upon his daughter the necessity of maintaining silence about this matter. As for her other friends, that was not their concern. However, it was likely that they, too, would remain discreet. Understood. I will keep it to myself. Furthermore, from now on, you must cultivate a good relationship with his daughter. Your friend. Never offend her. Accommodate her in all matters. Your friendship with her is a blessing earned from several lifetimes of cultivation. It is also a fortune that our Murong family has cultivated over generations. The demon emperor of solitude. The eternal night demon emperor. As long as his daughter maintains a good rapport with Lu Zishuan, he could align himself with these two formidable beings. In the future, within the demon realm, he would also be regarded as a figure of significance. All right, I understand, his daughter replied. Simultaneously, within various factions in the demon realm, similar events unfolded among several prominent powers. A slight distinction arose when Zhangya and her closest elders recounted recent happenings. Two powerful beings of the Emperor realm suddenly turned pale and collapsed. Zhangya, in a frenzy, looked at her father, who lay unconscious on the ground, and resorted to the most primitive method, pressing her finger against his acupoint. Father, please, don't frighten me. What is wrong with you? The head of the Zhang family was engulfed in chaos, feeling utterly disoriented, unable to hear his daughter's concerned calls. Only echoing in his mind were her few utterances. I insulted the daughter of the eternal night demon emperor at the academy. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 91. Farewell to the mother tree of the demon gods. On the following morning, as dawn broke, the light caressed the mountain ridges like fine silk. Shui Tianfei had spent the entire night beside Lu Miao and awoke early to seek out Lu Qing'an. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Shui Tianfei looked at Lu Qing'an, tucking a strand of white hair behind her ear, speaking gently. Do you truly not require my assistance? We have a trader within our merchant association, and there is little you can do to help. Very well, you may go about your business. Should you require my assistance, simply send for me. May I have a farewell embrace before I depart? Lu Qing'an remained silent. All right then, I shall take my leave and return for another hug. Shui Tianfei, noticing Lu Qing'an's lack of response, flashed a playful smile and exited the courtyard. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Lu Miao Miao and the others began to awaken. Father, has Aunt Shui returned? Yes, she will be back once she finishes her tasks. Very well then. Miao Miao is off to the academy. A kiss for me, father. Miao Miao is truly obedient. Father, I am also going to the academy with Minzi, Lu Zixuan smiled. Lu Qing'an turned his gaze towards Lu Zixuan and son Minzi, noticing that son Minzi appeared to be in much better spirits, and he nodded with a smile. He watched as they teleported away. Well, it seems only us old folks remain in this courtyard, Xiao Qingyi remarked as he stepped forward. Lu Qing'an chuckled lightly. Indeed. It is just you all. I am heading to the mother tree of the demon god. Oh, you truly keep your word. Xiao Qingyi's old face lit up with joy. Are you coming along? I shall refrain from joining. I wouldn't want to hold you back. He seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and shook his head repeatedly. Lu Qing'an smiled, understanding the old man's trepidation. Thus, he departed the courtyard, shattering the void as he traversed nearly half of the demon realm in the blink of an eye, arriving at the easternmost edge of the demon domain. Lu Qing'an stood suspended in the air, his robes billowing fiercely in the wind. 100 miles ahead, a colossal tree rose majestically from the ground, piercing the heavens. It was the fabled mother tree of the demon god. The trunk was as robust as a towering pillar, its surface adorned with dark purple, scaly bark, each scale gleaming with a metallic luster. The roots coiled like serpents, deeply embedding themselves into the blood-red earth, creating profound chasms from which dark crimson mist subtly ascended. The canopy obscured the sky, its branches not of ordinary green, but rather a bone-like black, all enveloped in a vast, crimson luminescence. The treetops vanished into the gloomy clouds, where thunder and lightning roared, and the occasional purple-black lightning bolt was absorbed by the branches, transforming into an eerie energy coursing through its veins. Most unsettling was the enormous visage of a seductive woman etched into the central trunk, her hollow eyes gazing down upon the earth. Anyone who dared to meet her gaze would feel their soul plummet into an abyss. Gazing at the mother tree of the demon god, which had nearly cost him his life years ago, Lu Qing'an snorted coldly and took a step forward, finding himself before the tree. It's you. As Lu Qing'an approached, a woman's voice suddenly reverberated through the air, echoing across the sky. Old hag, it has been quite some time, Lu Qing'an replied coldly. Damn it. What brings you here? The voice of the mother tree of the demon god emerged from the void, dripping with animosity. I have come to pluck some of your leaves for brewing tea. What? Do you wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? The mother tree's tone was exceedingly harsh. Having existed since the inception of the demon realm, she was the apex of demonic beings, her strength surpassing even that of the pinnacle of the emperor realm. This defiant entity sought to challenge her, yet would gain little in return. When Lu Qing'an had ascended to become the strongest in the demon realm, he had also fought her once, but they had never truly determined a victor. However, when it comes to ruthlessness, she cannot compare to this formidable individual and ultimately had to endure, allowing him to take away a batch of the finest leaves. They made a pact that neither could violate. Upon his return, he declared, I will extinguish you like a mere dog. Are you certain you wish to contend with me? Lu Qing'an chuckled lightly before suddenly unleashing the aura of his cultivation. In an instant, the void trembled, and all of creation fell into a profound silence. A terrifying pressure swept over the colossal tree, causing the demon god mother tree to shudder violently. Impossible. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Qing'an, the demon god mother tree questioned the very essence of its existence. What is impossible? Do you still wish to engage in a life-or-death struggle? Lu Qing'an's expression remained impassive, his hands clasped behind his back, his long hair swirling without wind. The demon god mother tree hastily replied, No contest. Indeed, no contest. Haha. I was merely jesting with you. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. This is my unique way of greeting. Haha. Listening to the awkward laughter of the demon god mother tree, Lu Qing'an let out a cold scoff. Over the years, have you not continued to deceive others through your trials and devour the lives of the human race? Back when he had yet to ascend to the throne, He had nearly lost his life alongside Xiao Qingyi. The demon god mother tree was a treasure trove, particularly its leaves, which, when brewed into tea, had remarkable effects on cultivation. Consequently, many powerful beings from the demon realm often attempted to stealthily pluck the leaves of the demon god mother tree, engaging in a battle of wits. The results were often mutually damaging. Subsequently, the demon god mother tree proposed an alternative to cease conflict and establish trials. Should individuals pass her tests, they would be granted her leaves directly. This method allowed for a peaceful resolution without the need for combat. People, eager to avoid peril, readily accepted. Thus, over the years, many came to undertake the trials of the demon god mother tree and obtain its leaves. Lu Qing'an had also done so in the past, albeit with unfortunate luck, encountering the hidden and special methods of the demon god mother tree. This ancient creature would occasionally set traps, deliberately ensnaring individuals in insurmountable trials, leading to their demise and ultimately consuming their physical forms and cultivation to grow stronger. He and Xiao Qingyi had been similarly unfortunate, caught in such a snare with no means of escape. Had it not been for a peak emperor-level expert who discovered a slight flaw and sacrificed his entire cultivation to aid their escape, they would have perished within. And this individual was none other than Sun Minzi's father. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, the demon god mother tree felt a twinge of guilt, but still endeavored to sound composed. Of course not. I have always remembered the promise we made back then. Should I discover that you have engaged in such actions, you are aware of the consequences, are you not? His current visit was twofold: to honor Xiao Qingyi's request for more top-tier leaves from the demon god mother tree, and to collect some interest on behalf of Sun Minzi. He did not trust that the demon god mother tree had truly reformed. Naturally, the demon god mother tree replied, "Very well, then. I must pass your trial before I can ascend to pluck leaves." The mother tree of the demon god gazed at the terrifying aura emanating from the figure before her, an aura that far surpassed her own in strength, and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She could not fathom how this individual had become so formidable. However, there was no recourse but to endure it. Naturally, upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an ceased his idle chatter and soared towards the apex of the mother tree. Upon entering the immense crimson barrier, the scene before his eyes transformed. Above him loomed 10 gigantic red orbs, within which numerous denizens of the demon realm were undergoing what was termed a trial. A cursory glance at these colossal orbs revealed one that stood apart from the others, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Wait, just a moment. Just as Lu Qing'an was about to enter the peculiar red orb, a strikingly adorned woman suddenly materialized, blocking his path. She was the illusory form conjured by the mother tree of the demon god. Her figure was elongated, her skin reminiscent of dark amethyst, and her hair, resembling black vines,